Meow meow, meow meow, don't just sit and stare. Like, subscribe, and share this now, or I'll steal your girl, I swear. Cat face with wry smile 2 hearts. Meow meow, meow meow, don't test this fluffy king. Ignore this video, and she'll be wearing my ring. Ring cat face with tears of joy. So hit that button fast before she calls me bae. Because I don't chase mice. I run away with your babe. Chapter 1. Rhodes, you are too weak. With your strength, you are not worthy of taking risks with us. Let's separate here. A young and handsome warrior, accompanied by 3 pretty young girls. Sit in the carriage and drive away. Am I being dumped? The dust brought up by the carriage hit his face. Rhodes twitched the corners of his mouth, a look of doubt on his face. I just traveled through time yesterday and became a member of the Brave team. As a result, he was kicked out of the team by the Brave today. The reason why he was kicked out of the team was just because he met 3 innocent girls on the road? Is this a brave man who conquers the Demon King? Or is he an LSP who has a head full of women? Now how to do? Rhodes looked slightly confused. This is a world of magic and swords. Mysterious mage, powerful swordsman. Elegant elf, evil demon. Gods perform miracles and evil spirits confuse people's hearts. The warrior conquers the dragon and the hero saves the princess. Good and evil coexist, and personal heroism is the only main theme of this continent. He was a good-for-nothing who finally managed to get into the lap of a brave man. As a result, he was kicked out in just 1 day. Looking at the few silver coins in his pocket, Rhodes' expression became even more constipated. In his previous life, he went bankrupt and sold all his family property, only to collect a dozen gold coins. As a result, I spent a few days hanging out with the brave. How long can you live outside with so little money left? Do we really want to go back to that backward and dirty village where the ground is full of feces? But what if I don't go back? This is not the modern society of the 21st century. In this world, if you don't have any skills, you won't be able to farm the land for the Lord. People will really starve to death. Ding! Bind sign-in system is activated. Whether to randomly refresh check-in points. Is this a system? A must-have cheat for time travelers? Rhodes' eyes widened with surprise. Refresh. The check-in point was refreshed successfully. Bind check-in point 7 Deadly Sins World. Each time you sign in, you will receive a random reward from the world of the 7 deadly sins. You can sign in once per day, and you will definitely get generous rewards for signing in for the first time. Every 1 month, the bound sign-in location can be refreshed. Can you get rewards by signing in? Isn't this tantamount to free prostitution? Sign in. Rhodes didn't say anything and just came to sign in. In the world of the 7 deadly sins, there are powerful beings at the level of gods and demons. If he randomly pulls out a powerful ability, wouldn't he be instantly invincible? Ding! Sign in successfully. Reward, 7 deadly sins, the magic of pride, son. Wonderful! Rhodes's eyes lit up, and his eyes showed a strange color. Among the 7 deadly sins, Escanor represents the sin of pride, and the symbol of magic is the sun. People with the power of the sun will gradually increase their power as the sun rises, reaching its peak at noon. The moment when the sun reaches its peak at noon, the possessor of magic will gain power that rivals the gods. Although, it was only for a brief minute. But within this minute, he will transform into an invincible incarnation. I am the only one in the world. However, this magic is not without flaws. The body and character of the magic owner will change with the rise and fall of the sun. If the sun sets, the owner of the power of the sun will enter the weakest state. Even the character will become extremely cowardly and inferior. It means I'm sorry for being a human being. As soon as the sun appears, his mentality will explode instantly. His self-confidence will explode and his character will be full of arrogance. The look in people's eyes will become I'm not targeting anyone. Everyone here is rubbish. However, he is not Escanor himself after all. It should not be affected by magic, and even the personality will change. At best, it will lose the blessing of magic at night. Speaking of which, it's daytime now. Rhodes looked at the sun hanging in the sky. The sun, emitting blazing light and heat, continues to expand in sight like a blazing flame. Eventually, it completely fills all sight. Sun. The hot power spreads through the limbs and bones, extending to every trace of flesh and blood. Where Rhodes stood, all the flowers and plants seemed to have withered as if they had been evaporated by the high temperature. The earth dried up and the rivers stopped flowing. Even the air was slightly distorted by the heat. The powerful force centered on him, constantly transmitting terrifying high temperatures outwards. Is this the magic of the sun? Rhodes stretched out a hand, and a wisp of flame appeared at his fingertips. The floating flame reached at least tens of thousands of degrees. He felt like he was like a sun now. Intense light and heat continued to spurt out of his body, as if it could burst his body at any time. Even before the sun is at its hottest at noon, it already possesses such terrifying power. How terrifying would it be if all the power of the sun exploded at its peak at noon? Destroying a country shouldn't be a big problem. Rhodes murmured under his breath. For a moment, I felt that my idea was a bit dangerous. It must have been affected by magic. He stood there for a while to adapt to the strength on his body. After half an hour, he finally contained the fiery magic power within his body. Chapter 2. It's not a good thing if the magic power is too strong. Rhodes walked slowly and leisurely along the path. The magic power in the body seems to be endless, spreading and gushing outward all the time. A wisp of magic power that spills out can cause no grass to grow within hundreds of meters. Rhodes could only treat his body as a container, trying his best to restrain the violent magic power. There is no way not to be careful. If he can't control it now, his burst of magic power can destroy a town in an instant. He didn't want tens of thousands of people to die because of his carelessness. Not long after, a small village appeared in front of us. Rhodes glanced at the few silver coins in his pocket and planned to go to the tavern to cool off. This little money is enough to spend a night with two beautiful tavern ladies. But a couple of rum shots and a place to sleep for the night should be enough. By the way, let's see if there are any new wanted warrants in the tavern. In places like taverns, wanted bounties from various kingdoms often appear. There are vicious criminals, various dangerous monsters, and even demons. If you are lucky, you might encounter bounties with rich rewards such as defeating the dragon, rescuing the princess, and succeeding the king. Most of the heroic stories that bards are most happy to tell take place here. Of course, only they know whether it is fiction or reality. Jingle bell. The tavern doorbell rang. Rhodes walked into the noisy pub. Women wearing sexy maid uniforms came and went, wandering among the drinkers. There was never a shortage of cheap rum on the tray. This cheap drink with rough taste but strong staying power is the favorite of most troubadours and passing merchants. Rhodes randomly found a remote seat with few people and sat down. A waiter wearing a maid uniform walked over with a bright smile. When passing by a table of customers, a rugged man with a beard smiled and touched the waiter's plump butt. The waiters in these taverns all have sexy figures. Not to mention how beautiful they are, at least they are eye-catching. It can be seen that the owner is a person who knows the tavern very well. I don't know where I found these charming beauties. Order a glass of rum and listen quietly to the passing troubadours. There is a small kingdom in the northern kingdom. Their princess has skin as white and tender as snow, bright red lips and a perfect figure. Countless princes dream of marrying her home. This Snow White also has an extremely beautiful stepmother. No one knows her origins, but half of the men in the country are obsessed with her beauty. All men who have seen her will regard her as a dream lover. Troubadours described the queen's beauty vividly and colorfully. A few absurd stories that are not true or false molded the queen into a beautiful, debauched, and capable woman. A group of drinkers listened with great interest, but who cares whether it is true or false? They are just a group of low-class civilians seeking relaxation in wine and **x. Snow White and the Queen? Coincidence? Rhodes raised his eyebrows and took a sip of rum. The bitter and weedy taste bursts in the mouth, and the slight stamina makes people more excited. Look at the reward notices posted around the tavern. A certain principality offered a reward for a magic dragon that occupied a gold mine. The reward of 1 million gold coins was quite generous. It is estimated that there will be many brave warriors and heroes who are willing to die happily. Dragons, no matter which world they are in, are synonymous with power. Those who can kill the dragon must be at least a legendary mage or swordsman. However, even if they knew they would die, there would probably still be many adventurers who would fly into the flames. Killing an evil dragon is the most noble ideal and wish in every brave man's mind. Second only to marrying a princess and reaching the pinnacle of life. Sir Hepburn offered a reward of 100 gold coins for Jack the Ripper. Many nobles have jointly placed a bounty on Phantom Thief Zorro, with a bounty of 10,000 gold coins. There are wolves in Mushroom Town. The mayor is offering a reward of 50 gold coins for adventurers to kill the wolf. Mushroom Town? It shouldn't be very far from here, right? Rhodes took out a simple map from his pocket. According to the map, this town should be only a dozen kilometers away from Mushroom Town. If you walk, you can get there in half a day. If you take a carriage, it will only take an hour or two at most. The distance is quite close. If you keep walking forward, you should pass by. Please help me. Rhodes touched his chin and whispered. By the way, make some pocket money. 50 gold coins is not a small amount. A normal family of 3, even if they eat a little richer, will only spend at most 1 gold coin a month. So many gold coins were enough for him to buy a few acres of land in the countryside and build a nice little house. I didn't see the bad character of my predecessor, and I only got a dozen gold coins from selling my family property. With his current strength, he would not take this gold coin seriously. However, why not use the money you can easily earn? After eating something casually and watching the sky gradually darken, Rhodes gave up the idea of traveling all night. The power of the sun has no effect at night, and even has some side effects. If you encounter wild beasts, bandits, or anything like that, you are just kidding with your own life. Moreover, perhaps it is affected by the magic of the sun. Now that he saw the dark night, he felt an indescribable disgust and repulsion in his heart. I always feel like there is some terrifying monster hidden in the dark night. If it were daytime, even if he met the evil god, he would dare to touch him to see whose bones were stronger. Chapter 3. There is some silence in the night. A cheap hotel with poor soundproofing. Rhodes was lying on the bed, his ears filled with heavy breathing and pig-killing howls. Is a pig being slaughtered next door? Damn it! Rhodes rolled over and covered his ears. If it were daytime now, he would probably have burned all this waste with the fire of the sun. The intermittent sound did not stop until late at night. Rhodes didn't even know when he fell asleep. When the first ray of sunlight breaks through the darkness, hot power surged out from the limbs and bones. Rhodes opened his eyes and instantly felt like he was okay again. Boom! With a casual punch, the hard wall was instantly dissolved by the high temperature. Rhodes, who was shirtless, with muscles all over his body and a contour that was even more perfect than that of a bodybuilder, walked into the next room. 8-pack abs, clear lines, golden hair, and a glow like the dawn of time. In his eyes, he inadvertently showed contempt and arrogance for everything. The screams started. In the room, there was a middle-aged man with a fat head and big ears. There is also a street girl who still has charm, wearing sexy suspenders, black stockings, and underwear. The two of them huddled under the quilt, trembling. You, what do you want to do? The middle-aged man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and trembled all over. I don't understand how a noble mage could appear in such a simple little hotel. You guys were a little noisy last night, and I was very unhappy. Rhodes waved his hand lightly. The flames instantly burned away the man's clothes and hair. A little lesson: next time you kill a pig, remember to keep your voice down. Rhodes is gone. Only the man with a blank face was left, looking at his burned hair, wanting to cry without tears. Leaving the hotel, Rhodes headed towards Mushroom Town. The number of check-ins has been refreshed. After taking a look at the refreshed system, a sign-in came. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Reward: the 7 deadly sins of greedy magic, robbing. The magic power of snatching: you can seize the opponent's belongings, whether they are physical or non-physical. Take it by force. You can plunder the enemy's power and magic power, weakening the opponent's power while strengthening your own power. Although this ability is not as invincible as the sun, but it's also a pretty powerful ability. Just enough to make up for his lack of combat power at night. We walked along the muddy path for about an hour. An old woman wearing a black cloak stood in the middle of the road blocking Rhodes' path. "You brave man passing by, can you do me, an old man, a favor?" The old woman pleaded with a sad look on her face. Rhodes felt like 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past him. In the middle of the muddy path, an old woman in a cloak blocked the way. "This picture looks a bit weird. What do you want me to do? I dropped something into a tree hole. Can you please help me pick it up?" The old woman pointed to a big tree on a hill in the distance. "How did you, an old woman with weak limbs, climb so high and still drop things into the tree hole?" Rhodes felt like he had countless flaws in his heart. But when I think about this world, even the old storylines of heroes fighting dragons, marrying princesses, and reaching the top of their lives will happen. It seems that it is not unacceptable for the old lady to drop something into a tree hole. "Let me help you look for it." Arriving at the tree hole, Rhodes found that the tree was bigger than he had imagined. A tree hole hollowed out in the middle can easily accommodate a strong man. Rhodes took a look and saw that the dark tree hole was connected to the ground, with no end in sight. "I have a magic rope here. You can climb down the rope." The old woman thoughtfully took out a coiled rope. "Are the ropes ready? Why don't you climb down yourself? Did you drop something by accident or on purpose?" Rhodes glanced at the old woman and said nothing. He wanted to see what was in this old thing's gourd. After tying the rope, Rhodes slid down the tree hole. The rope, which is not very long, stretches downwards as if endlessly. The old woman didn't fool him, there was indeed magic on the rope. Not long after, his feet touched the ground. He raised his head and saw a dark corridor in front of him. Rhodes snapped his fingers, and a bright light suddenly appeared on his body. "Light up the entire channel." At the end of the corridor, there are 3 portals of different sizes. A bronze door the size of a child, a silver door the size of an adult, and a gold door larger than an elephant. "Young man, the thing I dropped is a flint, which is in those doors. There are wild beasts guarding the doors. This blanket can make them sleep harder. When you find something, I'll pull you up again." A grey blanket came in from the tree hole. The old woman also took back the rope. "To make it clear, if you don't find something, you won't pull him up." "This old thing." Rhodes twitched the corner of his mouth. "Even if you find something, I'm afraid you won't get it with your life." Chapter 4. Rhodes walked to the smallest bronze door. Such a small door, with his height, he would have to climb in like a dog. He raised his right hand, and on his fingertips, a flash of red flames gathered into a huge fireball. "Fire of the sun." Rhodes throws it away. The hard wall several meters thick was instantly penetrated by the flames. After the passage, there is a huge treasure house. Under the firelight, mountains of copper coins and exquisite bronze vessels filled the entire treasure house. A black dog the size of a child was lying on its stomach and sleeping at the entrance to the treasure house. Awakened by the fire, the black dog opened his ferocious eyes. With a roar, he opened his fangs and rushed towards Rhodes. Boom! Rhodes casually threw a ball of sunfire, which directly blew the black dog away. What the hell? The vitality is quite strong. Rhodes was a little surprised when he saw the black dog that was still alive after being swallowed by the flames. His flame comes from the power of the sun. Even steel can melt. However, the black dog was seriously injured and could not get up for a while. This should be the beast guard that the old woman mentioned. After taking a look at the blanket in his hand, Yes Yao immediately set it on fire. What rubbish, no use at all. Rhodes walked around the treasure house and didn't see any flints. Leave the bronze treasure house and head towards the next door. A ball of fire melted the silver door, and a bloody mouth rushed towards him. Guarding the bank is a white hunting dog about the size of a tiger. Rhodes snapped his fingers, and the flames instantly engulfed the white dog. The seriously injured white dog fell to the ground, and Rhodes slipped around the bank. In addition to a large number of silver coins and silver works of art piled up, there were no flints. Only the last one left. The time was close to noon, and the endless power of the sun was flowing through his body. The powerful force made Rhodes feel arrogant. Not to say arrogant, but at least he is invincible under the gods. A ball of flame melted through the golden door. The golden light that filled the room almost blinded Rhodes. Mountains of gold, gold works of art inlaid with precious stones. A golden giant dog with a huge body, even more exaggerated than an elephant, with 2 eyes as big as wheels. The giant dog opened its bloody mouth and spit out hot flames. The light of fireflies also wants to compete with the sun. Rhodes raised his finger, and a bright flame gathered at his fingertips. Boom! The scorching flames pushed forward like a destructive force. The flames breathed out by the golden giant dog were directly annihilated. Rhodes punched upwards, sending the charging giant dog flying into the air. The fire accumulated in his mouth exploded directly in his mouth. The kindness of Buddha is also limited. Rhodes lowered his eyes and suppressed the giant dog with one hand. The huge force directly crushed the stone slabs on the ground. Seeing the giant dog still struggling, Rhodes raised the giant dog's body with one hand, spun it around like a hammer and threw it away, falling into a mountain of gold. 2 black pieces of flint fell to the ground. Then this is what the old woman wants. Rhodes picked up the flint with a curious look in his eyes. Does this thing have any special use? Snapped. 2 pieces of flint collided and rubbed against each other, emitting a faint light of fire. The next second, a child-sized black dog appeared in front of Rhodes out of thin air. Rhodes looked surprised. Isn't this the black dog guarding behind the bronze door? Moreover, the injuries on his body never disappeared. Seeing the gentle look in the black dog's eyes, Rhodes rubbed his chin. Using this flint and steel, you can summon the guards of the treasure house, and you will also become the master of these guards. Rub the flint and steel to summon a black dog. What about rubbing it twice? Rhodes picked up the flint and rubbed it twice. A tiger-sized white dog appeared directly in front of me. Once it was the guard of the bronze treasure house, twice it was the guard of the silver treasure house, and the third time it should be the guard of the gold treasure house. Then rub it 4 times in a row. Rhodes rubbed the flint, and 3 treasure house guards appeared at the same time. Moreover, each one carries a pile of treasures on his back. No wonder the old woman wants the flint. Although I don't know who built the treasure house. But the value of these 3 treasure houses is at least over 10 billion gold coins. Even if you live like an emperor every day, you will still have wealth that cannot be spent in several lifetimes. With this flint and steel, you can continuously obtain treasures from the treasure house. Rhodes grabbed a handful of gold coins and put them in his pocket. He took the flint and steel to the entrance of the tree hole and looked up at the dark hole. I found the flint. Okay, I'll pull you up right now. The old woman's surprised voice sounded from above her head, and a rope was thrown down. Rhodes grabbed the rope and climbed up quickly. Mighty brave man, thank you for your help. Please give me the lost flint and steel. As soon as she climbed out of the tree hole, the old woman couldn't wait to rush over. I found the flint and steel, but why should I give it to you? Rhodes took out 2 flints from his pocket and looked at the old woman with a smile. The joy on the old woman's face suddenly turned gloomy. Hero, stop joking with the old woman. You think I'm joking? Seeing that Rhodes had no intention of handing over the flint and steel, the old woman also completely tore off the disguise on her face. You greedy person, death is your final destination. The surrounding vines seemed to come alive for a moment and swept towards Rhodes. The entangled vines turned into venomous snakes, their sharp fangs pointing towards the green light. Still a witch. This bizarre scene did not surprise Rhodes. One finger with one hand. The radiance as hot as the sun engulfed everything in an instant. The witch and the witch were turned into ashes. How can human power be on par with the sun? Chapter 5. It would be troublesome to keep this tree hole. After killing the witch, Rhodes looked at the tree hole behind him. The tree hole is the entrance to the treasure house. This entrance did not exist originally, but someone dug it out. This treasure house is now his private property. If a gold coin is stolen, it is his loss. Then destroy it. Rhodes raised his right hand, and the power from the sun continuously gathered in his fingertips. An orange-yellow fireball with a diameter of more than 100 meters was held up by him with one hand. The terrifying high temperature caused the surrounding air to twist and burn. The sun without mercy. Boom! The miniature sun slowly rises and sets. Between the roars, it turned into a blazing sea of fire. An entire raised hill was flattened by the horrific explosion. Hills, trees, passages. Everything disappears. That's almost it. Rhodes clapped his hands. The ground solidified after melting at high temperatures was harder than cement. Even if you know that the treasure house is down there, you won't be able to dig it out in a short while. What's more, there are 3 vicious dogs guarding it. These 3 vicious dog guards can withstand one hit from him without being killed. It can be considered a powerful monster. Even if ordinary people were lucky enough to find the entrance to the treasure house, they would not be able to pass the vicious dog guard. I'm lost. Looking at the curved map in his hand, he looked at the endless forest in front of him. According to the map, there should be a small forest in front of him. After passing through the woods, there is Mushroom Town. What the hell is this forest? There's no way I'm lost. Well, the map must be wrong. Rhodes wrapped his coat around himself. The jungle at night is quite cold. Without the blessing of the power of the sun, how could an ordinary person like him endure it? It's a hell of a place where there's no shit, there's not even a person there. Rhodes muttered. Suddenly, his eyes saw a beam of fire shining in the jungle. Suddenly I was a little surprised. I didn't expect that there would be people in this ghost place with no village or shop. Carefully, he moved towards the direction of the fire. In the faint light of the fire, Rhodes was slightly startled by the scene in front of him. Beside the bonfire, a group of behemoths over 3 meters in size were barbecuing. He has a fat body, an ugly appearance, 2 sharp fangs on his lower jaw, and his dull eyes look a bit dull. Human arms and thighs were strung on sharp wooden sticks. Ogre. Ogres are a low-level monster in this world. Although it is powerful, it has a low IQ and a violent personality. It is a gregarious monster. It likes to prey on the weak, especially humans. Several ogres gnawed on the half-raw flesh and blood, enjoying themselves. There are several huge steel cages hanging next to the trees. In the cage, several surviving humans hugged each other shivering. Under the big tree, there were several carriages and horses filled with goods. Brothers, do you mind if I come over to get warm? Rhodes walked out of the bushes and approached the bonfire. Roar! A group of ogres that were eating flesh and blood stood up directly, staring at Rhodes with a ferocious expression. Rhodes held 2 black flints in his hand and rubbed them gently, sparking fire. Sit down. In the shadows, 3 vicious dogs pounced out, and a group of ogres suddenly fell on their backs. Several ogres attacked by vicious dogs ran towards Rhodes in a panic. Want to escape? Take it by force. Rhodes reached out and touched one of the largest ogres. The body of the ogre that was touched seemed to shrink. At the same time, a powerful force poured into the limbs and bones through the palm. Clothes burst. Rhodes' body swelled several times, and his tangled muscles exuded a violent aura. Holding the head of an ogre with one hand, the power of robbery was activated again. The muscles were like sponges flushed with water, swelling rapidly. The head of the ogre whose power was taken away was crushed directly. Call! A giant golden dog, breathing fire, burned several ogres to a crisp. A dozen ogres were all killed in the blink of an eye. Rhodes put away the flint and steel, and the 3 vicious dogs were teleported back to the treasure house. Where are you from? Put down several cages hanging from trees. Looking at the group of shocked humans, Rhodes asked casually. We are businessmen who come to Mushroom Town to do business. If you hadn't appeared in time, brave man, we might have been eaten by these ogres. The leading middle-aged man said with a grateful expression. This is a small thank you, please accept it. Rhodes glanced at the small bag the man handed him. The bag was empty, containing almost a dozen gold coins. For ordinary people, a dozen gold coins are considered a huge sum of money. However, he has 3 treasure houses, so how can he care about this small amount of money? Forget it about the gold coins. I see that everything in your carriage is full of furs. Give me a fur coat. Rhodes chose a fur coat with a collar of soft hair. The caravan leader breathed a sigh of relief. These caravans who go out are afraid of encountering greedy adventurers. Although it is a fine fur, it is only worth a few gold coins. Compared to several trucks of goods. Nothing at all. Chapter 6. It's so warm. Rhodes wears a fur cloak. The whole person huddled around the campfire to keep warm. Surrounded by a group of cautious businessmen. Sir Brave, this is the best bacon, please use it. The leader of the merchant handed over a plate of cut bacon with a flattering look on his face. Tasty. Rhodes took the fork, stuck a piece of bacon in his mouth. The best wild boar meat is smoked with fruit wood, giving it a unique wild flavor. It's not delicious, but for people who live in the wild, it's good to be able to eat these things. By the way, are you going to Mushroom Town? Yes, Adventurer Sama. The caravan leader explained in a low voice. Mushroom Town is the largest commercial town nearby, and servants of various nobles often come and go. Only here can the goods in our hands be sold at high prices. My goal happens to be Mushroom Town, so I can go with you. Rhodes said calmly. If he walked on his own, who knows when he would find Mushroom Town. Although he doesn't want to admit it, he is indeed a bit road crazy. How far is Mushroom Town from here? It's almost half a day's journey. If you rush in the middle of the night, you should be able to arrive around early morning. The caravan leader said firmly. Their caravans often travel between Mushroom Town and surrounding towns. I am quite familiar with the terrain here. They also take relatively safe routes. I just didn't expect that a group of ogres would suddenly appear in this forest. Half a day's journey. Rhodes looked at the stars in the sky, his expression slightly silent. After walking for a day, we have gone further and further away. After eating and drinking, the caravan continued on its way. As for those companions who were unfortunately buried in the mouth of the ogre, they were only buried in a hurry. Rhodes was arranged by the leader of the caravan in the largest and most luxurious carriage. By the way, 2 female slaves were arranged for him to serve him. What an evil slave society! In the carriage, Rhodes sighed as he looked at the 2 charming female slaves with collars around their necks who seemed to be able to assume various poses with just a word from him. Still declined. He didn't have much interest in this kind of slave who had changed hands several times. Even if you want to keep a few slaves to warm your bed, you have to be carefully selected to catch your eye. Anyway, he has plenty of money now. Inside the bumpy carriage, the stove burned slowly. Rhodes covered himself with a blanket, closed his eyes and couldn't help but fall asleep. Master Brave, wake up, we are almost at Mushroom Town. A gentle rocking woke Rhodes from his sleep. He opened the cover of the carriage and looked outside the carriage. In the silent night, a dimly lit town loomed in front of us. Since I don't have a pocket watch, I can only tell the time through the sky. It should be around 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. In a little while, the sun will rise. Sign in. Rhodes thought to himself and signed in. No matter how important things are, they are not as important as his signing. Ding! Sign in successfully. Reward, Divine Axe. Rita, exclusive artifact for Sin of Pride. Boom! A pure golden dazzling battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. The handle of the tomahawk is surrounded by a semicircular guard. The one-handed tomahawk, which is about 1.5 meters long, has an exaggerated arc-shaped sharp axe blade. The front end extends forward partially, revealing half of a sharp spike that looks like the tip of a spear. The moment the battle axe appeared, its terrifying weight almost caused the entire carriage to collapse. The wheels were stuck in the mud, and the 2 brown horses pulling the carriage were treading water as if they were stuck in a mire. He snorted, veins popped out in his limbs, and he couldn't make the carriage move at all. Rita the Divine Axe, the only artifact of Escanor, the sin of pride among the 7 deadly sins, has quite a heavy weight. The characteristics of this artifact are also very simple: absorb and release. It can perfectly absorb the heat and radiance emitted by the power of the sun and store it in the divine axe. During battle, all the absorbed and stored power of the sun can be released. The power of the sun is too powerful and blazing, and ordinary artifacts cannot withstand this power. Only the divine axe Rita can perfectly bear all the power burst out from the power of the sun. Not to mention how powerful this artifact is. At least, with this artifact, he no longer has to worry about the power of the sun in his body erupting and jeopardizing the surrounding environment. When not using this artifact, Rita the divine axe is equivalent to an ability suppressor. It can solve the danger of his magic running wild without having to restrain his own magic all the time. As morning approaches, a trace of the blazing power of the sun gradually emerges from within the body. Rhodes incorporated this ray of sun power into the divine axe. The heavy weight weakened slightly. The artifact has a spirit, and after receiving the blessing of the power of the sun, it can naturally control its weight. But only the power of the sun can control the power of this artifact. Master Brave, is there any problem? Seeing the carriage Rhodes was riding in suddenly stopped. The leader of the caravan jumped off his carriage with a puzzled look on his face, approached the carriage window, and asked respectfully. It's okay. The wheel probably got stuck in the mud. Rhodes lifted the cloth and said calmly. At this moment, the two brown horses pulling the carriage burst out with powerful force from their limbs at the same time, pulling out the carriage whose wheels were deeply embedded in the mud. Rhodes gently touched the divine axe in his hand. With the weak power of the sun in his body, it was continuously poured into the divine axe. Finally, the power hidden in the divine axe was activated, and the weight of the divine axe was suppressed within a controllable range. Although it is still a little heavy, it will not affect the carriage. Chapter 7. It's okay. The caravan leader seemed relieved. Mushroom Town was close at hand, and he didn't want any more trouble. For this batch of goods, their caravan lost nearly 1/3 of their companions. If they don't sell these goods at a high price, they will lose all their money on this trip. I'm afraid I won't even be able to earn back my companion's pension. Keep going. The leader of the caravan shouted, and just as he was about to step onto the carriage, he suddenly felt that something was wrong with the surrounding environment. The horses pulling the cart were trampling restlessly and looking at the surrounding woods with vigilance. From time to time, a low neighing sound is made. In the darkness, green fireflies flickered. The caravan leader trembled slightly in his heart, raised the oil lamp in his hand and threw it in the direction of the fireflies. Call! The flames lit up half of the jungle. The grey-black hair and ferocious fangs were exposed, and the green pupils under the firelight showed cruelty and cunning. Dozens of wild wolves approached silently in a hunting manner. Dodging the burning trees, the wolves that were discovered no longer covered their tracks. Ouch! The speed of the wolves suddenly increased, and they surrounded and killed the caravan. It's a pack of wolves. Everyone, gather around and pick up weapons. Although the caravan leader was frightened, he was not panicked. Compared to the group of ogres who were so terrifying that no one could resist, although the wolves were dangerous, they at least had the power to resist. When caravans are traveling outside, it is common for them to be attacked by wild animals. Especially when dealing with wolves, they have rich experience, not to mention there is a powerful adventurer in their caravan. Gather together, women are inside, don't give them a chance to defeat them one by one. The wolves stayed outside, looking at the bright swords in the caravan, hesitantly stopped moving forward. Obviously he also knew that these humans were not easy to mess with. But I don't want to leave just like that. He could only wander around restlessly. Sir Brave, they are just a group of ordinary wolves, there is no need for you to take action. The caravan leader looked at Rhodes, who lifted the cloth and said with a smile. As long as we show enough momentum and don't give them a chance, the wolves will retreat on their own. Wolves also have their own laws of survival. If the enemy is too strong, the Wolf King will give up hunting in order to avoid losses. Unless it is the cold winter season, there is not enough prey in the forest for the wolves to survive. Only then will they take risks and confront powerful enemies. But in the current season, there are a lot of prey in the jungle, obviously not to this extent. Rhodes nodded noncommittally. The leader of the caravan refused to let him take action now, naturally because he was worried that he would take the opportunity to ask for benefits. He is not a fool for this little thought. However, he also looked down upon this small gain. If he could not take action, he would naturally be too lazy to move. However, there is something wrong with these wolves. Rhodes frowned, feeling something was wrong but couldn't put it into words. It's not right. Our caravan has been to Mushroom Town many times, but we have never heard of such a large pack of wolves in Mushroom Town. We have never even heard of wolves. The caravan leader nodded sympathetically. There has never been a wolf? Rhodes was slightly stunned. How could a wolf pack suddenly appear in a jungle without wolves? Even ethnic migration is unjustifiable. Ouch! While he was talking, a deep wolf howl came from the depths of the jungle. The originally restless wolves suddenly seemed to have received an order. He opened his bloody mouth and rushed forward ferociously. Meet the enemy! The leader of the caravan shouted, and with a solemn expression he lit the torch around the tung oil. The rising flames turned into a wall of fire, blocking the way of the wolves. Only scattered grey wolves nimbly bypassed the wall of fire and rushed into the crowd. When the wolves disperse, their power is naturally greatly reduced. Waving its claws, a grey wolf pounced on the caravan's guards. The caravan guard looked relaxed, even a little careless. After all, these rigorously trained guards are physically stronger than ordinary people and have weapons on them. Dealing with a few beasts is not a simple matter. The next second, the guard's expression changed drastically. The terrifying power coming towards him was not at all what a wolf should have. The sword struck the wolf, and the injured grey wolf showed its ferocious look, with blood-red eyes. Puff! With one gulp, a piece of flesh and blood was torn off from the guard's body. In an instant, the caravan guards in the front row suffered heavy losses. Several guards even died directly from the wolf's mouth. Just as the wolves were about to charge into the crowd, a shining axe light swept past. Several wild wolves were cut off in an instant. It seems that I still have to take action. A ray of early morning light tore apart the dark world. The morning sun fell, and the golden light shone on the body. Rhodes held the heavy divine axe with one hand, and the muscles all over his body expanded like an explosion, demonstrating endless power. With a majestic figure like a god, he lowered his eyes in an overlooking manner, and his arrogant eyes seemed to be staring at a group of ants. You actually came here to die. How brave you are! In recognition of your courage, I will use a little bit of my true power. The golden and dazzling one-handed axe was slowly raised above his head. The power of the sun stored in the divine axe is released. Rhodes seemed to be holding up a sun, bathing in its radiance. The divine axe slashed forward heavily and fell. Mote of dust. The roar was like thunder, deafening. The heavy divine axe generates air waves when it is swung like a hurricane. The surrounding caravan members were left unable to stand stably and unable to open their eyes. When the storm subsided, the caravan leader's pupils shrank sharply as he looked at the scene in front of him. His whole body was shaking slightly, and his eyes showed indescribable fear. How can humans have such power? Chapter 8. Plop! The caravan leader's legs weakened and he fell to his knees directly on the ground. Looking ahead with dull eyes. In front of the convoy, a huge deep pit was cut into the ground by a terrifying force. Traces that went several meters deep into the ground spread like a straight line for thousands of meters into the jungle. Everything dozens of meters in diameter was burned to ashes by the hot flames, leaving only black scorch marks. The terrifying scene was like a disaster sent by the gods. This is simply not a power that humans can control. Sorry, I seem to have used too much force. Rhodes apologized without sincerity. He looked at the caravan leader who had not yet recovered from the shock. It's okay, keep walking. The caravan leader nodded blankly. They led people to bury the bodies of several guards everywhere. Rhodes was sitting in the car when he suddenly felt someone approaching from outside the car. He opened the cloth slightly and saw the leader of the caravan walking over with a pair of women. The two women look very similar. One big and one small, one mature and one raw. Although her appearance can only be regarded as delicate, her slightly round face has a fair and tender luster. She is also wearing a long skirt made of good material. It was completely different from those female slaves who were malnourished and sallow-faced. Rhodes frowned, recognizing the identities of the two women. Aren't these the wife and daughter of the caravan leader? What are they here for? Master Brave, you've had a hard journey, let them help you relax. The leader of the caravan rubbed his hands and said somewhat cautiously. Rhodes had a strange expression on his face. Are you serious about sending your wife and daughter to serve him? He suddenly thought that most people in this world have an almost fanatical pursuit of blood and origin. It has even reached a point of paranoia. Regardless of whether they are nobles or commoners, they all believe that those with strong bloodlines and noble births will have children who will inherit the excellent bloodline of their ancestors. This concept has been passed down from generation to generation and has become an instinct in the bones. Therefore, nobles often only marry among close relatives or nobles with the same noble bloodline. In this way, the bloodline remains pure and strong. Those with the same status as noble blood are those powerful warriors and mages. Even the status of mages is higher than that of ordinary nobles. A mage who masters elemental magic can destroy a town with a wave of his hand. Such a powerful force, almost comparable to that of gods, would naturally be sought after by nobles. After all, the offspring of a woman who is married to a mage will be smarter and will inherit the magical talent of their parents. With a little training, you can become a powerful mage. The family can continue to be glorious for hundreds of years. Rhodes looked at the caravan leader with strange eyes. If he guessed correctly, this guy probably fell in love with his bloodline because of the powerful power he just showed. I want to leave an excellent spark through my wife and daughter. This is not uncommon in the licentious life of the upper class. Many nobles and people of high status in this world have the habit of having women serve those who stay overnight. The purpose is to leave a little seed to make the family's bloodline stronger and better. Of course, different brave men and nobles are treated differently. If they are brave men and nobles with average strength, they will usually only be served by maids and slaves maintained by the family. If they are powerful nobles or brave men, the servants will become the concubines and children of the master's family. Concubines and children from aristocratic backgrounds have received high education and know many ways to please men, which can better show that the master's family attaches great importance to the guests staying there. Overnighters will also feel satisfied. If the strength and status of the overnight guest exceeds that of the host family, then, maybe even the head wives and legitimate daughters will clean themselves up and serve the distinguished guests. Stayers may even feel insulted if the server's status is too low. Of course, if you are lucky enough to win the bid, the heirs born will have nothing to do with the person who stayed there. Instead, they will be cultivated as heirs by their masters, and even inherit noble surnames and territories. From a modern person's outlook and thinking, this kind of thing is somewhat outrageous. However, this is a feudal society that still retains the slavery system. The more primitive a society, the more moral and ethical it is. They have their own set of concepts of morality and integrity, although from a future perspective, this set of concepts is a bit ruinous. But for people in this era, these are too normal. It was very common during the Warring States period to have one's concubines serve guests. This world is just a little more unscrupulous. Rhodes reluctantly declined the caravan leader's kindness. He doesn't have the habit of leaving seeds outside casually, let alone letting his son recognize someone else as his father. Of course, if she's pretty enough, he wouldn't mind a friendly fight. But this mother and daughter are obviously not the best. The caravan leader who was rejected was obviously disappointed, but he did not dare to force it. The ancestor of such a powerful adventurer might be a great noble. It is normal to look down on a person of his origin and status and not want to leave any kindling behind. It's just a pity that I lost an opportunity to improve my family's bloodline. Sir Adventurer, Mushroom Town has arrived. Not long after, the voice of the caravan leader came from outside the car. The quiet environment around him gradually became noisy. Chapter 9. Is it finally here? Rhodes lifted the cover of the carriage. A noisy town with people coming and going appeared in front of me. The wide streets are paved with dense gravel. Although it is messy, it is countless times better than the muddy paths in the countryside that are full of excrement. On both sides of the street, there are two-story buildings arranged in 2 rows, with pointed roofs, symmetrical left and right, and standard medieval architectural style. There are 2 oil lamps hanging in front of the door, and various flowers and plants are planted in the independent small garden. Pubs, hotels, shops, markets. It looks good. It is indeed the largest commercial town nearby. Rhodes jumped off the carriage and stretched comfortably. Although the process was a bit tortuous, we finally reached our destination. Master Brave, thank you for your protection along the way. We have to sell the goods on the car, so we will leave first. The caravan leader thanked him with a grateful expression. Everyone takes what he needs. Rhodes waved his hand and watched as several carriages slowly disappeared around the corner. Where to go now? Originally, he came to Mushroom Town just as a temporary interest. By the way, clean up the wolves and earn some gold coins. Now, the wolves have been eliminated by him, and he is not short of gold coins. For a moment, I didn't know what to do. After wandering around, Rhodes walked into a very high-end looking pub. In the tavern, the atmosphere was noisy. While changing glasses, the adventurers, all flushed from drinking, boasted about their past. I think about the time when I went deep into the forest of death alone and encountered a ferocious dragon. I raised my dagger to fight with it, and finally drove it away. The scar on my face was left by that dragon. Come down. An adventurer, whose tongue was so full from drinking, pointed at the scar on his face and said proudly, "Theodore, when you were bragging last time, didn't you say that the wound on your face was caused by an ogre? How come you have become the one left behind by the evil dragon now?" The adventurer next to him laughed and mocked. "You know what the heck, that ogre's name is Dragon." Amid laughter, an adventurer suddenly said, "You all saw that huge slash outside the town, right? Who can't see it? The whole Mushroom Town knows about such a big movement. It is said that it was left behind when a certain powerful legendary expert killed a powerful monster in the forest." Rhodes, sitting in the corner, took a sip of wine. It always feels a little embarrassing to be bragged like this in front of others. A group of adventurers were arguing, and the topic unknowingly turned to women. "Have you heard that Count Etel will choose an excellent husband for his daughter in a few months? Count Etel, the king of Count Etel, the father of the legendary Snow White, who is as beautiful as snow." "Yes, he is Snow White's father." Rhodes rubbed his chin, becoming slightly interested. The strength of the nobles in this world is determined by their title. Roughly speaking, the titles are divided into Emperor, Candidate for Emperor, Prince, Grand Duke, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, Knight, and Knight. Nobles who were canonized by the Emperor and owned territories could inherit hereditary. Most nobles with titles of Earl and above own independent territories and castles. They can formulate the rules of the territory, control the life and death of civilians in the territory, and even collect taxes. Therefore, nobles with the title of Earl or above can also call themselves kings. The county of Etel is a small country with a population of hundreds of thousands. It belongs to the jurisdiction of the Shinra Empire, which is in charge of the northern territory among the 4 empires. King Etel, there had been rumors a few years ago that he was seriously ill and had been bedridden. Anyone with eyes knew that this kind Earl would not live long. In the northern kingdoms, men are strong and women are weak, and there has never been a special case of the queen taking power. King Etel had only one daughter. As the only heir to the kingdom of Etel, Snow White's husband is naturally the future king. At this time, the public selection of a husband for Snow White was naturally to find a qualified heir. Entrusting your daughter with a lifetime of happiness is also entrusting the future of the entire country. If someone can become Snow White's husband, it can be said that he will reach heaven in one step. Snow White. As long as he is a man, no one will be interested in a princess with a far-reaching reputation. What's more, this princess has such a rich dowry from a country. There was no way I could get involved in such an important matter. Seeing that he had heard enough gossip, Rhodes threw down his drink money. "Your tip." Put a gold coin into the chest of the sexy waiter wearing a black silk skirt. I didn't forget to touch the waiter's plump butt. The waiter who was rewarded with a gold coin had an expression on his face that was so charming that it could bring out flowers. He didn't mind Rhodes' chatter at all, and even took the initiative to come over, wanting to leave his contact address and have an in-depth communication. Rhodes smiled and shook his head. He has no interest in such ordinary-looking bar girls. After leaving the tavern, Rhodes thought for a while and decided to go to the market to have a look. Maybe there will be something good. Chapter 10. Not long after leaving the tavern, Rhodes felt someone following him. Sure enough, you shouldn't leak money. After thinking for a moment, Rhodes guessed what was going on. People like him who drink wine in a tavern and tip a gold coin directly to the waiter. In the eyes of those adventurers who add blood to their blades, all they need is "I am a Kaiser, grab it quickly" written on their faces. 1 gold coin is enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live a prosperous life for a month. Most of the people who can be so lavish outside are the heirs of nobles who have heard too many heroic stories and sneaked out behind their families' backs. If a stupid person with a lot of money still shows off like this, isn't he looking for robbery? Rhodes deliberately slowed down and walked into a remote corner. There were rapid footsteps behind him. 2 tall adventurers followed nervously. As soon as they walked around the corner, they saw the Kaiser they met in the tavern, looking at them with a smile on his face. "Brother, what should we do? We seem to have been discovered." The tall and thin adventurer suddenly looked panicked. Obviously didn't expect this. "To put it bluntly, I'm not blind, so just go ahead." Another adventurer with a ferocious expression gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The cold dagger was pressed against Rhodes's stomach, and he grabbed his collar with his other hand, threatening him in a vicious voice. "Boy, if you are wise, hand over all the money quickly. We only want money and not kill people." Rhodes shrugged and said casually. "If you want money, it's easy to take care of it. If something on me is valuable, just take it. You are wise." The ferocious expression on the adventurer's face softened slightly, and he turned to look at his younger brother behind him. "What are you still doing? Come and get your things." The younger brother followed hesitantly. The adventurer glanced around and spotted the axe behind Rhodes. The golden axe glowed brightly under the sunlight. The appearance is quite exquisite, perfect like a work of art. The golden thing might be gold. Even if it's not gold, it should be quite valuable. Take it. He reached out directly and grasped the axe handle. Why can't I lift it? The veins on both arms popped out, and he tried his best not to move the axe at all. "Boss, let me help you." The tall and lanky adventurer next to him quickly ran over to help. The 2 of them tried their best, their faces were red, but the axe still didn't move. "I feel tired after watching this. Please help me." Rhodes reached out helplessly, picked up the axe with one hand and handed it over. "Ha, thank you." The evil-faced adventurer was overjoyed and took the axe with both hands. Boom! The whole person was directly crushed to the ground by a huge force. "Break it, break it!" The adventurer, whose hands were pressed under the divine axe, was wailing in pain. "Do you still want it?" Rhodes looked at the other adventurer. "Godong!" The tall and lanky adventurer swallowed a mouthful of saliva and shook his head wildly. "I don't want it anymore, take this damn thing away quickly." The ferocious man, with his hands pressed under the axe, half knelt on the ground, burst into tears of pain. "Sometimes I want it, and sometimes I don't want it. Aren't you kidding me? However, you asked me for an axe, and I gave it to you. Now it's my turn to ask you for something, right?" Rhodes shook his head and looked at the 2 adventurers and thought for a while. Lifting the divine axe lightly, he swung it in a circle. A burst of flame emerged, burning all the clothes of the 2 adventurers. "I want these clothes from you too." Satisfied his bad taste, Rhodes walked towards the market with satisfaction. There are independent stalls everywhere in the market. Excellent weapons, come and take a look. They only cost a few silver coins. Special hemorrhoids, there are only 3 copies left, first come, first served. Slave, the top-grade slave we just collected is guaranteed to be brand new and untouched. Each one only costs 50 gold coins. A loud shout immediately attracted the attention of many people. Although slaves are not a rare thing, they are not common in a small place like Mushroom Town. "Boss, Your slave is too expensive. Yes, 50 gold coins per slave is too expensive. For this price, you can buy 4 or 5 slaves of similar size elsewhere. The passers-by who were watching whispered. It also depends on what kind of slave they are. Can the slaves I sell be comparable to those crooked melons and cracked dates? Look at this appearance and this figure, it's enough to be sold to a noble manor. The slave trader pointed at a few slaves in the cage and introduced them while spitting. Slave seller. Rhodes looked at the place surrounded by people and felt a little curious. In all his life, he has never seen anyone selling slaves. Immediately walked towards the crowd. A few passers-by who were standing in the back row watching the excitement felt like there was a sun approaching behind them. It's so hot. Why is it so hot all of a sudden? The crowd subconsciously separated a channel. Rhodes carried the axe on his back and walked to the front of the crowd without any hindrance. Several huge iron cages were placed on the carriage. There were 5 slaves in the car, 2 women and 3 men. There are 2 female slaves, 1 big and 1 small. The older one has a plump figure and is full of mature charm. She looked dirty because she hadn't washed herself in several days, but it was still difficult to hide her beautiful appearance. The younger one looks to be only about 14 or 15 years old, and is still a young Lolita. As for the 3 male slaves, all of them are handsome and strong. I have to say that this slave trader has really good vision. Rhodes frowned, staring at the large female slave. He looks in his early 30s, with a sexy and plump figure, long wavy chestnut hair, and a gentle and loving temperament. The most important thing is that this woman, he seems to have some resemblance to that BD hero who kicked him out of the team. Chapter 11. What the hell, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Rhodes' eyelids twitched. Could this woman be a relative of the brave man who kicked him out of the team? Elder sister? Still? But otherwise, the looks would be a bit too similar. The handsome appearance of that brave man was exactly modeled on this woman. Rhodes recalled the days when his predecessor spent time with the warriors. When drunk, I often talk about my childhood experiences. For example, what kind of bad family you were born into, how you became a brave man who saved mankind through your own efforts, and what kind of hero you want to be in the future. According to the brave man, his father was a drunkard and a gambler. He had been beating and scolding him since he was a child. That's why he couldn't bear the torture and left his hometown. He continued to train along the way and finally became a powerful warrior. Of course, Rhodes felt that this BD was no different from his father. After defrauding people of all their money, they kick them out like garbage. Basically they are all bad people. However, I don't remember him mentioning that he has a sister. Instead, I often heard him mention his mother. What a beautiful and gentle woman. 30 gold coins, I want this slave. At this time, a passerby in the crowd pointed at the woman in the cage and said. Rhodes looked at the fat, middle-aged man. A squinting face filled with unabashed desire and violence. If this woman is taken back by him, she probably won't end well. 30 gold coins? No, no, too little. The slave trader shook his head wildly. For a slave of this quality, 30 gold coins is not even enough for me. I bought this slave from her husband for 35 gold coins. Not even 150 gold coin is less. Look, this is a fine female slave, with this figure and appearance, and a docile personality. Although she has given birth to a child before, she will not have a problem if she works hard and has 8 out of 10 children. Slave traders introduced slaves like animals. The woman huddled in the corner of the iron cage, looking at the naked eyes around her, couldn't help feeling shy deep down in her heart. She felt like she was being bought and sold like goods. Thinking of the days to come, she will be reduced like a female animal to a machine for others to vent, whip, and give birth to. The whole world seemed to have turned dark. His eyelids blinked, and a tear appeared in the corner of his eye. Her weak appearance not only made people not feel pity, but also made her want to tear her into pieces. Rhodes couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this woman was simply a natural plaything. That perfect body, gentle yet charming face. No matter what kind of pitiful expression she shows, it will only make men feel a desire to conquer. What a stunner! The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but leave a line of saliva at the corner of his mouth. Thinking of this kind of woman's amorous feelings in bed, it was as unbearable as if there were ants biting her. Gritting his teeth hard. 50 gold coins is 50 gold coins, I want it. Make a deal. The slave trader was immediately overjoyed. For 200 gold coins, I want both female slaves. Before he finished speaking, a domineering voice sounded from his ears. The smile on the greasy middle-aged man's face was stiff. The middle-aged man turned to glare at Rhodes, looking at the tall figure with a hint of timidity in his eyes. But when he thought of the female slave Maoman's body in the cage, his anger suddenly overcame his timidity, and he shouted angrily. Boy, do you know what first come, first served means? Poor guy, are you talking to me? Rhodes lowered his head expressionlessly, looking at the short melon who was more than a head shorter than him. It's great to have money. You don't have to follow the rules if you have money. The middle-aged man's face turned red with anger. Rhodes twitched the corners of his mouth and turned his palms downward. Wow! Gold coins hung on the ground like rubbish, making the middle-aged man's eyelids twitch wildly. I'm sorry, but having money is really amazing. With your meager possessions, you'd better not come out and embarrass yourself. The middle-aged man breathed rapidly, suppressing the anger in his heart, and looked at the slave trader. You just said the deal was done, so you can't be dishonest. Mr. Adventurer, this slave has been bought. How about you change it? The slave trader looked at Rhodes with a troubled expression. He glanced at the gold coins on the ground. Although he was greedy, the most important thing in this line of work was integrity. Things sold. 1,000 gold coins. Rhodes took out 2 cloth bags from his arms and threw them on the ground. The bright gold coins made the slave trader breathe heavily. These 2 slaves are yours. The slave trader rushed forward with excitement on his face. Regardless of the dirt on his face, he took the 2 bags of gold coins and the gold coins scattered on the ground into his arms. Damn your integrity! This single business made more than he had earned in 2 or 3 years. Who would have trouble with money? The greasy man was trembling with anger, but he was completely unable to defeat Rhodes. From now on, you 2 will be my slaves. Rhodes used one hand to tear open the hard iron cage. Holding the rope, he led the 2 slaves out. The man who saw this scene suddenly shed a cold sweat and instantly calmed down from his desire. Fortunately, these 2 slaves were not snatched. Otherwise, he might have died inexplicably on the way home. As for the slightest thought of revenge in my heart, it completely disappeared. Rhodes led the 2 slaves who dared not speak and went directly to the largest tailor shop in the town. Give them 2 customized sets of the best clothes. The best materials, the best tailors, you know. Sir, ours is a high-end tailor shop, only for the upper class. The ordinary-looking tailor shop owner, wearing a gorgeous long dress, frowned. I just wanted to expel these 2 dirty slaves. A bag of golden coins was placed directly on the cabinet by Rhodes. What did you just say? Rhodes raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the tailor shop owner with a puzzled look. Gudong. Looking at the bag full of gold coins, the tailor shop owner swallowed. I just feel that these 2 dirty slaves are pleasing to the eye no matter how I look at them. A bright smile. Sir, don't worry, I am the best tailor in the whole mushroom town. If the clothes I make cannot satisfy you, others will not be able to do it. After that, 1 in each hand, it doesn't feel dirty. Pull the 2 slaves directly to the inner room to measure their dimensions. Chapter 12. A few hours later. The 2 slaves in front of Rhodes were all dressed up and wearing new dresses with waistbands. Nice. Luo's eyes lit up slightly, and he suddenly felt astonished. The long, wavy chestnut hair hangs casually in front of her plump chest. The low-cut dress brings out the depth of the abyss, which is at least F or above. The slender water snake waist is even more delicate under the restraint of the waistband. The curve of the hips suddenly becomes wider below the waistline, full and plump, even slightly wider than the shoulders. May I have your name? Rhodes rubbed his chin and asked curiously. Euphemia. The woman said cautiously, looking at Rhodes with a flinching look. Do you know a man named Leon? Leon. Euphemia was slightly startled, with a look of surprise in her eyes. Have you seen him? He is my son. It's true. Rhodes was speechless for a moment. He didn't expect such a coincidence to exist in the world. Just by wandering around the town, you can buy your enemy's mother as a slave. This is really so cool. Rhodes felt like drinking a glass of iced Coke in the summer, feeling refreshed from the inside out. Since you have met him, you should know how Leon is doing now, right? Euphemia looked at Rhodes expectantly. I don't know how he is. After all, I'm looking for him now. Rhodes shook his head and said casually. This guy cheated me out of more than a dozen gold coins. I didn't expect that his mother would become my slave. Euphemia's face suddenly turned pale. Her current master actually has this kind of relationship with her son? Don't be afraid, it's not a big deal. Since the son is gone, the debt he owes must be paid by the mother. With a warm smile on his face, Rhodes reached out and gently lifted Euphemia's chin. From now on, remember to call me master. Do you understand? Euphemia nodded in fear. She felt that the man in front of her was a bit scary now. More terrifying than the devil. Let me ask you, do you understand? Rhodes continued to ask expressionlessly. I understand, master. Euphemia understood what he meant and called out the word master with a little shame. This man, who was about the same age as her son, was her master from now on. Rhodes nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the other girl. He is 14 or 15 years old, with long, smooth brown hair, and an indescribable indifference in his purple pupils. What's your name? Fleur. How old are you? 16 years old. Do you know who I am? Owner. Rhodes asked a question and the girl said something. The whole process was like a robot, never actively expressing his emotions. You are so young, why are you a bit autistic? Rhodes looked at the dull girl and felt a little headache. He has nothing to do with a troubled girl of this age. Suddenly I saw some bruises and scars on my shoulders and arms. It looked like there were traces of being hit with a blunt object. Did the slave trader hit this? Rhodes narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes a little cold. No, it's a woman. Woman. My mother, but she never let me call her mother. She was the one who sold me to that person. The girl Fleur looked at Rhodes with dead eyes and her tone was devoid of any emotion. Is there such a beast? Rhodes couldn't understand what kind of mother would do this to her child. Where's your dad? Died. This child is so pitiful. Rhodes was about to sigh when he suddenly saw what seemed to be a pointed bump in the girl's hair. What is this? Gently pushing the hair aside, a sharp black horn was hidden by the thick hair. Devil horns. Rhodes' eyes widened with indescribable surprise. Although I couldn't tell what kind of devil's horn it was definitely a devil's horn. But why is there only one horn? Rhodes thought about the girl's identity, and a guess flashed through his mind. Her father is a demon. Her mother is a human. A hybrid between a human and a demon, that is, a half-demon. Don't look. Don't look. The girl who was touched by the devil's horn trembled subconsciously as if she had received some kind of stimulation. Threads of black mist filled the air and enveloped the girl's body. The devil's horn grew crazily as if it had received nutrients, and dark magic lines spread all over the body along the devil's horn. The fair and tender skin turned into a healthy brown, and the petite body became plump and attractive like an inflated balloon. With her flat chest and flat butt, she even directly surpassed Euphemia. The purple pupils turned into a seductive deep purple. A slender devil's tail swayed behind her, and Fleur stood there, gradually filled with an aura that made people crazily aroused. Master, do you want to play a game with Fleur? The girl arched her waist, leaned forward, and gently held her soft bosom. The tight long skirt almost stretched out her amazing figure. Fleur licked the corners of her mouth gently, revealing two sharp teeth, and looked at Rhodes with blurred and longing eyes. A charming smile, alluring and alluring. The surging demonic power seemed to be endless and enveloped Rhodes. Next to her, Euphemia's face turned red, her body twisted uneasily, and her hands subconsciously touched her neck. Demonized. I thought it was some kind of demon, but it turned out to be a succubus. I was happy for nothing. Rhodes tilted his head and slowly raised a hand. At the top of his fingertips, a scorching flame slowly emerged. The blazing brilliance like the sun instantly kills all the charming power around it. The seductive smile on the face of the succubus Fleur slowly disappeared. Under the flames, Rhodes was enveloped in radiance, as majestic as a god, exuding endless majesty. He lowered his gaze and looked down at succubus Fleur. The eyes under the shadow are full of indifference. Should you go back by yourself, or should I send you back? Are you really a human? Succubus Fleur's eyes were a little frightened. How could a human be so powerful? I am a human being, but I am also a person who stands at the top of all races. Rhodes' eyes were stern and domineering. He, human, I remember you, you will be mine sooner or later. The succubus Frey glanced at Rhodes with a seductive look, as if she wanted to remember his appearance firmly, and the devil horns on her head gradually shrank. Fleur, who returned to her normal state, slowly fell to the ground with her eyes closed. Rhodes held the girl with one hand, but a plump figure quietly came closer behind him. Master, your body is so strange. Euphemia, who was blushing, kept tearing her clothes and murmured unconsciously like she was dreaming. Rhodes frowned. Don't be afraid, I have a way to help you purify the evil energy. Chapter 13. After a hard night's exposure to the sun, the demonic energy in Euphemia's body was finally purified. I don't call this taking advantage of others' danger, I call it giving in the flesh to save the world. Looking at Euphemia sleeping soundly, Rhodes told himself righteously that this was a righteous act of sacrificing himself for others. Fleur was already awake. A man was huddled in the corner, looking up at Rhodes walking over with grey eyes. Are you going to hit me? The calm words carry a heart-wrenching past. Rhodes squatted down, and Fleur's body trembled subconsciously, expecting to be beaten. Why should I hit you? Rhodes' warm smile was as bright as the morning sun. When times like this used to happen, my mother would beat me and call me a monster. I will not do it again. Rhodes is as loving as a priest. Really? Fleur tilted her head, and there seemed to be a ray of light in her grey eyes. Adults don't lie to children. Someone is missing again. Have you heard that the butcher's family near the town have all disappeared? Didn't you say that the wolves have been eliminated? It must be a wolf. I clearly heard a wolf howling last night. On the street, villagers wearing simple clothes were talking in panic. Rhodes came out of the hotel with 2 slaves, slightly interested. Didn't you kill them all? Rhodes felt a little weird. The blow he swung with his divine axe was supposed to kill all monsters. Not to mention a group of slightly stronger grey wolves. Maybe 1 or 2 escaped. Rhodes didn't pay much attention. Anyway, they are just a bunch of beasts that can be crushed to death easily. It doesn't matter if there is any trouble. He will take action. Speaking of which, it seems that I haven't signed in yet today. Rhodes was slightly looking forward to it. He would be surprised every time he signed in, and he didn't know what it would be this time. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Reward, the 10 Commandments, love. The commandment of loving kindness, those who harbor hatred will lose the power to harm others. Another incredible ability. Rhodes' eyes lit up. Those who harbor hatred will lose the power to hurt others. But as long as there is fighting and killing, no one will have the slightest hatred in their heart. Unless it's a machine without emotions. With this commandment, he is invincible. Innately invincible. Rhodes, who was in a good mood, asked Fleur to look at the room and walked out of the hotel alone. He always felt that something was wrong with that group of grey wolves. Since the grey wolf comes from the forest, it's a good time to go for a walk in the forest. Take a look at what's going on behind the appearance of the wolves. Adventurer, can you please help me? Go, no time. Adventurer, my grandmother is still in the forest, can you please save her? In the forest? I don't want to die. On the street, a girl wearing a red cloak was wandering among the crowd with a pitiful expression. If you encounter an adventurer with a weapon, you will go up and beg. Annie, many adventurers have disappeared into the forest recently, and no one will help you. Your grandma lives alone in the forest. She might have been eaten by wolves long ago. It's better not to waste your efforts. Several acquaintances of passers-by reluctantly tried to persuade him. Sir Adventurer, can you please save my grandma? The girl ignored it. Little girl, it's not impossible to help you, but what kind of reward can you give us? The two stopped adventurers asked with interest. I have gold coins. The girl carefully took out a gold coin from her pocket. This is all my money. What can you do with this little money? The first adventurer scolded with a ferocious look, looking at the delicate-looking girl with squinting eyes. I think you look pretty good. If you are willing to be my slave, I will help you save your grandma. Adventurer Sama, stop joking. Annie covered her chest with her hands and took a few steps back. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. It doesn't matter if a lonely old man is eaten by a wolf alone in the forest. The adventurer had a malicious smile on his face. Snapped. A hand suddenly came from behind. This brother is really destined. A faint voice sounded from behind, and the smile on the adventurer's face froze slightly. Rhodes' bright and sunny smiling face appeared in front of him. Aren't these the two adventurers who tried to steal my axe last time? What, they started bullying children today? No, we just feel sorry for her and want to help her. The adventurer stammered. The fear of being dominated by this horrible guy came back to me. By making a girl a slave, are you helping her? Then do you want me to help you too? Rhodes looked down at the two adventurers. There was a hint of coldness in the eyes under the shadow. Ha ha ha, I suddenly heard something happened. The adventurer was covered in cold sweat and was about to leave with a dry smile. Don't worry, I'll see you off. Rhodes grabs the shoulders with one hand, one in each hand. Terrifying power erupted, and the two adventurers flew through the sky like meteors. Two pieces of trash. Rhodes clapped his hands and looked at the girl in a red cloak. What's your name? Annie, everyone in the village calls me Little Red Riding Hood. The girl said timidly, looking at Rhodes with a scared look. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Rhodes had a bright smile on his face, and with the blessing of the power of the sun, he felt an inexplicable warmth that made people trust him. Anne looked at Rhodes' smile and couldn't help but think, this must be a warm and kind big brother. The fear in my heart quietly dissipated. You just said that your grandmother is in the forest, right? That's just right. I'm going to the forest. You can come with me. An excited smile appeared on the girl's face. Really? Rhodes nodded, but his face looked a little strange. Little Red Riding Hood, Grandma, the wolves. He must have fallen into a fairy tale world. Chapter 14. The quiet forest is filled with a strange atmosphere. A girl in a bright red cloak walked on the path in the forest with a very familiar look. Looking at the lively girl, Rhodes felt better. You seem familiar with what this place looks like. Of course, my grandma lives in the forest, and I come here every day to see her. Annie said matter-of-factly. You can rest assured that an old man lives in the forest by himself. This feels a bit weird. Grandma was driven out by the people in the village. The expression on Annie's face was a little sad. They said Grandma was a terrible wizard, so they banished her to the forest. Only Uncle Hunter, me and my other sister will come to visit Grandma often. You have a sister? Rhodes raised a brow. The Hunter, Grandma, and Little Red Riding Hood, this is obviously a fairy tale world. But why didn't he remember that Little Red Riding Hood had a sister? I don't know either. Grandma said it, but I have never seen that sister. Anne shook her head. The two people walked forward while talking. Gradually, it has penetrated deep into the center of the forest. Ouch! Suddenly a low wolf howl sounded in his ears. It's the big bad wolf. Annie turned pale with fear and huddled behind Rhodes. Rhodes narrowed his eyes and looked at the looming figure deep in the jungle. Grey fur, sharp fangs, and claws. A strong grey wolf was standing next to a big tree, watching them quietly. A pair of animalistic eyes filled with human brilliance. Rhodes frowned. I feel like this wolf's eyes are a little weird. It's not like a wild beast, but more like a benevolent elder looking at his descendants. Noticing Rhodes' gaze, the grey wolf's figure flashed and disappeared deep into the jungle in a few jumps. Running pretty fast. Rhodes muttered under his breath. Following the frightened Annie, they soon came to a cabin in the jungle. "Grandma! I'm coming!" Seeing the wooden house, Annie's face showed excitement and anxiety. "It's Annie! Come in!" An old voice came from inside the wooden house. Pushing open the door of the wooden house, the sight in front of me instantly became depressing. The dark room was filled with various medicinal herbs and animal parts. There was a crucible on the burning bonfire. The purple-black liquid in the boiler bubbled gurglingly, and a strange smell filled the air. An old woman in a black cloak was stirring the pot with a spoon. The face covered with pustules was ugly and ferocious, and the gloomy eyes looked a little crazy. "Hey, my good boy, here you bring a gift for Grandma again." The crazy old woman looked at Rhodes with a pair of gloomy eyes. "Grandma, stop joking, this is my friend." When she heard that it was not a gift, the old woman suddenly lost interest and continued to stir the contents of the pot. "Sir Adventurer, I'm so sorry, my grandma is like this." Anne was apologetic. "Fine." Rhodes stared at the murky liquid in the cauldron with interest on his face. "Able to mix potions, is this old woman really a witch? What's in here?" "Legicide," Grandma muttered nervously. Annie didn't take her grandmother's words to heart and walked over to persuade her in a low voice. "Grandma, there are many wolves in the forest now. You'd better come back to the village with me." "I can't leave, my medicine created wolves, only the medicine I made can kill wolves." Grandma continued to stir the crucible, her crazy tone making her sound like a crazy old woman. "Do you know where the wolf is?" Rhodes felt that this old woman might know something. "At night, the wolf appears." Crazy Grandma glanced at him, her crazy expression seemed to be much normal. But the next second, he became crazy again. "Grandmother!" Annie stamped her feet anxiously. "I will stay here all night, and if the wolf does not appear before daybreak, I will take your grandmother back to town." Rhodes took a look at the sky and decided to stay in the forest for the night. "At night, you will naturally know if this crazy grandma is lying. If there is no sign of the wolf, then kidnap this crazy old woman back to town." "Okay, just one night then." Anne could only agree to stay in the forest for one night. Night falls quietly. When the last ray of sunshine disappears from the sky, a loud howl sounded from deep in the jungle. Rustling. Rhodes in the room looked a little surprised. "It's really here." He looked out the window and saw grey wolves approaching slowly in the dark night. Rhodes also saw the strange wolf he met during the day. In the center of the wolf pack, he stood with his head held high like a wolf king, his scarlet eyes full of murderous aura. "Ouch!" The wolf king roared angrily, and all the wolves rushed towards the wooden house as if they had received an order. He, let's try my newly prepared wolf-killing potion." The crazy old woman took out a purple potion bottle and threw it among the wolves. Puff! The moment the potion landed, purple mist filled the air. The wolves shrouded in purple mist fell to the ground one by one and howled in pain. Like going crazy, he used his sharp claws to tear at his hair and flesh crazily. As hair and flesh fall off, the body changes like a deformation. Gradually, all the wolves turned into human appearances. "Uncle Butcher's family, adventurers," the young girl Anne said in a concise manner, with indescribable surprise in her eyes. "Why do these wolves suddenly turn into humans?" Purple mist filled the air and gradually enveloped the small forest. All the grey wolves turned into humans, but the Wolf King still stared at them with ferocious eyes. "The potion is still too weak and can only restore these secondary infected wolves." Crazy Grandma's tone was uncharacteristically calm. A ray of moonlight fell. Under the moonlight, the Wolf King suddenly stood up and howled to the sky. The hairy body transformed into a human form, turning into a werewolf with human body and head. "Uncle Hunter!" Anne's tone was full of surprise. Although this werewolf's face is covered with hair, his original appearance can be faintly seen. "I originally wanted to develop a magic potion that can make mushrooms grow quickly, but I used the wrong material and accidentally turned Andrew into this. You can maintain a certain amount of sanity during the day, but at night your wild nature will overwhelm your rationality and turn you into a werewolf." Crazy Grandma sighed. "Normally it's easy to say, but today is the night of the full moon. As he spoke, the hairy werewolf appeared in front of him like a ghost. Before Rhodes could make a move, a terrifying amount of magic power erupted next to him. But the source of this magic power is not the crazy grandma. Rhodes looked at Annie, who had fainted at some point and her body was floating in the air unconsciously. His eyes gradually became playful. Things are really getting interesting. Chapter 15. The violent magic is boiling. Annie's eyes were closed tightly, her body floating in midair unconsciously. Body and hair grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, she changed from a poor girl to a long-legged lady with long hair reaching her waist. Slim waist-length black hair, plump breasts, perky hips, and a slender waist. The red skirt, which was originally knee-length, barely covered her thighs, revealing a pair of long, well-proportioned legs. Annie, wearing a pair of red shoes, fell from the sky and slowly opened her eyes. The dark and deep eyes were filled with an aura of destruction and hatred. With a wave of one hand, terrifying magic power exploded. The werewolf that rushed towards him was frozen in the air. A mere beast. Anne held it with her empty hand, and the werewolf's body was twisted together like a twist. Annie, what is this? Rhodes raised his eyebrows. Anne felt a bit dangerous to him now. Probably equivalent to him after being blessed by the power of the sun in the early morning. With this level of power, Mushroom Town can easily disappear from the world. This is not Anne, this is Anna. The crazy grandmother next to her interrupted, her crazy eyes solemn. This is the sister who has two souls with Anne. It can also be said to be Anne's second personality. What the hell is dual personality? Rhodes felt a bit incomprehensible. Generally speaking, unless you have experienced some mental torture and blow, in order to avoid reality, a second personality will be born. With Annie's liveliness and cheerfulness, it's obvious that she doesn't look like she has experienced this. Our family is a witch family with a long tradition. Every woman born will awaken the power of witches in her blood. Seeing his doubts, the crazy grandma gave a rare explanation. A witch's power is inherited from her bloodline, and she is violent and crazy. If she cannot restrain this power with reason, her character will become extreme and crazy. Anne's mother was driven crazy and committed suicide because she could not control the violent magic in her blood. Rhodes rubbed his chin, thoughtfully. The power of a witch is inherited from the bloodline and does not need to be inherited or tempered. As she grows older, she is born to awaken and control it. But this force is violent and chaotic, and it also affects the mind. Moreover, only women can awaken the power of witches. Although powerful, these side effects can be daunting. In comparison, a mage's power is gained through his own practice and meditation. Although the process of gaining power is slow, it is easier to control. Then what's going on with Annie? Mentioning this matter, the crazy grandma couldn't help but have a flash of fear in her eyes. The power of her bloodline is the most powerful in our family for hundreds of years, even surpassing the ancestor. On the day her mother died, Anne was stimulated and awakened the power of the witch in her body. At that time, she was only 8 years old. The entire town was completely destroyed because of her awakening. Anne, who couldn't bear this blow, had a split personality. All her negative emotions merged with the power of the witch to create the second personality Anna. She is so powerful that she can only spend time in a deep sleep. Only when she encounters danger will Anna's personality wake up from her deep sleep. Rhodes nodded thoughtfully. If Anne is a lively and cheerful personality, then Anna is a collection of hatred and destruction. He hates everything in the world, but also possesses destructive power. Grandma, you talk too much. A pair of indifferent eyes forgot to come over. Anna was floating in the sky, and her body was enveloped by a dark storm that seemed like a substance. The rich destructive power made the crazy grandmother tremble. Although you're a little grumpy, I quite like the way you look. Rhodes couldn't help but admire. Long straight black hair, thick black eyeshadow, and standard world-weary makeup. The second personality Anna, with her cool face and perfect sexy body, is much more attractive than Anne's Lolita figure. Dirty guy. Anna looked at Rhodes with disgust. If you hadn't helped my cowardly sister, just your words would have been enough for me to kill you 10 times. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force of magic shot towards Rhodes. Stay away from Annie from now on. Rhodes twitched the corner of his mouth. One punch crushed the oncoming magic. Under the power of the law of love, no power of hatred or malice can have effect on him. Anne's second personality is itself a collection of negative emotions. In other words, all of Anna's attacks could not harm him. What else is there to be afraid of? With some strength, no wonder you dare to go deep into the forest alone. Anna was surprised for a moment when Rhodes blocked her casual attack. But then, an indescribable anger arose in his heart. With this level of power, you are not qualified to act unscrupulously in front of me. Boom! The dark tide of magic knocked Rhodes away. After breaking a dozen big trees in a row, he barely stopped. The strength is good, but it's a pity that it's a little weak. The clothes on his upper body were completely torn, and Rhodes, who was lying in the rubble, slowly stood up and patted his body, which was not injured at all. Is this your full strength? If it's only to this extent, I'm afraid you're not even qualified to hurt me. Rhodes chuckled, his tone unspeakably sarcastic. Presumptuous. Anna snorted coldly, and the deep magic power instantly turned her pupils into darkness. An even more terrifying force of destruction emerged from Anna. All power explodes without reservation. The terrifying power gathered together, continued to compress, and finally turned into a lightning spear. Boom! Thunder and lightning roared, and wherever the spear passed, the space was full of cracks like a mirror. No one will like a woman who is too willful. Rhodes made a false grab with one hand and crushed the lightning spear that came directly in front of him. Come forward quickly. One punch tore apart the dark force field around Anna. Grabbing Anna's incredibly pretty face with one hand. Body hunting. Take by force. A steady stream of magic power surged from Anna's body. Rhodes let out a long sigh of relief. Nice power. What did you do to me? Anna, who was just about to resist, felt like her power was pouring out like a dam that had opened its gates. In the blink of an eye, all the magic power was almost gone. I'm just borrowing your power for a moment. Rhodes snapped his fingers lightly. A series of dark chains emerged from the void, binding Anna's body and hanging halfway in the air. Sexy, captive, woman, chain, bondage. Too many elements. Now, do you want to change back, or do you want me to do something to you? Oh, I forgot, even if you change back, you seem to be able to feel what's going on outside. Rhodes raised his face full of indifference, his eyes a little playful. A flash of shame and anger flashed across Anna's cold face. Dirty! Dirty! You despicable man, I will remember you. If you dare to force Anna to do anything, I swear I will definitely kill you. Chapter 16. Run away now. Looking at the shrunken Anne, Rhodes curled his lips. This woman really can't take a joke. Fortunately, he also has a very playful face. Shouldn't a real witch be a seductive fairy like Succubus Fleur? One look can make a man so horny that he can't stop. Adventurer, what happened? Annie opened her eyes drowsily and looked at the werewolf that had been dealt with. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. You were scared to death just now, and the werewolf has been dealt with. Did you take action? The adventurer's strength is indeed trustworthy. Annie held her chest with both hands, a look of admiration on her face. Looking at Anne, who automatically pushed the credit to him, Rhodes didn't know what to say. I'm afraid you don't know how terrifying your second personality is. If he hadn't taken action, this werewolf's ashes would have been raised by you. That is to say, he is strong enough, but if he is any weaker, his brains will be beaten out. However, the problem was too complicated and he couldn't explain it. Only default. Wolves appear because someone is attacked by a hunter turned into a werewolf. Anyone attacked by a werewolf will turn into a wolf. Now that the werewolves have been dealt with, there will be no more wolves in Mushroom Town in the future. Rhodes said calmly. You don't have to persuade your grandma to move. Anne's face showed joy. Sir Adventurer, I really don't know how to thank you. Please accept this gold coin. Looking at the gold coin tightly held in Annie's hand. This gold coin was probably the most valuable thing in her body. Forget the gold coins, I don't lack these things. Rhodes turned around and waved his hand behind him. This adventurer, please wait a moment. The crazy old woman on the side spoke up and stopped Rhodes. Is something wrong? Rhodes tilted his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. I want you to take this kid on your way. Crazy Grandma's tone was rare and serious. Let her follow me? Why? Rhodes felt a little strange. What was going on with this inexplicable trust? This child's power is too powerful. If it gets out of control, the whole town will be destroyed, and even she herself will be turned into a madman by the witch's power. This child is the safest only if he is with you. To put it bluntly, I feel that he is strong enough to suppress Anne's second personality. If she wants it, I don't care. Rhodes thought of the two slaves beside him. One is enough to support, 3 is also enough to support, and there is no shortage of 2 more mouths to eat. As for this crazy old woman, there is no need to worry. Witches have a long lifespan, usually living for 300 to 500 years. This crazy witch is relatively young among witches. It's not a big problem to live another 100 or 200 years. With the methods of a witch, who dares to bully her? The crazy grandma took Annie back to the cabin and didn't know what she said. When Annie came out, she had already agreed to leave with Rhodes. Grandma, I will come back to see you. Annie waved to her grandmother and looked at Rhodes seriously. Adventurer Sama, please take good care of me in the future. From now on, you don't need to call me adventurer. Just call me Rhodes. Okay, Lord Rhodes. Looking at Anne who looked cute yet stubborn, Rhodes shrugged. Okay, whatever you want. Take Annie back to the hotel in Mushroom Town. In the hotel, Euphemia, who had woken up, lowered her head like a quail. The beautiful woman couldn't help but blush with guilt when she thought about Rhodes spending a whole night using the Thorn of the Sun in order to purify the demonic energy from her body. Are you okay? Why is your face so red? Rhodes looked at the blushing Euphemia with concern. Is it because the demonic energy hasn't been expelled yet? That's right. After all, this is the power of the devil. With my strength, it may be difficult to get rid of it all at once. Don't worry, I'll help you purify it for a few more hours later. After a few courses of treatment, it should be almost done. After all, Leon is my beloved relative, friend, and brother. If he knew that I had wronged his mother, I don't know how angry he would be. Looking at Rhodes's righteous words, the blush on Euphemia's face extended directly to her earlobes, and her body was trembling slightly. How many courses of treatment? Such a violent cleansing method. How could her body, which had been empty for so long, bear it? Actually, I'm already fine. Euphemia, you must listen to your master. Rhodes narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a bright smile. Euphemia suddenly stopped talking. She has not forgotten her current identity, just a slave. Rhodes is her master, and everything she owns belongs to him. No matter how excessive it is to her, she can only bear it. Her current life, compared to most slaves, can be considered happy. Moreover, it was good for her that the master spent his energy to help her purify the devil's pollution. She should be grateful. Looking at the well-behaved Euphemia, Rhodes was very satisfied. What he likes most about this woman is that she is sensible, docile, and obedient enough. Of course, software advantages are also a plus. He is now almost equal to Leon's stepfather, but Rhodes is not satisfied with this level of relationship. He planned to take the opportunity to sublimate this relationship a little more. For example, try hard and give him a half-brother and sister. Calling my father this way should not cause so much psychological burden. Of course, if you really meet this traitor. Rhodes could only promise that it wouldn't be so painful for him to leave. He doesn't have many shortcomings as a person. Holding a grudge counts as one. 4 people crammed into a room was indeed a bit too crowded. Moreover, it is very inconvenient for him to purify the demonic energy. Rhodes originally wanted to get a room next door, but Anne volunteered to invite Rhodes to live in her home. Rhodes thought for a moment and agreed. After a night of hard work, the Spear of the Sun became sharper and more proficient. Early the next morning, Rhodes directly ordered a large luxury carriage with a large sum of money. It can barely fit 4 people into it. Rub the flint and steel to summon the guards guarding the silver hoard. Tie the carriage to the dog guard. Run! Rhodes snapped his fingers, and the white vicious dog let out a dull growl. Hurrah! The carriage started running very fast. This speed is much faster than a carriage. After telling the white vicious dog the direction to go, Rhodes lay down in the carriage with satisfaction. Their next destination was Count Hamon's castle dozens of kilometers away. It can also be called the Kingdom of Hamon. A small country with a population of only tens of thousands. Earl Hamon, the lord of the Kingdom of Hamon, is said to be an old and fatuous king who has done many ridiculous things since he came to power. However, no matter how small a country is, it is still a country. The scale and living standards are simply not comparable to small towns like Mogo Town. Go straight north from the Kingdom of Hamon. It can take as little as half a month or as long as 1 or 2 months to reach the Kingdom of Ital. He has been fascinated by the beauty of Snow White for a long time. Even if you can't become Snow White's husband, you should at least take a look at her to make this time travel worthwhile. Chapter 17. The magic power taken by force is not as useful as imagined. On the carriage, Rhodes counted his current abilities. Of the 10 commandments of the demon clan, he only received the commandment of loving kindness. It's a defensive ability. Among the 7 deadly sins, he has acquired the ability to possess the sins of pride and greed. Compared to the magic power of the sun that rivals the gods at noon, there is also the commandment of loving kindness which has no solution. The ability to seize magic power seems ordinary. You can plunder other people's magic and strength for your own use, including the others' weapons, abilities, and physical strength, but the power you plunder cannot exceed your own upper limit. Moreover, the power that was robbed is still temporary. Once the power that was robbed disappears, oneself will also enter a period of weakness. Lots of side effects. The most powerful thing about the sin of greed, apart from the magic power, is that drinking the holy water gives you immortality. The immortal physique, combined with the effects of special artifacts, and the magic power of robbery are the basis for the power of the sin of greed. The magic power of snatching alone can only be regarded as a good ability. Thinking of this, Rhodes suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in yet today. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Get reward, Fountain of Life. Fountain of Life, spring water containing endless vitality. After taking it, you can obtain eternal life and an immortal body. Rhodes raised his eyelids. It really comes to whatever you want. After finding an excuse to get out of the car and drain the water, Rhodes quietly took out the cup of Fountain of Life. In the pure golden Holy Grail, a steady stream of water of life gushes out from the cup and falls to the ground. The cup is the carrier that carries the Fountain of Life. The real Fountain of Life is hidden in the cup. The liquid that flows out is nothing but spring water condensed with the pure vitality of the Fountain of Life. As the liquid drips, the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees grow rapidly as if they are receiving nutrients. In the blink of an eye, an entire forest becomes denser several times because of a few drops of water of life. Rhodes looked at the Fountain of Life and felt an indescribable strong desire in his heart. All the cells in the body are transmitting an urge to drink it. He has never been a person who knows how to restrain his desires. Gudong. Rhodes raised his head and poured the Fountain of Life from the cup directly into his mouth. The indescribable vitality spread throughout his body, transforming every cell in him. The remaining life essence overflows from the pores, and the surrounding environment is affected by this power. All the plants seemed to be alive, growing, and blooming rapidly. Rhodes reached up and cut a gash on his arm. In an instant, the wound healed directly, and even the blood didn't have time to flow out. Immortal body, eternal life. What many people dream of, he got it easily. In addition to his strength, his current life level is close to that of a god. Rhodes walked towards the carriage. Wherever he passed, all the plants gave way to a path as if they were alive. Lord Rhodes! What's going on with these plants? In the carriage, several women huddled in the corner, looking around with fear. Give it some water time. How could the small forest suddenly turn into a dense jungle? Do not worry about it. Rhodes didn't explain. Snapping his fingers, the bank guard pulled the carriage and moved on. The horse-drawn carriage rushes along the country road without stopping. As the afternoon approached, a huge castle loomed. So big! Anne poked her head out of the carriage, her lively face filled with wonder and admiration. It would be great if I could live here. The towering castle looks like a black giant standing in the open space. Countless soldiers wearing steel armor patrolled back and forth on the thick walls of the castle. As the essence of medieval feudal civilization, the existence of a castle is definitely the most important symbol to measure a noble's status. A castle is often a small country. From a castle, you can see how far civilization has developed in this era. The carriage arrived at the entrance of the castle. Monster! At the entrance of the castle, a group of heavily armed soldiers watched the approaching carriage warily. The giant dog pulling the cart was clearly a terrifying monster. "Don't be afraid, this is my servant." Rhodes stepped out of the carriage and said calmly. "Who are you?" Outsiders need to register and pay a silver coin entry fee when entering the city. Several soldiers took out the knight swords from their waists and looked at Rhodes solemnly. "I'm just a passing mage." Standing on the carriage, Rhodes had a hot ball of fire emerging from his hand. The high temperature from the power of the sun made several soldiers swallow their saliva and their whole bodies became hot. It turns out to be the distinguished mage. Seeing Rhodes summoning a ball of flame, the expressions of the soldiers guarding the door suddenly became respectful and humble. He took back the knight's sword, bowed, and opened the castle door in a flattering manner. "Master Mage, please come in." Rhodes walked back to the carriage calmly, not surprised by these soldiers who were arrogant at first and respectful at the other. The strong dominates the weak, and strength is truth. A mage who possesses magical power is definitely at the top of the food chain in this world. In terms of status, it even exceeds that of ordinary nobles. Even a king must treat powerful mages with courtesy. How could a group of ordinary soldiers dare to stop a distinguished mage? Collect money? I'm afraid I don't even want my life anymore. The carriage passed through the castle gate, and a road paved with gravel appeared in front of them. On both sides are buildings with luxuriously decorated shops. The lights were brightly lit in the busy tavern, and the owner of the blacksmith shop was hammering red-hot pig iron. The proprietress of the hotel was swaying her buttocks, and scantily clad women were soliciting customers in the dark alley. The civilians passing by seemed accustomed to this scene. There is order in the chaos. This is the main theme of this world. The streets are not very clean, there is rubbish everywhere. Rhodes didn't have much expectations for this backward era. As long as the floor isn't filled with excrement and people have nowhere to stay, that's fine. Fortunately, he traveled to this era. A few hundred years ago, even the castles of nobles were synonymous with filth. The world also has high heels. It is said that the upper-class nobles in the past invented this kind of shoes with high heels and soles because they often stepped on other people's excrement in the castle. Because it is not conducive to labor, it is only spread among the upper class. The hollow aristocratic long skirt has almost the same effect. "Come to 2 rooms." Rhodes walked into the hotel and left a gold coin on the counter. The dazzling gold coins immediately put a bright smile on the face of the landlady. Chapter 18. I politely declined the proprietress's suggestion that for an extra gold coin, I could enjoy a deeper exchange. Although the sexy boss lady still has charm, she is quite attractive both in figure and appearance. However, he still has the task of exorcising demons at night. There is no way to allocate the second energy to communicate with the boss lady in depth. The boss lady who was rejected was obviously a little disappointed. I didn't hook up with such a rich, strong, and handsome adventurer. Carry simple luggage to the hotel. Rhodes came to the tavern skillfully and ordered a drink. The easiest way to get familiar with a place is to walk around the pub. Although most adventurers are blowhards. But occasionally I hear something useful. Did you hear that the king invited a famous tailor to sew for him the most gorgeous dress in the northern kingdom? Isn't it just a piece of clothing? What a fuss! Shouldn't you be more worried about Jack than this? I heard that he has appeared in towns around the kingdom of Haman recently. Jack the Ripper? That perverted murderer who liked to slaughter young women. More than just killing women, haven't you heard that he killed all the believers, priests, and nuns of a holy church in Walnut Town? He was disemboweled, his entrails were taken out, and he was hung in the church like a rag doll. It was simply a devilish method. Just a simple narration made the noisy atmosphere of the entire tavern become silent. I heard that the Holy Church has put a huge reward on this damn murderous demon. Judges, demon hunters, ascetics, and I heard that a cardinal has been dispatched. With such a big battle, isn't Jack the Ripper doomed? Rhodes played with the wine glass and found it interesting. A murderer dares to provoke the Holy Church? Isn't this going to the toilet with a lantern and seeking death? The churches of this world are not spiritual sustenance. The Holy Church, the glorious God whom we believe in, is a real God. The Lord of the Northern Kingdoms, nearly half of the believers in the gods in the Shinra Empire believe in this God. Killing all the believers and priests in an entire church and hanging up the lights was more of a declaration of war than a provocation. It will definitely attract the wrath of the Holy Church and even the Shinra Empire. The Punishment Knights, the Inquisitor Legion, the Iron Cross Legion, and the Dervishes controlled by the Holy Empire. They are all composed of devout believers of the Holy Church and have strong combat power. To a certain extent, the Holy Church has the right to directly mobilize. After all, this is a world where kings have divine right. Even the Emperor of the Holy Empire needs to be baptized and recognized by the Pope before he can ascend to the throne. Seeing that there was no gossip to listen to, Rhodes threw down a gold coin and left. The doorbell rings. A middle-aged man wearing a black leather trench coat opened two shabby doors and walked in slowly. He has grey curly hair, black gloves on his hands, his half-naked upper body under the windbreaker is covered with black tattoos, and he wears a silver cross pendant on his chest. There is a sharp long sword at the waist and a grey crossbow on the back. His slightly glowing red eyes glanced around the tavern. Everyone couldn't help but lower their heads. A glass of rum. The man walked to an empty table with a normal expression and slapped a silver coin on the table. Witcher. This guy looks so familiar. Rhodes, who was about to leave when he heard the whispers in his ears, suddenly became interested. There was no rush to leave and he sat back directly. It should be right, the cross badge of the Holy Church, the exorcism mark tattoo of the demon hunter, and the exclusive demon hunting crossbow of the Holy Church. Have you seen his eyes? People who often deal with demons have eyes like this. I heard that if too many demons are killed and the eyes turn completely red, the demon hunter will become a demon transformer. The soul of the transformer is contaminated by the power of the devil, and he will become insane, kill innocent people indiscriminately, and even be more terrifying than the devil. Several adventurers who were drinking suddenly felt as if they had seen a ghost. Stay away. If this guy suddenly goes crazy, don't splatter their blood. Don't be afraid. Those demon hunters who have become transformers will be imprisoned by the Holy Church. They will only be released when they encounter powerful demons and die with them. Seeing how timid they were, the adventurer who spoke had a mocking look on his face. Witchers who can be placed outside by the Holy Church rarely become converts. Those demon hunters who have a chance of becoming transformers are the targets of key supervision. Even though he said that, no one dared to approach the man in leather. Even the waiter serving the wine was trembling. The man seemed to be used to this situation and didn't care at all. He just lowered his head and drank his wine. What's your name? Rhodes stood up, walked over, sat next to the man, and asked curiously. Aren't you afraid of me? The man raised his head and gave him a strange look. I've seen many things scarier than you. Who are you? Not to mention not turning into a demon, even if he becomes a demon, he can still destroy it. Rhodes took out a gold coin and threw it to the tavern owner. If you have a few more glasses of wine, I'll treat him to it. Okay. When the tavern owner saw the gold coins, he seemed to be intoxicated, and his eyes seemed to glow with gold. My name is Rhodes. Rhodes picked up the glass. Van Helsing. The man was silent for a moment and picked up the wine glass. Van Helsing. Rhodes raised his eyebrows. This name seemed a bit familiar. You know me? Van Helsing wondered that although he was somewhat famous, this name was only circulated in the circle of demon hunters. Famous. Rhodes shrugged without explaining. Do you want me to tell you that I have also watched a movie with you as the protagonist? Weirdo. Van Helsing murmured quietly, but he was in a good mood. Rhodes drank 2 glasses of wine and saw that the sky was getting dark, so he stood up and left. I found traces of demons in the kingdom of Haman. If nothing happens, leave here as soon as possible. Van Helsing's voice was so soft that Rhodes would have barely heard it if he hadn't been sitting next to him. Is this a reward for his invitation to drink? Thanks for reminding. Without stopping, Rhodes opened the door and left the tavern. Van Helsing shook his head. He had already said what needed to be said, and there was nothing he could do if he didn't listen. Demons are not that easy to deal with. What's more, this demon is different from other demons. After leaving the tavern, the sky was already a little dim, and it looked like there were still an hour or two before the sun set. Rhodes walked towards the hotel. Gradually, Rhodes stopped. Looking at the deserted streets, he still had that careless smile on his face. Van Helsing, you really have the mouth of a crow. Chapter 19. There was no one on the quiet street. A light mist came from the end of the street, completely covering the entire castle. Tap tap tap. Cold footsteps sounded, and a tall and thin figure slowly walked out of the mist. A tall top hat, a body as thin as dry wood, and a pair of bloodthirsty faces glowing scarlet under a pale mask. The nails on the 5 fingers of his left hand were as sharp and long as a sickle. Because so many people were slaughtered, the blade was stained red with blood. It is estimated that few people will not recognize this iconic look. This is the notorious murderer. Jack the Ripper, why are you targeting me? Rhodes rubbed his chin, feeling a little curious. Could this be the fate of the protagonist? Trouble follows him wherever he goes? Why don't you run away? Jack's voice was hoarse, like a knife scraping against glass. He stared at Rhodes with bloodthirsty eyes. Tap tap tap. The tall and thin figure approached slowly with unhurried steps. Slow pace, with indescribable pressure. The expression and body movements were like a wild animal teasing before catching its prey. I want to force the prey to escape and enjoy the process of the prey dying step by step in the desperate struggle. Rhodes stood there, as if looking at a clown. Escape? This word is not in his dictionary. It's daytime now. Before the sun sets, he is God. I hope your all-out efforts can interest me a little bit. Ants? Rhodes looked down at the approaching Jack. Under the shadow, a pair of pale golden eyes were filled with a color called arrogance. How can mortals make gods regress? Looking at that arrogant face, those bloodthirsty eyes seemed to be stimulated. The unspeakable rage made Jack's body tremble slightly. Why don't you run away? Puff. The cold claws tore apart Rhodes' chest. Rhodes blocked the power of the law of love and allowed Jack to tear his body apart. He wanted to test how powerful the immortal body brought by the fountain of life was. The flesh and blood on the chest was torn away, and all the internal organs were hollowed out by the crazy attack. Rhodes looked down at his own organs, a terrifying life force flowing through his limbs. The torn internal organs were regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jack's eyes under the mask suddenly opened wide, and he swung his claws faster in disbelief. However, Rhodes' body recovered too quickly. After a few breaths, all injuries on Rhodes' body were fully recovered. Jack's sharp claws tore his body apart, and before he could retract his claws, the wound that had just been torn had completely healed. The claws were stuck in the flesh, and Jack used a lot of force to pull the claws out of Rhodes' body. Are you giving up now? That's right. After all, your opponent is me, so despair is inevitable. Looking at Jack, who was motionless, Rhodes still had that careless smile on his face. Facing the enemy's attack, calmness is the greatest ridicule. Jack gritted his teeth. He had never seen such an arrogant person. In anger, there is deep powerlessness. Although I don't know who asked you to find me, standing under the sun, I am the embodiment of the sun and arrogance. The body exudes a radiance as bright as the sun. A blazing sun slowly rises at the fingertips. Under the sun, Rhodes transformed into the king in charge of the sun, with a look of indifference like a real god. Use your body to atone for this great sin that offended me. Boom! The sun is setting. Jack's body was burned up by the hot flames. Isn't it good to be alive? The surrounding fog slowly dissipated, and the noisy streets emerged before our eyes. Rhodes looked behind him. Van Helsing, holding the cross, looked like he was facing a powerful enemy. There's no need to be afraid. If I want to kill you, even your god can't save you. Is this guy a legend? Demigod? Van Helsing's tense heartstrings relaxed slightly. Although the words were a little arrogant, he still believed the meaning behind them. With such terrifying magic power, if you want to bring him back to the embrace of the God of Glory, it won't even take 3 seconds. However, this guy is a little too arrogant. He actually blasphemed the gods by talking about them. Van Helsing murmured in his heart, although he himself was not a very devout believer. However, if he dares to blaspheme the gods, won't this guy be afraid that his soul will be hung on the wall of blasphemy after his death? What was that just now? Rhodes was a little curious. The world that had just trapped him didn't look like a false world. The power of demons can distort space. You have just been pulled into a world created by demons. If it is a very powerful demon, it can even pull your soul into the abyss. Van Helsing said habitually. The world created by the devil is, in the final analysis, nothing more than a unique battlefield. When the demon is purified, the created world will naturally cease to exist. Of course, it would be a little troublesome if you were pulled into the abyss world. If you don't have enough strength, you will only be lost in the endless abyss in this life. Devil, is that the one just now? Rhodes was confused. If it is a demon, the believers who know how to kill the God of Glory can explain it. Demons are not devils, these things are full of destruction and bloodshed. All kinds of cruel blood sacrifice rituals are from the hands of demons. Cruel, bloody, and twisted rituals create souls full of hatred and fear. To the devil, this is the most delicious food. Jack the Ripper was just a slave created by the devil. I followed him for a long time just to find out the devil behind him. Now it seems that the demon should be in Haman's kingdom. Van Helsing looked at Rhodes strangely. But why would he send Jack after you? Maybe me being alive will disturb him. Rhodes gave a ha-ha. I thought that when I entered the city, I seemed to have revealed to the soldiers guarding the city gate that I was a mage. If that demon got his news from the soldiers guarding the city, sending Jack the Ripper to hunt him down is pretty easy to explain. Although I don't know why a demon would hide in a human city. However, since he went to such great lengths to hide his identity, there must be something up his sleeve. The existence of a mage might disrupt his plan. Speaking of which, I haven't seen a real demon yet. Rhodes muttered under his breath. As for Fleur, strictly speaking, she is not a pure devil, at most she is a half-demon. The other half of her bloodline is still a succubus. Succubi are one of the very few demons who have no desire for killing and blood. Compared to killing, he is better at playing with people's hearts, using his own body as a bargaining chip to attract humans and drain others of their energy and souls. Because they don't have much power, succubi are the lowest level monsters in the abyss. Also known as the shame of demons, they are not even regarded as the same kind by most demons. Chapter 20. However, the feeling of being kicked away casually as a roadblock is really unpleasant. Rhodes had a faint smile on his face. It felt like an unplanned passerby suddenly walked in while performing an important task. In order to carry out the mission perfectly, he shot the passerby to death. It's like crushing an ant in the way. He now has a feeling that he is this passerby. Under the blessing of the power of the sun, Rhodes, who had the blood of arrogance flowing in his bones, felt a fire rising from his heart. He is a human being, and he is also the sin of arrogance that stands at the pinnacle of countless races. He is the incarnation of the sun, rivals the gods, and rivals the gods in a mortal body. He can look down on the creatures here with arrogance. This is the favor bestowed upon him by the sun. When did anyone in this world dare to treat him as an insignificant chess piece? This is. What contempt, what arrogance! In the eyes filled with golden light, hot flames were burning. Van Helsing, who was standing aside, felt a little stressed out for no reason. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose, and the air seemed to be burning. Just getting closer made him feel like he was suffocating. It seems that the guy next to me is not alone, but a blazing sun. Why does this guy feel so dangerous all of a sudden? Fighting back the feeling of wanting to kneel down and surrender, Van Helsing found a reason to leave. We have to find a way to pull out the hidden guy and crush him to death. Rhodes' smile faded and he thought expressionlessly. He is good at everything, but he is a bit vindictive. If this guy doesn't die, he doesn't understand. Since you dare to send people to hunt him down, you must be prepared to face his wrath. He is not a devil. At most, he just invites the other party to enjoy some sunshine or something. Feel the heat of the sun. Then it was burned to ashes under the rays of the sun. However, the power of the fountain of life is indeed terrifying. No matter what degree of injury you receive, you can recover instantly. The battle with Jack just now was able to cause him a little damage at the beginning. In the end, Jack's attacks couldn't even match his body's ability to heal itself. Theoretically speaking, the greater the damage suffered, the more thoroughly the effect of the fountain of life will be exerted. Even if all the cells in his body are wiped out, as long as there is still a trace of life left, he can still regenerate a body under the effect of the fountain of life. Of course, the fountain of life only gave him immortality. His soul will still age. But as long as he doesn't suffer serious soul damage, it's easy to live for thousands of years with his soul power. Seeing the sky getting darker, Rhodes gathered his clothes and felt slightly chilly. The power of the sun gradually weakened, and he returned to the ordinary person with a strong vitality. This year's autumn and winter are destined to be very cold. Rhodes muttered under his breath. It feels a bit strange. It's only autumn now, not winter yet. Occasionally, the temperature contrasts, and it can even reach summer temperatures. It shouldn't be so cold. In his memory, although the cold waves in the past were also very cold, they were not as cold as this time period. Sometimes even when you wake up early in the morning, a light layer of frost will condense on the water. People who don't know think it's winter. If this situation continues, this year's cold wave will be more terrifying than in previous years. I don't know how many people will die in this cold wave. However, these should have nothing to do with him. The world is so big, even if he has any ideas, he can't do anything about it. Do you really want him to become a sun, hang in the sky, and bring warmth to people all over the world? He is the benefactor of the sun, not the beast that became the sun. The donkeys in the production team don't dare to use it like this. Sir, buy some matches. Don't buy it, don't buy it. Sir, would you like to buy matches? Very good matches, only a few copper coins. Go, go, don't delay my business. On the street, a girl wearing a thin red cloak held a basket and sold her matches pitifully. The passers-by and shop owners all looked indifferent. It's not that I don't have compassion in my heart, it's that I am powerless. This winter is too cold and it is destined to be a difficult winter. The crops in the fields are still some time away from maturity. If winter comes too early, they will have to rely on the surplus food at home to survive the long winter. Most civilians whose family conditions are relatively good save food and save food. Who doesn't have difficulty? Throughout Haman's kingdom, there were as many as 800 poor orphans like this in the slums. Even if Earl Haman opens the granary, it is impossible to save everyone through this winter. Even if I can help for one day, can I still help for the rest of my life? It's good to take care of yourself, but how can you still have the energy to take care of others? Sir, buy a box of matches. Rhodes looked down at the girl who reached up to his chest. Wearing thin clothes and a small red cloak, his thin body shivered in the cold wind, but he still worked hard to sell his matches. Those pure snow-like pupils exuded a light called hope. Even Rhodes couldn't help but feel ashamed when he saw these eyes. These eyes seemed to be the purest and cleanest things in the world. Any stray thoughts will stain it. A pure soul without any impurities. Rhodes was a little surprised. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and a person's character can be seen from his eyes. He didn't believe this at first. After all, if this is true, those movie stars who are full of stories on TV are not even good people. Total nonsense. Nonsense. But now, he suddenly believed it. He looked at the girl who was shivering but still looking at him with a smile on her face. Rhodes couldn't help but sigh. Although he is not a good person, he can occasionally be uncontrollably soft-hearted. Whether this kind of kindness is considered the Holy Mother, he himself can't say for sure. Human beings are such complex creatures. One second he might decisively massacre a group of innocent civilians. The next second, he would show mercy to a begging orphan. Good and evil are human nature. I bought all your matches. Rhodes took out a gold coin from his pocket and threw it into the basket. The girl who thought she would be rejected again suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. The little match girl, I wonder if I can change your destiny. In the world of fairy tales, most stories end perfectly with a happy ending. But there are occasional exceptions. For example, the little match girl froze to death in a cold winter, and her soul followed her grandmother to a paradise without pain. However, no matter how beautiful it is, it cannot change the tragic fact. Chapter 21. Sir, you can't use these many matches. Besides, my matches are very cheap and don't cost so much. The girl in red stretched out her cold and trembling hands. Carefully picking up the gold coin, which was several times more valuable than all her belongings put together. There was indescribable longing in his eyes. If she had this gold coin, she could spend this winter well. No need to live in a cold slum with drafty rooms on several sides, thinking about what to eat for the next meal. Although he was extremely longing in his heart, he still firmly handed the gold coin back to Rhodes. I gave you this one to buy matches. Rhodes did not reach out, but instead took out another gold coin from his pocket. As for this one, it is my reward for your honesty. Rhodes handed all 2 gold coins into the girl's hands. Take the basket of exquisitely packaged matches. Beautiful matches. In my eyes they are worth more than 2 gold coins. He looked at the girl who was hesitant to speak. Rhodes smiled and comforted. This money is just a meal to me. Even the waiter in the tavern will give a few gold coins as a reward when I am in a good mood. If you feel you can't live with it, just use the extra money to help those poor orphans like you. Too much money can sometimes lead to disaster and covetousness. He gave her 2 gold coins so that the girl could spend the winter well. If he gave her a bag of gold coins, the girl in red would probably not survive the night. He once offered a gold coin in a tavern, which aroused the greed of 2 adventurers. There are many people who would take risks for a bag of gold. Sir, you are a good man. My name is Brittany, and I will always remember your kindness today. Brittany held 2 gold coins in her hands, her face full of gratitude. Rhodes waved his hand and walked towards the hotel with a basket of matches. This kind gentleman, although I don't know why you are helping her, for the sake of your own life, I advise you to stay away from this girl in the future. When passing by a tailor shop, a middle-aged woman sitting at the door doing nothing persuaded her in a low voice. According to what you said, getting too close to her will put your life in danger. Rhodes paused and became interested. He felt that the owner of the tailor shop might know some secrets that he didn't know. This girl is cursed by the devil. She is destined to live a life of poverty and hunger, and anyone who comes near her will suffer misfortune. Tell me carefully. Rhodes had a look on his face that said he wanted to hear more. The owner of the tailor shop didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But after Rhodes took out a gold coin, his expression immediately became more enthusiastic. There was no way, he really gave too much, and it was impossible to refuse. Facts have proven that you can really do anything you want with money. This little girl's parents died very early. She grew up with her grandmother. Her grandmother also died a few years ago. The little girl makes a living by selling matches. Many people saw how pitiful she was and couldn't help but help her. At first, she was nothing special. Many people liked this sensible child. But soon something strange happened. No matter how much money she had on her, she would be lost. It was not stolen, but disappeared inexplicably. Moreover, those who help her will have all kinds of accidents around them, ranging from being very unlucky to having their hands and feet broken in severe cases. Tisk. What is this called? The evil star in the fairy tale world? Any fool can see that there must be something wrong here. No one told her about this. I told her, but it was of no use. She would forget about it every other day. The owner of the tailor shop shook his head helplessly. It would be nice if you told me it would be useful. Did you forget it, or did someone deliberately delete this memory? Rhodes rubbed his chin. What kind of thing can have the ability to tamper with other people's memories and thoughts at will? Except for some rare deformed mutants. It seems that the most famous one is the devil. Although there is only one word difference between devil and devil, they are indeed two completely different races. The latter lives on blood and destruction, and is known for its weirdness and evil. The former is more like a businessman. It's just a group of profiteers. The devil is good at playing with other people's minds and weaving various contract traps until the target willingly walks into his trap step by step. The only thing that is the same is that the devil and the demon's favorite thing are souls. However, demons like souls filled with hatred and fear. The devil's taste is more picky, relatively speaking, he prefers high-quality souls that are rare in number. First it was the devil, now it's the devil's turn. Where the fart is bigger, there will be a lot of trouble. The corners of Rhodes' mouth raised slightly, this was interesting. He stretched out and walked in the direction of the hotel. He didn't care what his conspiracy was, let's talk about it tomorrow. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is just a decoration. Back at the hotel, the lights in the room were dim. Euphemia, dressed in pajamas, sat on the edge of the bed with her head lowered, waiting for the demonic energy from her master to purify her. Stirring fingers, nervous mood, and even a little anticipation in my heart. The demonic energy in your body has been almost purified. The remaining demonic energy is hidden deeply and is very stubborn and difficult to remove. Rhodes checked the remaining demonic energy in Euphemia's body and said in a deep voice with a straight face. Euphemia was slightly flustered. This was the first time she saw her master with such a serious expression. Then, what should we do? Nowadays, it is difficult to cure the residual evil energy in your body by just using ordinary purification methods. It is best to treat it both internally and externally. During external physical therapy, you can also take holy water internally to exorcise demons. Taking holy water internally. Euphemia's eyes widened. Although he didn't quite understand, he was filled with shock. Holy water is not sprinkled inside and outside the body, how can it be taken internally? Yes, taking holy water has the effect of exorcising demons. Rhodes said seriously. Fountain of life equals holy spring. The spring water of the fountain of life equals holy water. He took the fountain of life, so he equals holy fountain. A standard formula was automatically converted into a set of formulas in his mind, and Rhodes' confidence in completely purifying the demonic energy increased a lot. After taking the fountain of life, he is no longer what he used to be. You must now kneel on the ground with a devout heart and pray. Rhodes directs Euphemia in the most correct way of purification. In this world, there are gods, and if you are pious enough, the gods will naturally send you blessings. I wonder if the sun is considered a god? Rhodes thought about it and felt that he should be considered a kind of god. Gods, holy water, and the need to purify evil spirits are all there. Be good, open your mouth. Chapter 22. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Reward, the 10 Commandments, true. The commandment of truth, those who tell lies and break promises will be petrified. Another very targeted commandment. Rhodes scratched his head and got up from the bed. The commandments of truth are powerful, but only against those who lie and break their promises. This commandment is of no use if you meet a person who does not lie. More importantly, people who hold this commandment cannot make others lie through verbal coaxing. Because the true commandments are also valid for yourself. Overall evaluation, useless. It can't be said that it is useless, it can only be said that it is of no use during combat. Unless the enemy gives you a chance to escape. After getting dressed, she looked at Euphemia who fell asleep after a night of purification. Although the process is a bit tiring, the purification results are still good. After a few more courses of purification, the evil spirit will almost be eliminated. On the street, a girl in red clothes was still selling her matches hard. "Sir, it's you." Brittany had a huge smile on her face when she saw Rhodes. "Do you still have the gold coins I gave you?" Rhodes asked, rubbing his chin. "Lost." Brittany looked sad. "Sure enough, as expected." Rhodes rubbed his chin and took out 2 more gold coins from his pocket, still in the basket. From now on, I will keep all your matches. Gold coins disappear? It doesn't matter, he doesn't have much of anything, he just has a lot of gold coins. He really wanted to see what was behind it. Without giving the little girl a chance to refuse, Rhodes waved his hand and left with a basket of matches. Let me see what you have got. Rhodes took out a box of matches and struck a spark. Watching the match disappear in the firelight, there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. Anyone who comes close to this little girl will suffer disaster? He really didn't believe this evil. If he really has this ability, let him see it. He had just taken 2 steps when a flower pot above his head suddenly fell down. It hit Rhodes straight on the head. The huge flower pot was half a person's height. If an ordinary person was hit by the flower pot, both lives would be lost. Before the fallen flower pot landed on his head, it turned into ashes and floated away in the terrifying heat. Then, at the corner of the street, a speeding carriage rushed over. Quickly give way. My horse won't obey you. The groom on the carriage pulled hard on the reins, seeing that the violent horse was about to hit Rhodes. The groom couldn't help but close his eyes, as if he could already imagine the scene of blood splattering everywhere. Zilulu! The fierce horse with red eyes neighed. The struggling head was held down by Rhodes with one hand, making it difficult to move. Beast, do you also want to be my enemy? Rhodes glanced over, his golden pupils burning with fire. The violent horse suddenly became quiet. Kneeling down on the front knee, looking at Rhodes with a hint of fear in his eyes. Is this the only way? Rhodes looked at the sky expressionlessly, with undisguised arrogance in his cold expression. He really thought highly of this guy who didn't even dare to show his face. I originally wanted to leave today, but it seems I can only delay for 2 days. Now that I am leaving in despair, I always feel like I am holding a breath in my heart. At least, we have to deal with the demon hiding behind her and the ghost spying on Brittany. Only then could he exhale the breath in his heart. Who is the prey and who is the hunter? Then we have to see who is stronger. If there is one, it's best not to let me find it. As long as he finds it, he will die. Rhodes walked around the castle and found a black market in a remote corner. A place like the black market is nothing more than slave trading and other things that are not on the table. Rhodes walked around but couldn't find anything of interest. Although there were many slave traders, most of them sold coolies and serfs. There are always only a few slaves with outstanding looks like that. Of course, the price of such coolie slaves is relatively cheap. You can buy one for a dozen or 20 gold coins. Rhodes even saw a slave trader selling magical creatures. There were a few goblins obtained from who knows where, and a kobold. Goblins reproduce quickly, but their strength is not very good. They are timid and bully the weak and fear the strong. However, they also have a distant relative called the Dark Goblin. Compared with ordinary goblins, Dark Goblins are more bloodthirsty and cruel, and they like to prey on females of other races for reproduction. It can be regarded as a group where everyone shouts and beats. As for the kobolds, they are a branch of the Orc clan. They are hard-working and good at mining. They are all worthless things, but the price is a little more expensive than ordinary slaves. After all, in the Northern Kingdom, the number of such monsters is still quite rare. It is somewhat of a rarity. There's no one selling elves either. Rhodes clicked his tongue. The elves have a long lifespan and are famous for their beauty. They are one of the favorite slaves of all nobles. Unfortunately, the elves are scarce in number and powerful, and most of them live in the forest of elves and never go out. Even if there are slave traders who risk their lives and run to the elf forest to capture the elves, there are only a few who can catch the elves. Therefore, the number of elven slaves circulating in the market is very scarce. Once it appears, it will be auctioned off by the nobles at a large price. If you want to get an elf slave, besides having money, the most important thing is luck. Of course, he can also go to the elf forest to capture it himself. But considering the distance of the elf forest, Rhodes gave up the idea. The location of the elf forest is on the border between the northern kingdoms and the southern kingdoms. To reach the elf forest, you need to traverse the entire northern kingdoms. Just thinking about it made him feel big. However, owning an elf slave is indeed every man's biggest dream. King Haemon's new clothes have been made. I heard that he will parade around the castle tomorrow to show off his new clothes. I don't know what to show for a shabby dress. Leaving the black market, the streets were filled with civilians discussing Count Hamon's new clothes. Anyway, this Earl has done more than one stupid thing. Most people were used to it, only Rhodes felt something was wrong. This time is a bit too coincidental. Snowing. Suddenly, a snowflake fell from before my eyes. This year's snow came 2 months early. Feeling the biting cold wind, Rhodes seemed to be able to think about it. This night will be extremely cold. All the filth will be covered with snow. Chapter 23. It was dark. Snowflakes covered the ground. There was an icy chill in the air. The little girl in thin clothes was huddled in the corner and shivering. The gold coin given by Mr. Nice Guy has been lost again. Brittany, why are you so useless? Looking at the square buildings that shone with light and warmth, Brittany's eyes flashed with envy. With trembling hands, he took out the last box of matches from his pocket. Wow! The flame lit up, bringing some warmth. Soon, this faint warmth slowly disappeared. The desire for warmth made Brittany light the second match. Burnt-out sticks were piled all over the floor, and there was only one match left in the box. With trembling blue fingers, he lit the last match. In the flickering firelight, steady footsteps sounded. Brittany raised her grey eyes and looked through the flames toward the direction of the sound. In the darkness, a white-haired old man walked slowly. With a loving smile on his face, he slowly stretched out a hand towards her. "My good boy, what do you wish for?" "Grandmother." Brittany muttered softly, her eyes gradually blurring. "I want, to a place where there is no hunger or cold." "Good boy, then sign this contract." The kind grandmother smiled and took out a parchment and handed it to the girl. Under the flickering oil lamp, the old man's shadow seemed a little distorted. "Sign it. After signing it, you will be away from all pain and hunger. Grandma will take you to a world without pain." The light and fluttering voice was filled with indescribable bewitchment. The girl, whose vision was blurry, raised her fingers tremblingly. "I just said, who would shamelessly embarrass a poor child? It turns out to be the devil." A light voice sounded. The kind smile on Grandma's face slowly disappeared. He slowly looked behind him. Rhodes, who was wearing a fur cloak, was half leaning against the wall, looking at the big and small with a smile. "Gentlemen." Brittany's confused eyes regained consciousness, and she was obviously a little surprised to see Rhodes. "I subconsciously wanted to introduce it. This is my grandma, she." Brittany's voice paused and suddenly she heard that her grandmother had died a few years ago. "She's dead, right?" Rhodes twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at the expressionless old woman. "Why, you haven't revealed your true identity yet. Do you want me to do it myself?" The expression on the old woman's face gradually turned ferocious, and she looked at Rhodes with a vicious expression. "Human, I shouldn't have offended you, right? No, I just feel a little uncomfortable with people bullying children." Rhodes shrugged. "There is nothing to do with you here. Leave now. I will treat you as if you never showed up." The old woman's tone was cold and filled with unspeakable threats. "Are you threatening me?" The smile on Rhodes' face slowly disappeared, and a violent power gradually emerged from his body. "I'm not threatening, just a friendly warning." The devil's voice softened slightly. "This child has nothing to do with you, so why bother making an enemy of me for an outsider? As long as you don't interfere, you will be a friend of our devil clan." "Sounds very tempting." Rhodes raised his eyebrows in disbelief, looking at the devil in human skin with a playful look. "But are you worthy of negotiating terms with me? Get lost now. I'll pretend you never showed up. If you don't get lost, just stay here." The devil's voice suddenly became deeper. "Then you and this little girl will become my collection together. Call." A pair of huge bat wings emerged from the back, and the human body was torn apart from the inside by a pair of sharp claws. A devil, covered in flesh and blood without skin, with flames coming out of his head, crawled out of his shell. There are 2 huge long horns on its head, and a flame is swaying at the end of its tail behind it. The bat wings spread out, and an overwhelming shadow enveloped the entire box. The devil looked at Rhodes with ferocious eyes. Wait a moment. Do you regret it? Then get out of here. I just want to make sure that if I don't get out, don't you want to share life and death with me here, and only one of you can leave alive? Rhodes asked in an incomprehensible tone. Although creatures like devils have weird abilities, they are not as powerful as demons. Compared with strength, what they are better at is conspiracy. Of course, he is most famous for his means of escape. If a devil wants to escape, he can't stop him now. The devil rolled his eyes, and a trace of treachery flashed in his eyes. That's right, I'm going to decide this little girl's soul. If you don't get out, only one of you and I will be able to leave here alive. If you're scared, get out of here right now. They devils are not those reckless devils. They are playing with their brains. If they can solve problems without fighting, why do they have to work so hard? What's more, it can't be sure of this guy's strength. If it encounters a tough situation, it will be the one that suffers. It would be great if you could scare him away. Your words are enough, now we can start fighting. Rhodes twitched the corners of his mouth, and his bright smile made the devil feel inexplicably tingly. I always felt like something was wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it for a while. Hunting. Rhodes was well prepared, but he had no intention of arguing with this devil anymore. With a flick of his finger, the magic power of robbery was activated. The devil felt that he had been tricked, and his face was full of anger. I was about to get angry, but I felt my strength disappearing rapidly. It was as if it had been snatched away from the body by a pair of invisible hands. Language, mind, confusion, space, distortion, hallucination, disaster. Your devil's power is really complicated. Looking at the astonished and frightened devil, Rhodes slowly stretched. The figure flashed, like a hunting cheetah, appearing in front of the devil. Punch out hard. The devil's eyes were dazzled, he could barely keep up with his speed, and raised his hands to resist. As a result, he was directly knocked away by a terrifying force. Like a dead body, it fell against the wooden pole on the roadside. Tap tap tap. Under the light, the shadows lengthen. Rhodes walked towards him slowly and leisurely with a pressing step. We agreed that only one person can leave alive, so don't run away. Devil. Grinning, his 2 rows of sharp teeth made the devil shiver. Who is the devil between the two of them? Damn human, you are so stupid. I am the devil. Lies and cunning are my nature. How can I keep my promise with you, a human? The devil climbed up and taunted loudly. Spreading a pair of wings, he flew directly into the sky. This human being is too evil. If he continues to fight, he will definitely die. It's better to sneak away first. The devil randomly found a direction and flew over at the fastest speed in his life. This stupid human being will come back to you sooner or later when my power is restored. The devil fled quickly, looking at the castle behind him with hatred in his eyes. Strange, why did your body suddenly become so heavy? Suddenly, the devil felt his speed slow down, and then his body gradually became stiff. No, why can't I move? The devil, filled with fear, couldn't help but glance down. Only a trace of grayish-white was seen, spreading upward from the sole of the foot. Within a few breaths, the grey color had spread to his wings. The demon, whose wings were completely petrified, fell from the sky in despair. Snapped. A crisp sound. The petrified body was torn apart. Why bother when you are seeking your own death? Rhodes stood there, looking at the devil that was smashed into pieces, and shook his head in pity. By lying and breaking promises in front of him, do you really think that his true commandments are just a show? There is no hope, he is dead. There are no corpses, just bury them. Chapter 24. Is it okay? Rhodes took off his fur cloak and covered the girl's body. The warm cloak gradually warmed Brittany's cold body. I'm fine, Mr. Rhodes. Brittany, who was in shock, shook her head, her eyes a little disappointed. She thought she saw her grandmother, but she didn't expect it to be the devil in disguise. The devil's cunning and hypocrisy are well known. If it hadn't been for Rhodes, she might have sold her soul to the devil. However, the devil was not lying to her. If the devil takes away her soul, she will naturally not feel the pain and cold. Why don't you go home? Rhodes frowned. It's unbearable to think of wandering alone outside in such cold weather. I don't have a home anymore. Brittany shook her head. Rhodes understood immediately. Places like slums are places of chaos and helplessness. This winter came too suddenly. In order to survive, people in the slums can only steal supplies from other people. This little girl must have been kicked out of her home. Just follow me from now on. Rhodes thought about it and decided to take the little girl away. A pure and flawless soul may not appear even in 100,000 people. In the eyes of devils and demons, this child is a delicious piece of meat. I don't know how many devils will secretly covet her soul. If left here, he probably wouldn't survive to adulthood. Thank you, sir. It is my greatest luck to be your slave. Brittany's face was filled with gratitude. Slave? Rhodes raised his eyebrows, wondering if this little girl had misunderstood something. However, he didn't bother to explain. With him, it makes no difference whether you are a slave or not. He is not a slave owner from the old days who would exploit slave labor. Taking Brittany out of the alley, a figure suddenly blocked the way. Give that child to me. A low, magnetic voice with an indescribable temptation. A woman with her hair tied back stepped out of the shadow of the oil lamp. Wearing a fiery red dress with a deep V-neck design on the chest, it barely covered her vitals. The lower body is a pair of black leather pants, black stockings with python-like patterns, and a pair of red high heels. The woman is beautiful and has a completely Western face. She has a perfect figure, proud breasts, a perky butt, and especially a pair of impeccably beautiful legs that are even more eye-catching. Are you ordering me? Rhodes squinted his eyes, his cold eyes gleaming with danger. Although I am amazed by the woman's dress. That beautiful and charming temperament, bold and slightly revealing clothing, this was the first time he had seen such a wild woman since he traveled through time. However, no one in this world is qualified to dominate him. So what? The woman pursed her lips and smiled slightly. The fiery red hair burned like a flame, the enchanting eyes narrowed slightly, and the whole body was enveloped in a violent flame element. The look in Rhodes's eyes was full of provocation and temptation. Then let's see if you have the strength to take someone away from me. Rhodes touched his nose but said nothing. The arrogance in his calm eyes was like looking at an ant. Arrogant man. The woman snorted coldly, and her aura suddenly became violent. Then I will cripple you and then take you away. Without any warning, the woman suddenly went all offensive. The violent flame power boiled and turned into a huge fire dragon, engulfing Rhodes. Are all fire mages such irritable characters? Looking at the woman who got into a fight over a disagreement, Rhodes looked slightly speechless. Boom! The flame turned into a dragon and swallowed Rhodes whole. This guy, why don't you hide? The woman frowned, and the power of the flames slowly weakened. It's a very hot flame. Rhodes shook his burned arm, and the black marks on his skin turned into new flesh at a speed visible to the naked eye. This exaggerated resilience. Seeing that she recovered so quickly, the woman's face showed a slight look of surprise. This level of resilience is rare even in those powerful magical creatures. Let alone a human being. What the hell are you? Me? Just one person. Rhodes stretched his muscles and extended a hand to the woman with cold eyes. A man who stands at the pinnacle of all races. Hunting. The magic of robbery. Arrogant guy, what a loud tone. The woman snorted coldly. She had never seen such an arrogant guy before. Standing at the pinnacle of all races? I am afraid that only the gods dare to have such a loud tone. The next second, the woman's expression changed. What did you do to me? She felt that the magic power in her body was like a dam that had opened its gates, flowing out continuously. In the blink of an eye, half of the magic power disappeared. Of course, let me borrow your power. Rhodes grinned wildly. Violent magic power surged in the body, and fiery red lines appeared on the skin, as if magma-like magic power flowed in the lines. With a wave of his hand, the flame elements gathered together and turned into a flame windbreaker draped around his body. Since you can hurt me, I'll try not to make your loss too ugly. He is empowered by the commandment of loving kindness. No one with hatred or malice can harm him. This woman can hurt him, so naturally she cannot be treated as an ordinary enemy. Boom! The violent flames exploded, and the expression on the woman's face was ugly. The stronger the person, the harder it is to defeat himself. What she is encountering now is this embarrassing situation. Her power is too strong, and even she can barely resist it. The current battle is about each other's strength, to see who can consume the other's magic power first. However, this guy used the power he stole from her, and in the end she was the only one who suffered. Use my power against me, you shameful thief. Whoever has the power, that's his power. Don't you think it's too ugly to say this now? Rhodes leisurely cast powerful spells one after another. The terrifying magic power fluctuations rendered the sky above the entire castle bright. Naturally, he wrested these magic powers from this woman. Tell me your purpose proactively, or wait until I trample you under my feet and then give me an honest explanation. Rhodes asked with a smile. If this woman doesn't cooperate, he doesn't mind crushing her pride in person and then listening to her explain. A hole. The woman took a deep breath and suddenly stopped all attacks. She knew that if she continued to fight like this, she would definitely lose. This man's power is just too shameless. Upon seeing this, Rhodes also restrained the raging fire magic power on his body. I am Yulia, the legendary mage worshipped by the Shinra Empire. I came here to follow the guidance of the prophet and find someone. She is my destined disciple. The woman looked at Brittany, who looked timid. Chapter 25. Prophet. He knew this. There are gods spreading faith in this world. In addition to the God of glory, there are also various powerful gods. For example, the God of death who can harvest souls and decide the life and death of all living beings. The God of life who governs life. The goddess of fertility who makes all things harvest abundant and plants grow and bloom. Among them, there are some mysterious gods with few followers but powerful powers. Such as the Lord of Pale and Mist, the God of Justice and Contractual Judgment, and the three goddesses of fate. Believers who believe in the God of Destiny, if their intuition is strong enough, will be given the ability to peek into the future by the three goddesses of fate. Such people are also called prophets. However, the predicted future is not fixed or certain. Peering into the future is like peering into the fog to see the direction of the world. The future that a prophet can peek into is only the most likely one among countless futures. It is very likely that in the development of a certain future timeline, Brittany will become Yulia's disciple. However, this is not an inevitable result. Just like he is now preventing Brittany from being accepted as a disciple by this woman, this future will naturally be denied. However, Rhodes does not decide other people's future hobbies without authorization. He looked at Brittany next to him. What do you think? I am Master Rhodes's slave, and I obey Master in everything. Brittany's little eyes were firm. It is natural that he has taken his status as a slave. Although Rhodes didn't admit it, in her heart, she was now Lord Rhodes' slave. This kind man saved her soul from the devil. She willingly became Lord Rhodes' slave. If she follows you, she will only waste her talent. If she becomes my disciple, I will train her to be the most outstanding flame mage. Yulia couldn't help but speak. She didn't want such an outstanding mage seed to be buried here. According to the prophet's prediction, this child will be the most powerful flame mage in the Shinra Empire in the future. Rhodes touched his chin and glanced at Brittany, who was staring blankly. A pair of bright eyes full of longing. Any poor person living at the bottom of society cannot resist the temptation to become a mage. Once you become a mage, it means that you will enter the aristocratic class and completely start a new life. Especially after seeing the legendary peak fighting power between Rhodes and Yulia. The seeds of desire for power have long been buried in my heart. Although what you said makes sense, why do you think you can teach me better than me? Rhodes rubbed his chin. A good-for-nothing mage who couldn't even beat him at night said he could teach better disciples than him. It feels like a student who graduated from Pheasant University says that he knows better about studying than top students from Tsinghua University and Peking University. For the sake of my good mood, get out of here. Rhodes said lazily. He was confident that if this kid stayed by his side, he would be able to crush this so-called legend sooner or later. Incomprehensible. Yulia's face turned red with anger. How could you decide her future so selfishly? Only the imperial capital is her stage. Rhodes ignored her. This is her decision, and it is also my decision. As for you, go wherever you need to go. Imperial capital? The cradle of the strong? A group of trash who can't even resist a finger of his. If they hang out with this kind of trash for a long time, they will only become trash. That's right, strength does not equal ability. Although he can't teach students, he has many ways to make this child stronger. The worst case scenario is to tie up a mage to help him teach his students. Isn't it the same as the mage he kidnapped to teach the students and himself teaching the students? Rhodes thought, looking at Yulia, who looked angry. Rubbing his chin, his eyes gradually became weird. What are you looking at? Yulia was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It was really the look in this guy's eyes that made her feel offended. I suddenly changed my mind. Rhodes moved his shoulders and slowly extended his fingers forward. You should stay as a tool for me. Hunting. Take by force. Mean. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yulia was completely subdued, bruised and swollen, tied into a ball, stuffed with a ball of socks in her mouth and thrown into the corner. Just now, was that the power of the legendary mage to fight? In the palace, a tall and thin figure looked at the light in the castle. Under the light, there was a pale and thin face, with golden hair slightly rolled up, and pupils glowing with turbid scarlet. A man dressed as a tailor picked up a pair of sharp scissors and cut out the skin of the unknown creature in front of him. Skillfully sewn onto another piece of skin. Vaguely, the skins of countless different monsters pieced together into a twisted demon body. Hurry, hurry! Looking at the work that only the last step was left to complete, the tailor's eyes were filled with madness. Tomorrow at noon, my lord will come to this world. Everything will be shrouded in the glory of my lord. The god of glory? The evil god will definitely be expelled by the glory of my lord. What a legendary mage! Under the glory of the lord, everything is vain. Only pain lasts forever. And he, as the priest of the evil god, will become the new ruler of this world ruled by demons. Tailor, how are you preparing the earl's new clothes? Tomorrow, the earl will show off this dress in front of all his subjects, so there must be no mistakes. A palace guard walked over with an arrogant expression. He didn't seem to notice anything in the house. The feverish expression on the tailor's face returned to normal, revealing a meek and humble expression. Please rest assured, Lord Earl, the dress is basically ready. There will definitely be no accidents tomorrow. However, there is still something missing. Looking at the troubled tailor, the guard frowned slightly. Why am I only remembering such a crucial thing now? There must be no flaws in the Earl's dress. If anything is missing, I will have someone look for it right away. It's not something important. It just lacks some souls full of pain and hatred as sacrifices for the coming of our Lord. Puff! The guard, whose face was filled with fear, fell into a pool of blood. The tailor wiped the dagger in his hand expressionlessly. Kill everyone in the entire palace, and you should be able to collect the sacrifices for my lord. As for the untouchables in this castle, let them be the first gift after my lord's arrival. The tailor sighed. It's a pity that that guy Jack was killed. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to take action himself. That damn mage, since you killed my servant, use your own body to compensate. That night, the palace was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The devil's body soaked in blood became even more strange and ferocious, as if it might come back to life at any time. Chapter 26. If you want me to let go, you must swear to me that you will not leave secretly. In the hotel, Rhodes crossed his legs. Yulia was tied into a rice dumpling on the ground in front of her, flopping on the ground like a maggot. As for why she was tied up like this, it was nothing more than familiarity. You will know it if you watch too much. When I kidnap someone, I subconsciously tie them like this. You're dreaming. Yulia struggled wildly, and with the intensity of her struggle, the special rope structure deeply bound her body. Why are you sweating so much? Rhodes asked strangely. If there was a hole in the ground right now, she would definitely crawl into it. Yulia lowered her head, her face full of shame and indignation, and she felt completely powerless. What kind of person would create this method of tying ropes? This damn BD is indeed not a good person. If you don't swear, then I will have to tie you up like this. Rhodes spread his hands helplessly, his eyes sweeping over that perfect body. The body that is more prominent due to the rope art seems to have a special temptation. What do you want to do? Yulia looked nervously at Rhodes, who suddenly stood up and walked over. What does a woman with such a hot temper look like in bed? Rhodes muttered quietly just enough for Yulia to hear. I have to say that this woman is indeed a stunner. If it can be purified, it should be very comfortable. Seeing Rhodes extending his sinful hand, Yulia was completely panicked. She just came out to take in a disciple, but she never thought she would lose her virginity here. She is a legendary mage from the Shinra Empire, how dare this guy insult her like this? I swear I will never leave secretly until I defeat you. Rhodes' fingers stayed within a finger's distance of Yulia's chest. He glanced at the nervous woman and slowly stretched out his hand. If you had been so obedient earlier, it would have been fine. Rhodes casually released Yulia's bound body with a wave of his hand. It's really a bit sin-inducing to be tied up so beautifully. Aren't you afraid that I could sneak away? After being released, Yulia looked at Rhodes in surprise. Did this guy trust her so much? You can try. Rhodes glanced at her. Even the legendary mage was nothing more than an ant in front of the discipline. If you're not afraid of turning into a stone statue, feel free to give it a try. Just try it. Is there such a good thing? Yulia's eyes flashed, not knowing whether this guy was serious or joking. But you can try it. Regardless of whether it was true or not, there was no loss to her anyway. Turn around and walk directly outside. After taking just 2 steps, a grayish-gray color emerged from the soles of his feet, and his legs instantly turned to stone. What is this? Yulia, who was almost completely petrified, had lingering fear on her face. This power is so weird that it even touches the realm of rules. With her legendary magic power, she has no ability to resist. Rule. That is the power exclusive to the gods, and only the gods are qualified to touch it. If you break your promise to me, you will be petrified. You can think of this as a curse. Rhodes snapped his fingers, and the true power of commandment that had spread to Yulia was suppressed. When the commandment is activated, even he cannot violate the power of the commandment. But he can turn off the power of the commandments. He doesn't want to be punished by his own power just for bragging. Doesn't that mean you hired a father for yourself? That would be too silly. If you break your promise, you will be petrified. Yulia stood there with dull eyes, completely unable to accept this reality. Doesn't that mean that she will stay with this guy for the rest of her life? There is no way to leave until this guy is defeated. So, you should stay here honestly. You don't want to teach students, Brittany will be left to you to teach from now on. Rhodes said generously. After finally catching a free labor force, you still want to run away? Just lie down for me. Yulia was silent. She wanted to struggle, but her strength did not allow it. This guy's abilities were so weird that she had no chance to resist. Since you were there at the beginning, why didn't you take action? Rhodes suddenly asked strangely. The timing of this woman's appearance was so coincidental that it was hard for him to believe that she had just arrived. A person with high moral standards will not be attracted by the temptation of the devil. I am testing her will. Yulia said matter-of-factly. Sabi. Rhodes really didn't know how to describe this kind of stupidity. This kind of brain circuit is a bit too novel. From the perspective of an aristocratic person with a privileged life, the temptation of the devil is of course a test of human nature and morality. But for an ordinary person living at the bottom of society, it is understandable to yearn for a better life. The living environment is different, and the thoughts and ideas are of course different. Why not eat minced meat? Teach Brittany well, or I will purify you. And drinking holy water, of course. Holy water? Can I drink this too? A trace of doubt flashed across Yulia's face. Aren't those magicians in the Holy Church all using this thing to immerse and baptize newborns? Although she didn't like being threatened, she was willing to teach Brittany magic. As long as she defeats this damn BD, Brittany will still be her disciple sooner or later. The best fire mage of the future. The light of morning dispelled the last trace of darkness. As expected, I still prefer the daytime. Rhodes stretched, his bones making a series of faint popping sounds. A magic power as hot as the sun spread out from the body. Even Rita the divine axe cannot completely suppress it. This guy's breath. Yulia, who was teaching Brittany basic meditation, glanced inadvertently. The pupils suddenly shrank slightly. In her eyes, Rhodes at this moment was like a sun that had just risen. Blazing. Dazzling. The whole body exudes powerful magic that people can't look directly at. The magic power, which was like substance, swept like a storm, almost condensing into a sun. In other words, he is a walking sun. How could there be such a huge change? Yulia's body trembled slightly. She is a legendary mage who masters fire and the sun are subordinate to each other. Therefore, she can feel the absolute gap in strength more than others. That kind of suffocating oppression comes from the contempt of the superiors for the inferiors. It was like an arrogant sun king sitting on the throne, casting a glance at the flames of the mortal world. Even when facing the Holy Pope, who was known as the strongest man in the empire, she never felt this powerless. Such a gap in absolute strength. It makes people unable to resist at all. Yulia's heart was pounding, she took a deep breath and turned her head. In my arrogant heart, I felt a long-awaited desire to surrender. Chapter 27. Yulia's heart was pounding, she took a deep breath and turned her head. In my arrogant heart, I felt a long-awaited desire to surrender. What's wrong with you, your face is so red? Rhodes, shirtless, stretched lazily. The body exudes a strong masculine atmosphere, like a work of art created by the best sculptor in the world. Every muscle line has an indescribable beauty. Looking at Yulia, who looked unnatural, Rhodes frowned slightly. Asked a little strangely. Yulia glanced at his upper body, and she felt inexplicably anxious just by looking at him. He slapped his face and coughed dryly to hide his embarrassment. It's okay, I just feel a little hot. Hot? Are you okay? Rhodes glanced at the sun that had just risen and the pale snow. Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? Do all fire mages have this virtue? Sign in. Rhodes shook his head and was too lazy to talk to this woman, just checking in alone. Ding. Sign in successfully. Reward, the 7 deadly sins of sloth magic, disaster. The magic power of disaster, it can arouse the pain in people and make the wounds deteriorate rapidly. The magic of disaster. Rhodes wasn't very happy, but he couldn't say he was disappointed. After all, the effect of this magic is quite good. To sum up, a small injury turns into a big injury turns into a serious injury, and a serious injury turns into a near death. If a person is on the verge of death and is inflicted by the power of disaster, he may die immediately. In addition to injuries, disease aspects can also be affected. A small cold turns into a bad cold, and a bad cold turns into the flu. Theoretically, it is not impossible for a minor illness to turn into a terminal illness. Whether it's magic power or commandments, how you use them depends on yourself. Just like the law of love on him, it can only prevent those who hate him from hurting him. If his magic power is strong enough, the power of the law of love can be further developed to make all the hateful people around him lose the power to harm others. In other words, within the scope of his magic, all those with hatred and malice will completely lose their power. As long as we are human, there will be people and things we hate. Once this kind of thought arises, both physical power and magic power will be sealed and cannot harm others. That's why he said that the commandment of loving kindness is an almost unsolvable defense. The moment malice arose, he was already invincible. The Earl is going to show off his new clothes in the castle. All residents in the castle must arrive. There was a loud shout outside the window. A group of knights on horseback walked menacingly through the streets, and their loud voices echoed through every corner of the castle. I have long heard that Earl Hayman is an exaggerated person and loves success. I didn't expect that the reality is even more absurd than the rumors. There was a look of ridicule on Yulia's face. For a new piece of clothing, the residents of the entire castle must gather together. There is simply nothing more outrageous than this. No wonder everyone calls him Stupid Earl behind his back. Don't you feel a little strange? What's weird? Yulia frowned. Rhodes was lying against the window, a flame dancing on his fingertips, and a repulsive aura coming from him. The smile on his face was a little playful. There's something about these people that makes me feel very disgusted. Devil's breath. A group of palace guards actually have the aura of demons on their bodies, which is a bit interesting. There may be some big problem at the palace. Rhodes turned around, put on his clothes and walked out of the hotel. There are problems in the palace, so the king's new clothes may not be a simple traveling exhibition. Demon. Yulia's eyelids twitched. She is not a professional demon hunter, nor is she a believer in the Holy Church, so she does not have such a strong sense of demonic aura. What's more, these guards are just a group of puppets controlled by demonic power, and their demonic aura is very shallow. But that doesn't mean she doesn't know the importance of things. I wonder what the Earl's new clothes will look like. It must be luxurious and beautiful. After all, the Earl spent a huge price to get new clothes. Maybe this dress is made of pure gold and inlaid with various gems. Some people are full of expectations, but most people still have indifferent expressions. It's just a piece of clothing, no matter how beautiful it is, how good can it be? To put it bluntly, it was the Earl's childish mentality of showing off his toys that was causing the problem. All the castle residents gathered on both sides of the street, noisily waiting for the Count's appearance. Rhodes stood in the crowd with his arms folded, surrounded by a dense crowd. There was no one within a few meters of him. Bathed in the sun, the faint brilliance and heat spread out, and the golden eyes were indifferent. The figure is as majestic as a god, even a single glance feels like blasphemy. Let alone getting close. It's almost noon. Rhodes glanced at the blazing sun in the sky and muttered to himself. His power is tied to the state of the sun. The sun is about to reach its peak at noon. And he was about to enter the most powerful time of the day. Gain power that rivals gods. Strong power brings invincibility and arrogance. His inner nature told him not to be too arrogant. I didn't see those awesome villains because they were too arrogant and not mature enough to be cautious. That's why he was turned over and stepped on by the trash protagonist Diosy, and his lifelong reputation became the stepping stone for the male protagonist Diosy. However, there seemed to be another thought as blazing as the sun telling him in his mind. I'll make you paralyzed. In heaven and on earth, I am the only one who is supreme. Sitting on the highest throne of the sun, the arrogant Sun King, how could this world allow someone higher than the one he sits on to exist? I don't want to be so arrogant, but I am a man who can rival gods. Rhodes slowly extended a hand. He is so awesome, isn't it normal to be arrogant? Even if he wanted to be mediocre, his strength wouldn't allow it. The Earl is out. With a shout, all the eyes of the street turned to the avenue leading to the palace. As a luxurious carriage pulled by 8 fierce horses appeared, a count dressed in gorgeous clothes stood on the carriage. The entire street lost all sound in an instant. Everyone stared at the count's new clothes with dazzled expressions on their faces. This gorgeous feather fabric, full of nobility embellished with gold and precious stones. How can there be such perfect clothes in the world? If I can wear it once, even if I have to die, I will do it. A pair of passionate eyes stared at the figure on the carriage. Everyone sees a completely different picture. Some people saw jewelry all over the floor, some saw countless beauties serving them, and some saw power and status. What you see and think reflects your deepest desires and fantasies. And now, the fantasy becomes reality. Don't squeeze me, let me take another look. This is my thing, all of you, get out of here. My jewelry. Don't steal it. You bastards. As the carriage passed by, the peaceful crowd rioted. Everyone fights for the unseen treasure. Bloodshed continued. Only Rhodes remained unmoved, staring intently at the carriage. What gorgeous clothes, adorned with gold, silver and precious stones. He didn't see any of it. What he saw was just a huge demon skin sewn from tens of thousands of different creature skins. It seems to be inflated and stands tall. Tentacles of flesh and blood stretched out from the skin and swung into the bodies of every civilian. Like the mouth parts of an insect, it continuously absorbs the souls and lives of these humans. The naked Earl Haman stood in front of the devil's body like an ant, controlled like a puppet by countless threads of flesh and blood. Bloody threads covered the sky of the entire castle like a spider web. Faintly, they gathered into a huge summoning ceremony. It is indeed the devil's method. Rhodes sighed softly. Where he stood, blazing fire burned. All the flesh and blood tentacles that came close were burned to death, so naturally they would not be manipulated by these illusions. A child standing next to Rhodes suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Earl Haman. He shouted with innocent eyes. "Why don't you wear any clothes, Lord Earl?" Silence. Deathly silence. Rhodes suddenly felt as if he was being targeted by something terrifying. All the humans who were confused by the tentacles of flesh and blood looked like machines, turning around with dull expressions. In the sky, the huge demon body lowered its head. With glowing red pupils, he stared at Rhodes. "Finally found you." Chapter 28. Finally found you. With glowing red pupils, he stared at Rhodes. The huge demon body leaned down and grabbed a terrifying hand in the direction of Rhodes. Swish, swish, swish. Densely packed red tentacles enveloped him like a dragnet. "You are such a skinny person that you really think you are a devil." Rhodes drew out the divine axe behind him and swung it lightly. The blazing flames instantly swallowed up everything in sight. Boom! Rhodes stomped his toes and jumped into the air. The body floated 100 meters in the air, looking down at this behemoth. "You can move by absorbing the lives and souls of others. You're just a puppet, who allowed you to look down on me." Rhodes raised the divine axe in his hand, and the blazing firelight gathered on the axe blade like a sun. "Turn into ashes." As the axe fell, the sun exploded in an instant. The violent energy was unleashed unscrupulously. In an instant, the red tentacles connected to all humans were burned to ashes. The demon skin that has lost all sources of life and soul is like a toy that has lost its power. He stood there sluggishly, unable to move. And all the life and soul power absorbed by the devil's skin returned to their respective bodies. The crowd that had escaped the control of the illusion suddenly became panicked. Scattered away. What a powerful human being! Inside the palace. A 3-story demon altar, filled with an evil and bloody atmosphere. Around the altar, mountains of blood and corpses piled up. Palace ladies in luxurious clothes, armed guards, and knights. There were also large numbers of slaves and civilians. An expression of pain and fear remained on each corpse's face. Blood pooled around the altar. Wailing and anguished souls struggled around the altar. The tailor stood under the altar with blood-red eyes, looking at the impact reflected in the pool of blood, with a look of surprise and fear on his face. This human being was much more powerful than he imagined. The demon body that he spent so long to put together cannot be easily solved by even a legendary powerhouse. But in front of this man, he couldn't even hold on for a single round. What a pity, you don't know what kind of existence you are facing. If it were before, he might still feel scared. But that's different now. The great Lord is about to come, and the whole world will prostrate in the glory of the Lord. Although the sacrifice is a little small, it is enough to bring down part of my Lord's power. The tailor's face was filled with enthusiasm. He held a dagger exuding a curse in his hand, with a pious expression. "My Lord! Your humble servant uses these flesh and soul as a sacrifice to ask for your coming." Puff! The dagger pierced the chest, and black liquid surged out like sludge. Boom! Thunder exploded. A dark vortex slowly condensed and formed in the sky. This world will eventually be shrouded in the light of the Lord. The tailor's face had a feverish expression. Summoning evil gods from the abyss is so crazy. On the street, the huge demon skin had been burned to ashes by the power of the sun. Rhodes stepped on the pieced-together demon head and placed one hand on his hip. He used his divine axe to block the dazzling sunlight and looked at the vortex formed in the sky. The terrifying evil power almost turned half of the sky into darkness. The abyss is the gathering place of all filth. In addition to giving birth to all kinds of demons, some weird evil gods were also born. These evil gods are naturally twisted, chaotic and evil. If the devils are a group of butchers who only know how to kill and destroy, then the evil gods are a group of lunatics who are full of chaos and have almost zero thinking and reason. Their thinking is completely different from that of normal creatures, and they are synonymous with distortion, weirdness, and madness. Evil gods have no reason or alignment. They are all powerful beings who act alone. Some relatively powerful evil gods can even rival gods. Even the powerful demon lords in the abyss are not willing to play with them. Because there is no such idea of allies in the minds of these lunatics. If you cooperate with them, you will be stabbed in the back by the other party in the next second, and they will not stop fighting. Generally speaking, evil gods only live in the filthy land at the bottom of the abyss. However, occasionally there will be evil gods. By chance, their power penetrates the crystal wall layer and pollutes the world. The will and soul of creatures contaminated by the evil god's power will also be irreversibly distorted and deformed. Fanatic believers who become evil gods will try their best to summon evil gods into the world, and call this behavior spreading glory. In fact, the summoned evil god will only endlessly devour the surrounding creatures. Moreover, the evil gods themselves are like a huge source of pollution. Wherever they have existed, the surrounding environment will be assimilated by the extremely twisted power of the abyss. Become unfit for human habitation. This phenomenon will take at least hundreds to thousands of years to resolve. Moreover, areas contaminated by evil gods will become unsuitable for human survival even if they recover. Barren, cold, hot, windy sand. The instinct of evil gods will drive them to continuously absorb the power of the world's origin after their arrival. Cause irreparable damage to the world. If given a choice, Rhodes would rather face a powerful demon lord than an evil god. Although the demon lord is powerful, at least he has a brain, and most importantly, he is easy to kill. These evil gods are different. They live in the depths of the abyss, and their flesh and soul are distorted and transformed into monsters. It's easy to defeat an evil god, but it's dozens of times more difficult to kill an evil god. Roar. The weird and crazy roar of the soul echoed in his mind like overlapping echoes. A huge green tentacle emerged from the black hole, a huge tentacle hundreds of meters long, with densely twisted eyeballs engraved on it. Around the eyeballs, there are protruding veins. Wisps of tentacles of flesh and blood emerged from the corners of the eyes, twisting and dancing like long snakes. When he saw this tentacle, the name of this evil god naturally appeared in Rhodes' mind. The Lord of Pain, at #UN%, *. Chaotic and disordered symbols and language were poured into my mind, and my mind was dizzy, as if it was about to explode. This kind of creature that is close to the level of gods, its own existence is like a god, the incarnation of order and rules. Indescribable, indescribable. Just mentioning his name will cause him to be stared into the abyss, bringing endless fear. They are synonymous with fear. Rhodes glanced at the sun in the sky. The rising sun has reached its peak. The power that even the divine axe cannot suppress surges and collides in the body like a rushing river. Rhodes let go of the shackles of the divine axe, and his body seemed to be deformed, with exaggerated muscles bulging out. Under the blessing of the power of the sun, the height of 2 meters has been directly increased to an exaggerated level of 4 or 5 meters. Clenching his fist slightly, explosive power surged out of his body. The air seemed to be ignited by the high temperature. Rhodes looked at the lightning and thunder in the sky. Under the instinct of the world's will, lightning struck the evil god who wanted to get in. Wanted to drive him back. However, when the summoning has progressed to this extent, it is obviously impossible to stop it. 1 minute. Rhodes murmured that the other party was not a true god after all. With his current strength, he is fully capable of solving this problem within a minute. Before he comes, fight back into the abyss. Below the gods, I am invincible. Above the gods, I am invincible. Rhodes' cold eyes were full of confidence. After all, he is carrying the grace of the sun. Chapter 29. Boom! The blazing sun exploded in the sky. The blazing flames dispelled the darkness in the entire sky, and the world was once again enveloped in sunlight. Rhodes, holding the divine axe in one hand and standing on exploding flames, appeared beneath the tentacles. The ferocious eyeballs on the evil god's tentacles immediately discovered this bold human being. All eyes turned to Rhodes. Looking at the thousands of ferocious eyeballs, Rhodes moved his shoulders slightly. Time is limited, so I can only deal with you quickly. Rhodes clenched his fingers slightly, and the endless power of the sun poured into the divine axe crazily. The blazing high temperature caused the surrounding temperature to rise to thousands of degrees in an instant. The boiling air waves even distorted the air. Feeling this strong threat, the round eyeballs on the tentacles suddenly opened to their maximum. The huge tentacles fell down. Wherever the tentacles passed, the space was like a broken mirror, with cracks as dense as a spider web emerging. The sun without mercy. Above Rhodes' axe blade, a huge sun slowly condensed and took shape, colliding with that huge tentacle. At the center of the collision, a blazing light swallowed up everything in an instant. The impact caused by the solar explosion completely dispersed the clouds. When everything calmed down, a shirtless Rhodes emerged unscathed. Although the impact of the collision of the two forces was terrifying, the power of the law of love made him immune to all attacks from those with malicious intent. In comparison, the other party's situation is not so good. In the sky, the tentacles full of eyeballs were half evaporated by the high temperature. The power full of filthy atmosphere dripped and evaporated continuously from the wound, making the surrounding space very unstable. After a brief collision, it was obvious that the other party was at a disadvantage. Give you some more medicine. Magic. Disaster. The magic power of disaster was like a silver cloud, instantly covering the evil god's limbs. The wound on the tentacle that had been half burned suddenly began to deteriorate. Large areas of skin were necrotic, and black pus began to flow from the wounds. The eyeballs on the tentacles seemed to be sick, and they narrowed up miserably. The entire tentacle exudes a sickly grey color. This situation is still rapidly spreading towards the evil god's body. Boom! Bodies were harmed and the tentacle's owner was clearly thoroughly enraged. The vortex in the sky shook violently. One after another, terrifying tentacles covered with suckers and eyeballs emerged from the black hole, trying to expand the area of the black hole. Vaguely, Rhodes could even see the terrifying figure covered in tentacles and over a kilometer in size, about to enter this world. A huge one eye filled with extreme emotions of pain and enjoyment. Pleasure is nothing but vain. Pain is eternal. Praise. Great Lord of Pain. The noisy demonic sound is continuously poured into my mind. It feels like there are tens of thousands of devout believers preaching the glory of God in your ears. Of course, Rhodes sneered at this kind of spiritual bewitchment. Who is he? The king who controls the power of the sun, the incarnation of the sun. Which god in this world is worthy of his faith? Even if the God of glory comes down to earth, he will still blow his brains out. A mere demigod dares to speak of eternity. The muscles on Rhodes's body swelled inch by inch, reaching the limit that his body could bear in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power of the sun pulses in the sharp edge of the divine axe Rita. Even this powerful artifact is somewhat unable to withstand this terrifying power. The skin bursts, and infinite brilliance flows in the blood. The next second, the body was quickly repaired under the influence of the fountain of life. The immortal body and the magic power of the sun are a perfect match. Rhodes couldn't help but sigh. The powerful resilience of his immortal body allows him to control his power without limit. If it were an ordinary person's body, even if it could erupt with such terrifying power, it would suffer irreparable backlash. However, this level of attack alone is not enough to crush this guy to death with one blow. It would be fine if it was an ordinary demigod, but the guy in front of him was an evil god from the bottom of the abyss. The vitality is ridiculously exaggerated. The power that could kill an ordinary demigod could only seriously injure him at most. Rhodes' free hand slowly reached out. Magic. Take by force. Boom. The terrifying magic power surged in. If the magic power of the legendary mage was like a small stream, then, the magic power of this evil god is like a vast ocean, and there is no limit to it. Indescribable crazy thoughts flooded his brain, and Rhodes used all his will to restrain this maddening power. The evil gods come from the abyss, and the essence of their power is a twisted abyss power. This kind of power is common to abyssal creatures, but it is quite fatal to ordinary people. If it were not for the grace of the power of the sun, both soul and body would be severely polluted. It's a bit forced. Rhodes looked down at his arms. The surface of the skin was cracked inch by inch, and the uncontrollable force wanted to escape control like a wild horse. After finally adapting to the extreme power of the sun, now there is an equally powerful power of the evil god. He was not overwhelmed by these two forces because he was too strong. It was so powerful that even this force, which could severely injure or even kill gods, could not kill him. The two forces merged on the axe blade and turned into a sun as black as ink. The sun falls into a black hole. Silently, everything around him was annihilated and collapsed. Hundreds of terrifying tentacles seemed to be erased from the world the moment they came into contact with the pitch-black light. Evaporate out of thin air. The evil god let out a crazy roar, and his body gradually disappeared amidst the roar like a wild beast. A blow that can make a god fall. Falling sun. Rhodes' hands fell down weakly, and his body returned to normal from its exaggerated enlargement. I looked up at the sky, and before I knew it, the sun at its peak at noon slipped quietly. He also fell from the state of I am the only one in heaven and on earth. Now, although he has the power to rival the gods, he does not have the power to kill the gods. Fortunately, the goal has been achieved. I originally thought I would just drive them out, but I didn't expect they were killed. Rhodes was also helpless. From the beginning of the battle to the end. It only took him less than 3 strikes to kill the evil god. No more, no less, exactly 1 minute. It's not that this evil god is too weak, it can only be said that his strength is too strong. Immortality, the magic power of robbery, the magic power of the sun. With the blessing of these 3 powers alone, he already has the power to severely injure or even kill gods. If it is the moment when the sun reaches its peak at noon, he is enough to kill gods. Chapter 30. Such a pity. The power to kill the gods? He does have this power, but it is only valid for 1 minute. Cooldown time is up to 24 hours. This is how to recharge for a whole day and show off for just 1 minute. In this minute, he can teach the lofty gods to bow their heads and behave like humans. But, a minute later, he was just a mortal who could rival the gods. It's all your fault. Rhodes looked towards the palace below. Because of the aftermath of the battle, most of the palace had been destroyed. The bloody altar and the withered bones on the ground were all exposed to the sun. There was also the pale-faced evil priest dressed in a tailor's outfit. Now she was looking at him with a dead expression. A pair of eyes full of hatred. This guy's heart and soul have been twisted by the power of the evil god, and he has been immersed in it for a long time. Not saved at all. It's better to bury it where it is. A flash of fire appeared on Rhodes' finger. One sun set, raising the entire palace to the ground. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. A dead person should lie down quietly. Or, turn to grey. Too strong. How could there be such a powerful creature in this world? And, still a human? In the hotel, Yulia could not hide the shock on her face after witnessing all this. Others don't know what that thing with tentacles is. Could it be that she, the legendary mage, still doesn't know? Evil god. And he is also a very powerful demigod. There are almost no such terrifying existences even in the imperial capital. No, it is certain that no one can eliminate it. Even the Holy Pope, who is known as the strongest person in the Shinra Empire. Holding artifacts and holy objects can only drive them away. As for killing? Unless the most powerful person at the level of gods takes action. Only then can a powerful evil god be eliminated. The most terrifying thing about evil gods is their endless and almost immortal vitality. Even the gods can only seal it and cannot completely kill it. What the gods could not do was done by a mortal. Yulia felt a strong impact on her heart. She was actually fighting this kind of monster before? It's a miracle to be alive until now, thinking about it. At the end of the finish, Rhodes slowly landed. As soon as my toes touched the ground, I suddenly felt a pair of scrutinizing eyes. Rhodes tilted his head and looked in the direction of his gaze. The familiar face of Van Helsing appeared in front of him. Also appearing at the same time was an old man wearing red sacrificial robes, and a group of Holy Church believers with wild eyes but no weak momentum. People from the Holy Church? Rhodes just glanced at him, showing no interest in answering. He and Van Helsing only met once, and as for the other people, they had never met. Greet? It's not necessary at all. Rhodes hung the magic axe on his waistband, turned around and walked towards the hotel. Now that the devil and the devil's affairs have been resolved, the ending, although not very happy, is not too bad either. Although the Count's family and everyone in the palace were all sacrificed to the evil god. But, at least the impact of this incident has not continued to expand. Sacrificing a few to save the many is the best way so far. As for whether the Count dies or not, who cares? If it weren't for the pushy Earl of Shabai, he invited this demon tailor to the castle. Today's calamity will never be his turn. People usually go to their homes to invite the god of wealth, but this guy is lucky enough to go to his house to invite the god of death. If he doesn't die, who will? It's a pity for those innocent ordinary people. My lord, please wait a moment. The old man in red sacrificial clothes shouted with a little respect in his tone. The group of Holy Church believers behind them had expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. With this old man's lofty status in the Holy Church, he would be able to show his dignity when meeting nobles of any status. Even when facing a duke-level noble, he did not dare to show the slightest rudeness to him. Only others have always been in awe of him. Asking others with such a humble tone and a very low attitude can only appear when facing the Pope. The old man looked at Rhodes with an indelible awe in his eyes. The cardinal's status is indeed lofty. Even within the Holy Church, he is the leader at the pinnacle of power. Only the Pope is qualified to override him. With this kind of status, even if you meet the Emperor of the Shinra Empire, you don't need to show much awe. But the person in front of me is an exception. A terrifying existence that can expel or even kill demigod-level evil gods. Even if he is not a god, he has already half-stepped into that sacred and extraordinary realm. This is a great being at the same level as the god of glory they believe in. In front of such a powerful person who can stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, any identity or status is just a joke. Even if the Pope comes in person, he must show enough respect. What's more, he is a little cardinal. Is something wrong? Rhodes tilted his head slightly and asked coldly. I wonder if this lord is interested in joining our holy church to believe in the God of glory. If your lord is willing, the position of chief judge in the holy church is still vacant. The cardinal placed his status quite low, and he was the magistrate of the presiding judge as soon as he opened his mouth. The Holy Church has 3 major institutions under the Pope. They are the Legion Commander, the Chief Judge, and the Knight Commander. In charge of the Iron Cross Legion, the Judges Legion, and the Punishment Knights Legion respectively. In addition to the 3 major institutions, there are also church leaders such as ascetics, archbishops, and sons. However, in terms of real power and status, the controllers of the 3 major institutions are only inferior to the Pope. The current presiding judge is old and is about to abdicate. At that time, the position of presiding judge will be vacant. If you can win over a strong man who is at least a demigod, he can serve as the presiding judge of the Holy See. For the Holy Church, it is also a great thing. The cardinal was full of confidence. His Majesty the Pope would definitely not refuse such a good thing. Now, just wait for the other party's reply. Believe in the God of Radiance. Rhodes raised his eyebrows, his expression unclear whether he was mocking or arrogant. Is there any other God in this world that I am qualified to believe in? Go back and ask your God, is he worthy? In his eyes, God is like cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. When you are in a bad mood, you might just kill it. Make him believe? Is it worthy? Is he worthy of sending one? The God he believed in was insulted, and a flash of sullenness flashed in the cardinal's eyes. But thinking that the person in front of me is probably a powerful being at the level of a god, I feel a little helpless. Can issues between gods and gods be called blasphemy? I feel like it shouldn't count, right? Regardless of whether it counts or not, this dispute between gods is definitely not something that a mortal like him can interfere with. I stayed up late to update, please give me some flowers. Chapter 31. Pity. Looking at Rhodes's leaving figure, a flash of regret flashed across the cardinal's face. A human with divine power if he joins their holy church. The Lord's light will surely shine in more places. The sharp edge of the Judge Legion will surely set foot on the powerful eastern kingdoms again. Your Majesty, Bishop, would it be too offensive to say such words to a god-level existence? Van Helsing frowned, feeling that the cardinal was really brave. Which god-level existence is not an existence with eyes higher than the top? Let a powerful being with divine power believe in the Lord of Light. It is like subjecting one king to another. This in itself is a blasphemy. They were not easily crushed to death by this god, probably because the other party was in a good mood. What do you know? The cardinal glanced at Van Helsing. We are both gods, and there are strengths and weaknesses. Even among the gods, my lord is the most powerful true god. And the cardinal lowered his gaze. There has been no new god born in this world for thousands of years. Do you know why? Van Helsing frowned and thought for a while, then asked with some uncertainty. Is it because of faith? Yes, faith. The cardinal nodded. The faith of all living beings is the most mysterious power in the world. Only with enough faith can we hold the throne high, ignite the divine fire, and become a true god with power. Without enough faith, a demigod is already the limit. In essence, he can only be regarded as a false god. Belonging to the same category of gods, the difference between false gods and true gods is faith and power. Without enough faith to gather power, it means that true immortality and eternity cannot be achieved. The life of the true god has no end, and his soul and divine kingdom hang in the star realm like stars, illuminating the entire world with his radiance. It is an eternal existence. Even if you are killed by a blasphemer, as long as the power of faith is not extinguished, you can be reborn in the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God is a kingdom formed by the condensed power of gods. Standing in the kingdom of God, even if he encounters a god stronger than himself, he cannot defeat himself. And false gods, even if they are more powerful than gods, will die one day. The souls of unbelievers are not even qualified for reincarnation, and will only be nailed to the wall of wailing by the god of death in the kingdom of death. Most of the faith of the Shinra Empire has been put into my lord's possession. The false gods want to become true gods. Only by becoming my lord's believers can they receive the Lord's gift and ascend to the kingdom of heaven. There was a look of arrogance in the cardinal's eyes. In the entire northern kingdoms, only the Holy Church has enough faith to create the true God. No matter how powerful this demigod is, as long as he wants to take that step, he is destined to be unable to bypass the Holy Church. Waiting for his life and soul to come to an end. The only way to exalt the kingdom of God and become eternal is to become a believer in the God of glory. Besides the true God, death is the eternal destination. Only devout believers like them can enter the kingdom of the Lord after death. Enjoy endless happiness. Why do you look so unhappy? Yulia looked at Rhodes a little strangely. I met a group of mentally ill guys on the road and asked me to believe in some glorious god. Rhodes pouted. He even killed the evil god. He is a god himself, so why do he need to trust others? Saying this, your brain is somewhat seriously ill. I really don't know how such an old guy with a brain problem got into the position of a cardinal. If the Holy Church is full of such mindless arrogant fools, take date pills. Judge of the Holy Church. Yulia's face was full of surprise. This is the highest level of the Holy Church, second only to the Pope. In charge of the Judge Legion among the 3 legions. If you want to become a true god, there is no way around the Holy Church. To become a true god, you need a lot of faith, and most of the faith in the northern countries has been monopolized by the Holy Church. Yulia had a look of gloating on her face. You shouldn't refuse. Of course, with your strength, if you want to take this position, you can do it at any time. However, you will have to ask the Pope yourself when the time comes. Although I was rejected once. However, the Pope still has to give the face of a top demigod. Even the superior being in the star realm cannot refuse a believer who has the qualifications to become a god. Is there such a thing? Rhodes was slightly stunned. No wonder the cardinal seemed to be thinking without thinking when he spoke. It turns out that the Holy Church holds the path to becoming a god. If you want to become a god, you must have enough faith. As the largest faith group in the northern countries, the Holy Church believes in the existence of powerful divine power such as the God of Glory. Only they have the ability to create gods. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You're just a god, there's no need to go to such trouble. Rhodes shook his head, not taking this matter to heart at all. Any external force will have inevitable flaws. Although becoming a god through the faith of believers is quick and effective, it will also be hindered by believers in the future. If a large number of believers die and perish, then the God of faith will also be pulled down from his throne by the power of resentment of the believers. Even if he becomes a god, he is still the kind of true God who relies on his own power to lift the kingdom of God. If you want to become a god, you have to beg for external power. Then this god is not appropriate. Thinking about the worst, even if he really couldn't become a god without faith, he could still grab it. As long as he is strong enough. After destroying the Church of the God of Glory, it would not be impossible to replace it with his Church of the Sun God. Moreover, he has a system in place, and he might sign in and become a god one day. Pack your bags, it's time to hit the road. Rhodes shouted. Originally I just wanted to stay in the castle for one day and then leave, but my plan couldn't keep up with the change. Evil gods, devils, murderers. In just 2 or 3 days, I experienced a thrill that most people could never imagine in their lives. Now that Earl Haman is dead, even the bloodline clans are dead. All flesh and soul were sacrificed to the evil god, and even the gods could not save them. His territory will naturally be taken over by other nobles. Who the new lord is and what kind of chaos he will cause has nothing to do with him. He was just a passerby passing by. A group of people packed their luggage and left the castle in a carriage. Seeing the chaos in the city, Rhodes, who was sitting outside the carriage with one leg draped over the outside of the carriage, couldn't help but sigh. So what if the gods are above us? They can't save this chaotic world. Believe in God? It's better to believe that he is useful. Without the gods, maybe these ordinary people would live better. Chapter 32. Why is a demigod traveling in a carriage like this? In the carriage, a group of people were crowded together. With a jolt, Yulia's sexy body fell directly on Rhodes. He casually chatted and pinched his perky buttocks, eliciting a pair of charming eye rolls. Yulia secretly grinded her teeth. If she couldn't beat this guy, she would have to burn the source of this BD's sin with fire because of her violent temper. Who is she? Legendary Archmage, Fire Queen Yulia. In the imperial capital, those who dared to blaspheme her with their eyes would almost always end up like this. When you do something, the most important thing is not the result, but the scenery you enjoy during the process. Rhodes, wrapped in beauty, looked outside leisurely. The scenery like a revolving lantern passed before my eyes. With his speed, if he was really in a hurry, he could reach his destination in a day or 2. But it's not necessary. How is the strength of the Holy Church? Rhodes asked suddenly curiously. As the largest church in the northern countries, the strength of the Holy Church is probably not weak. However, he has no idea how strong it is. The 12 cardinals are all legendary powerhouses, and the leaders of the 3 major institutions are all saint-level powers. The Pope's strength is said to have reached the level of a demigod. If the God of Glory sends down his grace, he is expected to become a true god. This is just the apparent strength. Yulia said casually. The Holy Church has occupied the northern kingdoms for thousands of years. Statues of the God of Glory stand almost everywhere in the northern kingdoms, large and small. There are hundreds of millions of believers. Even if a legend appears among 10 million people, that is an exaggerated number. Only one demigod. Rhodes clicked his tongue. He thought that such a big church would have to have at least 3 or 5 demigods. It seems that the demigod's gold content is greater than he imagined. What are you thinking about? Yulia looked helpless. Could it be that this guy really thought that the demigod was just a weed on the street? Can you meet him casually? Which demigod is not a strong man who crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Everyone has the qualifications to become a god. It would take decades or even hundreds of years for such a powerful existence to appear in the northern countries. Throughout the thousands of years of history of the Holy Church, the number of semi-god-level popes has been handful. The current pope is the most powerful person who has the honor of being the first person in the Shinra Empire and the strongest person in the Northern Territory. Recognized as the strongest person in the Northern Territory? Do I admit it? Rhodes pouted. This title might have been true before. Now that he is here, there is no place for that old boy like the Pope. If you feel uncomfortable, you can challenge the Pope. I have also been unhappy with that bumbling old guy for a long time. He fools others with his kind appearance every day. Who doesn't know that he used to be the preceptor of the church's precepts office? Not even 10,000 but 8,000 heretics died at his hands. Now that he is the Pope, he wants to clear his name. How can it be so cheap? Yulia was frantically making fire beside her, looking like she was watching the fun and not afraid of the big deal. Although she was deliberately stirring up trouble, she still had a lot of confidence in Rhodes. After all, if he could kill the evil god, this guy might be even stronger than that old guy, the Pope. However, that old boy, the Pope, is blessed with artifacts and divine power given by the God of Glory, and his combat power is not inferior to that of a true god with weak divine power. It's almost like a 50-50 fight. If you say one more word, do you believe I can hang you on the roof of the car? Rhodes glanced at her faintly. He has no interest at all in being the strongest person in the Northern Territory. And when does the strong need to challenge the weak to prove their strength? If he wanted to challenge him, it was the old boy Pope who challenged him. Rhodes glanced at the sky. With his strength, it would be difficult to overthrow the gods. However, since he is invincible under the gods, it should be relatively safe. The strongest one under the starry sky. This name seems pretty good. Rhodes rubbed his chin, but wanted others to recognize the title. We need to beat up all the famous strong men first. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be invincible? When no one respects him, he will naturally be the strongest. It was getting dark. A horse-drawn carriage, no, rather a dog cart, was driving on the muddy path. If you go further, you will reach the Forest of Tranquility. Yulia sat outside the carriage and pointed to a huge forest in front of her. Even though they are far apart, you can still faintly see the vast green forest and tall trees. There are many powerful monsters living in the Forest of Silence. It is said that there are also elves. I don't know whether this is true or false. However, when I passed by there a few times, I did feel a magic power comparable to that of a strong man in the Holy Realm. Yulia's tone was serious. The terrain in the Forest of Tranquility is complex, and it is difficult for carriages to pass through it. If you are not in a hurry, we can take a detour. Rhodes frowned. We were delayed for 2 days in Earl Hayman's territory. If we took a long detour, we might not be able to make enough time. If we take a detour, how long will it take? If we take a detour, we need to walk an extra week. A week? Too long. Rhodes gave up his plan to take a detour. Go directly through the Forest of Tranquility and I will open a path. The detour is too troublesome, so just push all the way through. It doesn't matter if he is really in trouble, he will take action. Yulia retorted speechlessly. If you have the strength, you can really do whatever you want. For a demigod with divine combat power, there are only places in this world that he wants to go and places that he doesn't want to go to. A quiet forest that seemed quite dangerous to her. In this guy's eyes, it's probably just like his own back garden, he can go there whenever he wants. 10 minutes later, a huge castle appeared in front of us. There is only a small plain between the castle and the forest, and a turbulent moat. This is the territory of Earl Francis, the Kingdom of Francis. Seeing the question in Rhodes' eyes, Yulia explained helplessly. This Earl Francis is also a legend. It is said that he was once a commoner. He married the princess because he completed the impossible reward issued by the previous Earl. After the Earl died, he took over and became the new Earl. Diosy counterattacks the king. A standard heroic hero. Rhodes lamented that in this world with strict class order, it is understandably difficult to transform from a commoner to a noble. But this guy did it. This life experience is even more legendary than legend. Speaking of which, the Forest of Tranquility was not dangerous in the past, nor was it so exclusive to outsiders. However, I don't know what stupid thing this count did. After he came to power, he angered the owner of the Forest of Tranquility. More than 10 years ago, the entire Forest of Tranquility was blocked by a powerful magic. Ordinary people will be attacked by monsters in the forest even if they don't go in. Yulia continued. So, now the residents in the castle have to travel several miles if they want to chop some wood to make a fire. Chapter 33. Is there such a thing? Rhodes raised a brow and rubbed his chin. I always feel like it's full of stories. This curiosity came up immediately. Don't go into the forest today. Let's take a look at the territory of this legendary earl. Since we plan to conquer the entire Forest of Tranquility, it is of course best to wait until noon. After all, the opponent is also a sanctuary-level existence. A little miscellaneous fish who is not in the legendary realm like Yulia should not be underestimated. The Holy Realm is a higher level than the legend. If you want to step into the legendary realm, you need to master the power of laws more powerful than magic. The Holy Domain is based on laws and has initially begun to touch the power of rules. Those who can step into this field are the handful of geniuses at the top of the pyramid of various races and professions. It is synonymous with strength and talent. Stepping into this realm means reaching the ultimate level of a mortal and possessing the qualifications to peek into the personality of gods. As for demigods, they are no longer mortals in essence. Demigods control the power of rules, except that they do not condense the divine personality, ignite the divine fire, and exalt the divine kingdom. The essence of power is no different from that of gods. Can be considered a slightly weaker deity. If a mage steps into the holy realm, he is qualified to call himself a Dharma saint. Swordsmen can call themselves sword masters in the same way. In the entire northern kingdoms, the number of strong men in the holy domain will not exceed double digits. Of course, the strong men in the sanctuary have a long lifespan and are more terrifying than most immortal magical creatures. Counting those powerful men from the sanctuary who have disappeared, the real number will definitely be higher. Facing a powerful existence of this level, one should be cautious. To avoid capsizing in the gutter, please register when entering the city. Pay the entrance fee. The carriage was stopped by soldiers before entering the city. Yulia, who was sitting outside the carriage, reached out and waved. A violent burst of flames instantly knocked back the two soldiers. It turns out to be the master mage. Offended. The two soldiers guarding the gate were startled and moved out of the way. You are really arrogant. The carriage swaggered into the castle gate. Rhodes clicked his tongue and looked at Yulia in surprise. He has been treating Yulia as a free tool for the past 2 days. I almost forgot. This is a genuine legendary mage. Isn't this what it should be? Yulia glanced at him strangely. The status of a legendary mage is nobler than that of most nobles. No matter where you go, the treatment is at least comparable to that of nobles above duke. That is, in this remote territory, no one knows her. If someone dared to stop her car in the imperial capital, she would set the two soldiers on fire and no one would say anything. The atmosphere isn't quite right. As the carriage drove into the castle, everything in front of them was shrouded in dark grey. Dark grey floor, dark grey wall tiles. Darkness and gloom seemed to be the only theme of this castle. Pedestrians came and went in a hurry on the road, and soldiers patrolled the streets from time to time. Inside the blacksmith shop, the lights are brightly lit. The entire castle felt like the calm before the storm. It looks like we are going to war with someone. However, who can the Francis kingdom go to war with? The nobles who also belong to the Shinra Empire must not start wars with each other at will. Otherwise, they will be sanctioned by the Empire. Since it is not a fight between nobles, there seems to be only one possibility. Count Francis wants to fight the Forest of Silence. The guy who doesn't know how to live or die. Yulia, who was teaching Brittany the basics of magic, snorted slightly irritably. His eyes were filled with unspeakable sarcasm. Just a county wants to start a war with the Forest of Tranquility. This Earl Francis, I'm afraid there's something wrong with his brain. A small county with a population of tens of thousands at most. Even if the military force is developed militaristically, it will only have a few thousand soldiers at most. With this level of troops, not to mention fighting against the strong men of the sanctuary, even a legendary mage can easily destroy this castle. Like her, if you give her enough time to cast a spell. A fire-forbidden spell can wipe this castle from the world. Rhodes nodded noncommittally. A strong person in the Holy Realm may not have any weaknesses. If Count Francis goes to war with the Forest of Tranquility, he must have found a way to restrain the sacred monster from the Forest of Tranquility. Let's find a place to stay first. The carriage drove around and stopped in front of a relatively good hotel. Rhodes opened 3 rooms. Euphemia's demonic energy has not yet been completely removed, so naturally he and Euphemia are in the same room. Although it will consume his energy, she is his maid after all, and as the master, he can only bear this important responsibility. Fleur and Annie share a room. Yulia and Brittany share a room. Master, thank you for your hard work. Entering the room, Euphemia naturally sat on the bed, waiting for Rhodes to help her purify the demonic energy. Who made me your master? Rhodes sighed and stepped forward to purify Euphemia of the demonic energy. Accompanied by the infusion of holy water condensed from the pure power of the sun. Euphemia arched her body upwards, her tense body trembled, and she roared with feeble pain. Wisps of demonic energy emanated from his body. A few more times will be enough. Rhodes wiped the cold sweat from his head. Euphemia's body has gradually become accustomed to the demonic energy purification ritual, and it is increasingly difficult to complete a demonic energy purification ritual. Fortunately, his power of the sun is sufficient, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to do it. Bang bang bang! A crisp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Who will come over this late at night? Rhodes frowned, put on a coat and opened the door. Outside the door, an expressionless girl stood quietly. Fleur? Is something wrong? Rhodes was a little surprised. Why was this kid sneaking here without sleeping in the middle of the night? I seem to be thinking about what my master thinks about and can't sleep. Fleur lowered her head and twirled her fingers in her hands. As he spoke, he gave Rhodes a charming look. Rhodes frowned and saw an indescribable look of spring on the girl's face. That charming expression was so charming to the core. Due to Fleur's 3-no character, there is basically no second expression on her face. Naturally, only Fleur's alter ego could make such an expression. Why did you run out? Hey, why did the master say that? If you stay in that dark place for a long time, you should come out and take a breath. Fleur bit her finger gently and blinked slightly from the corner of her eyes. Looking at Rhodes innocently. Don't master want to do something between master and slave with your little slave girl? The devil's horns on Fleur's head grew rapidly, and her barren body became plump and attractive at a speed visible to the naked eye. This dress is a bit too small. Pulling on her long skirt, succubus Fleur complained with a face full of complaints. His misty eyes looked at Rhodes. Master, look, I also have demonic energy on my body. What should I do? Rhodes raised his eyebrows, and his heartbeat seemed to suddenly stop for a moment. He sighed helplessly. It looks like I have to work overtime to exorcise demons again. Chapter 34. Performed 2 exorcisms in one day. It's a big burden on the body. However, fortunately, the results are still good. Fleur, who was completely succubus, was purified again and again with the violent thorns of the sun. Finally, under the baptism of holy water, he was driven back with satisfaction. Real demons are indeed more difficult to deal with than demonic pollution. Rhodes breathed a sigh of relief. It feels like manual work has turned into a fully automated machine. Totally tireless fanaticism. It is difficult for a professional exorcist like him to deal with it. The succubus is indeed a strange creature of the demon clan. Seeing that the sky was getting brighter, Rhodes lost interest in sleeping. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Get rewards, 10 commandments. The magic of true commandments, critical breakthrough. Critical breakthrough, use magic power to push physical capabilities to the limit. In critical breakthrough state, the power will be increased by 1.1 to 10 times according to the intensity of magic power. Critical breakthrough. The effect of this magic is quite strong. Use magic power to strengthen your body and convert magic power into physical strength. The stronger the magic power, the greater the limit it can withstand, and the higher the upper limit of power improvement. Theoretically, as long as his magic power and physical endurance are strong enough, he can even increase his physical strength to a peak of 10 times his basic strength. And there's no risk of his critical breakthrough getting out of hand. Rhodes changed his clothes and left the hotel. Skillfully came to a tavern. The atmosphere in the castle is a bit weird, something must be happening. Since we are looking for information, the pub is of course the best place. The Count is really crazy, he actually wants to start a war with those monsters in the forest. That banshee in the forest is not that easy to deal with. As soon as I walked into the tavern, I heard a burst of indignant discussion. A few civilians dressed in ordinary clothes discussed in a low voice. I don't know how the Count offended the owner of the silent forest. The entire forest was shrouded in a layer of sharp thorns. Even to cut firewood, he had to run to the forest several kilometers away. I heard that our lord the Earl was once in love with the banshee in the forest. Later, in order to please the old Earl cut off the wings of the banshee while she was sleeping, so that he could have the opportunity to marry the princess. Is this happening? The people at the tables next to him suddenly showed interested expressions. Facts have proven that eating melon and gossiping are universal habits no matter which world we are in. That's still false. My cousin is a palace guard. He heard with his own ears that the Count and the Countess were quarreling because of the owner of the silent forest. Even so, why does the Earl still make so many weapons to start a war in the silent forest? Some people were puzzled. No matter how you look at it, it is a poignant love story between a heartless man and a kind-hearted witch. As a result, the unscrupulous man will try his best to kill them all. Isn't this a bit too animalistic? Have you ever heard of what happened 16 years ago? 16 years ago, when the princess was born. Yes, on the day the princess was born, the owner of the silent forest came uninvited and imposed a cruel curse on the princess. When the princess turns 16, she will fall into an eternal sleep just because she touches the spindle. When you said that, I seemed to remember that there was such a thing. Rhodes, who was eavesdropping nearby, raised his eyebrows. Banshee, king, princess, sleep, spindle. Isn't this the story of Sleeping Beauty? Is it such a coincidence? He could guess the next plot development without even thinking about it. Nothing more than a passionate kiss can save the princess. And when the princess secretly left the castle to play in the forest, she happened to meet a handsome Prince Charming. The prince happened to like the beautiful and generous princess. In the end, the curse was lifted, and the princess and the prince happily came together and lived a story without shame. Very old-fashioned plot. Anyway, he felt it was very illogical. A powerful banshee cursed the princess, why did she leave a way to lift the curse? Besides, isn't it a bit perfunctory to believe that a kiss can break the spell? Don't tell him any bullshit about the power of love. No matter how powerful love is, can it break the spell cast by a sanctuary-level banshee? I heard that if you want to lift the curse cast by the banshee, you need to find a brave man who is stronger than the banshee and have S*X with the princess, and use powerful magic to purify the curse from the princess. That's right, in order to select powerful brave men, the Earl also set up 3 difficult tests. Only those who pass these tests are qualified to become the brave men who rescue the princess. He will be the husband of the princess and the future king of the Kingdom of Francis. Are you kidding me? Rhodes was stunned for a moment, with an incredible expression on his face. The incredibly powerful hero and the princess have S*X. Are you sure this is a serious way to save the princess? It's a pity that no one has been able to pass these 3 tests for such a long time. The Earl can only seek the second way, to kill the banshee and break the curse. I see, they say banshees are afraid of iron weapons, but can ordinary iron weapons really kill such a powerful banshee? It would be great if I had this strength, Earl. I could reach the sky in 1 step. A few drunkards were drinking with longing on their faces. Beautiful princess, powerful banshee, defeat the banshee and save the princess. From then on, he inherited the title of Earl and reached the pinnacle of his life. This is simply the plot of a brave adventure storybook. Unfortunately, the banshee in the forest is too powerful. Just think about this kind of thing. Rhodes was in a mixed mood and didn't even know how he left the tavern. Why did the beautiful and innocent fairy tale in his mind suddenly develop in an adult direction? Although, this result seems more reasonable. But is the way to break the curse a bit too tricky? It is difficult to doubt that the banshee was not deliberately taking revenge on the Earl. Give you hope and then make you despair. Even if hope is really found, the daughter she loves most will become someone else. This kind of punishment is simply not too painful for a father. Whether the spell is lifted or the spell is not lifted, I'm afraid it's not a good result for the Count. Although I feel that the development of this plot is a bit broken, but this is Sleeping Beauty. Rhodes muttered quietly. The longed-for storyline in fairy tales is really happening before your eyes. It is impossible to say that there is no idea in mind. Well, it's not because of coveting beauty. It is purely a selfless and dedicated heart that wants to save the innocent princess. Just like when he helped others purify the evil spirit, he had the same mentality of physically giving and cutting off his flesh to feed the eagles. He just couldn't bear to see a princess with a bright future and youth just wither away. That's right. This is merit. Chapter 35. Since ancient times, when it comes to deeds, no one is perfect. It doesn't matter what the reason is for saving the princess. What matters is whether the consequences of doing so are good or bad. If the result is good, then what he did is a good deed. 3 tests, I don't know what they are. The return rate for rescuing the princess is as high as 1000%. Not only can you get a beautiful and caring princess, but you can also inherit the family property and become the owner of this castle. And a hereditary earldom. He suddenly became a high-ranking aristocrat. Such a huge temptation will naturally attract countless brave men to defeat the banshee and save the princess. However, for more than 10 years, no one has passed the first test. You can imagine how difficult these 3 tests are. Rhodes is quite interested in these 3 tests. He likes to challenge the impossible. Not to mention, the reward for the challenge is a living princess. 3 challenges, the first one is posted at the entrance to the castle. Only if the challenge passes the first test, can you enter the palace to meet the Count and get the second test. Rhodes rode his dog to the city gate and looked at the notice posted on the inside of the castle gate. The first test is to eradicate the jackal camp at the gold mine 10 kilometers away, kill the jackal leader of the jackal camp, and take its head to the palace to obtain the second test. This Count has something. Rhodes rubbed his chin, feeling that this Count was really good at killing people with a knife. 10 kilometers away from the kingdom of Francis, there is a medium-sized gold mine. But the gold mine is occupied by a group of jackals. Even a 3-year-old child knows how valuable a gold mine is. If it could be fully excavated, Francis would become the most prosperous kingdom in the vicinity. Even Count Francis did not have no chance to go further. Unfortunately, this gold mine is occupied by a group of gnolls. Jackals are a branch of orcs, monsters belonging to the evil camp. Cruel and cunning in nature, they like to appear in groups. Jackals are physically stronger than humans, and their speed and strength far exceed that of ordinary soldiers. Moreover, their favorite prey is weak creatures like humans. The kingdom of Francis probably gets beaten up a lot by these jackals on weekdays. As for cleaning up, that would be a huge price to pay. There are at least 1,000 jackals in a jackal camp. With the strength of the Francis kingdom, even if this gnoll camp can be eradicated, it will still be broken. Now, this Earl Francis has made a good calculation. Just treat the gnoll camp as a test. As long as someone accepts this reward, it will be a good thing for the Earl regardless of whether he can pass the test or not. The kingdom of Francis is the only county nearby. Without the obstruction of this jackal camp, the gold mine would have become the possession of the kingdom of Francis. Therefore, the biggest hidden beneficiary of eradicating this jackal camp is Count Francis. Even if the gnoll camp is not eradicated, those cannon fodder warriors who are willing to die can at least consume the gnoll's vitality. Without sending a single soldier, they used those brave men who were prostitutes for free to consume the strength of the jackal camp. No matter how you think about it, it's a guaranteed profit. More importantly, in the name of a test, this task does not mention any rewards at all. Even if someone risked his life to complete this task, he would be shocked to find that there is still a more difficult task waiting for him. Giving up on the second test means that all previous efforts have been in vain. As for the gold mine, that is something within the territory of Earl Francis. What does it have to do with you, a foreign brave? Without paying any price, you become the big winner in the end. The Count's calculation was quite good. Mortal wisdom. Rhodes shook his head and tore off the notice. I accepted this mission. The two guards at the door were slightly stunned, obviously not expecting a fool to take this test that no one had completed for more than 10 years. Rhodes walked out of the castle and strode towards the direction of the Knoll camp. After the two guards were stunned for a moment, one of them entered the castle directly and ran towards the palace. Someone has accepted the Earl's test, which is a big deal. The wind howls. Rhodes sat cross-legged on the back of the big dog, and in his sight, all the scenery flashed by frame like a film. Without the drag of the carriage, the speed of the treasure house guards was quite astonishing. The moment he got down on all fours, he pounced like a cheetah. That terrifying explosive power only left behind a series of slowly disappearing after images. In just a few minutes, a huge camp appeared in front of us. The dilapidated camp is filled with a primitive and barbaric atmosphere. The sound of BG came from the camp. There were vaguely visible figures covered in hair, walking back and forth in the camp. Outside the camp, gnawed bones were randomly discarded on the ground. There are bones of beasts and human skulls. Quite a lot of them. Since it is a man-eating beast, there is no psychological burden. Rhodes stretched his muscles and jumped off the dog's back. There was a look of indifference on his calm face. The weak eat the strong, and the fittest survive. Since these jackals regard humans as food, he won't have any psychological burden when he goes on a killing spree. My time is quite precious, so I'd better make a quick decision. Looking at the sun rising slowly on the edge of the sky, Rhodes' body glowed with golden light. It's like a sun falling into the world, emitting endless light and heat. The sun without mercy. Boom! A bright ray of light gathered at the fingertips and fell into the center of the camp. With the explosion, scorching flames engulfed the entire Knoll camp. Beast-like roars and howls were heard endlessly. Rhodes stepped into the scorching flames and walked into the Knoll camp. Throw small groups of suns into the mines. As the last gold mine was swallowed up by flames, the gnolls in the entire camp had been almost wiped out. You should be the leader of this camp. Rhodes lowered his head and looked down at the only remaining jackal. The burnt body and the cruel eyes showed fear and hatred. It's okay to hate. I killed your people, and I will confess to this crime. Rhodes murmured under his breath. There was only a heart-stopping indifference on his expressionless face. So, remember this face. In the next life, stay away from anyone you see. Call. A flame spear gathered together and pierced the heart of the jackal leader. Rhodes lifted the gnoll leader's body. With a swing of the divine axe, an inhuman head rolled to the ground. The jackal camp was destroyed. Chapter 36. Has anyone accepted the reward? In the palace, Earl Francis, who was sitting high on the throne, frowned slightly. I didn't take this little thing to heart. The notices have been posted for more than a dozen years. There are not even 1,000 but 800 brave men who overestimate their own abilities and want to rescue the princess. However, the fact that the notice was still posted there explained the fate of these brave men. The Knoll camp is not so easy to solve. Otherwise, he would not be left helpless as an earl. What's more, the jackal leader is a powerful monster. I want to kill the leader of the gnolls under the protection of countless gnolls. I am afraid that only legendary level experts can do it easily. Legendary? Count Francis sighed. Such a powerful being is one of the few strong men even in the imperial capital. The status is comparable to those of the great nobles. How could he be so interested in such a small earldom? In comparison, it would be better to find a way to kill that damn banshee. Although the banshee is powerful, she has a fatal weakness. As long as his soldiers are given a chance, they can easily subdue the banshee. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent roar, and the sky was dyed red with flames. What happened? The Earl panicked and almost thought it was the banshee from the quiet forest calling. However, after being an Earl for so many years, he is no longer the Wu Xia Amon he was back then, and he still has some inner feelings. Although his hands were shaking in panic, the expression on his face remained calm. "My Lord Earl, the noise is coming from the Jackal camp." A palace guard ran in a panic. "Knoll camp?" Count Francis was slightly startled. Someone just received the trial from the Jackal camp, and there was such a big noise there. Is this a coincidence or not? Send someone over immediately to check on the situation. Half an hour later, a knight hurried in. "My lord, the gold mine has been razed to the ground, and all the jackals have been wiped out." The knight's face was filled with indescribable horror and fear. It was as if he had seen something extremely terrible. Real. Count Francis stood up immediately and walked around the palace excitedly. "Legend, it must be a legendary archmage taking action. It's true that God will never end my kingdom, Francis." After so many years of fishing, he finally caught a big fish. Although he didn't know what the strength of that banshee was. But, at best, it is at the level of a legend. If the kingdom of Francis also had a legendary archmage as a backer, not only can the curse on his daughter be lifted, but the threat of the silent forest will no longer exist. Send all the soldiers to look for the brave man who unveiled the notice, and be sure to respectfully invite him to the palace. After strolling around outside for a while, Rhodes, carrying the head of the jackal leader, returned to the castle unhurriedly. The moment he entered the castle, a group of heavily armed soldiers surrounded him. Rhodes raised his eyebrows, wondering if he had offended that big shot. Why such a huge formation? The leader of the soldiers, the captain, took out a piece of drawing paper that was dictated by the artist. Tall and handsome, with a huge axe on his back, as dazzling as the sun, people dare not look directly at it. While muttering quietly, his eyes were scanning Rhodes' whole body. Nearly 2 meters tall, with strong muscles all over his body, the vague pressure brought by it was like facing a distant rising sun. The pure golden one-handed axe exudes a fearsome edge. Looking at the head of the jackal leader in the opponent's hand, the last trace of doubt in the soldier captain's heart disappeared. "That's him." The soldier captain put away the painting in his hand and asked cautiously. "This brave man, is this the bounty list you just unveiled?" "It's me." Rhodes nodded strangely. "It's just a list, why should we arrest him?" After receiving a positive reply, the expression on the soldier commander's face was immediately full of respect, and he bowed slightly. "Reach out and make a gesture of invitation. Your Majesty the Earl would like to invite you to a banquet at the palace, please come with me." A banquet at the palace? Rhodes figured out what was going on after just a moment's thought. As soon as he unveiled the notice, the Knoll camp was destroyed. Even a smart person can relate to him. "Lead the way." Rhodes nodded and said calmly. Knowing that he was going to meet the Earl, he could still be so calm. Was it because he had anticipated this outcome, so he was so calm? "You are indeed a brave man." The soldier captain sighed in his heart. Seeing the as expected of you expression on the soldier commander's face, Rhodes was confused. Is this guy crazy? Did he say anything? Facts have proved that when a person is on the road to success, even a fart will be misinterpreted to mean 100 different things. This is like a certain great writer who carved the word morning on his desk when he was young. A simple thing will be labeled with various complex arguments. Rhodes even clearly remembers that his Huxia teacher asked him seriously what kind of emotion the author had when he carved the word morning on the table. Does engraving a word also depend on your mood and emotions? That's ridiculous. There are so many students who carve words on their desks when they go to school. A kid with a big butt is still in school, so isn't it just a matter of fun to carve words? I still have to make up a 300 to 500 word noble sentiment for you? What were you thinking? He was escorted onto a carriage by a group of soldiers. Not long after, they arrived outside the palace. After getting off the carriage, a red carpet was spread directly into the palace, with 2 rows of fully armed knights standing on both sides of the carpet. That's almost true. Rhodes pouted. This kind of battle can only deceive those country warriors who have little knowledge. After all, he is also someone who has seen big scenes. Compared with the time when the evil god came, the scene before him could only be regarded as child's play. Master Brave, please. Your Majesty, the Earl is waiting for you in the palace. Rhodes stepped on the red carpet and slowly stepped up the steps of the palace in front of everyone's attention. In the palace, there is a dining table filled with all kinds of delicacies. The nobles in gorgeous clothes sat in their seats and communicated quietly. I don't know why the Earl suddenly summoned them all. The Earl sitting at the head of the table tapped the table nervously and expectantly. The Earl did not speak, and other nobles did not dare to ask. At this moment, a burst of footsteps came. Everyone looked over at the same time, wondering what the identity of this distinguished guest who could be specially waited for by the Earl would be. Could it be a certain nobleman from the imperial capital? Chapter 37. Under the spotlight. A figure walked into the palace. Civilian. How can civilians appear in this place? Who let him in? Simple dress, no aristocratic appearance. Full of arrogance, he walks like a king looking down on all living beings. Such an arrogant and rude person has absolutely no basic etiquette among nobles. Looking at Rhodes walking in, all the nobles couldn't help but frown. The look may be disgusting or repulsive. Only the Earl, who was sitting at the head of the table, stood up with excitement. He walked to the palace gate like a little fanboy and personally welcomed Rhodes' arrival. The Earl all stood up to greet him, but no other nobles dared to sit on their seats. One by one, they stood up and followed the Count to greet the commoner who had a humble status in their eyes. Everyone is full of doubts. Why would the Earl greet a commoner so solemnly? Ignoring the strange looks behind him, Earl Francis walked closer and respectfully performed a standard imperial etiquette. In the HRE Empire, most of the nobles are believers of the God of Glory, and they usually greet each other with church etiquette. But the seemingly legendary strong man in front of him was obviously not a believer in the God of Glory. Francis was not surprised. After all, even these nobles are mostly just shallow believers. He shouted that the God of Glory is above. Occasionally donating a few gold coins to the church will make me feel heartbroken. Dear legendary mage, I, the King of the Kingdom of Francis, on behalf of the entire Kingdom of Francis, thank you for your assistance. This simple sentence made the group of nobles behind him freeze in place. Legend? Mage? Either of these two words symbolizes noble status and identity. If on the basis of the mage, add a legendary prefix. That cannot be described as simply noble. Such people are rare in a place like the imperial capital where there are so many powerful people. The status is comparable to that of countless dukes and nobles in the empire. Such a big shot, even the emperor of the Shinra Empire, must treat him with courtesy. What do these low-level nobles, who are not even counts, do in front of a legendary mage? Count it, Jill. If you offend a legend, no one will say anything even if he is pressed to death on the spot. The legend cannot be insulted. As long as they are not big nobles who own territories and feudal states above the count. It is simply impossible for the Shinra Empire to punish a legendary strongman for a few low-level nobles. Even if an earl or nobleman is killed, as long as there is a reasonable explanation and reason, it will basically be a big deal and a trivial matter. Is it possible that for the sake of tens of thousands of ordinary people, a legendary mage who is more precious than a giant panda is executed? From an empire's point of view, let alone tens of thousands of civilians and nobles. Even a dozen commoners and nobles cannot compare to the value of a legendary mage. Every legendary mage is a strategic weapon for the empire to deter the other three empires. Its status is comparable to nuclear weapons in the technological age. Nuclear weapons can be manufactured in batches, but the number of legendary mages is limited. Anything less is a huge loss. The status of a legendary mage is not something that minor nobles like them can challenge. Francis took Rhodes directly to the main table. Rhodes sat down on the main seat, and Earl Francis naturally sat on the deputy seat next to him. According to the etiquette of the Shinra Empire, those who can sit on the main seat are usually those with the most distinguished status. If the status of the guest and the host are equal, the host will naturally sit in the main seat. But in front of a legendary mage, don't show off his insignificant status as an empire count. Even if this is his kingdom and castle, it is not his master's turn to take the throne. After Rhodes took office, the banquet with him as the protagonist naturally began. The banquet specially prepared by Earl Francis was naturally not too low grade. Although he was not used to Western food, the taste of the high-quality ingredients was excellent, and Rhodes was very happy with his meal. As for a group of nobles, they seemed very reserved. Almost all of them only dare to eat what is in front of them, and they only taste it briefly. Rhodes looked unappetizing. When the banquet is over, the most critical part comes. Forget being polite, let's get down to business. What is the second test? Rhodes picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth, then said casually. Count Francis didn't take it to heart at all. Legendary strongmen all have their own personalities, and their personalities are much worse than this one. In comparison, this legendary mage's temper seemed mild to him. Mr. Rhodes, this second test should not be difficult for you. Count Francis said with a smile. A few months ago, a group of trolls appeared on the border of the kingdom, blocking the largest trade route of the kingdom of Francis. This second test is to eliminate these trolls. By the way, one of these trolls has a troll leader whose strength is close to the legendary level. A clan of trolls? Rhodes felt a hint of interest. The troll clan is a relatively large race. Its origin can even be traced back to the legendary Titan clan. To be more precise, the trolls are the descendants of the Titans, hybrid monsters born from the union of other creatures. However, the ethnic groups of this race are somewhat mixed. Forest troll, mountain troll, one-eyed troll, dark troll, ice troll, ancient troll. There are not 100 kinds, but 70 or 80. The race is diverse, second only to the orcs, which have hundreds of racial groups. However, considering that the fathers of the troll family are giants, it is not unacceptable. The Titans, the original creatures in the world, were born in chaos and were born with the power of rules and the mysterious power of chaos. They are one of the very few ancient races known to be able to become gods without faith. Also known as the ancient god. There is no distinction between good and evil or gender among the Titans. Most of them do not even have a fixed shape. They are more like an incarnation of rules. Therefore, as the descendants of the Titan family, the giant family is originally strange in shape, such as mountain giants, frost giants, 100-armed giants, cyclops. Some deformed giants are even as beautiful as evil gods. As the descendants of the ancient gods, the power of the giant family is naturally not weak. A powerful giant whose strength can reach the top demigod level. Even the weaker giants have at least legendary power. Moreover, the giant family can mate with any creature or even the environment to give birth to children. Some giants merged with the forest and gave birth to forest trolls. Combined with the air of the mountains, mountain trolls will be born. There are even storm trolls that were born from the combination of thunder and thunder. Storm trolls have legendary combat power as adults. The strength is even comparable to that of the giant dragon clan. However, the number is quite rare and has not appeared for hundreds of years. Trolls from different groups have completely different living habits and may even fight each other against each other. I wonder what kind of trolls are these trolls in Francis' kingdom? Chapter 38. It would be fine if it were a regular troll like a forest troll. If you encounter a rare group like storm trolls whose average combat power is above the legendary level, it's a bit troublesome. However, thinking about it, it shouldn't be possible. The strength doesn't match. And storm trolls like to live in places such as Thunder Valley and the highest peak where storms and thunder gather. Moreover, almost all of the remaining storm trolls have become followers of the storm god. The chance of wild storm trolls appearing here is slim. Sir Rhodes, it's getting late now. We can discuss the test tomorrow. If you don't mind, you can stay one night in the palace. Rhodes looked at the darkening sky. The banquet lasted too long and it was already evening before I knew it. To be on the safe side, let's wait until tomorrow to clear out those trolls. After all, Trolls are no ordinary monsters. In front of the trolls, the gnolls are just a bunch of trash. Although it's a bit presumptuous, can you let me see Her Royal Highness? Rhodes said it was presumptuous, but his tone was as if a superior was giving orders to a subordinate. Earl Francis was stunned, and for a moment he didn't even have the courage to refute. Rejecting a legendary mage means facing the other party's anger, or even losing the other party's help. Moreover, according to his promise, the person who passes the 3 tests will be his daughter's future husband. The future king of the Kingdom of Francis. It is reasonable to want to meet his future wife. The princess is resting in the dormitory. Lord Rhodes, please come with me. Rhodes followed the count and walked towards the deep part of the castle where the female family members lived. Aurora, are you asleep? The count stood in front of a door and knocked gently. Boom, boom, boom. After a burst of scattered noises, the door was opened. Princess Aurora, with a few drops of sweat on her forehead, hurriedly opened the door. Father, is there something wrong at this late hour? Princess Aurora's breathing was a little disordered. This is Rhodes, a legendary mage who has passed the first test set by his father. If he can pass 3 tests in a row, he will be your future husband. Sir Rhodes, I am Aurora. Aurora pulled her skirt and gave a slight bow. Although I have no idea about the legendary mage. However, looking at the respectful look on her father's face, one could tell that this young man, who was not much older than her, must have a very high status. Sleeping Beauty. Rhodes lifted Princess Aurora's chin slightly frivolously. She really has a beautiful face. This princess was blessed by 3 forest fairies when she was born. He has a perfect figure and appearance, as well as a kind heart. Both appearance and heart are impeccable and perfect. If she hadn't been cursed by a sanctuary banshee, she would definitely be one of the brightest pearls on this road. Fairy is a strange existence born between nature and laws. He has a godlike personality, but has no fighting power. And life is fragile, even ordinary beasts can kill goblins. However, as something favored by the will of the world, anyone who kills the goblin will be cursed by fate and become plagued with bad luck. Therefore, even the gods would not easily punish this creature. Although goblins do not have strong combat power, their blessings and curses cannot be exempted even by gods. However, goblins rarely bless or curse others unless they are destined to be their destiny. This Princess Aurora is a child raised by 3 goblins. It wasn't until he was almost an adult that he was picked up by Count Francis. Sir Rhodes, please respect yourself. Princess Aurora frowned and took a step back subconsciously. Ever since she was a child, except for her father, she had never been in such close contact with a man. If nothing else happens, I should be your future husband. Let's get used to it a little bit in advance. Rhodes smiled casually and looked at the Earl next to him. Lord Earl, can I stay next door tonight? The Count frowned and glanced at him suspiciously. But thinking that a legendary mage would not do anything excessive, he nodded in agreement. Princess Aurora, I wish you a good dream at night. Thank you, you too, Your Excellency. Princess Aurora entered the room as if fleeing. Has the princess always stayed in the castle? Ever since she was brought back from the 3 goblins, she has been staying in the castle. Even the windows in her room have been specially reinforced. There was a hint of worry on Count Francis' face. The Banshee's curse means that this child will be pierced by a spindle when he reaches adulthood and fall into eternal sleep. Although I have ordered all spindles in the entire castle to be destroyed, I still have to be just in case. Even though I knew there was no way to prevent the curse from happening. But this is the only thing he can do. It doesn't matter, I will take action. Rhodes's understatement was filled with unquestionable confidence. The Earl nodded, and his tense mood seemed to relax a lot. At midnight, the door was suddenly opened. Rhodes frowned and looked towards the door. Under the dim light, a beautiful young woman with a slim figure, wearing an exquisite low-cut palace dress, slowly walked in. There was not much blood on the pale face, except for a pair of bright red lips. Mr. Rhodes, can I come in? The woman spoke, her voice magnetic and sexy, like an enchanting cat scratching her heart. Who are you? Countess Francis, the mother of Princess Aurora, I will serve Lord Rhodes tonight." The Countess slowly unfastened the straps of her court dress and took off her corset, revealing that flawless sexy body, etc. Rhodes frowned and raised his hand to stop him. Only then did I remember that debauchery was prevalent among the upper-class nobles. It does seem that there was a custom of having wives and daughters serve distinguished guests. However, this kind of thing usually happens when guests with vastly different statuses stay overnight. Rhodes didn't quite understand it anyway, but this trend was still quite popular in upper-class society. If the host does not show his kindness as a landlord, the guests staying overnight will think that you look down on him. Even if the person you serve is of low status, the other party will consider him to be contemptuous. If the guest does not accept the host's kindness, the host will consider it looked down upon or even insulted. If you really don't want to accept such kindness, it's best to refuse when the host invites you to stay overnight. With his status as a legendary mage, he is equivalent to a noble of the duke level in the empire. Count Francis had no concubines or second daughters, so the only ones qualified as waiters were the princess and the countess. Princess Aurora is the future heir to the kingdom of Francis, and her husband is the king of Francis. Naturally, it is not suitable for such a thing. Therefore, naturally only the countess met the requirements. He understands the truth, but as the future husband of Princess Aurora, is it really okay to do this? First with the countess costume, and later with Princess Aurora. What is this? Rice bowl? Chapter 39. Free rice bowl. It doesn't seem like it's his character not to eat. It seems immoral to eat it. Rhodes rubbed his chin and pondered, and finally chose to lie down. Since you don't know how to choose, it's better to mess with it. A few hours later, Rhodes took a shower. She sighed and was worthy of being a countess of noble birth. Knows so much. Semi-automatic is just not as good as fully automatic. He looked out the window. A rope woven from sheets hangs down from the next door window. You can vaguely see a figure climbing down the rope. What a wayward princess! Rhodes sighed. There were only a few days left before Princess Aurora's coming-of-age ceremony. The entire Francis kingdom is preparing for war, preparing to go to war with the Forest of Silence. It was really stupid to run out at this time. The stupid princess sneaks out of the castle, encounters danger in the forest, and meets the destined prince. It's an old-fashioned plot. The flames melted the window and Rhodes jumped out. Taking steps leisurely, he chased in the direction where the princess left. The destined prince? If such a thing existed, he would have nipped the risk in the bud. The prince saves the princess? Fantasy is beautiful, but reality is cruel. He is reality. Who is worthy of taking charge of his life and modifying his script? Not even destiny. The princess left the castle and walked towards the Forest of Silence. The distance between the castle and the forest is very close, and the dense jungle appears in front of you in the blink of an eye. This forest looks weird. Rhodes, who was following behind, frowned. Normal forests are green and full of life. Full of life. However, this forest gave him two completely opposite feelings. There is both vibrant vitality and a dead and gloomy power that envelops the entire forest. The grey-green forest is filled with a dark tone at first glance. It's like adding a grey filter. Outside the forest, there were layers of thick and sharp thorns, which surrounded the entire forest with water. The gaps between the thorns can barely accommodate a creature the size of a rabbit. Not to mention adults, even children of any age cannot pass. Princess Aurora walked to the edge of the thorns, and the thorns spread out as if they were alive, leaving a passage for one person to pass through. Aurora walked into the forest with cheerful steps. Thorns with magical powers are difficult to deal with. Rhodes followed behind and couldn't help but rub his teeth as he looked at the newly sealed thorn wall. He pulled out the divine axe and fell, encountering some resistance. It was like chopping on a piece of steel. It took a little effort to cut off a thorn. Rhodes had just cut down 2 thorns with his divine axe, before he walked into the forest. The thorns that were cut grew again at an extremely fast speed. No wonder these thorn walls were not cleared. This magical thorn is as hard as steel. Moreover, it grows rapidly and can grow back even if it is cut. The cutting speed is not as fast as the growth speed, so cutting is in vain. I still prefer fighting with people than chopping wood. Rhodes held the one-handed axe and his eyes became slightly serious. Aurora has entered the forest. If you don't follow him quickly, you'll be lost. If she really met a prince or something, wouldn't that mean snatching food from his mouth? Who can bear this? Magic. Critical breakthrough. Terrifying magic power exploded in his body, and Rhodes instantly felt an uncontrollable force pouring into his body. The body expanded rapidly, and the bloody flames transformed by magic power burned crazily around him like real substance. In the blink of an eye, Rhodes, whose body had doubled in size, swung forward with the divine axe in one hand. Boom! With the blessing of Chun Chu's power, the axe blade cut out a terrifying air wave. All the thorns in front of him were directly shattered by the terrifying slash. A huge passage with a diameter of more than 5 meters was exposed. Rhodes held the magic axe and swaggered into the forest. Dead trees, rotting leaves, and the air is filled with the smell of dampness and decay. In the entire forest, there was surprisingly not a trace of green or bright color. Even the flowers are of an underworld color. Dark blue, black, grey. Rhodes followed the footprints on the ground and soon saw the familiar figure from behind. Aurora stood in front of two strange big trees, muttering something in her mouth. In the center of the two big trees, a powerful natural energy gradually brewed. The secret realm of fairies. Rhodes was a little curious. The goblin's secret realm can be said to be a small world created by the goblin. It can only be opened and entered through special methods. Just as the secret realm was about to open, suddenly, a black cheetah jumped out from a dark corner. In a hurry, Aurora slipped and could only watch helplessly as the cheetah pounced towards her. Aurora screamed and closed her eyes. The pain she imagined did not appear. After a while, Aurora opened her eyes in confusion. A majestic figure stood in front of him, lifting the dangerous Black Panther with one hand. The tall back, full of perfect curves of muscles, seemed to glow under the moonlight. Aurora's breath suffocated, and her heartbeat seemed to speed up a lot. This scene is very similar to the scene in the storybook where the prince saves the princess. Definitely a plot that every woman dreams of. But soon, she felt that this figure looked familiar. Mr. Rhodes! Aurora shouted in disbelief. Little princess, sneaking out alone at night is a bit too much. Rhodes threw the panther away. Aurora was about to speak when she suddenly remembered that this guy should have followed her here. Before she could question him, Rhodes had already taken the lead. I just happened to meet you when I came out to relax. Besides, if it weren't for me, you would have become food for wild beasts by now. Aurora was speechless for a moment and could only say something dull. Thanks. You're welcome. Rhodes responded with a smile. He glanced to the side, then turned his head as if nothing had happened. You can continue now, I have something to take care of. Ignoring what Elora wanted to say, Rhodes walked directly into the depths of the jungle. Not long after walking out, Rhodes stopped and said expressionlessly. Come out. Tap tap tap. There was a sound of footsteps behind him, and a handsome man wearing a white dress and a knight's sword at his waist slowly walked out of the darkness. How did you find me? The handsome man looked at Rhodes and asked with some confusion. Probably, it was when you lured the Black Panther here. Rhodes rubbed his chin with a playful look in his eyes. The hero saves the beauty. The strategy is good, but it's a pity that the method is a bit crude. The Black Panther has injuries on its body, and its belly is obviously full. According to the habits of wild beasts, it is almost impossible to hunt at this time. It was not attacking Aurora, but was being driven in this direction to escape. Rhodes shook his head, the expression on his face was indescribably weird. He thought that he would meet the prince in the forest, but he didn't expect that he would still be a scheming boy. Chapter 40. As soon as they entered the forest, they were attacked by wild beasts. There is no such coincidence in the world. But if it is a prince, in order to win the heart of the princess, he devises a method. That's easy to explain. A princess who has never left the castle, never seen the world, and was raised by goblins since she was a child. Saved by heroes in times of crisis. If this hero still has the characteristics of being handsome, young, and wealthy, it's hard not to commit yourself to him. It's a pity that this pearl of the northern kingdoms has been targeted by him. It is doomed to tragedy for everyone. Very smart. The man admired softly. But, so what if I see it? You will die here soon. And I, the great legendary swordsman, son of Marquis Louis, will appear as a hero to save the cursed princess. Become the new king of this country. Legendary swordsman? No wonder he is so arrogant. Rhodes saw that a man who was no more than 30 years old could practice swordsmanship to a legendary level at this age. To a certain extent, he should be considered a talent. Unfortunately, the road is narrow. It is not good to fight with anyone, you have to dance on the head of the king of hell. The son of a marquis, I'm afraid he's a BD who can't even be called a second son. Rhodes's faint words caused a ferocious expression on the man's face. The world is deeply divided between classes. The son of a marquis, if he is the eldest son of the first heir, will only marry the daughter of a marquis of the same status. Marriage between nobles of the same class is beneficial to both families. If a marquis marries the daughter of an earl, it is basically equivalent to helping the poor. Not only do you get no benefit, but you also end up sticking it inside. For nobles, the continuity of the family is above all else. The probability of this happening is extremely slim. Unless there are only female heirs left in the family and a son-in-law needs to be selected to inherit the family, the conditions will be relaxed. Otherwise, even the second son must at least marry the second daughter who is also a marquis. Only after the second son, those heirs who have no inheritance rights and are even regarded as a thorn in the eyes of the eldest son, will marry low-level nobles. They had no inheritance rights and could receive nothing from their family except a surname. After reaching adulthood, they will be expelled from the family. Although he is said to be a noble, he is actually not recognized by the aristocratic class at all. You wanna die? The man, who had clearly been told something that was on his mind, became angry and rushed towards Rhodes. We plan to settle old and new grudges together. He traveled thousands of miles across mountains and rivers to come here from the kingdom of Louis, and accidentally heard about Princess Aurora's deeds from the troubadour. Although he is a legendary strongman, he is not a swordsman but a mage. There is no lofty status like a mage. If you want to get a legitimate earl title from the Shinra Empire and build your own fiefdom and castle, you need to spend a lot of time and energy. Therefore, he thought of a tricky way to become a count recognized by the empire. That is, marrying the daughter of an earl. Most of the aristocracy had numerous heirs, but there were many nobles like Earl Francis who had only one daughter as their heir. After all, having a child is not something that can be solved if you have the strength and status. Many nobles have been busy all their lives in reproducing offspring, but in the end they cannot change the fate of having only daughters. As long as he can marry such a princess, he will naturally become the heir to the earl. Why are stories about ordinary heroes and princesses so popular? It's because there are too many instances. He made many choices, and among these nobles, he selected Aurora, the princess who he thought was the easiest to win. Unexpectedly, the guy in front of him solved the jackal camp in advance the day before he arrived at the kingdom of Francis. Even he would have to spend a lot of energy to deal with the knoll camp with thousands of people. The only person who could solve it so easily could only be a legendary mage. Although he is a legendary swordsman, his status cannot be compared with the legendary mage. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had no chance of winning in fair competition. But now the opportunity has come. As long as this guy is dealt with, everything will go back to his plan. Even a legendary mage will die if he is attacked by me at such a close range. A fierce light flashed in Louis's eyes. His handsome face was slightly distorted. No matter how powerful the mage is, he cannot avoid a weakness. That is, the weakness of one's own strength. Compared to the physique of a legendary swordsman who has been tempered for thousands of times, the mage's physique is too fragile even if he becomes a legend. If you were to get close to him, you would definitely die. Who told you that I am just a legendary mage? Rhodes looked at the legendary swordsman who attacked him with a blank expression. Slowly raised the divine axe in his hand. Magic power snatched. Critical breakthrough. Louis, holding the knight's sword, felt a sudden weakness in his body. His physique and strength seemed to have been cut in half at the waist, and were constantly being lost. It was as if something had taken it away. Heavy chop. With the blessing of double power, the axe raised by Rhodes fell like lightning and fell instantly. The legendary physique obtained by force, coupled with the blessing of critical breakthrough power. The power of his attack is invincible in the Holy Realm. Call. The sharp edge of the divine axe swept up a terrifying wave of air. A large piece of forest disappeared completely, as if it had been wiped out from this world. The ground was bare, leaving only a huge hole dozens of meters deep into the ground. Everything on the ground was crushed to pieces by the power of this axe. The terrifying power spread to the sky, and a huge gap was cut into the thick dark clouds. The sparse moonlight fell, and the dark forest seemed to become much brighter. As for the prince who claims to be the son of a marquis, if he digs through the ruins carefully, he might be able to find some leather residue. Risks should be completely eradicated from the cradle. Having dealt with this potential contender, Rhodes was in a good mood. What bullshit is destiny, world correction? This kind of trash should be killed one by one. Kill until no one dares to come close. Facts have proved that strength is the only truth in this world. As long as he is so powerful that even the gods can't do anything about him, then he is invincible. Stretching, he turned around and walked out of the forest. With such a loud noise, the sanctuary banshee in the forest must have heard it too. However, now is not the time to start a war with her. If he kills this banshee and breaks the curse, it will be a huge loss. Faced with a legendary archmage, Count Francis probably wouldn't dare to deny it. However, it would still be quite troublesome if you find a way to postpone it. Come back after completing the second test. Anyway, the banshee is in the forest and won't run away. He still has time to take his time, or at worst wait for the curse on Princess Aurora to take effect. When the time comes, even if he doesn't want to, Francis will beg him to help the princess exorcise the demon. Cultivate feelings? No need at all. It's a home run right out of the gate. Let's talk about love after doing it. It won't be too late to slowly talk about feelings with the princess in the future. Chapter 41. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Reward, 10 commandments. The magic of purity commandments, combo star. Combo star, the more times the combo is performed, the greater the damage caused, and each combo will increase the power by 200,000 pounds. 200,000 pounds of power? Rhodes silently changed his mind. The force of 200,000 pounds is equivalent to 180,000 kilograms, which is about 90 tons. A combo adds 90 tons of power. Hitting 10 times in a row is an additional 900 tons of power. Theoretically, as long as his combos are not interrupted, sooner or later he can superimpose his power to the point where he can defeat the gods. The premise is that his body can withstand such a powerful force. Strong magic power, magical melee skills. Rhodes muttered under his breath. He counted the magic powers and commandments he now mastered. Sun, kindness, robbery, disaster, critical breakthrough, combo star, immortal body. It has offense and defense, can recover and stack buffs. He is now simply a boss-level talent template. Sir Rhodes. When he walked out of the room, he happened to meet Alora, who was wearing a palace dress and walked out of the room. The two of them had a tacit understanding of what happened yesterday. Alora, who originally had no favorable impressions of this guy, now feels much more pleasing to the eye when looking at Rhodes. There seems to be a different kind of emotion in my heart. When I think about marrying this guy, I don't seem to be so repelled anymore. Looking at the princess whose expression was inexplicably cheerful. Rhodes shook his head strangely. Aurora seems to like you very much. At this time, the countess, whose hair was a little messy, quietly walked out of the room. With his hands placed in front of his lower abdomen, every movement is full of elegance and aristocratic manners. Looking at the princess's back, the countess showed a gentle look on her elegant face. No one could have imagined such a noble countess who seemed inviolable. Will take the initiative to serve a man who has only met once. Rhodes couldn't help but sigh when he thought of her look with her hair disheveled and dripping with sweat. It is said that the succubus race is the most dissolute and shameless race in the world. However, these aristocratic women have extraordinary backgrounds and have undergone special professional studies since childhood. Even more so than a succubus. Your kneeling posture is beautiful, I like it very much. If you like it, you might as well stay a few more days. Count Francis will probably be very happy. The Countess blushed slightly and said pointedly. After all, when Rhodes and the Princess complete their union, they will become the future heirs of the Francis kingdom. It would be impossible to serve in such an unscrupulous and above-board manner. Although the upper-class nobles were promiscuous, they were not really without bottom lines and morals, if Rhodes' status was transformed into her son-in-law. Even if she continues to stay overnight, it has nothing to do with her. Princess Aurora will serve personally. How can a mother steal her daughter's husband? How can you refuse the Countess's kindness? What does it have to do with me? You want to stay overnight. If you don't want to, how can I force you to stay? The corners of the Countess' mouth rose slightly, but she immediately restrained her expression. He glanced at Rhodes coldly, with a trace of moisture in his charming and confused eyes. He held his head up reservedly, exposing his white neck, like a noble swan, slowly leaving. Is this considered aristocratic reserve? Rhodes shook his head. When dining in the palace, he was the only one left with the Count's family, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Even Count Francis looked at him much softer. It seemed that after he accepted the Countess's service, he became his own person overnight. Rhodes looked at the Countess, who was eating elegantly with an expressionless face. The knife and fork skillfully cut off a piece of food and put it in his mouth. The bright red lips seemed to exude a different kind of temptation. It reminds people subconsciously of the exorcism process yesterday. Noticing his gaze, the Countess picked up a napkin and wiped her mouth, seeming to cast a vague glance at him. A simple look seemed to say everything, but also seemed to say nothing. Rhodes couldn't help but sigh, he was worthy of being a noble. He can't learn this acting skill. After having a simple breakfast, Rhodes left the palace. He was driven to the hotel in a carriage by several soldiers. I thought you were arrested when you didn't come back all night. Yulia, who was leaning against the corridor wall, looked at Rhodes with unspeakable sarcasm. There was a hint of amusement in his tone that he didn't notice. As a legendary archmage, she often interacts with various high-class people, and she knows very well the rules among nobles. Being left in the palace, it didn't take much to know that this BD must have been very comfortable last night. Maybe you can even have a feast cooked by the Countess herself. Most of these high-end aristocratic women are proficient in cooking, especially the following techniques which are passed down from their ancestors. It can make a man want to stop after eating it. This BD obviously already has several cooks, but he still wants to eat noodles cooked by other women. How can a man eat food cooked by so many women? What a greedy thing! Jealousy is not a good habit. Women should be more generous. Rhodes glanced at her. He has such a big appetite, how can he be full with the little food at home? If he doesn't go out to hunt for wild food, do he want to starve to death? Who is jealous? Haha, I am a legendary archmage. Have you ever heard of the Flame Queen? If the men in the imperial capital who want to pursue me can line up in the western continent, will I fall in love with you? Ridiculous! Ridiculous! Outrageous! Yulia almost jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Rhodes looked at the woman who was blushing and even stuttering, and rolled his eyes speechlessly. Why are you reacting so harshly? When did I say you fell in love with me? I mean, you're jealous that I was invited by the Earl and didn't invite you. But... Rhodes rubbed his chin and suddenly approached Yulia. With one hand, he pressed the woman directly against the wall. The two were so close that their chests were almost touching. The warm embrace made Yulia tilt her head unnaturally. The smell full of male hormones gave her an indescribable feeling. Rhodes smelled the light body fragrance of the woman and sounded playful. You're so reactive, you're not really interested in me, are you? I don't mind if you want to. Go away. Who would like an arrogant man like you? Yulia, who had a furious expression on her face, found the strength to push Rhodes away. I still have to teach Brittany magic classes, so I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Looking at the back of Yulia leaving in a panic. Rhodes rubbed his chin with a strange look in his eyes. This grumpy woman couldn't really be interested in him. Chapter 42. Lady Yulia, why is your face so red? In the room, Brittany, who was meditating, opened her eyes. Looking at Yulia, who hurriedly walked in without saying a word and drank 2 large glasses of water, she couldn't help but be a little confused. It's too hot outside. Also, didn't I tell you to call me teacher? Yulia slapped her face and suddenly changed the subject. No, the master is my teacher. Brittany shook her head stubbornly. Nonsense. All your magic knowledge was taught by me, what does it have to do with him? Yulia became angry when she mentioned this matter. Disciples who have been taught by themselves regard others as teachers. But, you were captured by your master. Looking at the angry Yulia, Brittany's tone was a little weak. Who taught you to talk like this? Yulia was speechless and choked. Although he wanted to refute it, but thinking about it carefully, it was Rhodes' ability to capture her and teach this little girl magic. The credit should really go to Rhodes. How's your meditation going? Yulia sighed, not wanting to tangle with this stubborn girl anymore. All this girl can think about is that BD Rhodes. If Rhodes said anything, she would probably be willing to let this kid die. You can already feel the fire element. Brittany whispered, looking very unsure of herself. So fast. Yulia looked surprised. When she first felt the fire element, it took her more than half a month. Already called a genius by her mentor. This child's talent is really terrifying. No wonder she will be the most powerful flame mage in the Empire in the future. He can be called the strongest flame mage, and he must be at least a saint-level magician. Now that you have felt the element of fire, it means that you are qualified to release magic. Next, I will teach you how to extract magic power. Having magic power means that you have entered the ranks of a real mage. While Yulia was practicing the religion seriously, Rhodes was in the house completing the exorcism task that Euphemia had missed yesterday. Under the infusion of holy water and baptism, the liquefied and viscous demonic energy was expelled from the body. It's really difficult to eradicate it from being polluted by the devil's evil energy. Rhodes sighed, no wonder everyone hated demons. However, who makes him have such a heavy sense of responsibility? When leaving the room, she happened to bump into the expressionless young girl Fleur. Seeing Rhodes, a slight blush appeared on Fleur's expressionless face. Although the previous thing was done by the second personality under the succubus, she felt all the feelings. It's no different than playing in person. It's not good to be too innocent. It needs to be properly trained. Rhodes looked at Fleur, whose ears were red and seemed to have disappeared when she ran away. Decided to exorcise demons next time during the first personality. How could he, a servant of a professional exorcist, not be able to adapt to the process of exorcism? Next, it's time to get down to business. Rhodes stretched and looked towards the outside of the castle. The demon was exorcised and the benefits were taken away. The beautiful princess is still waiting for him to lift the curse. The only thing missing from the rice bowl is soup. So, the troll must die. Rhodes rode the treasury guard and rushed towards the troll camp. Is this the troll camp? In the distance, Rhodes saw strange buildings. The house made of irregular stones is full of a rough sense of history. Each stone house is 7 or 8 meters high. There are not many in number, only a few dozen. Let's have a greeting first. Rhodes raised his palm expressionlessly, and a bright light slowly condensed. The sun without mercy. Boom. After a few breaths, violent flames exploded in the troll camp. Roar. A violent roar resounded, shattering the entire cloud. A troll with its body burning with flames descended from the sky. It has a sharp nose and ears, and looks similar to a goblin, but its body is more burly, its body is full of strong muscles, and it holds a pitch-black spear in its hand. The terrifying figure was 4 to 5 meters tall, with strange lines etched on its skin. Ancient troll. Rhodes raised his eyebrows. The size of ordinary trolls is only 2 or 3 meters. The only trolls with this size are ancient trolls. An ancient troll with a violent personality and a fierce fighting spirit. It has huge strength and physique, has the talent of becoming gigantic, and is extremely resistant to magic. No wonder he survived being burned by his son Fire. One after another, the trolls walked out of the sea of fire. The largest one was nearly 10 meters tall. This should be the leader of this group of trolls. Rhodes found that the strength of this group of trolls was somewhat different from what Count Francis said. The strength of the leader of the trolls is at least legendary level. The remaining trolls are also quite terrifying in strength. It would be easy for such a group of trolls to overthrow a kingdom of earls. The reason why the kingdom of Francis was not destroyed was simply due to good luck and not being discovered by the trolls. Rhodes put his hands in his pockets and watched expressionlessly as a group of trolls approached. Soon, a dozen oppressive ancient trolls surrounded Rhodes in a condescending manner. I heard that the ancient trolls are very powerful. I just want to try it. Proud. The troll leader roared, with undisguised contempt in his eyes. Ancient troll, power reigns supreme. Except for the royal family Beeman of the giant dragon clan and the orc clan, no other clan is looked down upon by them. The tiny human being in front of him actually wanted to compete with them. The smallest ancient troll walked out from among the trolls, brandished the thick stone club in his hand, and smashed it down in the direction of Rhodes. You look down on me so much. I'm really offended again. Rhodes helplessly stretched his muscles and slowly raised the divine axe in his hand. Critical breakthrough. Boom. He waved forward lightly, and the terrifying air waves raged like a storm. Puff. The body of the troll touched by the divine axe instantly twisted and expanded, and exploded into a ball of blood mist. The flesh and blood crushed by the huge force were scattered on the ground like raindrops. Directly ahead, an uninhabited passage stretching for thousands of meters was cleared. The terrifying blow directly caused all the trolls to fall into a sluggish state. Immediately afterwards, the troll leader reacted, his eyes turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Yang Tian roared. All the trolls fell into rage. More than a dozen thick stone pillars were smashed down fiercely. Rhodes slowly extended his palm. Magic power snatched. Group hunting. A powerful magic power instantly enveloped the surrounding area. All the power of the trolls was directly forcibly plundered. Rhodes' body instantly swelled to 4 or 5 meters, and the divine axe in his hand was held like a toy. Puff! The axe blade was swung, and the violent power directly annihilated an ancient troll. Blessed by combo star magic. The power of each of Rhodes' strikes increases dramatically. In a few breaths, only one troll leader was left among the dozen trolls. Rhodes had a nonchalant look on his face. The sarcasm was filled with arrogance from the bottom of his heart. It seems a bit weak. Chapter 43. Weak. How dare a mere human being be so arrogant? The troll leader's bloodshot eyes instantly became extremely bloodshot. The hatred of the massacre of his race, coupled with the indifference in his bones, made his blood tremble. A powerful aura emerged from the body of the troll leader. The troll, whose body was filled with a bloody aura, suddenly swung down the stone club in his hand. Boom! Rhodes swung an axe. The troll leader took 2 steps back, a ferocious look on his ferocious face, and his blood boiled even more. Thick veins appeared on the surface of the body, and there seemed to be faint runes of law emerging. Even his body shape seemed to have grown in size instantly. Awakening of bloodline. Rhodes raised his eyebrows. Trolls are descendants of the giant family. A very small number of trolls with strong blood can awaken the power of giants. Strength will also undergo dramatic changes. He didn't expect that this troll leader would awaken the power of blood. But what's the use of exploding your seed? Absolute power cannot change any outcome. Rhodes smiled arrogantly and swung the divine axe forward. Combo star magic keeps stacking up. In the blink of an eye, the combo stars have been stacked up to more than 50 levels. Boom! With a single wave of his hand, he can exert more than 10,000 tons of power. Directly blast the troll leader away. The troll leader who has awakened his bloodline has not just experienced this state of getting braver and braver as he fights. He was suppressed by Rhodes' rapidly increasing power and faced a head-on attack. The entire troll's face was filled with a confused and unbelievable expression of shock. Why, a human being can be so powerful? Isn't this guy really a dragon transformed from the giant dragon clan? Resist. Boom. Dance. Boom. Keep CG with me. Puff. Rhodes jumped up high and struck the troll leader's head with an axe from a condescending position. The troll leader roared and raised the stone club in his hand to resist. But the power of this human being is too terrifying, like a huge mountain pressing down on him. The troll leader couldn't bear the pressure and was knocked to one knee by Rhodes with a jumping chop. The stone stick in his hand had already been shattered. Rhodes swung his axe, and the axe blade landed on the hard arm bone of the troll leader. The violent power directly caused the blood vessels all over the troll leader's body to burst. Below the gods, I am invincible. Above the gods, I am invincible. A troll who is not even a saint, who gave you the courage to explode in front of me. Rhodes' eyes were cold, looking at the troll leader as if he were looking at a piece of garbage. The troll leader, whose body was covered in bruises and bruises, lay helplessly on the ground, completely losing the strength to struggle. Rhodes put his foot on the troll's head. Under the shadow, there was indifference in the lowered eyes. The game ends here. The defeat of the troll leader represents 3 trials for Count Francis, 2 of which he has already completed. There is only one last test left, and he can become the husband of Princess Aurora openly. Marry the princess. Thinking about it, I'm really looking forward to it. Does this count as marrying Biphume and reaching the pinnacle of life? However, Earl Francis is in his prime and his body is very strong. It seems that there will be no problems in 20 years. He can just take the princess to be cool outside. After cutting off the head of the troll leader, Rhodes embarked on his return journey. In the palace, he looked at the head of the troll leader brought by Rhodes. After a brief shock, Count Francis suppressed his inner excitement. The 3rd test was mentioned. It was also a test that Rhodes had long guessed. Defeating or killing the Banshee in the Forest of Silence proves that you have the strength to defeat the Banshee. Only in this way can you be qualified to break the curse on the princess. Count Francis' tone was serious. The original Banshee used powerful magic to cast a cruel spell on his daughter. Only a strong man who can defeat her can break her curse. As long as you can defeat the Banshee, it naturally means you have the qualifications to break the curse. The first 2 tests are just to select brave men with sufficient strength and eliminate 2 threats to the kingdom. Originally, there should be another choice for the 2nd test, but the appearance of the group of trolls disrupted his plan. However, the good thing is that the result is perfect. However, the first 2 tests are at best an appetizer. The 3rd test is the real highlight. Deal with the Banshee in the forest. Rhodes nodded. This test was not unexpected at all. He looked towards the sky outside the palace. The sun hangs high above the head, and even in autumn with a hint of chill, there is still an indescribable warmth and heat. When the sun is in the center, it reaches its peak. And he is about to reach his peak state. Although the location was not favorable, the timing was on his side. In heaven and on earth, I am the only one. At 1 minute at noon, even if he faced the arrival of the true God, there was absolutely no way he could lose. No matter how you think about this game, it seems like a sure win. The banquet is ready. I'll come as soon as I can. Rhodes left the palace and walked directly towards the Forest of Tranquility. What a warrior! Looking at that confident and arrogant figure, Count Francis couldn't help but sigh. If he had such generals under his command, why would he be just a count? Between the castle and the forest, there is a river and a small plain. Rhodes was riding a dog, galloping across the plains at great speed. After a few minutes, outside the quiet forest, Rhodes holds the scorching sun in his hand, like a true god descending. The sun without mercy. A flash of light shone, and the thorny jungle shrouded outside the silent forest was instantly burned away. Rhodes walked into the forest as if he didn't recognize his relatives. Roar! The roar of the beast rang in my ears, like the roar of thunder. Several dark-haired jungle monsters rushed over from the shadows. The strong aura of death and decay made Rhodes frown. Trees and nature, originally symbols of life, were replaced by a force of death and decay. The power of death pollutes life, but it retains the most basic vitality. Therefore, this weird imagination was created. This deformed monster of life and decay coexisting. This forest is really weird. Rhodes muttered under his breath. Even if it is affected by the magic power of a sacred banshee, it is impossible for all creatures in the forest to mutate. Although the sanctuary is powerful, it is essentially just a mortal with the power of superficial rules. It is impossible to change the nature of life on a large scale from the source. In particular, a large-scale virgin forest like the Forest of Tranquility covers an area of dozens of square kilometers. If you want to completely pollute such a large forest, I am afraid that only the power of the demigod level can do it. This method is more like coming from the devil. Boom! Rhodes swung his axe and the sun's fire turned into a curtain of light, easily killing all the demonic creatures in front of him. Before taking 2 steps, another demonized giant eagle flew from behind. Rhodes turned slightly and missed the attack of the demonized giant eagle, and was about to escape at a very fast speed. "You're already here, why are you leaving?" Rhodes threw the magic axe out of his hand. The rotating axe blade emitted a blazing light, easily killing the demonized giant eagle, and then fell downwards. "Hi!" Rhodes was surprised, and suddenly felt that the connection between himself and Rita the axe was blocked. The Lord of Hell is stirring up trouble. Rhodes couldn't figure it out. Who dares to be so bold and even dare to touch his things? He didn't have anything to worry about. After all, Rita, the axe, had a spirit and recognized her master. Only he can control and use it. It is difficult for others to pick it up. Rhodes walked forward slowly, and a river full of divine radiance gradually appeared in front of his eyes. "Aha!" A flash of light flashed. "Mighty and brave warrior, may I ask if you drop something?" A kind figure exuding divine light floated above the river. Looking at him kindly, Rhodes raised his eyelids. "River God?" Chapter 44. River God? Looking at the figure floating on the river, Rhodes had a strange look in his eyes. Although his body is filled with the glory of divinity, this guy is obviously not a real god. The real god is the incarnation of rules, and his personality is too powerful. Once one exalts the kingdom of God, he will be expelled by the will of the world to the star realm outside the world. It is the residence of the gods, and every star in the star world is the manifestation of the kingdom of a god. Only at great cost is it possible to invest one's power and incarnation into the material plane. Since the river god in front of him can freely appear in the material plane, he definitely cannot be a real god. At best, he is a false god, trying to spread faith through this legendary method in an attempt to become a true god. Just need to show up occasionally and help a few lucky people achieve their wishes, and the reputation will spread and gain a group of believers. And all he paid was some insignificant treasure. But what race is this guy? Rhodes looked at the river god and gently rubbed his chin. Although it looks like a human being, it is obvious that this thing is definitely not human. Instead, it looks a bit like a goblin. "Who are you?" Rhodes became interested and planned to play with this guy to see if he could get some benefits. He asked with a look of confusion on his face. "I am the river god of this river, young brave man, did you just throw away something?" The river god looked at Rhodes with a loving expression and gave a hint. If he doesn't answer this, he won't be able to perform in the next scene. When Rhodes heard this, a look of distress appeared on his face. "Yes, my axe fell into the river. This is the only axe I have." Seeing Rhodes being so sensible, the smile on the river god's face became even brighter. With a wave of his hand, a burst of golden light burst out from under the river. "Then what you dropped is this axe made of gold." Immediately afterwards, a burst of silvery white light burst out, and the river god continued to speak. "It's still this axe made of silver." Rhodes shook his head. "Neither. Then what you dropped should be this ordinary axe that exudes divinity." Seeing that Rhodes was such a city, the river god's eyes became even more appreciative. Society is complex and people's hearts are cold and warm. We have seen a lot of greedy people, but it is really rare that such an honest person can accompany him to the end of a play. The river god was suddenly startled as he thought about it. An axe that exudes divinity? Why does an ordinary axe exude divinity? A bad thought flashed through his mind, and Rhodes stood by the river and slowly shook his head. Not this either. Choose one of three? That's what kids do. Want them all? That's what immature young people do. A real man must dare to innovate. The river god, who was looking at a loss, then became completely stupid. What I dropped is an artifact axe that can be big or small, long or short, its weight is controllable, and it can fly back automatically at any time. Rhodes said seriously. The old face of the river god suddenly turned red with anger. He is the river god, not the wishing god. Why don't you leave this to make a wish for me? Greedy human beings are destined to be unable to obtain anything. With a splash, the river god disappeared into the water with 3 axes. It was clear that Rhodes was not even going to give him the axe. This kind of divine artifact is a rare good thing. This wave is really profitable. The Lord of Hell is making trouble with your head. Your angle is very tricky. Rhodes smiled slightly and slowly raised his palm. In the palm of his hand, violent flames gathered and turned into a huge sun in the blink of an eye. Trees withered and leaves were set on fire. The scorching heat caused the surrounding temperature to rise to an absurd level. All the demonized creatures with a radius of several kilometers fled far away in an instant. Even this boiling river has been evaporated by the extreme high temperature, and it will disappear soon. The river god hiding in the river finally couldn't sit still. Although it claims to be the river god, it is not a real god after all. You must rely on rivers to survive. He is an elf born from this river. Through the branches of the rivers, it flows to all parts of the northern countries, spreading the legend of the river god. This river is equivalent to his life and foundation. If this river was destroyed, he might not be able to become a true god in this life. As for fighting, he is the opponent of this monster. Looking at the flames that were hotter than the sun, he felt frightened in his heart. If they really fight, they will be burned out in a matter of minutes. He is a river god, so how can he get his fighting power? This powerful adventurer, this is your divine axe. Now it has returned to its original owner. Please let me go. Looking at the pleading river god, Rhodes calmly did not even look at him. What I dropped is an axe that can be big or small, long or short, and can fly back on its own. What does this ordinary axe have to do with me? If I can't find my axe, I can only evaporate the river water and look for it myself. Holding the power of the sun in his hand, Rhodes said casually. Since this river god is causing trouble in front of him, don't blame him for peeling off a layer of its skin. He has always taken advantage of others. He even dared to swallow his things. This was the first time I had seen him so bold. The helpless river god looked at the water level of the river getting lower and lower, and Rhodes' face that showed no room for negotiation. He slapped his chest cruelly, and a ball of power exuding divine brilliance was directly integrated into the divine axe Rita. The only way to change the effect of an artifact is to add more divinity to it. In order to transform this axe, this ball of divine power was equivalent to the faith he had accumulated over hundreds of years. It can be said to be a massive hemorrhage. Sir Adventurer, did you drop this axe that can be large or small, has a controllable weight, and can fly back on its own? His heart was bleeding, and the river god had to show a flattering expression on his face. Yes, I dropped the axe. Rhodes picked up the axe handed over by the river god. As the magic power poured into it, the axe instantly expanded several times. Immediately afterwards, it shrank to the size of a palm for an instant. After a little experimentation, Rhodes felt satisfied. The axe can be enlarged or reduced, which is not only easy to carry, but most importantly, it can also be used normally even in a huge state. Occasionally it can be thrown away like a hidden weapon. Anyway, you can fly back by yourself. Rhodes wanted to squeeze the river god some more, but looking at the way his body had been hollowed out, it didn't look like there was anything good left. As a human being, the most taboo thing is to be greedy. The god axe has evolved, and its power and functionality have been greatly enhanced. For him, it was already an unexpected surprise. Even if he went back empty-handed this time, he wouldn't be at a loss. Of course, the most important thing now is to find traces of the sanctuary banshee. Complete the last of the 3 trials and marry Princess Baifume. Everything else must be discussed later. With such a big movement, it stands to reason that we should have discovered it. Rhodes looked up at the sky. Unless that sanctuary banshee is deaf. Chapter 45. It's coming. Rhodes covered the sun with his hands and looked towards the sky. Above the sky, flocks of birds came overwhelmingly. It was as if a dark cloud hung over the forest of silence. Boom! There was a terrifying trampling sound, and the ground trembled. Pairs of green eyes emerged from the bushes, and the dense beasts and monsters surrounded them. All the monsters were scratching the ground restlessly, as if they might attack at any time. But it seemed like he was waiting for orders. Tap tap tap! The herd of beasts suddenly dispersed through a passage, and a woman wearing a long black dress walked out of the herd. High cheekbones, a pair of devil-like horns, a somewhat coquettish appearance, flaming red lips, and most importantly, a big mouth. Rhodes doesn't appreciate this overly Western look at all. However, for people in this world, this appearance is quite marketable. Why is this guy out? A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the river god, and he immediately sank into the river with a splash. Humanity! The woman's voice was hoarse, and she ignored the disappearing river god. Her dark eyes were full of malice, staring at Rhodes. No humans are welcome to enter the forest of tranquility. Are you teaching me how to do something? Rhodes held the divine axe on his shoulders and grinned to both sides. Yao looked at this banshee with terrifying magic power on her body with interest. There was an undisguised malice in those eyes that had been severely corroded by the power of the abyss. It is estimated that if she were not afraid of his strength, this woman would have killed him immediately. The forest banshee is essentially a neutral and kind-oriented race. To have such great malice is naturally influenced by external forces. And he was still very familiar with this power. It was similar to the aura of the abyss evil god he killed last time. These demons are really troublemakers, they can be found everywhere. Rhodes sighed, but the issues that needed to be dealt with still had to be dealt with. This banshee has had her mind corrupted by the power of the abyss, and it would be a disaster to keep her here. It would be better to resolve it as soon as possible, which would be beneficial to everyone. Although the sun is not at its peak at noon, it should be enough to deal with you. Rhodes raised his divine axe, and his body glowed with blazing light. Shrouded in radiance, Rhodes transformed into the king of the sun. The divine axe expanded and expanded, instantly turning into a golden battle axe more than 10 meters long. Boom! With one strike of the axe, everything in front of him was turned into coke in the high temperature. Bah! The banshee opened her mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. A terrifying sound struck Rhodes. The sound contained the magic of decay and death, turning everything in its path into ashes. Commandments. Love. The terrifying power dissipated the moment it came into contact with Rhodes. Rhodes dusted himself off and looked at the confused banshee. He showed a look that could not tell whether it was ridicule or contempt. That's all. Magic sun. Magic power snatched. Magic disaster. Critical breakthrough. Rhodes directly superimposed a set of buffs on his body, reaching the ultimate level instantly. Sunfall. A mixture of the power of the sun and the abyss condensed into a pitch-black sun, exuding the aura of annihilating everything. Although it was not as good as the blow that killed the evil god of the abyss, he was not facing an immortal evil god. It's just a sanctuary-level banshee. The dark sun explodes. The terrifying power of annihilation instantly strangled the banshee. Rhodes put one hand on his waist and looked relaxed. Isn't it a bit too simple? As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Rhodes saw the banshee he had killed resurrected by an aura full of life force. Human, you can't kill me in this forest. There was a hint of fear in the banshee's dark eyes. The blow just now was the breath of death she had never felt before. It was the first time that she felt death was so close. The banshee born in the forest is loved by this forest. Unless the forest is destroyed, your life will never end. Rhodes sighed at the wonder of the world. His tone suddenly became cold. Since killing you is useless, if I destroy this forest, will you survive? A blazing sun condensed in Rhodes' hands. The sun, which is hundreds of meters in diameter, radiates high temperatures that burn everything. All the surrounding trees withered and shrank in the high temperature. No! A flash of emerald green flashed in the banshee's dark eyes. Weirdly, he regained some consciousness from his demonic state and rushed towards Rhodes. The exploding sun! Rhodes murmured quietly. With him as the center, the terrifying power of the sun poured out unbridled. The dark forest was illuminated by light, and everything perished in the brilliance of the sun. The banshee that was so close was directly obliterated by the power of the sun. Buzz! A burst of light full of life burst out from the depths of the silent forest, turning into emerald green raindrops falling. The blazing brilliance of the sun was silently replaced by a green life force. The withered forest has also regained its vitality. There is such a thing. Rhodes squinted his eyes and looked at the center of the silent forest. Although I don't know what it is, to be able to wipe out his power so easily must be at least a demigod-level existence. Driven by curiosity, Rhodes walked towards the center of the forest. The banshee, who was resurrected again, pounced on Rhodes like she was going crazy. Puff! Rhodes swung his axe and smashed the newly resurrected banshee. Although the banshee can be resurrected indefinitely, it does not come without any cost. Every time she is resurrected, the banshee's power will drop to a lower level. Strength is incomparable. But now, at noon when the sun is hottest, his magic power is comparable to that of a demigod. In half an hour, the sun will reach its peak, and even if the true god comes, he will not take it seriously. A mere banshee with legendary combat power wants to stop him? I'm afraid I'm thinking too much. The deeper you go, the taller and denser the surrounding trees become, and the more powerful the living monsters become. Rhodes pushed all the way, killing all the monsters that stopped him. 10 minutes later, the banshee was killed again, and the narrow forest suddenly became empty. An open space covering several kilometers appeared in front of Rhodes. In the center of the open space, a small tree as thick as one person could hug it exuded an amazing breath of life. On the trunk of the tree, a fat and ugly insect was constantly eating the branches and leaves of the tree. The tree, which is full of emerald green patterns and filled with an ancient atmosphere, has grey-white scars appearing as insects gnaw on it. Tree of Life. Rhodes was slightly surprised. Isn't this thing exclusive to the elf forest? Chapter 46. Tree of Life. The origin of the elves. It is said that the ancestor of the elves was born from this tree. The forest of elves is close to tens of millions of kilometers in size, and all species and plants are bred from the Tree of Life. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that the Tree of Life is the holy tree and belief of the elves. But why is there a sapling of the Tree of Life here? Rhodes rubbed his chin and looked at the inconspicuous sapling. Although it has not grown up yet, this terrifying vitality is indeed the Tree of Life. I heard that the Tree of Life breeds several seeds every 1,000 years. However, the seeds of the Tree of Life seem to be kept by the royal family of the elves. The seeds of the Tree of Life contain powerful vitality. Even a dying god will be healed of all injuries instantly after taking it. It can even resurrect the life that has just died and extend its lifespan for thousands of years. However, I have never heard that the seeds of the Tree of Life can be planted. Of course, there is also a possibility that planting the Tree of Life requires too much cost. Even the elves can't afford it. The precious Tree of Life seeds can only be used as consumables. Rhodes looked at the somewhat malnourished Tree of Life in front of him. The eyes are a little weird. The legendary Tree of Life is tens of thousands of meters high, and countless elves and species live on the tree. The tree spirit of the Tree of Life even possesses power comparable to that of the gods. In comparison, this Tree of Life sapling, which is less than 10 meters tall, can only be regarded as a small sapling. Although I don't know why the seedlings of the Tree of Life appear here. But what is certain is that it was the emergence of the Tree of Life that gave birth to this quiet forest. The Tree of Life is a hotbed, and everything in the Forest of Tranquility relies on the Tree of Life to exist. If there is a problem with the Tree of Life seedlings, there will be problems in the entire Forest of Tranquility. Now, the saplings of the Tree of Life are corrupted and tainted by the abyssal worm. Therefore, the entire silent forest became eerily silent. Even the forest banshee is controlled by this abyss worm. If we kill this thing, the Forest of Tranquility will return to normal, right? After all, he is also the future heir to the kingdom of Francis. The starting point naturally has to be from the perspective of a king. Such a forest that is rich in resources would be better left intact if it could not be destroyed. This quiet forest alone is enough to feed hundreds of thousands of people. It's such a shame to ruin it. Now that the source of the problem has been found, all that's left is to solve it. Rhodes dragged his axe and came to the Tree of Life seedling. Puff! The axe he swung directly hit the abyss worm. The abyss worm that was attacked let out a shrill wail. Immediately afterwards, a ferocious mouthpart grew out of his lower body and turned into a two-headed worm. The mouthparts at the end of the tail are firmly on the Tree of Life, and dense tentacles of flesh and blood spread along the veins of the Tree of Life. Gudong gudong. The abyss worm sucked crazily, continuously absorbing the life essence from the Tree of Life saplings. Rhodes cut off the abyss worm's body with an axe, but the broken body of the abyss worm grew back again in the next second. No wonder this guy wasn't killed. Rhodes was still wondering just now, how could an abyss worm, which was at best a legendary level, make the sanctuary banshee helpless? I didn't expect this thing to be parasitic on plants. If you try to kill it, the sapling of the Tree of Life will probably not survive. If this worm is not killed, the seedlings of the Tree of Life will sooner or later be devoured. One is immediate death, the other is chronic suicide. No difference. Rhodes thought, slowly looking at the crazy abyss worm. At this moment, the abyss worm, sensing the crisis, was frantically sucking the life essence of the Tree of Life. Originally only about 1 meter in size, it reached about 5 meters in the blink of an eye. The Tree of Life, which had been devoured a large amount of life essence, became withered and yellow, and the few leaves fell off. After reaching 5 meters in size, the abyss worm stopped absorbing life force. Dark silk threads spewed out from the huge body, wrapping itself into a huge cocoon. Inside the cocoon, the terrifying power of the abyss filled the air, and the low heartbeat echoed like a war drum. It seems like something terrifying is brewing. Rhodes raised a brow. Is this evolved? You evolved in front of me, you really don't take me seriously. Rhodes swings the axe blade. Boom! The violent sunfire exploded and swallowed up the entire cocoon. Evolve in front of him? He is not a sobby villain, just watching the protagonist become stronger. The dark silkworm cocoon was instantly melted, and the worms transforming inside the cocoon could be vaguely seen. The abyss worms that were attacked accelerated their speed of devouring life essence. The dull heartbeat was like a war drum, just when Rhodes was about to land his second axe. A blue-gray claw covered with dense scales tore through the cocoon. A huge figure jumped out of the cocoon and rushed towards Rhodes condescendingly. You've evolved and you think you're good. Rhodes twitched the corner of his mouth, and the aura on his body instantly became violent and wanton. Critical breakthrough. The magic power is continuously transformed into power. With the help of terrifying power, Rhodes' size expanded to almost the same size as his opponent. The divine axe in his hand quickly grew in size and fell from the sky. Boom! The deafening roar spread throughout the countryside. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and the earth with a radius of hundreds of meters sank deep into the ground under the collision of terrifying forces. Veins suddenly appeared on his arms, and Rhodes' slightly squinted eyes opened. Boom! The demon in the wrestling match was directly blasted away, and after landing, it slid along the ground for thousands of meters. The ground was like a meteor falling, and a huge pit was created. Waste is waste, even if it evolves 10 times it is still waste. Rhodes held the divine axe upside down, and his oppressive figure slowly walked out of the hole. He opened his mouth and let out a hot breath, as if a blazing sun was slowly rising behind him. The peak at noon has arrived. In heaven and on earth, I am the only one who is supreme. The fog cleared, and a demon crawled out of the ground. It has a humanoid body, its legs are as thick as ox hooves, and its legs are covered with dense growth. The blue-gray skin on the upper body, the muscles like steel, and the fiery red light in the chest flickered and undulated with the beating of the heart, as if it contained a ball of magma. With a ferocious face and 2 thick green horns on the top of his head, he stepped on it and the ground cracked. The Hell Bowl demon looked up to the sky and roared, exuding an aura that was even more powerful than the sanctuary banshee. Although he has not reached the level of a demigod, he is only just a hair short of it. And as the price of his transformation, the originally green and lush tree of life sapling was close to withering. Only a trace of life essence is left to hang on to the last vitality. Chapter 47. Too weak. Rhodes moved his shoulders. The blow just now did not cause any harm to him at all. For an opponent of this level, he doesn't even need to activate the ability of the discipline of kindness. It wouldn't do him any harm anyway. It will only be a waste of magic power. The withering of the tree of life. The entire silent forest has lost its vitality and vitality. The ground is dry, the leaves are withered, and the grass is yellow. Every tree, and even every monster in the silent forest, became dying. Human, in the name of the Abyss Demon, I acknowledge your power. With the strength of the two of us, if we fight here, we will both lose. It's better to let this matter go. I forgive your offense and will immediately leave this world and return to the Abyss. The Hell Bowl Demon's voice was low, and he looked at Rhodes with fear in his eyes. He is an Abyss Demon, with rage and the desire to kill flowing in his bones. Bloodlust and killing are his nature. Being able to bow down and compromise to a human being in such a humble manner is enough to prove how powerful this human being is. He felt an aura more powerful than that of the Abyss Demon Lord from this human being. That is a power comparable to that of a god. You just said, both sides suffer. Rhodes stretched his muscles and looked at the Minotaur opposite with a smile. The next second, the ground shook violently. Rhodes' figure disappeared instantly and appeared in front of the Bull Demon before it could react. The oppressive figure looked down at the Bull Demon who was one head lower than him. Under the shadow, those cold eyes revealed a disregard for life. Violation of the rules. What a pair of arrogant eyes. The Bull Demon was sweating coldly. The Abyss Demon's instincts had a very weak concept of fear. But now, he really felt the feeling that death was close at hand. The fear from his soul made his whole body tremble. Are you worthy? UBD. Rhodes had a wild laugh on his face. On the falling axe blade, the bright light shines like the sun. Falling with a crash. Damn it! The Bull Demon struggled to resist, but was directly blown away by the violent flames. There was undisguised contempt in Rhodes' eyes. This minute at the peak of noon, he didn't even pay attention to the gods. A demon who is not even a demigod. Why should you negotiate terms with him? The blazing fire of the sun emerged on the surface of the body, and the terrifying high temperature caused the surrounding space to twist and break. In the golden eyes, blazing flames flowed like lava. Being stared at by those eyes gave me the illusion of being burned to death. The whole world seems to be burning. Magic power snatched. Magic disaster. Critical breakthrough. Magic combo star. Countless magical effects exploded, and Rhodes felt that his power had been superimposed to the extreme. The terrifying power spread within the body, and the body seemed to be unable to withstand the strong pressure, bursting apart inch by inch. Before the blood had time to flow out, it was restored by the immortal body at an extremely fast speed. The axe fell with unparalleled power. The Bull Demon was directly smashed into the ground by the overwhelming force. The sun without mercy. Rhodes condensed a sun, raised his hand and threw it directly into the ground. Flames burned and spewed out from the ground, and the ground was burned into crystals by the terrifying high temperature. Looking at the Bull Demon who had been motionless for a long time, Rhodes also slowly came out of his strongest state. There has been no movement for such a long time, so it must be gone. You left a mess for me. Looking at the withered and dead forest, Rhodes felt a little troubled. Walk slowly to the seedlings of the Tree of Life. The seedlings of the Tree of Life, whose life essence has been sucked clean, are filled with an aura of decay and death. It seems that life has come to an end. The entire silent forest was completely shrouded in an aura of death. When the seedlings of the Tree of Life die, the forest dies too. After all, they exist because of the Tree of Life. I'm sorry for the hurt I've caused you, but it's all coming to an end now. The curse I left behind will disappear after I die. The forest banshee who didn't know when she appeared behind her looked at the Tree of Life that was about to die, with an indifferent expression on her face. Although the tree of life dies, she will also die with it, but this may be their fate. It is born with the birth of the mother tree and ends with the death of the mother tree. Like a mayfly perched on a tall tree. The curse is gone. That won't work. Rhodes was a little unhappy after hearing this. He did so many things just for a curse. Curse gone? Was it all a waste of time to play along with him? Brother Luo is very happy that you are so sensible, but Brother Luo is very unhappy that you made the curse disappear. The banshee was confused. Didn't this human enter the forest just to lift the curse? Now he looks like he doesn't want the curse to go away. Even if you want to stop it, it's already too late. The mother tree will die soon. The banshee shook her head. If she was not helpless, who would want to meet the god of death? Nothing is absolute. Rhodes walked over to the withered tree of life sapling and stretched out an arm. Make a cut on your wrist. Slowing down the healing speed of the wound, a few drops of blood dripped down the wrist and onto the withered tree of life. Call. A blazing flame ignited on the tree of life. At the same time, a powerful breath of life made the tree of life, which was about to wither, stand up straight as if it had taken a big tonic. Blood continued to flow, dripping on the roots of the tree of life. Boom! The seedlings of the tree of life burrowed through layers of soil at terrifying speeds, and instantly rose to a height of hundreds of meters. The brown bark is rendered with a golden glow. Golden red leaves grew on the forked branches, and sun-like flame patterns appeared on the tree. The seedling of the tree of life, no, it can no longer be regarded as a seedling now. Rhodes looked up at the golden tree of life, which was nearly a kilometer high and at least 100 meters in diameter. In just an instant, this seedling of the tree of life has already spanned thousands of years of growth. Directly entered a mature state. The indescribable terrifying vitality is piled up around the tree of life like substance, blending into the entire quiet forest along the dense roots. The trees in the entire silent forest have become thicker and taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even those monsters seemed to have received gifts, and their aura became more terrifying. Drops of liquid full of life and fiery breath condensed on the branches and leaves of the tree of life, slowly dripping onto the ground. A huge life lake, completely condensed from the pure life force, gradually condensed and took shape. Life, nature, sun, brilliance, heat. The lake exudes countless chaotic forces. When all the forces come together, a huge embryo in the lake condenses and takes shape. Wow! The thick roots of the tree of life lift the embryo up from the bottom of the water. Looking at this translucent embryo, a feeling of blood connection came to my heart. Am I going to be a father? An incredible thought flashed through Rhodes' mind. Chapter 48. Are you about to become a father out of nowhere? What's more, a child born from a tree. This is simply outrageous. Rhodes was speechless, and the forest banshee next to him was also shocked. Looking at the mother tree that grew to thousands of meters in an instant, and the embryo that was rapidly gestating. Looking at Rhodes with disbelief. Just drop a few drops of your own blood on the mother tree. Just let the mother tree grow to this extent? Who is this guy? The roots of the tree of life hold up a huge embryo. With the irrigation of a large amount of life breath, the embryo gradually grows. With every breath, a low heartbeat can be heard inside the embryo. Puff! When the golden embryo is completely formed, it dissipates like a rain of light. A tall, fair-skinned blonde woman stood up from her crouched position. The long golden hair shines like the sun, and the emerald green pupils exude a rich aura of life. Pointed ears, golden leather armor, and a look of indifference on her beautiful and proud face. The looming flame lines shine on the exposed skin, and there is a powerful wave of magic power all over the body. This fluctuation of magic power even surpassed that of the forest banshee. Almost comparable to a demigod. She was the first elf born from the tree of life, and was favored by nature and loved by the tree of life. Born to be pampered by the rules of this world. He possessed semi-god level combat power from the moment he was born. Elf? No. It seems a little different. Rhodes rubbed his chin and carefully observed the elf in front of him. Most ordinary elves control the power of nature. The awakened magic is mostly related to nature, the earth, and vegetation. But the elf in front of him exuded a wave of magic power that did not belong to the elves at all. Like a sun, emitting blazing flames. This feeling seems to be very similar to his magic power of the sun. There is also a powerful breath of life mixed in, a bit like his immortal body. In addition to these, the magic of disaster, the magic of robbery, the power of commandments. All his magical properties seemed to have been inherited by this elf. Of course, there is still a big gap compared to him. It's more like him after the magic effect has been greatly weakened. It was obvious that while his blood was watering the tree of life, part of the magical properties were also inherited by the tree of life. The elves he gave birth to also inherited some of his magical properties. The power of this elf is completely different from ordinary elves. They are more powerful and aggressive than ordinary elves, and the magic they control is even more terrifying. Strictly speaking, the tree of life that he cultivated with the blood of the Holy Spring is no longer a true tree of life. The tree of life, which is integrated with the magic power of the sun, inherits part of the effects of the sun's magic power, and can be called an ancient tree of the sun. The elves born from the ancient trees naturally cannot belong to the ordinary elves. But a brand new race. Perhaps we can call it a high elf, or a sun elf. Rhodes muttered under his breath. This brand new elven race was created by him. Everything is inherited from his bloodline. The power comes from him, and even the ancient sun tree appears because of him. He said that he was the ancestor of this elven clan and there was nothing wrong with him at all. Even if this elven clan can develop and grow to the same level as the elf forest. The faith of thousands of elves might be able to push his status as the ancestor of the sun elves to the altar. With the faith of the high elves as the cornerstone, he held high the kingdom of God, ignited the divine fire, and created another true god of the elves. The high elf god who is more powerful than the elf god. Of course, if you want to use the faith of the high elves as the cornerstone to ignite the divine fire, the power of faith required is also quite terrifying. At the very least, it will take thousands of years of development and reproduction before the number of high elves can barely meet the qualifications for becoming gods. Although it takes a little longer, there is hope at least. How many powerful creatures at the demigod level will never see the chance to become a true god in their lifetime? Father. The moment the woman opened her eyes, she felt the relationship between herself and Rhodes through the blood connection. He knelt down on one knee with a look of respect on his face. Puff. Rhodes clutched his chest and felt like he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A woman who looked similar to him actually called him father. Although it is understandable from the blood relationship. But it's still a bit difficult to accept psychologically. But whether he accepts it or not, there seems to be no way to change this matter. However, he, a serious man who was not even married, asked a beautiful elf with a super figure to call him father. It's definitely not appropriate. People who don't know may think he is some kind of pervert. Any special hobbies? Change your words. You must change your words. Don't call me father, call me ancestor from now on. Rhodes thought about it and felt that the title ancestor was a good one. As for you, let's call you Gloria, the queen of the high elves, the sun elf Gloria. The first sun elf to be conceived by the sun god tree, naturally has the most terrifying qualifications. As the first high-level sun elf in this world. From the moment of birth, he has received the gift of nature, the favor of the ancient tree of the sun, and the favor of the will of the world. She has inherited all his magical properties and is simply a natural elf queen. Destined to be the ruler of all high elves. Rhodes looked towards the pool of life, where more high-level sun elves were being bred. However, these high elves who were subsequently born were not as lucky as Gloria. At most, it can only inherit part of his magical properties, and its strength will not exceed the Holy Realm level. Although the ancient sun tree is powerful, it does not yet have the means to produce sanctuary elves on a large scale. Not to mention the ancient sun tree, not even the original tree of life that has grown for tens of thousands of years in the forest of elves. Occasionally, it is difficult to give birth to a legendary ordinary elf. It is estimated that the strength of the second batch of high elves may reach the Holy Realm level at most, and the legendary level of the third batch will be the limit, and the number will not be too many. The High Elves who gave birth to the first 3 batches have the strongest strength and potential, but they will also consume most of the ancient Sun Tree's heritage. The number of High Elves born from the 4th batch will become larger. However, correspondingly, the strength will also be reduced to the level below the legend. However, no matter how much the strength is reduced, it will definitely be stronger than the ordinary elves. Rhodes is quite confident in his bloodline. Sun, disaster, robbery, love. His magic power and commandments were passed down to the ancient Sun Tree through blood. During the process of being conceived, High Elves usually inherit one of the magical properties. It can crush most magical creatures. After all, most of his magic power contains the power of the rule system. If he could inherit multiple magical properties from him at the same time, he would be considered invincible among his peers. Chapter 49. Ancestor. Gloria looked at her with respect. Rhodes' words were the truth in her eyes. No matter what he calls him, it can't change Rhodes' status in her heart. From now on, you and this Banshee will be responsible for managing the Forest of Tranquility. Rhodes looked at the Banshee who had grown huge wings on her back. The Banshee's magic power is stored partly in her body and partly in her wings. Now, the Banshee's wings have grown again, and she has become a true sanctuary-level combat power. 1 demigod and 1 holy realm should be enough. The appearance of the ancient Sun Tree is bound to attract a lot of peeps. The Holy Church, demons, and even the elves. They are all elves, not necessarily friends. Just like the fallen Drow clan, they were originally just a group of ordinary elves, but they were bewitched by the Mother of Evil, causing changes in their souls and bodies. Living in the underground world and having a lustful nature, they are one of the few species that can rival the succubus family in terms of openness. Drow and Dark Elves, alienated elven races that are deformed from the elves, can be said to be the mortal enemies of the elves. In comparison, the High Elves are not much different. Ordinary elves can be transformed into more powerful High Elves by bathing in the water of the pool of life. The emergence of the High Elves is equivalent to carving up the faith that originally belonged to the elven gods. They may also face hostility from the elves. No matter what race or god they are essentially no different from ordinary people. As long as there are enough benefits, the kind and gentle elves will also take up weapons to cause killing. The battle of faith is more cruel than most wars. There must be a genocide of races and beliefs before it stops. After solving the problem in the Forest of Silence, Rhodes returned and walked out of the forest. Enter the castle and walk towards the palace. Before entering the palace, Rhodes saw a large number of heavily armed soldiers gathered around the palace. Count Francis, who was dressed in military uniform, looked in the direction of the silent forest with his eyes ready. An hour ago, the size of the Forest of Tranquility suddenly grew explosively. The Forest of Silence that was originally still some distance away from the castle has now spread almost to the outside of the castle gate. The civilians in the castle could even see the tall trees when they looked up. In particular, the giant golden tree, which is more than 1,000 meters long, exudes the brilliance of divinity. Just looking at it makes people feel depressed. There was panic inside the entire castle. He didn't know what was going on. It was probably the Banshee in the forest who was causing trouble. Now, the worst outcome is that the hero is killed by the Banshee. The kingdom of Francis will face the wrath of the silent forest. At this moment, he saw the familiar figure walking in from outside the palace. Why is it so lively? Rhodes walked in swaggeringly carrying an axe. Sir Rhodes, over in the forest? Francis asked with a surprised look on his face. All the troubles have been solved. From now on, civilians can freely enter and exit the Forest of Tranquility. As long as they do not actively attack the monsters in the forest or cut down trees on a large scale, the monsters in the forest will not take the initiative to attack. However, the curse on the princess still needs to be exorcised by me in order to be lifted. Count Francis looked at Rhodes, doubtful. The battle in the forest was so terrifying that even the aftermath left the entire castle crumbling. However, no one is sure whether Rhodes defeated the Banshee. Your Majesty the King. Oh no, the princess suddenly fell into a coma. Suddenly, a palace maid hurried over, her tone anxious. Count Francis' eyes widened and he ran directly towards the palace. Rhodes followed him without haste. The emergence and growth of the ancient sun tree caused the forest banshee's magic power to increase dramatically, and the power of the curse became even more terrifying. The curse was originally expected to be activated in a few days, but by chance, it was activated in advance. Come to the palace and enter Princess Aurora's room. The princess in a nightgown was lying on the bed with a quiet smile on her face. Who brought the spindle in? Didn't I order all the spindles in the entire castle to be burned down? Find out for me who secretly hid the spindle, and I will put this damn guy to death. The furious Francis was like an angry lion, roaring angrily. Not a spindle. Rhodes shook his head and glanced at Aurora's hands. The white and pink fingers had no wounds at all. Not a spindle. Count Francis was slightly startled. But that banshee's curse. Being pricked by a spindle doesn't mean it has to be in reality. If you are pricked by a spindle while dreaming, the curse will also take effect. Rhodes glanced at him. Do you really think the curse of a holy banshee can be broken so easily? What should we do now? Count Francis seemed 10 years older for a moment. What to do? Leave the room, of course, and leave the problem to me. Rhodes glanced across the faces of Francis and the Countess. Now in the entire kingdom, I am the only one who can save the princess. Francis' eyes changed. Whether he believed it or not, he could only place his hope on this guy now. When everyone leaves the room, Rhodes slowly walked to the bed. The elegant princess was lying quietly on the bed, her expression peaceful and gentle. There was peace on that beautiful face. The sleeping princess is so beautiful. Rhodes gently touched the princess's face. Clothes fell to the floor and the exorcism ceremony officially began. In her sleep, the princess frowned and let out a cry of pain as if she was sleeping. With the penetration of the power of the sun and the baptism of holy water, the curse on the princess was lifted. What happened? Aurora opened her eyes faintly and looked at Rhodes in front of her. I randomly felt something strange in my body. In order to facilitate the exorcism, Rhodes had no choice but to take off the princess's clothes. The princess, who had never been honest with anyone, had a blush on her face. You fell asleep just now, so you might not feel it. It just so happens that the curse in your body has not been removed yet. Continue the treatment. A gentle smile appeared on Rhodes' face. It's like looking at a docile lamb. Aurora's face turned slightly red, and she really felt that the curse in her body had not been completely removed. A few hours later, Rhodes slowly walked out of the room. Although exorcism is a physically demanding job, a professional exorcist like him has rich experience in exorcism. It was just a small curse that came easily to him. The holy spring provides unlimited vitality and physical energy, and this small loss can be replenished by drinking a glass of water. How's Aurora? Count Francis came over eagerly. Curse lifted. Rhodes' words immediately put Earl Francis' heart at ease. However, it took a lot of energy to lift the curse. She has fallen asleep now. It's best not to disturb her. Tell everyone not to disturb the princess. Rest. Count Francis waved his hand. Now that the curse has been lifted, he is not in a hurry to see his daughter immediately. He looked at Rhodes next to him, with a pleased smile on his face. Sir Rhodes, you really did not disappoint me. I will hold a huge banquet to thank you for saving Princess Aurora and the Kingdom of Francis, so that all the people will remember your achievements. Furthermore, since you have completed my 3 tests, according to the agreement, I will announce your becoming the husband of Princess Aurora at the banquet, and I will also designate you as the future heir of the Kingdom of Francis. Have you thought about when to marry the princess? Chapter 50. Marry? Rhodes rubbed his chin, lost in thought. These 2 words seemed too far away to him. At least so far, he has no such plans. Let's talk about the marriage later. Marriage is a man's grave, and he has no plans to bury it in the soil yet. Even if you get married, it is definitely not just a wedding for 2 people. Rhodes counted silently in his mind. The women around him almost formed a reinforced platoon. If you get married, you definitely can't favor one person over another. Francis was stunned for a moment and said nothing. After all, no one would refuse to be the master of this country. Whether they get married or not is just a matter of going through a process. The banquet was crowded with people. The whole castle was in a state of revelry. Count Francis had a relaxed smile on his face, a rare act of generosity. A banquet was held throughout the castle, allowing all the civilians to feast. As the protagonist of the banquet, Rhodes, dressed in a slim-fitting dress, was surrounded by countless nobles. "How do you feel about this atmosphere?" Count Francis, holding a glass of red wine, slowly walked over. "I don't really like this kind of social interaction." Rhodes, who finally escaped from the crowd, shook his head. His eyes followed the window of the castle and looked out the window. "If you want to become a qualified noble, this kind of entertainment is essential." Earl Francis shook his head. He had also reached his current status from a commoner. It took a long time to slowly adapt to the aristocratic life. Rhodes raised his eyebrows noncommittally. "Upper-class society has upper-class rules, and if you want to fit in, you must follow these rules. However, if you are strong enough, you can ignore all the rules." That is naturally another way of saying it. Earl Francis is just a count, so naturally he can only follow the rules of this circle. But he is different. Some people are destined to be the protagonists of everyone's attention just standing there. His strength is destined to make him the one who sets the rules. Even gods are not qualified to control his will. During the banquet, Earl Francis publicly announced that Rhodes was the husband of Princess Aurora. And he is also the future heir to the kingdom of Francis. It is finally over. The banquet ended and everything returned to calm. Rhodes walked around the palace and finally returned to the hotel. Thinking of the demonic energy that has not yet been removed from the body of Succubus Frey and Euphemia, Rhodes felt that tonight was destined to be another busy day. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Reward, 7 Deadly Sins of Wrath Magic, Full Counterattack. Full Counterattack, counterattack all magic damage received multiple times. Rhodes' eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, there were 2 types of full counterattack magic. One is to counterattack all magic attacks multiple times to the enemy. The other is to counterattack all physical attacks multiple times at the enemy. What he now has is the counterattack magic of Meliodas, the Sin of Wrath. It only has the effect of counterattacking magic. Theoretically, as long as the power of the magical attack does not exceed the limit he can withstand, he can counterattack all non-physical attacks multiple times. The magic power counterattacks, hitting me is equivalent to hitting yourself. This magic power is invincible. Are you willing to leave so soon? After packing her luggage and everything, Yulia looked at Rhodes sitting in the carriage with playful eyes. "I thought you were with Princess Aurora just now and you would be addicted to it. Although the reputation of Princess Aurora is not obvious. But how ugly can a beauty that can be blessed by fairies be? If the princess was an ugly woman, based on her understanding of this BD, it would be impossible for her to do it. Do I look like the kind of man who will be dragged down by women? A man has his ambitions in all directions, and a woman will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword," Rhodes said calmly. In fact, if not, there was a Snow White waiting for him. He really wanted to stay with Princess Aurora for a few days. He also thought about letting Aurora go on a journey around the world with him. Unfortunately, it was rejected. In Aurora's words, as the future heir of the country, he must learn how to handle government affairs. Since Rhodes was going to go on an adventure, it was natural for her as a wife to share the burden. This woman is so sensible that it makes people feel sad. Even knowing that he had an ambiguous relationship with another woman, he didn't mention it at all. However, Rhodes was not worried about her safety. There is only a wall between the kingdom of Francis and the Forest of Tranquility, protected by a demigod sun elf queen and a sanctuary forest banshee. There is also the power and protection of the ancient sun tree. Even if the gods come, they can't hurt her. The treasure house guards dragged the carriage and slowly left the castle. As they passed through the silent forest, Gloria wearing a crown on her head came towards her. Demigod! Yulia's whole body tensed up, and her hair stood on end. He looked at Gloria, who was walking slowly with a wary face. It's scary enough to have a sanctuary-level banshee in the silent forest, but why did a demigod-level elf suddenly pop up? Did she break into the elf forest? However, why does this elf look a little different? Yulia looked at the approaching elf queen Gloria, with a strange color flashing in her eyes. It's not like she has never seen elves before. She even keeps an elf slave in the imperial capital to tidy up the flower beds. However, this elf seemed a little different from the elf in her impression. That hot and aggressive aura was like a replica of that BD. It's completely different from the natural and friendly feeling that normal elves have. Ancestor. Gloria bowed slightly, and under the cloak behind her, 3 palm-sized elves carefully revealed their heads. Fairy. Rhodes looked at the 3 palm-sized female goblins with an expression of interest in his eyes. If he guessed correctly, these should be the 3 goblins who raised Aurora. However, it seems that they have been attracted to Gloria. Rhodes looked at the golden crown on Gloria's head. The surrounding elemental power seemed to have wisdom, flowing into Gloria's body under the crown. With the blessing of the crown, Gloria's aura seemed to be even stronger. The wind element gives her lighter speed, the fire element gives her hotter flames, the water element gives her powerful vitality, and the earth element gives her powerful defense. This crown should come from the blessing of the 3 fairies, and it is also a very powerful blessing. Ordinary blessings cannot increase the power of a demigod to such an extent. Disaster. Destroy. It's redemption, but it's also evil. You will save the world and bring light, or you will plunge the world into eternal silence and darkness. Suddenly, the 3 goblins hiding behind Gloria said in unison. Rhodes suddenly felt a powerful force born out of thin air in his body. The magic power is like boiling water, growing rapidly. Chapter 51. Fairy's Blessing. Feeling the surge of magic power, Rhodes had a strange expression on his face. These 3 goblins gave him another blessing inexplicably with a few inexplicable words. Doesn't it mean that the goblin's blessing is very rare and only those who are loved by fate can receive the goblin's blessing? Is he also a person loved by this world? Looking at the 3 goblins hiding behind Gloria, their faces were full of fear, and they obviously had no intention of explaining to him. Am I that scary? Rhodes shook his head. The surge in magic power was a good thing. The carriage moved forward slowly, getting closer and closer to the center of the silent forest. The giant golden tree standing on the ground, thousands of meters high, gradually became clearer. In the carriage, the atmosphere was silent. A demigod-level elf followed behind him, and even Yulia, who had the most out-of-touch personality, was very quiet. As the carriage approached the area covered by the ancient sun tree, the suffocating atmosphere became more intense. This is the tree of life. As the ancient sun tree got closer and closer, Yulia opened her mouth wide with some disbelief on her face. Isn't the tree of life a unique symbol of the elf forest? Why is there one here? Moreover, he has grown so big. There is also the pool of life of the elves. By the time the carriage arrived under the ancient sun tree, Yulia was so shocked that she could not speak. The pool of life is a forbidden place for the elves. It contains powerful life force. No matter how serious the injury is, as long as you soak it in the water, it will be healed instantly. It is also an important area for the elves to reproduce. Although the intercourse between elves and elves will also give birth to new elves. But the strength and potential of this kind of acquired elves cannot be compared with the original elves bred by the Tree of Life. More than 90% of the legendary elves are direct descendants of the Tree of Life. Such an important place is guarded all year round by legendary or even sanctuary-level elven elders. Only the elf elders and the queen can get close. She didn't expect that in addition to a Tree of Life, there was also a pool of life. The existence of a pool of life means that elves can be born. If the elves knew about it, they would definitely occupy this forest at all costs. Why does it feel like something is wrong? Yulia frowned. In her impression, the elves were a symbol of nature and peace. But what he saw before him, whether it was the Tree of Life or the Pool of Life, was filled with violent and chaotic magic. If this kind of pool of life could also give birth to elves, their personalities would probably be even more manic than those of followers of the storm god. Yulia subconsciously glanced at the elf queen next to her. Could this powerful demigod elf be born from this pool of life? Although it feels incredible, the same breath cannot be faked. Did you do all this? Yulia looked at Rhodes next to her. Whether it's the tree of life or the pool of life, or even this demigod-level elf, the strength in his body is almost the same as that of this BD. In addition, the changes and expansion of the Forest of Tranquility also occurred after Rhodes entered the forest. It was hard for her to believe that there was no special relationship between the two. So be it. Rhodes rubbed his chin. Aren't you afraid that the elves will fight for you? Yulia was speechless, turning the tree of life of the elves into what it is now. If discovered by the elves, it would be strange not to fight hard. I wouldn't mind catching an elf queen as a slave. Rhodes crossed his arms, his inexplicable confidence making Yulia roll her eyes. The queen of the elves is a powerful demigod. He is even considered the top among demigods, the most powerful person who can rival the Holy Pope. Coupled with the gifts and artifacts given by the elves and gods, the strength of the elf queen is comparable to that of some weaker gods. If fighting in the elf forest, with the power of the tree of life, even the gods cannot defeat the elf queen. If you want to capture a strong man of this level as a slave, even a true god cannot do it. Rhodes ignored Yulia, who looked disbelieving. With his strength, if he really wanted to capture the elf queen as a slave, the success rate would be at least 50%. Of course, if the elf queen has an arrogant character and would rather die than surrender, that would be a different matter. Jump off the carriage and come to the pool of life. Rhodes saw huge golden embryos gestating in the water. Each elf embryo inherits one of his abilities. The most powerful one is undoubtedly the embryo that has inherited the magic power of the sun and the commandments of love. A vague aura. It can even be compared with the sanctuary-level forest banshee. And the magic power emitted by the remaining elf embryos has reached legendary levels. I'll add more fire to you. Rhodes cut his wrist, and the blood containing the power of the holy spring continuously flowed into the roots of the ancient sun tree. This time, Rhodes bled a lot. The blood exuding a strong breath of life almost completely soaked the roots of the ancient sun tree. Every drop of his blood contains powerful life force, comparable to the life essence of a legendary creature. If it weren't for his immortal body's powerful ability to produce blood, so much blood would cost him 10 lives. The ancient sun tree is like a hungry child, instinctively sucking the life essence contained in the blood. The ancient sun tree, which was originally only 1,000 meters tall, suddenly grew to 2,000 or 3,000 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye after absorbing the vitality in the blood. Drops of dew filled with the breath of life, condensed from the pure essence of life, dripped from the branches and leaves. The size of the pool of life has more than doubled. The elf embryo that was originally being conceived, under the infusion of this powerful vitality, exuded a more intense and profound aura. In the core area of the pool of life, the elf embryo that inherited the magic power of the sun beat slowly and made a dull heartbeat. Invisibly, the terrifying aura even caused the surrounding space to distort. It's like a sun rising slowly from the pool of life. In the corner, a new elf embryo was quietly taking shape. The elf embryo that has inherited the magic power of full counterattack has already reached the level of the Holy Realm with the power fluctuations emanating from its body. Gloria, you should also take a dip in the Sunwell. Rhodes pointed to the pool of life. Sunwell is the name he gave to the pool of life. After all, it is not the real pool of life, so the name pool of life is somewhat inappropriate. On the contrary, the name Sunwell is more intuitive. After all, the pool water bred by the ancient sun tree is full of rich power of the sun. Moreover, if you look down from the sky, the shape of this pool of life is like a well. Gloria took off her clothes and slowly walked into the Sunwell naked. The Sunwell has many functions, besides breeding elves. There is also the effect of baptizing the body and even changing qualifications and race. Under the baptism of the Sunwell, Gloria adapted to and inherited the new magic power. The magic of full counterattack. Chapter 52. New elves are still being conceived. Gloria is the first elf born from the ancient sun tree, and is loved by the ancient sun tree and the will of the world. That was a privilege that only the firstborn sun elf could enjoy. However, these elves were not so lucky. It may take as little as a few weeks, as many as a few months or even a few years to fully conceive. There is no way to force these things, we can only let nature take its course. After all, it takes 10 months for the average person to get pregnant and give birth. What's more, the elves have a long lifespan. For this kind of immortal race, some gestation times are even measured in years. Just like a giant dragon, it takes at least hundreds of years from the egg shell to birth. From birth to adulthood, it takes hundreds of years. However, compared to the dragon clan's basic lifespan of thousands of years, the long gestation and growth period seems to be a matter of course. After all, some dragons even sleep for several years. Dragons under 500 years old can only be regarded as teenagers among the dragon clan. Dragons that are at least 500 years old are barely considered adults. Once he reaches adulthood, it means he has at least strength comparable to that of a legend. Although the elves are not as powerful and rare as the dragons, their average lifespan is thousands of years. You have to wait at least 200 years to reach adulthood. The more powerful an elf is, the longer it takes to give birth to an heir. If ordinary elves breed with elves, it will take about 2 years to give birth to the next baby elf. But if it is a legendary elf, it will take at least 10 years to give birth to an heir. Even longer. Even if you successfully give birth to an heir, it will put a considerable burden on your body. But similarly, after inheriting the bloodline power of a legendary strongman, the qualifications of the descendants will be terrifying and terrifying. As an adult, you can possess strength comparable to powerful monsters. There is even a high chance of entering the legendary realm. However, it would be different if it was conceived in the Sunwell. The Sunwell contains a huge amount of life essence. Under the accelerated incubation of a large amount of life essence, the growth rate of elves can be accelerated by dozens or hundreds of times. The growth cycle of 10 years or hundreds of years can be reduced to 1 year. The effect is quite terrifying. Rhodes looked at the ancient sun tree and could feel a weak will being nurtured and growing within it. The tree of life of the elves is the symbol of the elves and the mother of all. It is said to be a tree, but in fact it is more like a special life form. It has its own will and wisdom, and can even release powerful magic, but it cannot transform into a human being. It stands to reason that it would take at least 1,000 years for the ancient sun tree to gestate its own will and wisdom from a dead object. But under the irrigation of a large amount of life essence, this ancient sun tree gave birth to its own will in advance. However, now it can only be regarded as a seed at best. Not of much use. To fully cultivate this seed will require a lot of time and resources. Let this ancient tree of the sun thrive. When can it grow to the same level as the tree of life in the elf forest, will it be considered barely qualified? Let's go. The carriage passed through the forest of silence. Walk gently, just as he came gently, leaving only his legend and footprints. Call. A gust of wind blew gently, and a golden leaf fell in front of me. It fell squarely into Rhodes' hands. This is. Rhodes held the golden leaf in his hand, and everything happening around the ancient sun tree suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. But now his back is to the ancient sun tree. In other words, being able to see the sun ancient tree is all because of this leaf. This little thing has quite good functions. It is considered a precious magic prop. Rhodes collected the fallen golden leaves from the ancient sun tree. With this leaf, you can observe the condition of the sun ancient tree from a long distance. You can even peek into the entire silent forest and the castle through the ancient sun tree. There are many good things in the ancient sun tree, and even a piece of bark taken off at random is a precious treasure to most people. However, he didn't like these scattered garbage. For example, the sap of the ancient sun tree can speed up the recovery of injuries. A few simple wounds can be healed with just a few drops of juice. This is a useful tool for any adventurer. But since he has an immortal body, he has no need for this thing at all. Whenever, it would be great if it could be teleported to a fixed point. If teleportation could be done at fixed points, he could travel to and from the silent forest at any time. Can save a lot of time. It was more than an hour later when the carriage jolted out of the silent forest. Leaving the forest of silence means leaving the territory of the kingdom of Francis. officially arrived in the Kingdom of Rochester. The Kingdom of Rochester is a relatively powerful earldom in the Empire. Among all the earls, it can be ranked at least in the top 10 or even the top 5. On the carriage, Yulia, whom Rhodes viewed as an encyclopedia of common knowledge about the Empire, introduced her in a low voice. And all this is thanks to this Earl of Rochester. His father had married 4 wives, including 3 brothers with considerable strength and maternal background. But in the end, it was the Earl of Rochester, the youngest son, who succeeded in taking the throne with his extraordinary means and wisdom. Took the position of Earl. And it took more than 10 years to more than double the size of the Kingdom of Rochester. According to the statistics of the Holy Church last year, there are hundreds of thousands of people in the castle alone. Coupled with the towns and villages built in the territory, the total population in the entire kingdom can reach about 200,000. The powerful military strength, abundant financial resources, and extensive connections make the Earl of Rochester's status comparable to that of a marquis-level noble. Even the Earl of Rochester's aunt is married to a powerful marquis. Listening to Yulia's introduction, Rhodes raised his eyebrows. It seems that this is another long Aotean-style protagonist template. The aristocratic class in this world is very hierarchical. The eldest son inherits the family business, and the second son is lucky enough to get some scraps. As for the other offspring, they are basically free range. The status is not much higher than that of a slave, let alone inheriting the family. It is not as simple as saying that a young son can replace 3 elder brothers. There are at least thousands of intrigues here. However, this has nothing to do with him. He was just a passerby passing by to stay overnight. The carriage drove to a suburban manor. Rhodes got out of the carriage and was planning to take someone to stay overnight. Cinderella. Oh, you damn thing, you soiled my dress. Chapter 53. This is my dress to the prom. A slightly sharp voice came from the manor. Even from such a long distance, the owner's anger can still be heard. Outside the manor, Rhodes' hand remained in the air. Listening to the yelling in the manor, the expression on his face was a little strange. Cinderella? Could this be the legendary coincidence of fate? Just after leaving Sleeping Beauty, I met Cinderella. With this thought flashing through his mind, Rhodes gently pressed the doorbell of the manor. Not long after, the lights in the manor came on. A figure slowly walked over, mumbling curse words. Open the gate of the manor and stick out your head. An expression of impatience was written on his grey face. Looking at Rhodes standing at the door, his expression suddenly froze. Under the illumination of the oil lamp, a man with a body as perfect as a sculpture stood quietly at the door. Short golden hair, pupils, and sharp facial features. A custom-made dress, it seems that it should be made by the master tailor of the palace and made of the best materials. This dress alone is worth at least hundreds of gold coins. Those who can wear such clothes are either famous nobles or wealthy businessmen. The impatience on Cinderella's face disappeared, revealing a sweet smile. Sir, is there something wrong? Rhodes looked at Cinderella, who had a dusty face but could not conceal her beauty, and raised his brows slightly. His first impression of this woman was really not good. Compared to the kind and innocent Sleeping Beauty, Cinderella feels like a scheming green TBCH to him. The whole person is full of drama. However, this appearance and figure are indeed top-notch. I am a passing mage and want to stay here for one night. Rhodes reached out and waved his hand, and a weak flame instantly ignited. It is evening now and the sun has set. 477 His flame is magic. With his magic power, it is completely normal to want to release such simple magic. He found that in this world, the identity of a mage was more convincing than anything else. Sure enough, Cinderella's eyes lit up and the smile on her face became gentler. However, he soon showed an embarrassed expression. My stepmother and 2 sisters have a bad temper and may not agree with you living here. The dusty clothes and appearance, plus the pitiful expression and demeanor. A simple sentence outlines the impression of a pure white lotus and a vicious stepmother. If she were the kind of aristocratic prince who had never seen the world and didn't know the sinister nature of people's hearts, he would have been disgusted with her stepmother and sister by now. Hold on. Cinderella lifted up her simple skirt and bowed slightly. Lifting up her skirt, she ran toward the manor. Rhodes walked to the carriage and looked at Yulia sitting in the carriage. I remember, you said you knew the magic of water mirror. Help me cast it, I want to see what's happening in the manor. Although Yulia is a legendary fire mage. But it will also release some low-level other magics. For example, water mirror is a low-level water magic. The effect is to reflect a nearby area. I'm not very skilled in the water mirror technique. If I encounter a magical mage, I will be easily discovered. Moreover, you can only see the picture, and the sound you hear will be blurry. Yulia said, and her fingers drew a slight circle in the air in front of her. The water ripples, and the scene in the manor appears on the water mirror. Cinderella, covered in dust, returned to the manor villa in a hurry. In the room, a mature middle-aged beautiful woman was dining with two extremely good-looking sisters. On the small dining table, there are 4 plates, each with similar meals. Cinderella, who is coming outside? The elegant and beautiful young woman slowly cut the food on the plate with a knife and fork. They are a few passers-by who want to stay overnight. Cinderella lowered her head and inadvertently omitted the mage identities of Rhodes and others. A passerby staying overnight. Stepmother Mrs. Tamani frowned slightly. A nobleman or a wealthy businessman? Neither. Cinderella shook her head. Of course, after all, she was not lying. The man said he was a mage, but he didn't say he was a noble or wealthy businessman. Although, the status of a mage is more noble than that of a noble. When she heard that the other party was not a noble or a wealthy businessman, Tamani nodded. If the host's status is relatively noble, their neglect may arouse the other party's anger. But if it's just a group of civilians, it doesn't matter. Of course, you should still be careful. If there are any gangsters in this group of boarders, the 4 of them will not be able to deal with them. Arrange them to stay in the wing next door and prepare some food for them. Mrs. Termini wiped the corners of her mouth. Although the family's recent financial situation is not very good, the proper etiquette is indispensable. This is how she has always educated her daughters. Looking at Cinderella, who was covered in grey, Tamani frowned. I just asked you to do some daily cleaning, why do you have to make yourself dirty every day? It's me who's clumsy. Cinderella lowered her head and curled her lips secretly. How can she gain sympathy from others if she doesn't make herself a little messy? Although Mrs. Termini treats her fairly well, she is not her biological daughter after all, and even her father is her adopted son-in-law. Everything in this family has nothing to do with her. If she wants to stand up and become a noble lady, she must package herself as a pitiful and resolute woman. She is such a beautiful woman, destined to become the wife of a great noble. That's right, go and wash it off quickly, you're so dirty that you've stained my dab. The eldest sister Antizia next to her snorted coldly. All right, go to town tomorrow morning and get a custom-made outfit. My family's money is barely enough. You must show off your tutoring skills at the Baron's banquet. If you can be favored by a certain noble, my love for you will not be in vain. Educate. Tamani said calmly. Even if they, common people, have outstanding looks and bodies, it is very difficult for them to get close to a noble. Otherwise, she would not have spent huge sums of money to customize a long dress for her daughter. Cinderella stood up pitifully, pulled out half of the things on the plate and put them into the kitchen. Only a few pathetic fruits and vegetables were left. I'm not hungry, this is enough. Saying that, he left the room. When passing by her sister's room, Cinderella slowed down and glanced at the gorgeous dress with jealous eyes. I just want to dirty your dress. Why can you wear such a beautiful dress when I wear these ordinary dresses? Want to marry a noble? Dream. There must never be anyone in this family who has a better life than her. Thinking of the mage still waiting outside the manor, Cinderella felt warm in her heart. If you can become the wife of this master mage, then you will fly up a branch and become a phoenix. Can't let these guys bother me. Cinderella fell into thought. There are 3 mothers and daughters of Tamani. They are beautiful and have a better background than her. Their ancestors were also nobles. Unlike her, her mother is just an ordinary prostitute. My father is also a good for nothing except for his looks. Apart from her looks and figure, the only thing her mother left to her was how to please men. Cinderella squinted her eyes, thinking about how to make the mage hate the mother and daughter. What a green TBCH! Looking at everything that happened in the water mirror technique, Rhodes couldn't help but sigh. He thought that fairy tales were full of beautiful things. As a result, reality taught him a lesson. Whether it's Little Red Riding Hood, Brittany the Match Seller, or the Cursed Sleeping Beauty. Beautiful stories contain cruel realities that make people think deeply. Click. The door of the manor was opened, and the actor Cinderella got up with a cautious look on his face. Dear Mage, I have told my stepmother that you want to stay overnight, but she only agreed to let you live in a remote wing. Please don't blame her for being rude. He completely ignored that he had never mentioned to his stepmother that the person staying overnight was Cinderella, a distinguished mage. A look of pitiful vulnerability. It seemed that he wanted to plead for his stepmother even at the risk of offending the mage. Rhodes, who was watching her performance throughout, showed no intention of cooperating. In this case, the wing room doesn't matter. However, I would like to thank this kind lady in person. Is that okay? Rhodes had a faint smile on his face, showing no sign of anger. Ah! This! The scheming green tea Cinderella was caught off guard. She thought that the mage would be furious if he was insulted like this. Then punished her two sisters and stepmother. She only needs to pretend to be pitiful and plead for her stepmother, and she will naturally leave a kind and perseverant image in the heart of the mage. It's natural to approach. When the time comes, with her looks and figure, as well as the things her mother once taught her that make people blush and their hearts beating, are they still afraid that she won't be able to conquer a man? Even a mage is still a man after all. The easiest way to deal with a man is to start with his sexual interest. However, the current situation is somewhat beyond her imagination. The character of Mr. Lawmaker seems to be a bit too good. Then, okay. Cinderella, whose plan failed, didn't know how to refuse. He could only lead Rhodes and his group into the manor in a nervous mood. Chapter 54. Halfway through, Cinderella mentioned her past intentionally or unintentionally. How stingy her stepmother was to her, and how harsh her sisters were to her. Doing busy work every day. But she doesn't even have a decent skirt. Although he didn't say it directly, the implication behind his words was that he almost labeled his stepmother and two sisters as vicious. And she herself is an optimistic sunflower who is not afraid of bullying and lives tenaciously. If Rhodes was the kind of brave man and prince with a sense of justice, he might have become disgusted with the stepmother in her mouth now. The prejudice in people's hearts is like a big mountain. Once you have the first bad impression, you need to work 10 times 100 times to correct it. When the time comes, no matter how nice the stepmother says or how perfect she does. In the eyes of caring people, it will turn into false illusions and disguises. The good impression Cinderella has left on the outside for so many years will also verify the false character she created for her stepmother and sisters. A vicious stepmother, a stingy and harsh sister. She is the only kind and perseverant beauty in the world. What a great performance! Looking at the optimistic and strong face, it seems that the beautiful young man is the embodiment of kindness and perseverance. Rhodes couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he had this kind of acting skills in the 21st century, he would have become an actor. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that this seemingly innocent and optimistic woman could turn out to be a green TBCH who said, "Brother, sister, won't you be angry?" Fortunately, the power of his commandments is usually in a silent state. Otherwise, a truth commandment can teach this woman what reality is. Seeing the unresponsive Rhodes, Cinderella couldn't help but feel a little angry. She was tired of acting. Why didn't this guy react at all? Seeing that she was about to reach the main hall, Cinderella shut her mouth. "Master Mage, please wait here." Lifting up her skirt, she jogged into the main hall. "Cinderella, have everything been arranged?" Mrs. Termini, who was dining, picked up a napkin and wiped the corners of her mouth. "It's been arranged, but there is someone who wants to meet in person to thank you." Cinderella lowered her head and whispered. "No need to thank you, just let them leave early tomorrow morning. Termini shook her head. She was a widower, meeting a man so late at night. Even though there were his daughters around, after all, there was no male host present, which was not in line with the etiquette of upper-class society. What's more, he is an ordinary civilian. Then I'll drive him away now. When Cinderella heard this, a flash of joy flashed in her eyes. If the stepmother doesn't meet the mage, she will naturally have more chances to get close to the mage. Even at night, it is not impossible to recommend your own pillow mat. Her mother taught her that there are different ways to deal with different men. Like that kind of simple, upright, and passionate young man, he should stay away from others, welcome them even if he refuses, and occasionally give some favors, so that he can handle them easily. This mage named Rhodes is obviously not this kind of person. Naturally, only the second method can be used. Since seduction fails, then just seduce directly. The woman who came to my door was still a top-notch woman with impeccable figure and appearance. Which man could refuse her? She did not believe that any man could rival her charm. As long as he gets her, he is destined to be addicted to her body. This is a special ability passed down through their family. Intimate contact and intercourse can make anyone of the opposite S*X fall into an irresistible obsession. As the intimacy increases, the people who have an intimate relationship with her will gradually become puppets full of desires, and will be manipulated and controlled by her. This is also the reason why her father, a bad gambler, can win the favor of Mrs. Termini. Of course, this is a secret that only she knows. This is also the reason why she is confident that she can become a noble lady's trump card. As long as he gets her body, he is destined to become her subordinate. What she lacks now is a platform to get in touch with the upper-class society. An opportunity that would allow her to get out of the quagmire and become the most dazzling pearl of the empire. Baron? Viscount? Earl? No. These were never her goals. She just wants to use this mage's identity to keep climbing up. Until she stands at the top of the empire and becomes the mistress of this empire. Ambition burns in my heart like a flame. Cinderella lowered her head and hid her thoughts well. Before she could completely get out of this quagmire, she must be sufficiently harmless to humans and animals. Only a kind and simple woman can make people unsuspecting. Although you are a commoner, don't be too rude. Mrs. Termini nodded and whispered. Although their family used to be aristocratic, their business is now in decline. No different from civilians. An attitude that is too arrogant will attract others' disgust. Of course, if you are a noble, that's another story. As we all know, nobles and commoners represent two different classes. If they are nobles, even if they let a group of commoners live in a cowshed, the other party will be grateful. No need to go to such trouble. A faint voice sounded, and a figure slowly walked into the hall. It would be meaningless if you don't say thank you in person. Hearing the man's voice, Mrs. Termini frowned, slightly unhappy. He broke in without her permission. These civilians really have no rules. But when Rhodes appeared in front of her, Mrs. Termini was slightly stunned. This gorgeous dress is as dazzling as the sun. Even a fool can see that someone is either rich or noble. Don't you mean civilians? Mrs. Termini looked at Cinderella next to her suspiciously. Is this the commoner you are talking about? This is the first time we meet, let me introduce myself. I, Rhodes, the future heir of the Francis Kingdom, an ordinary legendary mage. Like a master, Rhodes walked to his seat and sat next to Mrs. Termini. Cross your hands, lean back, and place your right leg slightly on your left leg. The smile on his face was gentle, but it exuded an indescribable arrogance. Legend? Mage? Mrs. Termini fell into a daze for a moment. If you ignore the terrifying amount of information expressed in his words, Termini will definitely think that this is an arrogant guest. However, just these two words shattered all her thoughts. Among the concepts accessible to ordinary people, legend is an existence that stands at the top of the world. As for the more powerful sanctuaries and demigods, only those high-ranking nobles will understand them. A legendary mage, if nothing unexpected happens, most people will never have the chance to see him in their lifetime. And now, she saw it. Just stood in front of her. Termini couldn't help but have a flash of doubt in her eyes. After all, suddenly there was a distinguished guest who was the heir of a great noble and a legendary mage staying at home. This is like His Majesty the Emperor of the Shinra Empire suddenly wanting to stay at your house for one night. Normal people would be suspicious. But as Rhodes took out a silver-white badge from his arms, Termini no longer had any doubts in her heart. Please give me flowers. This kind of noble metal was cast from holy silver by the top craftsman selected by the Emperor of the Holy Ra Empire, and then personally blessed and baptized by the Pope of the Holy Church. Any believer of the God of Glory can feel the sacred aura contained in the badge. This kind of power is simply impossible to imitate. The badge in front of her was an Earl title badge. Every noble will have a noble badge. The person who gets the title badge represents the future heir to the territory and title. From the Earl coat of arms, it represents at least one heir to the Earl kingdom. The status is extremely noble. Thank you, madam, for letting me stay in the side room. As a thank you, this bag of gold coins is my reward for you. Rhodes tossed a bag of gold coins casually, and the golden luster instantly made the four people in the room stare blankly. Their family is just a lonely noble. All the assets put together are not as valuable as this bag of gold coins. Mrs. Termini didn't even dare to look at the bag of gold coins. The intense fear made her whole body tremble slightly. After all, the man in front of him is a legendary mage. He is also a great nobleman who stands at the top of the empire. 0. And to put it bluntly, they are just a group of ordinary civilians. The so-called aristocratic bloodline, without the support of strength and heritage, is basically bullshit. Lord Rhodes is joking. Tamani took a deep breath and resisted falling to the ground. An almost flattering smile appeared on his face. Just a few minutes ago, she asked her aunt to arrange for this distinguished guest to stay in a side room. With this level of insult, no one would say anything even if they were killed. The legend cannot be insulted. What's more, he is a legendary mage with the right to inherit a noble title. What upper-class education and etiquette, under such a huge gap in status and strength? Instead of kneeling directly on the ground, it was her only remaining pride. How can you live in a side room with your status? I will let you clean up the main room. Antasia, Trisha, why don't you two hurry up and clean up the room? Mrs. Termini lowered her voice for fear of angering the distinguished guest in front of her. The two women hurriedly ran upstairs to tidy up the room. Don't be afraid, I'm not a monster. Rhodes picked up a gold coin and played with it in his hand. He looked at Cinderella, who was trembling slightly next to him, with a playful expression on his face. You seem to be afraid of me, can you tell me why? Cinderella trembled, but the acting skills she had honed over the years allowed her to calm down. I'm just surprised by Lord Rhodes' identity. Is it? Rhodes held the side of his face with his hand, and his deep eyes made Cinderella feel like she had been completely seen through. Looking at Cinderella, who was shaking all over and whose expression was almost unbearable, Rhodes suddenly smiled. You'll have time to get used to it. Rhodes looked at Mrs. Termini next to him. I'm tired. I want to rest. Take me to the room. Also, don't forget to arrange for my servants. Some of them have bad tempers. Especially the legendary mage named Yulia. If you offend her, I will not compensate you if the manor is set on fire. Mrs. Termini's face was stunned. He almost knelt on the ground. Another legendary mage? Or a servant? Chapter 55. Snapped. Cinderella covered her face and lowered her head with a look of grievance. Cinderella, what happened today is all because of you. Mrs. Termini looked at Cinderella with anger on her face. I didn't know Lord Rhodes was a legendary mage. I thought he was just an ordinary civilian. Listening to Cinderella's sophistry, Tenny almost laughed out of anger. Ordinary civilians? Can ordinary civilians use monsters to pull carts? Can ordinary monsters just take out a bag of gold coins? Or can ordinary civilians afford to wear a palace dress worth 100 gold coins? Even a fool can see that these people are either rich or noble. But this stupid guy actually told her that they were just a group of ordinary civilians. If it weren't for the legendary mage's good temper, I don't know what their fate is now. Cinderella lowered her head pitifully and said nothing. Seeing her like this, the anger in Tamani's heart slowly subsided. This will never happen again. I know, dear. Cinderella lowered her head and slowly exited the room. What a troublesome kid. Mrs. Termini sat back in her chair and was silent for a moment. He called his two daughters over. Antasia, Tricia, who of you two wants to serve this distinguished guest tonight? Tamani sat on the seat, put her hands on her waist, and looked at her two daughters calmly. Her two daughters have been educated at home by her since they were young, and their personalities are too simple and naive. In terms of appearance and figure, if he inherited her advantages, he would not be much inferior to Cinderella. With perfect looks, sexy and charming breasts and hips, she is a rare beauty in the eyes of men. Otherwise, she would not have the confidence that her daughter could marry into a wealthy family. However, only one of the two daughters can serve. It's not fair to choose either one. Mother, let me go. My sister Antasia couldn't help but speak. It is definitely an honor for ordinary civilians to serve a legendary mage and future earl. Why should I let you go, sister? My sister Tricia looked unconvinced. I have a gold coin here. You sisters guess each other. If you win the gold coin, you will serve Lord Rhodes tonight. Termini sighed and picked up a gold coin from the table. If she were more than 10 years younger and not yet married, she would never let go of this opportunity. Damn old woman, you dare to hit me. When I become a noble lady, I will kill you all. In the corridor, Cinderella's face was gloomy. This was the first time she had been slapped in the face since she was a child. What should we do now? That BCH Tamani will definitely let those two fools serve Lord Rhodes. Based on her knowledge of Termini, such a precious opportunity to serve a legendary mage would definitely not be left to an outsider like her. It will only be left to her two daughters. Give up? She is not willing to give in. The opportunity to come into contact with the legendary mage may be only once in this life. I missed this opportunity, who knows when the next one will be? Over 10 years? Or decades? Could it be that her most beautiful age was going to be buried under the name of a Cinderella? You must not miss this opportunity. Cinderella's eyes flashed with determination, and she turned around and walked directly towards Rhodes' residence. She wanted to take down this legendary mage before those two stupid sisters who were not related by blood. Once they taste her taste, what can those two stupid women do to fight with her? You stupid girl! In the silent corridor, a high-pitched laughter suddenly sounded. Who? Cinderella's eyes widened and she looked at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of her with a look of horror. Wearing a black dress as gorgeous as a black crane, wearing a black gauze hat on her head, her face is charming and alluring, and she has a devilish figure that makes people's blood flow. Oh, original witch, or you can call me fairy godmother. The woman stepped on a pair of bare feet and walked slowly with a charming attitude. Approaching at a close distance, a breath of erotic excitement hit your face. Cinderella's face turned red, and countless blushing scenes could not help but appear in her mind. I'm here to help you fulfill your wish. The woman gently stroked Cinderella's face, with indescribable appreciation in her eyes. Ambition, deception, disguise, and knowing how to use your own advantages to achieve your goals. You are much better than your incompetent good-for-nothing father. I once gave him a chance, but unfortunately, he did not cherish the opportunity one gave him. Hearing this woman mention her father, Cinderella calmed down slightly. He looked at this strange woman with wary eyes. Who are you? Do you know my father? I told you, I am the original witch and the fairy godmother who came to help you. As for your father? The original witch smiled slightly. Dear, why do you bring up this sad thing? There is no need to affect our mood for a waste. He really is a loser. Cinderella said lightly, not having any good impression of her father. During her childhood, her only impression of her father was that of a BD who relied on his wife to sell his body for pleasure. This is true no matter what time it is. If it weren't for him, her mother wouldn't have died in the street unburied when she was a teenager. Nor would she become the ambitious Cinderella she is today. Why are you helping me? Cinderella looked at the woman coldly. In fact, there was no love for no reason, and no hatred for no reason. A strange woman suddenly offered to help her. Either you want something else, or you can get greater benefits from it. Why should I help you? The original witch rubbed the brim of her hat slightly, with a strange smile on her face. Because you are my blood heir. Your ancestors inherited the power of carnal desire from me. This is the talent of your descendants. When the opposite sex has sex with you, the power of carnal desire will gradually dominate the other person's thinking, and gradually turn into a puppet who only knows desire. However, I am wasting my time and energy to help you, so naturally I am not asking for nothing. Cinderella frowned. What conditions do you have? Sacrifice. I need a huge sacrifice, with the souls and flesh of tens of thousands of people as sacrifices, to lift the seal for me. There was a bloody luster in the eyes of the original witch. Blood sacrifice ceremony, you are the evil god. Cinderella looked horrified and sacrificed her soul and blood. This was a method only the evil god would use. All orthodox gods usually only collect faith. Flesh and blood are bitter and weak, and only death can provide eternal peace. I just give them salvation in advance and seek eternal life with me. The original witch had a faint smile on her face. 0. Cinderella felt chills all over her body after hearing this. No matter how nice the words were, he was still an evil god devouring life and soul. Besides, does it matter to you whether I am an evil god? Seeing the fear in her heart, the original witch suddenly laughed and asked softly. Cinderella lowered her eyes. I will agree to you on any terms. As long as my wish can come true, it doesn't matter even if it means making a deal with the devil. But why did you stop me just now? Why should I stop you? The figure of the original witch suddenly disappeared and appeared from behind Cinderella like a ghost. Silly girl, do you think your carnal body can control a demigod? Demigod? Cinderella, who had never heard of this term before, had a look of confusion on her face. What is the relationship between demigods and gods? You can think of him as a weaker god. They possess powerful divinity and can become gods if they have enough faith. The original witch spoke in a playful tone. If I hadn't been sealed, I could try. As for what you said, it's still a bit off. Cinderella frowned. Then what should I do? The Earl of Rochester has a son named Kurt, you can regard him as a target. The son of the Earl of Rochester. Cinderella thought for a while, although the Count's status cannot be compared with the legendary mage. But after all, he is also the heir of a great nobleman. The most important thing is that the prince is young and hot-blooded, easy to handle, and easier to solve than this legendary mage. But how do you get to him? The prince of a kingdom is not someone you can approach casually. The prince will be hunting in the forest at noon tomorrow. You can go to the forest in advance and wait, and you will definitely meet the prince. Impress him with your kindness. This should be what you're best at. The original witch smiled and slowly disappeared. Cinderella was left with a changed expression. At the same time, inside the room, she looked at Antasia, who walked in through the door, wearing a single gauze nightgown with a slightly red face. Rhodes' eyes were slightly strange. He thought that the first one to sneak over would be the green tea Cinderella. I didn't expect to be so calm. She is worthy of being the high-end green tea BCH in the fairy tale world. Antasia, dressed in a gauze dress, slowly walked up to the bed. Lord Rhodes, let me serve you tonight. Antasia, whose face was slightly red, blew out the oil lamp. What a strong demonic energy! The exorcism process went very smoothly. Looking at the figure sleeping soundly after the evil spirit was completely driven away, Rhodes felt an indescribable loneliness. His exorcism skills have reached the level of perfection. This kind of simple demonic pollution was just barely enough for him to warm up. Rhodes was just about to get up and go to Euphemia's place next door to exorcise the demon. The door was suddenly pushed open again. Tricia, also dressed in gauze, walked in. Sir Rhodes, please help me expel the evil spirit. Tricia looked at her sister, who had just been exorcised of the evil spirit, her face red and bleeding. Is this the legendary mage? I didn't expect the exorcism technique to be so powerful. A few minutes later, I heard my daughter wailing in pain due to the exorcism in the house. Mrs. Tamani, who felt sorry for her daughter outside the door, couldn't help but push the door open and walk in. Chapter 56. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Reward, the 7 deadly sins of jealousy, creation. The magic of creation, you can control the shape of the earth and ores, and use magic to transform the terrain structure on a large scale. The effect of this magic is more like manipulation than creation. Control the earth and ores, change the shape of mud fields and ores to cause attack and damage to enemies. Any dead object in contact with the ground will be affected by the magic of creation. The effect can only be regarded as mediocre. Rhodes looked at the 3 women who were sleeping soundly after the exorcism. A night of exorcism consumed a lot of the power of the sun. The side effect of exorcism is that the energy is greatly exhausted. Without half a day of cultivation, it is estimated that these 3 people will not wake up. The only thing that made him curious was that Cinderella, who should come to him to exorcise demons, was missing. Rhodes, full of curiosity, wandered around the manor casually. The strange thing is that no trace of Cinderella was found. Are you looking for that girl named Cinderella? Yulia, who was teaching Brittany a magic course in the corridor, saw Rhodes looking for something and said calmly. Although he was asking, his tone was firm. Do you know where she went? Certainly. Rhodes gave her a strange look. This woman doesn't look down on everyone, so how could she suddenly be so concerned about Cinderella's affairs? What are you planning on doing at 30? Why do you suddenly care about an ordinary person? In his eyes, Cinderella is a high-end scheming green tea bch. But, in essence, he is just an ordinary person. Let alone an ordinary person, so what if she is a legend? Under the gods, there are only a handful of things that can hurt him. Ordinary legendary creatures are not among this small number. I just encountered something interesting and paid special attention to it. Yulia said lightly, as if she mentioned it accidentally. A carnal body, but I haven't seen it for a long time. Carnal body? Rhodes' face was filled with confusion. In terms of strength, he could crush this woman under his feet with just one hand. However, in terms of knowledge, 10 of them cannot compare to a legendary mage like Yulia who has experienced a lot. The carnal body is a special physique. The mind of a person who has intercourse with this physique will gradually be controlled by it and become the other person's puppet. This kind of control spread through carnal desire will only disappear after the death of the controller. Hundreds of years ago, there was a duchess who relied on this special physique to control all the celebrities from all walks of life in the upper echelons of the empire. The countess controlled more than half of the nobles and powerful men in the upper echelons of the empire at that time. In the end, she even attempted to initiate changes, overthrew the then Shinra emperor, and became the first empress of the Shinra Empire. Unfortunately, the countess underestimated the demigods. He was so powerful, but ultimately fell short. This revolution caused tens of millions of casualties. The terrifying Black Plague nearly swept through the entire Shinra Empire. More than 1 billion people were killed and injured. It took hundreds of years to barely recover. This turmoil was also called in mourning for the blood-red Earl. A few simple words made Rhodes's impression of the carnal body profound and clear. To put it simply, 13 miles is poisonous. If you reproduce with someone with a carnal body, you will become a puppet controlled by the other person. This actually reminded him of a legendary figure in the online literary world. One of the protagonists he created was to poison the hostile ultimate boss in the process of reproducing offspring. On the contrary, there are different approaches but the same purpose. However, it is difficult to say whether this ability has any effect on him. Blessed by the magic power of the sun, his will is as fierce and tenacious as the sun. To distort his thinking is as difficult as distorting the entire sun. Something that even gods cannot do. He didn't believe a special physique could do it. If it is really so contrary to heaven, what else can there be about gods in this world? The so-called carnal body can distort thinking, and there should be quite strict conditions. You guessed it right. Yulia sighed. Since this incident broke out, driven by hatred, the entire Shinra Empire has searched for and persecuted bloodline owners of carnal bodies on a large scale. As soon as he is discovered, he will be killed directly, and even his family will be implicated. Many ordinary people were killed by nobles with ulterior motives in the name of carnality. In just 2 years, more than 1 million people were implicated, including most of the victims' families, as well as enemies of various nobles. Yulia unconsciously revealed a dark history of the Shinra Empire. Every country, especially a country with a long history, there will always be a past that is unforgettable but unwilling to be mentioned. The tragedy of the Blood-Red Duke is a dark history that the Shinra Empire is still unwilling to mention. I always feel a familiar sense of sight. Rhodes touched his chin. Isn't this just like the witch persecution campaign in Central Europe? How many people were burned to death under false pretense of being witches? But the target has become those lonely, independent, and excellent women. As long as a woman does something that does not conform to the public's concepts and ideas, she will be called a devil and a witch, tied to a cross and burned to death. In fact, if there are 10 out of 100 people who can truly be considered witches, that would be good. Not even one. The so-called persecution of witches is, in the final analysis, the persecution of normal women in the name of justice. What they want is never the so-called justice, but a reason to vent their inner darkness openly. The carnal body can distort people's thinking, but it cannot affect creatures above legendary level. Besides, it's easy to find the owner of the carnal body. Yulia took out a dark statue, which looked like a beautiful woman. She was wearing a black dress and a gauze-like top hat, but her lower body was a twisted, deformed mass of bloated flesh. Twisted eyes, countless ferocious fangs, and tentacles of various lengths, twisting and squirming. The upper body is holy, the lower body is weird, it is simply a contradictory combination. What is this? Rhodes frowned, inexplicably feeling an ominous aura approaching. This thing is not a good thing at first glance. It felt like those twisted evil gods in the abyss. The mother of evil, or you can also call her the original witch, is the evil god who possesses the power of deformity and distortion. Her flesh and blood can make people corrupt, and even gods will be fooled by her temptation. She is synonymous with all evil and distortion in the world, and it is she who created countless weird monsters and races. The carnal body is the bloodline passed down after one of her demigod-level descendants had intercourse with humans. The mother of evil? Rhodes secretly smacked his tongue. This was a great god, but he was also a completely evil god. Possessing the personality of a god and the essence of an evil god. She created various evil fallen racial creatures such as dark goblins and drow, and rely on these huge beliefs to become a true god. It is said that the mother of evil was originally just an ordinary god in the star world. But an accident caused her to fall into the abyss by mistake and merge with a powerful evil god in the abyss. By combining the power of the two gods, this powerful evil god was born. So she has two different personalities. One is a crazy and chaotic evil god personality who only knows how to destroy and devour everything around him. The other kind is an even more evil personality. She will pretend to be very deceptive to get close to all kinds of people with ambitions and desires. In the name of helping them fulfill their wishes, to help them realize their ideals. But it often expands the other person's desires and distorts the other person's soul. For example, the Lord of Gluttony among the 7 demon kings of the Abyss Demon clan. An Abyss Demon Lord with a demigod-level combat power of 103, turned out to be just an ordinary human beggar. His wish and ideal is to live a life without starving. In the end, the beggar was targeted by the mother of evil and came to her aid, fulfilling his wish and ideal. In the end, a monster was created that could never have enough to eat, the gluttonous demon king. The timid goblin, in order to become brave and powerful, turned into a bloodthirsty and warlike dark goblin who likes to rob females of other races to reproduce. Things like this happen countless times. Perhaps the emergence of the drow elves is just a group of elves who want to become more powerful and make their own wishes. As a result, they were turned into a group of drow controlled by lust. To be strong is to become stronger, but at the cost of one's own soul. However, what Rhodes is a little unclear about is why Yulia took out this thing. Could it be that you want him to convert to the mother of evil? He doesn't even look down on the god of glory, and the mother of evil is nothing like an onion. It's not like he has never killed a mere evil god. As long as you hold this statue, any believers of the mother of evil who appear around you will sense it. Yulia said calmly. The carnal body is born from the descendant of a fallen mother, so it will naturally interact with the statue. Once the disguise is lost, there is essentially no outstanding combat power. But, that being said, is it really okay to hang around with a statue of an evil god all day long? If you are discovered by the mother of evil, you are not causing trouble for yourself. Don't worry about any trouble. The body of the mother of evil was divided into two parts by the gods hundreds of years ago and sealed in the abyss and the star world respectively. Seals appear randomly. It's difficult to find the seal, let alone unlock it. It's probably impossible to break the seal until it takes several thousand years. Yulia looked unconcerned. Chapter 57. Don't set up flags here. Rhodes twitched the corner of his mouth. It is not easy for such an extremely evil god to just let several races perform blood sacrifices and escape in an incarnation or something. When the time comes, a large-scale blood sacrifice can be held by stirring up trouble. The seal can be lifted easily. Anyway, Rhodes didn't quite understand. Since they were all sealed, why not just kill them? He didn't believe that even one evil god could not be destroyed with the power of the gods. However, there will definitely be a price to pay. Unfortunately, these gods are obviously not great and selfless beings. They have their own selfish motives and desires, and they also have their own enemies. It is destined not to waste one's own strength and destroy an evil god who poses no threat. Do you know where she went? Rhodes was too lazy to think about the game between those gods. He just wanted to know where Cinderella went. She left the manor in a hurry early in the morning and headed towards the forest. Yulia pointed in a random direction. Rhodes looked around and saw only a dense forest. In the jungle, there are dense trees. Rhodes stepped on the dry leaves and walked forward slowly. Your Highness Kurt, you can't go inside anymore, there are monsters inside. A faint sound suddenly sounded in my ears. Through the dense bushes, Rhodes saw a group of guards dressed in palace attire, guarding an extraordinary and handsome young man. I am the future king of this country. There is no place I cannot go. The prince, who was full of arrogance and rebelliousness, ignored the guard's persuasion and even sneered at him. It's obvious that he has a brutal and savage temperament. With that said, he rode his horse directly towards the depths of the forest. Prince. Rhodes felt slightly interested. Cinderella entered the forest, and soon the prince appeared in the forest. Is this a coincidence or was it premeditated? In other words, this green tea Cinderella feels that he is not easy to mess with, so she wants to change her target? The Earl's son is indeed a good target. Among nobles, Earls are a dividing line, and nobles above Earls are also called great nobles. Qualified to build castles and feudal states. The most important thing is that the Earl's son looks stupid and obviously has no brains. With Cinderella's skills as a high-ranking green tea BCH, it was not easy to take him down. Successfully ascended to the throne and became the wife of the Earl's heir. There's a deer. Suddenly, a swift figure flashed in front of him, and Prince Kit's eyes lit up. In an instant, he took out a powerful bow from behind, stretched the bow and drew the arrow, tightened the bowstring, and a sharp arrow flew out. The fast deer was shot directly in the hind legs by an arrow and staggered into a bush. Follow me! Prince Kurt shouted loudly, ignoring the obstruction of a group of attendants, and rushed to catch up. After passing through layers of shrubs, my eyes suddenly opened up. Prince Kurt was stunned for a moment, and saw the deer he had shot, kneeling quietly on the grass. A girl wearing a simple long skirt was kneeling quietly in front of the deer, helping it to be bandaged. The beautiful scene made Prince Kurt slightly stunned, and his heartbeat seemed to be much faster. Hey, that's my prince's prey, who asked you to bandage it? Prince Kurt, riding his horse, approached slowly, looking at the unknown woman with scrutinizing eyes. The first impression is that she is beautiful, gentle, and kind. For a prince like him who grew up in the palace, the lust and ruthlessness among nobles have long become a habit. Both his father and mother have always been ruthless and profit-oriented politicians. This gentle and kind farm girl gave him a feeling he had never experienced before. I just can't bear to see such a cute animal injured. As for whether it is your prey or not, it has nothing to do with me," Cinderella said calmly, without even raising her head to look at the prince. That casual and even disapproving attitude towards him immediately stimulated the pride deep in Prince Kit's heart. With his status, he has always been the one that attracts the most attention. No matter where he goes, he is the protagonist among the crowd. No one has ever dared to be so rude to him. This strong contrast did not make him angry or disgusted, but made him eager to prove himself and make this woman surrender to him. This desire to conquer appeared for the first time to him who had always been smooth sailing. "Be careful in the future and don't let anyone hurt you again." Cinderella patted the bandaged deer, picked up the things and stood up to leave. The prince, who was completely immersed in it, didn't even think about why there was such a beautiful and pure girl in such a dangerous place like the forest. Moreover, this girl happened to be carrying bandages with her. "Woman, can this prince invite you to dinner?" The prince, who couldn't hold his breath, couldn't help but asked excitedly. "I still have a lot of housework to clean. If I go back late, my stepmother will scold me and I won't have time to spend with you." Cinderella left without looking back. "Woman, tell me your name." Seeing Cinderella gradually walking away, the prince finally couldn't bear it and asked loudly. Cinderella did not speak, but disappeared into the forest king. "Hurry up and catch up with that woman for me, my prince." An unprecedented sense of urgency made the prince feel as if he was going crazy inside. A group of guards immediately gave chase, but found nothing. "Your Highness, she may be hiding and can't be found." "Can't find it? A bunch of trash." Prince Kurt snorted coldly and looked in the direction Cinderella left. It would be boring if this woman could get him so easily. But deliberately avoiding him made him really interested. Make a notice that this prince is going to hold a large-scale dance, and all the women of the right age in all the nearby villages, towns, and manors will be present. Avoid him? He even searched the entire kingdom to find this woman. Master Rhodes, who witnessed the whole process, couldn't help but sigh. This woman simply knows how to fish. Every move and every word is a top-level Neptune landing skill. In addition to attracting people's reverie, it also brings a sense of distance. Silently, he directly grasped this prince who had never seen much of the world. What kind of bait is the best? Of course, it is the kind of thing that is far away but cannot be obtained, which is the most unforgettable. This woman is simply an expert at fishing. The prince holds a ball, and he will attend mysteriously and appear in the most dazzling manner, which will directly raise the expectations. When the prince thought he could embrace the beauty, he left quietly. It left a mystery for the prince to search hard for. When expectations and disappointments reached their peak, they were inadvertently found by the prince. The prince was completely lost and unable to extricate himself. By the way, he also poured dirty water on his stepmother and sisters, causing them to be executed by the angry prince. After all, if you want your secrets not to be known to others, only dead people cannot speak. Cinderella transformed into a noble countess, and her evil stepmother and sister met the tragic end they deserved. Everyone will only remember her kindness and perseverance. As for whether her stepmother and sister are really that vicious, who cares? History is written by the victors. At least, for most people, this ending is a happy one. Cinderella turned into a noble lady, the Earl heir got the wife of his dreams, and the whole country welcomed a perfect hostess. The only victims were just a few unworthy civilians. In this era, the lives of civilians are not even as valuable as a working mule. Rhodes has already thought out the next plot. Now, whether the plot can continue to develop depends on his mood. Compared to this, he is more concerned about another thing now. Just now, when this woman disappeared out of thin air, the flash of her breath made him feel a little familiar. Seems. Devil's breath. To be more precise, it is the power from the evil god. That familiar aura seemed to have been seen somewhere. But how could a common girl suddenly become involved with an existence like the evil god? Rhodes rubbed his chin, feeling that things were getting more and more interesting. What a fool! Why would such a wise man as the Earl give birth to such a stupid son? Cinderella whispered. The original witch in a black dress quietly appeared from behind. If he wasn't stupid, how could you become a noble lady so easily? As long as you can turn this earl's son into a puppet, you will have the qualifications to contact the upper class, and sooner or later you can become the next blood-red duke. The witch's tone was deeply bewitching. Cinderella was unmoved. The next blood-red duke may sound very tempting. But she clearly knew what happened to the Duchess. But there is one thing that this witch said rightly. Once she becomes a countess, it means that the door to the upper class will be completely opened to her. Of course, she still needs to find a way to get the old earl to where he should go in advance. Otherwise, the name of an earl heir and his wife is worthless. The conversation stopped suddenly. Miss Cinderella, what a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you here. An easy laugh laced with gentle kindness. Cinderella looked at the figure blocking the way in front of her. The body seemed to be shaking slightly. Under the sun, Rhodes held the golden axe in his hand, and his eyes did not stay on Cinderella for long. With playful eyes, he looked at the figure who was as elegant as a lady in a black dress. Should I call you the original witch, or should I call you the mother of evil? Chapter 58. Looking at that familiar face. It is almost 90% similar to the statue of Yulia. But it is more vivid and charming. Yulia's mouth is probably open. Don't think of me as that idiot. The smile on the original witch's face faded. She is the original witch, a master of playing with souls and human nature. And the mother of evil is just a beast whose mind only knows destruction and devouring. What she hates most is when people confuse the two. To me, there's no difference. Rhodes shrugged. The original witch and the mother of evil were originally one body and two souls. They think differently and have different personalities. One inherited the divinity of the god, and the other inherited the madness of the evil god. If not, body and soul have been completely bonded together. These two evil gods who dislike each other may have started fighting a long time ago. Everyone wants to devour the other and make it difficult. I don't care why you are here, but I think you can leave now. Don't just look at this woman's beauty and think of her as a good person. She has a more twisted and darker personality than the mother of evil. Approach others on the pretext of fulfilling wishes. Amplify the other person's desires 1,000 times, and then distort them. In the end, a monster was created that was completely controlled by desire. All those who are approached by her, without exception, will turn into monsters with twisted and distorted souls. Human, do you know what you are talking about? You are actually trying to dominate a god. The original witch's face showed a dangerous light. She is a god, a true deity. Even if her true body is sealed, her majesty as a god cannot be erased. Now, a mere demigod dared to use a commanding tone in an attempt to influence her will. Now you, 137, can you still be considered a true god? Rhodes was carrying the axe, his smile was a bit sarcastic, and the look of contempt on his face revealed unspeakable arrogance. Even when facing the incarnation of a god, he still has absolute confidence and maintains his arrogance. Let alone a bereaved dog whose body was sealed, he still said this even when the original witch was at her peak. Get out! This is not the star realm, but the main material plane. The power of the gods is hindered by the crystal wall of the world and cannot fully come down. Even if it comes, it will cost a lot. But he can briefly burst out with power comparable to that of a god. Therefore, in his eyes, everything that is spiritual or not is just trash. Wherever he appears, the gods forbid him. Otherwise, die. If you provoke him, he doesn't mind sending the incarnation of a god on his way. Give you 3 seconds, get out, or die. Rhodes moved his shoulders and said calmly. Interesting human. The original witch stared at the fearless Rhodes, and suddenly felt that this guy might really not take her as a god in his eyes. What kind of mentality and personality can one be so unscrupulous in front of the incarnation of a powerful god? In other words, he is so confident in his own strength. Even the gods are fearless. As a demigod among humans, I admit that your strength is worthy of my respect. But, now it's not that I want to get close to her, but that she needs me to help her fulfill her wish. The original witch gently lifted Cinderella's chin with her fingers. You also know that the most unbearable thing for a benevolent god like me is to see his followers and heirs suffer. This, child's ideal is to become a high-ranking noble, so I can only help her fulfill her wish. For example, let her carnal body deform and grow infinitely, making the entire country a puppet at her mercy. And I will only extract a small and insignificant price from it. The infinite distortion and growth of the carnal body? Doesn't this turn into a monster? A strong uneasiness flashed through Cinderella's heart. She wanted to struggle but found that she had completely lost control of her body. Silly girl, I told you that you are my heir, and everything about you will be passed down to me. How can you get rid of my control? The original witch gently tapped Cinderella's forehead with her fingers. The next second, Cinderella lost all consciousness. The crimson smoke filled the body that was thin but not voluptuous. With just a touch, Rhodes felt that his immediate desire suddenly became out of control. His mind was filled with all kinds of lustful and chaotic thoughts. Tentacles woven with flesh and blood emerged from the original witch's body, wrapping around Cinderella's body. I've seen many people seeking death, but this is the first time I've seen a god seeking death. Take his warning as fart? Or do you really think that he can't do anything to her? It's just killing gods. It's not like I've never done it before. Rhodes said softly. The indifferent struggle has no practical significance. The final result is just an addition to his resume of killing gods. Roar! The flesh and blood tentacles transformed into the original witch completely enveloped Cinderella. It eventually transformed into a twisted monster with 6 legs and feet, its upper body covered with bloated flesh and eyeballs, and countless tentacles of flesh and blood dancing wildly between its pores. The original witch's naked upper body seemed to be fused with the monster, stuck in the monster's body. The flesh and blood beast tens of meters tall looked down at Rhodes with blood-red eyes. What an amazing creation! The original witch had a look of surprise on her face that could not be concealed. Her ability is just a key to liberate Cinderella's inner desires and ambitions and other evil thoughts. The ability to create such an astonishing demon was entirely due to the evil thoughts in Cinderella's heart. Even in her long career as a god, she had only seen such terrifying evil thoughts a few times. Desire in the human heart is a poison more powerful than faith. Good boy, let me see how powerful you are. The original witch gently caressed the carnal demon's head. The next second, countless terrifying flesh and blood tentacles flew towards Rhodes. Demigod! Rhodes waved his hand casually, and the hot flames instantly burned away all the flesh and blood tentacles. Looking at the flesh and blood beast with a terrifying aura and crimson radiance all over its body, Rhodes looked a little confused. However, he soon felt that this was not the case. Although he exudes a demigod-level aura, his actual combat power is at the sanctuary level at best. For an incarnation of a god, it is not unacceptable to create a monster of this level. If it's just to this extent, I will take the life of your incarnation of a god. Rhodes' eyes were calm and he didn't even bother to contend with this flesh and blood beast. Commandments. Kindness. Puff puff. Those powerful and heavy terrifying tentacles seemed to have lost all their strength when they landed on Rhodes' body. All power has been erased by invisible concepts. Rule. The original witch was really shocked this time. The power of rules is exclusive to gods, and only gods and certain powerful demigods can control it. The aura of rules exuding from this human being is simply not more powerful than a true god. The price for this great crime of contempt for me will be your god's life. Rhodes slowly raised his hand. Behind him, a pair of huge palms made of countless sand mixed with ores slowly raised up. 2 mountain-like palms suddenly struck towards the middle. Boom! The terrifying airwaves rolled and boiled, making the entire forest seem to be destroyed. Who is this fighting? In the forest, Prince Kurt, who had not yet left, looked at the terrifying battle fluctuations and was completely stunned. Growing up, the most terrifying battle he had ever seen was the battle between the chief of the palace guards and the captain of the knights. With a casual blow, the arena fell into pieces. However, compared with this kind of power that changes the color of the world and makes the world look like a natural disaster, it is just like a play between 2 young children. Your Highness, this is probably a fight between legendary-level warriors. Let's leave quickly. Several guards were so frightened that they rolled and crawled to lift Prince Kurt up. Escape towards the palace. The battle between the legendary strong men, even if there is a trace of aftermath, is not a force area that they can bear. If His Highness the Prince is harmed, none of them will survive. When did so many legendary powerful men appear in the kingdom? This is legend. Looking back at the horrific aftermath behind him, Prince Kit's eyes became brighter and brighter. Even the figure of the woman he couldn't forget seemed to gradually fade away. Compared with women, this kind of powerful power is what a man should pursue. Women will only affect the speed at which he becomes stronger. And power is something that always belongs to you. Hall. Your Highness. Cancel all banquets and tell my father that I want to study in the imperial capital. Prince Kit's eyes flashed with determination. If he doesn't become a legend in this life, he will never come back. Completely unaware of his accidental behavior, a prince with no ambitions started a new life. Rhodes looked towards the center of the dusty battlefield. The giant beast of flesh and blood, covered in blood, slowly walked out of the dust, and the aura on its body became more and more terrifying. The crimson gas filled the air and gradually enveloped the entire forest. The monsters in the forest, all with red eyes, multiplied with each other as if going crazy. With the continuous intercourse, the power of life and soul gradually passed away and merged into the huge body of the carnal demon. The huge body of the carnal demon was constantly being oppressed. Eventually, she turned into a 3-meter-tall woman wearing a V-shaped revealing leather coat with only patches of skin covered. The fair skin is filled with bloody patterns, and the scarlet eyes are filled with crazy desire. She has long crimson hair, black leather boots, and a pair of perfect long legs. Behind his back, blood-black wings slowly unfolded, and shadows obscured all sight. The figure of the original witch appeared on one side. Looking at that figure, his fanatical eyes seemed to see the most perfect creation in the world. Cinderella, no, you should be called Asmod, the demon king of carnality now. Chapter 59. The Demon of Lust. Asmodeus. Rhodes looked at the face that was exactly the same as Cinderella's. They are like twin sisters, only more charming and coquettish. Every movement, every gesture, and every look is filled with crazy desires. A woman in scantily clad clothes walked over with an enchanting attitude. The aura of lust permeating the forest became increasingly intense. The thorn of desire. Asmodeus slowly stretched out a hand. In an instant, the red smoke gathered into sharp spikes. It stabbed directly at him. Rhodes had no way to avoid it, because this was an attack evolved from his deepest desire. The moment he was stabbed, desire overflowed endlessly like a broken dam. Crazy desire obscures reason. The soul seems to be twisted into a puppet controlled by desire. This power, which is almost at the demigod level, comes from his own desires. Even the precepts of loving-kindness cannot resist it. Wrapped in lust, Rhodes stretched out a finger expressionlessly. Hot flames emerged at the fingertips. In the spiritual world, there seems to be a sun rising high. The fiery and majestic brilliance tore through all desires. Asmod's power is terrifying, even for those who are also at the demigod level. If you have desires in your heart, you will be contaminated and assimilated by her carnal power. Once the soul is contaminated by desire, it will completely become her puppet and become a carnal demon with no self. It's a pity that I met him. No matter how terrifying human desires are, how can they tarnish the brilliance of the sun? The sun at Rhodes' fingertips spread infinitely. The hot and dazzling light made the entire forest seem to be reduced to ashes. The exploding sun. The power of the scorching sun engulfed Asmodeus's body in an instant. How can this human being possess the power of two rules at the same time? The original witch fell into sluggishness. The power of rules comes from the world, even powerful beings at the demigod level. You can only understand the power of one rule throughout your life. But now, there are only two kinds of things she sees. Such arrogance and rudeness are just God's conversion after all. I'll take your life. Rhodes slowly extended his finger. Take by force. Critical breakthrough. Disaster. Sun. In an instant, all magic effects are triggered. After all, he was facing the incarnation of an evil god, and he might have some powerful trump cards. Just in case, Rhodes decided to send her on the road with the strongest force. Layers of magic power are stacked together like a buff. Even his body couldn't bear the terrifying power. In the cracked skin, the blood has not yet flowed out, but it has been repaired by the terrifying healing power. Annihilation. The power of the evil god merges with the magic power of the sun, and all the power is integrated at the fingertips. The fatal brilliance made the original witch smell the breath of death. This is the first time since his birth that he has felt the approach of death from a human being who is not a god. Interesting human. We will meet again. Facing the approach of death, the original witch still maintained her elegant demeanor. It was just death. In her long life, she had been killed countless times by many churches through the power of the gods. But as long as her body is not destroyed, as long as there are still her believers in this world, there are also descendants like Asmod who were created by her. Her life would never end. With the incarnation of the original witch completely erased, the whole forest seemed to have returned to peace. God. Rhodes sighed. It is not difficult to kill gods in the material world. But if you want to completely kill a god, the difficulty will be at least 100 times higher. In the kingdom of God, gods can be reborn infinitely. Unless faith is cut off, the kingdom of God falls, and the divine fire is extinguished. Otherwise, the gods are immortal beings. To sever all faith in a god is almost as difficult as nothing. Seeing Cinderella falling into a coma, Rhodes picked her up with one hand. The soul was polluted by the original witch, and Asmodeus, the queen of carnality, has become an irreversible existence. The only thing to be thankful for is this pollution of the soul did not completely corrode Cinderella's soul. Just twisting a complete soul into two parts. One is Cinderella, the green tea girl from the fairy tale world. One part is Asmod, the demon king of sensuality who controls the power of sensuality. Asmodeus, who has semi-god level combat power. If Cinderella's soul is completely swallowed by Asmodeus, then her soul will be twisted into a complete devil. There are very few such powerful demons even in the abyss. It can be called the Demon Lord, the supreme king among demons. Rhodes put Cinderella on his shoulders, and her plump body was in close contact with his shoulders. Cinderella, who was in a coma, had a slightly red face and hummed unconsciously as if she was talking in her sleep. You should be glad that I discovered it early. If you stay with the original witch long enough and your soul is completely contaminated, even I won't be able to save you. Rhodes muttered under his breath. Cinderella's soul is filled with traces of distortion and transformation, and her deformation was something that was premeditated. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will know. A powerful incarnation of a god suddenly approaches you and shows special kindness. If there are no ghosts in this, do you really think they love you? For existences like gods that have survived for who knows how long, any emotions have become indifferent. Not to mention the heirs who are unknown how many generations later, they are true blood relatives and can be sacrificed at any time. Feelings and emotions are only an insignificant part of the concept of gods. What god would be angry because of emotion? The only things that can anger them are interests and beliefs. Cinderella, a woman, may be clever, but her vision is narrow. Do you really think that a blood sacrifice of 10,000 people can make the gods personally take action? It would have been possible if it had been another evil god. The followers of the original witch are almost the first among the evil gods. If she wants to sacrifice, millions of believers will be willing to show up for their gods. In the concept of gods, there is no concept of sacrificing oneself to protect believers. Believers are just the lambs they shepherd. Being able to sacrifice oneself to please the gods is their highest honor. This is true for all gods, let alone an evil god, who will not show mercy to the so-called believers at all. Take Cinderella back to the manor. As soon as he arrived at the manor, Rhodes felt that Yulia looked at him a little strangely. After hesitating for a long time, Yulia suddenly asked cautiously. Did you just kill a god? How do you know? Rhodes looked at Yulia with curiosity on his face, although there was a lot of movement when he was fighting with the demon king of carnality. But there was no movement when the original witch was killed. How does this guy know he killed a god? You have the mark of the god slayer on your body. Is there such a thing? Rhodes returned to the room, looked in the mirror, and found a strange line on his eyebrows. The lines were bloody and exuded a terrifying pressure. This is the mark of the god killer. It will only appear on the extremely evil people who have killed gods. Yulia explained. This mark is a curse from the gods to those who kill gods. Once you are marked with this mark, you will not receive any goodwill from the gods. You will even be banned from entering all churches and important places in the empire. 0 Please give me flowers. In this world, the gods are aloof, while mortals are just lambs raised by the gods. The majesty of the gods cannot be blasphemed. Even if it is an evil god, only the gods can destroy it. It is a great sin for a mortal to kill a god. If lambs raised in captivity dare to show their fangs to their owners, will the lambs still be in awe of their owners? This is a defiance to all gods. Absolutely not allowed. Fortunately, the one you killed was an evil god. If you had offended an orthodox god, the Holy Church would have issued a reward order for you. Reward order? What fool would dare to accept such a reward for someone who can even kill gods? At most, it's just a symbolic reward. However, since it is a curse with no practical effect, it doesn't matter. The identity of the god's lair. In a sense, it is also a powerful deterrent. Are you not afraid of people who even dare to kill gods? Rhodes walked into the room slowly, and the sleeping Cinderella lay quietly on the bed. Boom! A ball of flame fell on Cinderella, and the terrifying high temperature instantly burned all her clothes. But strangely, the high-temperature flames did not burn the woman's body. Human, don't go too far. Cinderella opened her eyes suddenly, making a seductive sound from her mouth. Her eyes were extremely cold. Asmodeus, the demon of lust, wakes up instantly. With my strength, it is very easy to kill you, but I will not kill you. Rhodes sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Asmodeus's perfect body with admiration. As the embodiment of sensuality, Asmodeus's body is irresistible to all men. You want my body? Asmodeus had a seductive smile on his face. She is the demon of sensuality and the embodiment of desire. There is no concept of propriety, justice, and shame in her thoughts. Just physical enjoyment and intercourse are just the most normal things in her opinion. If you want it, I can give it to you anytime. We'll talk about it later, we'll talk about it later. Rhodes waved his hand. He didn't dare to play any in-depth communication game with this woman. This is a demigod-level carnal demon, who is countless times more dangerous than a succubus. If he exorcises a demon, he might even be drained of the power of the sun. It's okay if you want me to let you go, but you swear that you will never devour Cinderella's soul. Real. A trace of doubt flashed in Asmodeus's eyes. She is a devil, would this guy let her go so easily? Always keep your word. Rhodes' tone was serious and he never regretted what he said. Whoever is told to die will not survive the next day. These humans are so innocent and cute. A trace of ridicule flashed in Asmodeus's eyes. It's just a vow, she is a devil. How could the oath she swore be taken seriously? As long as you let me go, I will never devour this guy's soul. Okay, you can go. Seeing Asmodeus finishing his oath, Rhodes kept his promise and moved out of the way. Asmodeus, who was dubious, cautiously left the room. Seeing that Rhodes didn't chase after him, Asmodeus immediately relaxed. This human being is so fooled. Keep her from devouring Cinderella's soul? How can it be? Only by completely devouring Cinderella can her soul be truly complete. The nights are long and the dreams are many, and now I have swallowed this guy's soul. The moment the thought came up, Asmodeus felt a powerful force of rules descending on him. Magic power, body, everything was instantly petrified. I told you to keep your word. If you can't do what you promised me, you will turn into stone. Chapter 60. I told you to obey. Asmodeus looked at his body gradually turning to stone. Rhodes sighed helplessly. I don't know how to be obedient. What did you do to me? Asmodeus, who was freed from the restraints of the commandments, had a look of horror on his face. This method of inexplicably turning people into stone is simply unbelievable. Nothing, just a small contract. If you want to devour Cinderella, you will be petrified. If you don't break your oath, this contract will be of no use to you. Even gods are not immune to the effects of the law of truth. Not to mention just a demigod. You despicable human being. Asmodeus gritted his teeth. If the effect of this contract was true, wouldn't it mean that she would not be able to devour the other half of her soul for the rest of her life? In this case, it shouldn't be your turn to talk to me, right? At least I'm not like you, who can speak words faster than I can turn the pages of a book. Rhodes glanced at her, wondering how this devil had the right to say such shameless words. A devil who calls others mean. This is probably the biggest joke in the Shinra Empire. Asmodeus was speechless. After all, she had promised well, but she was the one who turned around and reneged on her promise. Now 097 gives you two choices, either you go in and release Cinderella. Or, I'll beat you to death. Rhodes raised his hand, and the power of the hot sun emerged from his fist. Thinking of the strength of this human being, Asmodeus snorted coldly. Closing his eyes, the alluring patterns on his body slowly faded away and returned to their original appearance. Thanks. After a while, Cinderella opened her eyes quietly. He looked at Rhodes with complicated eyes. Although Asmodeus controls her body, she can clearly feel everything that happens outside. If it weren't for Rhodes, she would have been completely devoured by Asmodeus. For her, he would not hesitate to fight a god. Even a woman like her, who has thousands of eyes, feels weak all over and her heart beats faster. There was an inexplicable feeling in my heart that I had never felt before. Do you always thank others like this? Rhodes rubbed his chin, feeling that this woman was somewhat ungrateful. He risked fighting the gods to save people. In the end, he was given these two words? What about the fool? Perfunctory. Cinderella rolled her eyes, feeling that this guy really didn't understand the atmosphere at all. Is there something wrong with this woman? Looking at Cinderella slamming the door and leaving, Rhodes felt that this woman was really ungrateful. He wasn't angry yet, but you actually put it on the line first. Don't know who saved you? Compared with this character, he felt that Cinderella, who was still the green tea BCH, was more likable. Although it's a bit pretentious, at least it's pleasing to the people. No wonder so many people like green tea. Rhodes couldn't help but sigh. Thinking about it carefully, green tea seems to be good, it sounds nice, and it makes people happy. Who wouldn't like it if you put it on someone? I don't like this kind of green tea BCH who keeps saying brother, you are so awesome and has an adoring look every time she looks at you. Do you like the kind of pregnant girl who is full of temper and gets princess syndrome at every turn? There is something wrong with this kind of person's brain. Rhodes' original plan was to leave today, but with so many things happening, he couldn't get away just yet. I could only stay in the manor for one more day. In the middle of the night, Rhodes, who was wandering from room to room, continuing his exorcism work, had just eliminated the last servant contaminated by the devil's energy. Before he returned to the room, the door was slowly pushed open again. Who? Rhodes frowned. Termini's family of 3 had finished the exorcism long ago and were exhausted. The demonic energy in the servants such as Euphemia and Frey has also been almost completely eliminated. Who else could come over at this time? Yulia? This thought just flashed through Rhodes' mind. Cinderella, wearing a translucent lace nightgown that made people's blood flow, and other than that, walked in slowly. Mr. Rhodes, it seems that the demonic energy in my body has not been cleansed yet. Rhodes raised a brow. Looking at Cinderella, who seemed to have turned into a green tea in the human world again, her eyes were a little surprised, but she also felt that it was natural. You have just been possessed by a demon today, and the demonic energy in your body is quite stubborn. It may be difficult to get rid of it completely. Cinderella walked to the bed slowly with enchanting cat steps. A pair of charming eyes, revealing the confusion and charm that makes one's legs weak. The entire room was filled with an aura of lust that made people's hearts beat faster. But, Lord Rhodes, you should be able to solve it, right? Get rid of me. Rhodes raised a brow. Men can admit any mistakes, but they cannot admit that they are not good enough. Isn't it just erosion by demonic energy? With his rich experience in exorcism and the thorn of the sun that has been tempered thousands of times. Even if the original witch comes in person, he can help her dispel the demonic energy. After a night of exorcism, all the victims contaminated by the evil spirit lay exhausted on the bed to rest. Rhodes didn't feel overwhelmed at all, but instead wandered around the manor energetically. After all, he is blessed by the power of the fountain of life, and he can recover from any consumption in an instant. There is no problem in regenerating a severed limb, let alone recovering a little bit of physical strength. This little exercise can barely be regarded as just a warm-up. Do you want him to be unable to bear it? Unless the original witch personally asked him to purify and exorcise demons. Sign in. Watching the sun rise, Rhodes casually came in for a daily check-in. Ding! Sign in successfully. Reward, the 10 Commandments, rest in peace. The law of rest, seal the magic power of those who fight without rest. Seal the magic power of those who fight without rest. Very capable, but also very targeted. The ability of this commandment is almost useless in ordinary battles. However, if it is in a wheel battle, it can be regarded as a magical skill. Directly seal away the magic power of those enemies who fight continuously, instantly turning them into useless people. It's a pity that if you are fighting alone, then there is no such commandment. Rhodes was in a pretty good mood. Strong pertinence is the characteristic of the 10 Commandments. In certain circumstances, the power of the commandments can be exerted to its extreme. For example, the commandment of truth: as long as the other party tells a lie and breaks his promise, he will instantly turn into a stone statue. It can be called the nemesis of all demon clans. Those devils are all talking nonsense and are very eloquent. Out of the 10 sentences, at most one sentence is half true and half false, and the rest are all made up. This is a feature, not a bug. Sacrifice comprehensive development and specialize in one direction. Although in most circumstances, the power of the commandments is equivalent to nothing, zero. However, this does not deny the power of the commandments. Once applied in a specific environment, this ability can make even gods fear it. Rhodes was in a good mood and accepted the sign-in reward. If you keep signing in at this speed, it won't take long to sign in all the magic and commandments of the 10 Commandments and the 7 deadly sins. Combining all the commandments and magic effects into one, maybe it can also give him the talent of a demon king. At that time, the gods will be rubbish in his eyes. However, Rhodes fell into deep thought again. There are more and more people around, and one carriage alone cannot hold them all. We have to find a way to solve it. The easiest way now is to change to a larger carriage, or to leave some people behind. As for carriages, Rhodes couldn't think of what kind of horse army could accommodate so many people. Even if there were, it probably wouldn't be possible to travel freely on small roads in the countryside. Rhodes suddenly felt that having too many women was not a good thing. Lady Termini with her 2 daughters and Euphemia. These 3 ordinary people, after Rhodes thought for a moment, planned to have a treasure house guard escort them to settle in the kingdom of Francis. With him, the future heir to the Earl, and the protection of the Sun Elves, several people lived well there. As for the remaining women, they can only take them with them. After all, no one is a fuel-efficient lamp. If they were placed in the kingdom of Francis, they didn't know how much trouble these women would cause. Although certainly Mrs. Termini and her 2 daughters would not refuse his invitation. But out of courtesy, Rhodes asked anyway. The result was no surprise. The mother and daughter, who had never expected to be favored by the legendary mage, hugged each other with tears of joy. In less than an hour, I packed everything I could carry. Along with the treasure house guards, we embarked on the journey back to the kingdom of Francis. Rhodes also cleaned up and continued on the road. Along the way, I heard a lot of comments from passers-by. What a battle between 2 legendary strong men, you thought the forest was flat. What 5.1 The Count Prince secretly left a letter and went to the imperial capital to study. Swear not to become a legend and never come back. Rhodes glanced at the unaware Cinderella, who responded with a sweet smile. Still the same familiar taste and recipe. Even after experiencing so many things, Cinderella is still the same Cinderella who is full of energy. It seems like nothing has changed. But it seems to be a little different. Rhodes thought for a moment and realized that Cinderella had indeed changed a lot compared to before. There is less ambition, but intrigues with other women have become more frequent. Rhodes shook his head helplessly. As long as you don't cause him any trouble, you can fight however you want. After all, it was not convenient for him to interfere in such matters. Favoring anyone will offend the other. The carriage gradually moved forward and arrived at a small town near noon. Before arriving at the town, Rhodes saw the vine bridge in the center of the town that looked like a pillar reaching the sky. The huge vines are dotted with branches and leaves of all sizes, spiraling upward like steps. The vines drilled through the soil, growing upwards, and finally penetrated completely into the clouds, blending perfectly with the entire clouds. Chapter 61. What a big and long vine! I've never seen such big vines in my life. Under the roots of the vine, a group of villagers in the town looked at the huge vine stretching into the sky with shock on their faces. With their shallow knowledge, it is difficult to imagine that there is such a huge thing in this world. Do you think you can see the gods if you climb to the top of the vines? A villager suddenly said. It stands to reason that as long as the vines are long enough, it should be possible. Maybe there's some treasure hidden up there. When they heard the word treasure, the eyes of several men in the crowd lit up. If there is any treasure, you can find out by climbing up and taking a look. The two tall, strong men took off their shirts and wrapped their bodies around them like ropes. Start climbing directly along the branches and leaves of the vine. You can't climb, this is a vine I planted, using a cow to get the seeds. Everyone who wants to climb up there, give me a silver coin. A young man wearing shabby clothes and looking very poor stopped him a few times. The thin face was full of Philistine expressions. Roll, 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 1 silver coin, you're going crazy thinking about money. Jack, your family is so poor that they almost sold their house. Where did you get the cows from? The passers-by laughed and sneered. What kind of good thing can the son of a pickpocket be? This kid talks nonsense all day long about eating and drinking. When he gets rich, he goes to the casino. He is not a good thing like his father. Jack, please go home quickly. Your mother is dying. The person next to him whispered. That useless dead old woman, it's none of my business whether she dies or not. Jack tightened his belt, a vicious look on his face. If you don't give me money, I will cut off this vine and make you all fall to death. The angry strong man picked up Jack and wanted to give him a hard lesson. But he was stopped by the strong man next to him. This boy is very vengeful. If you offend him, be careful to sneak into your house in the middle of the night. The two strong men discussed it and threw 2 silver coins to Jack. Jack, who got the money, smiled happily, looked at the huge vines, and wondered if he should go up and have a look too. Is there really a treasure up here? Among the crowd, Anne, who was wearing a red cloak, had a look of confusion on her face. If there is one, just go up and take a look and you will know. You guys wait here, I'll come as soon as I go. Rhodes stepped forward, but before he even got close to paying Mo, he was blocked by the young man with a Philistine look on his face. If you want to go up, please pay me first. Looking at Rhodes, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes and looked both rich and expensive, Jack felt a little scared. But driven by greed, he still extended his evil hand. Anyway, the worst he can do is get a beating. Jack. Rhodes looked at Jack with his sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. In the fairy tale, Jack traded a cow for a pea seed that could grow taller than the sky. After planting the seed was connected to the world of giants. After Jack climbed up the seed, he encountered a castle, and the lady of the castle entertained him enthusiastically. But the male owner of the castle is a giant who likes to eat people. Climbing the vine for the first time, Jack stole a bag of gold coins from the giant, which he later squandered. The second time, Jack stole a hen that could lay golden eggs from the giant. The third time, Jack, who was still not satisfied, climbed up the vine secretly and stole the giant's harp. Jack, who was finally discovered by the giant, escaped all the way and slid down the vines. He cut off the vines and killed the giant who was chasing him. From then on, he and his mother lived a happy life. It looks like a beautiful fairy tale, but if the fairy tale filter is removed, this guy is simply a complete robber. I visited other people's homes and was warmly entertained by the hostess. But he stole the master's treasures again and again. Finally, he cut off the vines and threw the man to death. To regard this kind of thing as a fairy tale can only be said to be a Western-style gangster logic. If you have strength, you can take everything from others with dignity. There can still be a happy ending. If you can promise me one thing, this gold coin will be yours. Rhodes took out a gold coin from his pocket. Jack's eyes lit up. 1 gold coin was enough for him to live happily for a long time. Don't say one thing, I promise you even one thing. Rhodes tossed it gently, and the gold coin drew a graceful arc and fell into Jack's hand. Now, go back and see your mother. So simple. Jack looked at Rhodes as if he were looking at a fool. You can get a gold coin for such a simple thing. I'm afraid this guy is not a rich fool. It's that simple. Rhodes nodded calmly. Okay. I'm going to see that dead old woman. Jack held back the ecstasy in his heart, fearing that Rhodes would regret it, so he ran away while touching the gold coins. Simple. Rhodes shook his head, he was afraid that you couldn't do such a simple thing. Jack, who walked away with the gold coins, carefully looked back behind him. After making sure that the fool didn't follow him, he slowly opened his palms. Under the sun, the golden coins shine brightly in the palm of your hand. Jack's eyes turned into the shape of gold coins. It's a gold coin. Should I go to the alley for fun, or go to the casino to gamble? If you're lucky, this 1 gold coin might turn into 2. The chances of winning and losing are quite high. Jack thought about it for a while, but still couldn't control his gambler's heart, so he planned to go to the casino to gamble first. Anyway, it's free money, and if you don't gamble, it's free money. As for that dead old woman, what's so interesting about her? Thinking in his mind, Jack didn't even hesitate for a second, turned around and walked towards the casino. The further I walked, the heavier my body became. It's like wearing heavy shackles. I'm so tired. Why can't I lift my legs? Jack looked down in confusion, and saw a grey-white color spread rapidly upward from the soles of his feet. The whole person instantly turned into a statue. He still held the shining gold coin in his hand. How do you want to get up there? Do you want me to add a light feather technique to you? Yulia stood under the vines, looking up at the endless vines. The vines are so high that there is no place to stand on them. It's not easy to climb up. However, for a legendary mage, it is not too difficult to climb up. A small spell that can be thrown by just marking the time. Magic is too slow. Rhodes stepped on his toes, and the ground suddenly rumbled with a loud sound. A mound of hundreds of square meters rose from the ground. This guy. On the ground, Yulia's eyes widened. Isn't this guy a flame? Why did you suddenly learn earth magic? This level of proficiency makes him a legendary earth mage at least. Hoo ho ho! The strong wind blew on his face, and the mounds under his feet were rising like mountain peaks. In the blink of an eye, the white clouds in the sky seemed to be within reach. When the height of the mound was equal to the height of the vines, Rhodes felt as if his body had passed through a layer of resistance and entered an unknown world. Rich air, heavy pressure. The gravity of the entire world seemed to have increased several times in an instant. In the distance, a huge castle stands above the clouds. Standing under the city wall hundreds of meters high, Rhodes felt like an ant. But the gate of the castle was countless times bigger than his whole body, and he couldn't even compare to a nail on the door. Outside the gate of the castle, a group of huge trolls at least tens of meters in size were guarding the entrance to the castle. With a pale body and a pair of huge wings, its appearance is no different from that of an ordinary troll, except that its size is larger. Sky Troll. Rhodes frowned, he didn't expect that there would be a city of trolls here. Humanity. At this time, the 2 trolls guarding the entrance to the castle also discovered this tiny human. A trace of surprise flashed across his wide eyes. How come there are humans running out? Go back to your cage. The 2 trolls shouted in rough voices, looking impatient. It seems that he is accustomed to the appearance of humans and does not care at all. Rhodes raised a brow. 877 Listen to this, are there other humans in this city in the sky? Didn't you hear me? You despicable slave! Seeing that Rhodes had no intention of paying attention to it, a trace of anger flashed in the troll's eyes. If it hadn't been for the king's order, I would have eaten you right now. Rhodes looked at the sky troll who looked angry but didn't dare to do anything to him. These trolls seemed to be afraid of something, so they didn't dare to attack him. Can you please answer a question? Rhodes rubbed his chin, feeling a little curious. In the troll family's diet, the first thing on the list is humans. Chicken flavor, crunchy and rich in protein. What is the reason why these trolls dare not fight back when provoked by a human being? What is the king in their mouths? Who do you think you are, just a slave, and why should you answer your question? Although the two sky trolls are not very smart, they are inexplicably confident. His greedy eyes wandered around Rhodes. However, if you give us an arm, it's not impossible to answer your question. You want my arm? Yes. Rhodes nodded and jumped up the next second. With lowered eyes, he looked down at the troll in front of him. I just don't know if you have food or shelter. Rhodes looked at the panicked troll with cold eyes as if he were looking at a dead man. A punch was thrown forward. Boom! The air waves rolled, and the violent air current swept into a storm. The huge force instantly blew the troll away and hit the hard door wall. Rhodes landed on the nose of another troll who had not yet reacted, and placed his palm on the brow between the two huge eyes. Answer my question, or die. After a brief daze, the troll's eyes were bloodshot, and his low tone was full of violence. How dare you take the initiative to attack the great troll? Even if I eat you now, the king won't say anything. Chapter 62. Snapped. The troll reached out and slapped his face. Hot flames ignited in the palm of the hand and instantly melted through the troll's palm. Amidst the shrill wails, Rhodes punched the troll between the eyebrows. The flames burst. Splashed out from the back of the head. Rhodes, wrapped in golden flames, shines like a god. The rising high temperature caused the surrounding air to distort. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. After easily killing two sky trolls, Rhodes burned through the castle door with a ball of sun fire. After passing through the long doorway, the eyes suddenly became bright. On the wide street, huge figures came and went in a hurry, and on both sides were rough buildings tens of meters high. At the edge of the street, there is a separate path. A group of humans wearing tattered clothes and with bronze medals hanging on their chests lined up in front of a black room to pick up the food scraps dumped in the room. After picking up food, humans will walk into a huge iron cage. Picked up by a troll. Only then did Rhodes see a huge cage hanging in front of all the houses. In the cage, there are dozens to dozens of humans living. Everyone has a meek and numb expression on their face, as if they have become accustomed to this kind of life. Immediately afterwards, Rhodes saw a group of shackled humans being taken away by a group of trolls. The average age is estimated to be over 40, and all of them have sad faces, as if they have lost a relative. Throughout the castle, humans and trolls coexist peacefully, which is a completely strange scene. There are rats. Catch these rats quickly. Suddenly, a low roar sounded in the street. A troll holding a kitchen knife, with fierce eyes, was chasing a group of humans. Rhodes saw that this group of humans did not have the same bronze medals hanging on their bodies as other humans. Although he has a sallow face and thin muscles, his eyes are full of agility. Run away, don't let these giants catch you. The leading man shouted, and everyone immediately separated, weaving in and out among the trolls nimbly. Hey, that guy over there, what are you doing standing there? Run away. An urgent voice sounded from the front. The young boy who was being chased by two trolls shouted loudly. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, the strange guy I had never seen before had not moved yet. Jamie thought to himself that it was bad luck, and stretched out his hand to drag this frightened guy away with him. Rhodes turned slightly and avoided the opponent's pull. They were just two trolls, and they were not qualified to ask him to retreat. Looking at the two trolls approaching with ferocious faces, Rhodes just stretched out a finger. Boom! Flames filled the entire street, and the two trolls turned into ashes. The man who was running for his life was completely frozen in place, looking at the figure in the sea of fire with disbelief. Are you, God? God? Rhodes rubbed his chin. It can be, or it can't be. He has power that rivals the gods, but does not have the same personality as the gods. Now he is just a demigod at best. However, who says demigods are not gods? Can you tell me what's going on here? Rhodes asked the question in his mind. After all, this place looked a bit weird. Trolls and humans coexist. This is a picture that I would never even dare to dream about. It's like a mouse sleeping with a cat in its arms. When this matter was mentioned, a flash of anger and weakness flashed across the man's face. After some explanation, Rhodes roughly figured out the situation. It was probably hundreds of years ago that the ancestors of these people discovered a vine leading to the sky. After exploring, I came here. Castle in the sky. At that time, the empire was in a period of war. In order to avoid danger, their ancestors burned the vines to ashes and settled in this place without any worries. Generation after generation, the ethnic group gradually grows. Until 100 years ago, a group of trolls suddenly appeared. After struggling and fighting, the trolls defeated humans with overwhelming power. Some of the surviving humans escaped from the trolls and went into hiding. The other part chooses to surrender to the troll and become its slave. Wearing a slave tag, he has been working for the trolls since he was born, living like a slave. The leader of the troll clan has made a rule that all elderly people over the age of 50 will be sent to the slaughterhouse to become food for the troll clan. Humans under the age of 50, as long as they have made no mistakes, no troll can harm them. 50 years of life is already considered a long time for ordinary people. Those who become slaves will naturally not resist. The leader of these trolls has a high IQ. Although this general method of raising livestock is simple, the effect is very practical. To be able to come up with this method, the troll leader's IQ is at least on the average of human beings. For a powerful but brainless race like trolls, an intelligence equivalent to that of ordinary people is considered a wise man. You are free. Rhodes opened the iron cage hanging on the wall and said calmly. Slaves cannot leave the cage without the instructions of the troll master. The slaves in the iron cage all had timid looks on their faces. Even if you run away, where can you run away to? Without food, you will starve to death. It's better to continue to stay here, even though it's a little busier every day, at least I have food and drink. I'm only 20 years old, and I can still live to be 30. Looking at this group of slaves who were completely dominated by servility and had no self-esteem, Rhodes felt somewhat sad. Having been ruled by trolls for hundreds of years, women have become deeply rooted in their bones. Even if they were given a chance to stand up, no one would want to stand up. Compared with the unknown future, they prefer the stable life now. Although he couldn't help himself, at least he was still alive. We are fighting trolls outside and want to save you, but you all think so. You cowards! Before Rhodes could say anything, the face of the boy behind him was already red. A pair of eyes looked at this group of people full of hatred and anger. People outside the city are sacrificing themselves every day in order to save the humans in the city who are enslaved by the trolls. Just so that more people can be free. But these guys, Yuan Ran, have no such awareness at all. Instead, he willingly became a slave to these trolls. It's not like we were asking you to save us. If it weren't for you guys, those trolls wouldn't be so rough on us. Even without you, the great troll king will sooner or later let trolls and humans coexist peacefully. Yes, praise the troll king. Troll king? Looking at the group of adoring slaves, Rhodes raised his eyebrows. It's not like a group of slaves can say this spontaneously. It's more like a belief that is deliberately instilled. Who taught you this? Why teach? This is not a matter of course. Without the great troll king, we would have been eaten by those trolls long ago. It is because it protects us that we can coexist peacefully with the trolls. Fear, shelter, faith. This familiar sense of déjà vu is simply like the tricks used by the church's crooks to trick others into believing in gods. The king of trolls, faith, this guy probably doesn't want to become a god. The troll god? Rhodes touched his chin. As we all know, trolls are a brutal and chaotic race. Not to mention gods, even demigods have never appeared. A reply from someone who is ambitious and wants to become a god. If he was strong enough to conquer the trolls of other ethnic groups, he might even have a slight chance of becoming a true god. The premise is that it can reach the level of demigod. If you want to become a god, in addition to enough faith, semi-god level power is a foundation. Only by becoming a demigod and understanding the power of rules can the soul and body be able to withstand the pressure brought by the power of faith to ignite the divine fire. Without the power of demigods, the soul cannot withstand the burning fire of faith. Boom! Rhodes snapped his fingers, and all the slaves were immediately engulfed in flames. The angry boy suddenly looked blank. You want to ask why I want to kill them? Rhodes tilted his head and smiled brightly at the boy. The calm eyes are so cold that it makes people feel heart palpitating. Faith represents the soul. Can a group of people who give their souls to trolls still be considered human beings? Just think of them as a group of trolls in human skin. Snapped. After gently patting the young man's shoulder, the smile on Rhodes' face gradually disappeared. If you want to change the world, cold-bloodedness is always more effective than kindness. Even if we take these wastes back, apart from wasting food, what will they be used for? The boy stared blankly at Rhodes' back. Although cruel, the feeling of real, good, name makes sense. Where are you going? Let's go to the palace of the Troll King. Would you like to come over and have a look? Rhodes tilted his head and looked at the boy who followed him. Now that the source of the problem has been found, the next step is of course to solve the problem from the source. After all, he is also a human being, and he will feel unhappy when he sees a group of trolls raising humans as domestic animals. Of course, the most important thing is, after solving these trolls, this city in the sky will naturally belong to him. A cunning rabbit has 3 caves to prepare for a rainy day. If he could no longer survive down there, this place would be his escape route. Although the chance of this happening is not even 1 in 10,000. But it's not impossible after all. If he offends a group of gods one day, he might really want to run away with the bucket. The Troll King's palace is in the center of the castle. Along the way, Rhodes encountered numerous troll attacks. It's a pity that it's noon now, when the sun's stars are at their hottest. Even gods must bow before him. Not to mention a group of trolls who are not even legends. The sun's radiance blooms. The congested streets full of trolls instantly turned to ashes under the rays of the sun. Half an hour later, Rhodes stepped into the huge troll palace. I met the legendary King of Trolls. Chapter 63. The huge palace was empty. Directly opposite the palace gate is a huge staircase. The stairs extend upward layer by layer, dozens of meters high. A huge steel throne stands at the end of the stairs. On the throne, a huge figure full of oppressive power showed its pressure unscrupulously. The huge body tens of meters high, the explosive muscles are like cast steel, glowing with a cold metallic sheen. He supported his chin with one hand and leaned on the throne. Looking at the human being who was gradually approaching, a huge one eye narrowed slightly on the ugly face of the Troll King. There was a playful look in his dark eyes. You're good. It's been a long time since I met a powerful human being like you. Rhodes was too lazy to talk nonsense and raised his hand to throw the merciless sun at him. Boom! The flames exploded and swallowed up the figure of the Troll King. Rhodes looked like he was looking at an ant that could easily be crushed. Chop suey! Who allowed you to look down on me? The entire palace was instantly razed to the ground by the violent power of the sun. The flames subside. In the ruins, the huge figure of the Troll King slowly walked out. The heavy steps made the ground tremble slightly. The Troll King held an iron cage in his hand. In the cage was a rich and fair woman wearing a gorgeous palace dress. In the other hand, he held a huge mace. I haven't been injured for so long that I almost forgot the feeling of pain. The Troll King grinned, and the scars burned by the power of the sun scabbed and healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rhodes was not surprised that the Troll King was not killed directly. Looking at the iron cage in the hand of the Troll King, his brows furrowed slightly. 810. Introduction. This is my third human wife, Ophelia. I like her singing the most, it's as sweet as a lark, sad and desperate. Noticing Rhodes's eyes, the Troll King grinned, his eyes a little cruel. To thank her for pleasing me, I ate her parents in front of her. It's really perverted. Rhodes couldn't help but sigh. As expected, these monsters cannot be understood using human thinking. Why not save those of your kind? Similar. The Troll King laughed wildly as if he had heard some joke. Do these inferior trash deserve to be in the same category as me? I am the king of trolls who inherited the blood of the ancestors. The only value of their existence is to provide me with the faith to become a god, but there is no need for it now. Since you can appear here, it means that there is another passage to the land. The Troll King placed the iron cage in his hand on the ground, his eyes bloodthirsty. Tell me the location of that passage and I can make your death easier. Rhodes didn't bother talking nonsense to him. I originally thought this Troll King might be a demigod. As a result, although the strength is good, it is still just a holy realm. You are not even a demigod, but you dare to show off in front of him? Saying more words seems to be rewarding it. Rhodes stretched out his hand and shook it. Magic Sun. Magic Grab. Critical breakthrough. All the power was gathered into one blow, and the terrifying aura made the Troll King's face change wildly. Boom! One punch fell and the dust settled. The Troll King stood on two legs, his entire upper body disappeared. A 100-meter-long channel of flames spread for thousands of meters. Everything is reduced to ashes. Rhodes put his hands in his pockets and had a calm expression on his face. So, these are your last words. Garbage is garbage. So much drama. Have you figured out your position? The Troll King is dead? The young man who followed all the way saw the nightmare-like Troll King being killed so easily. The whole person was completely stupid. Do you know where these trolls come from? Trolls cannot appear out of thin air. It can give birth to so many trolls, and there is even a sanctuary-level Troll King. There is at least one semi-god-level giant sleeping around this city in the sky. Lord God, I know that Judu came from the sacred mountain and walked to the fields. The young man lowered his head and looked at Rhodes with eyes full of awe, as if he were facing a god. Sacred mountain? What is that place? I heard from Grandpa and the others that there were no trolls in the Sky City originally, and all the trolls came out of the sacred mountain. There are many trolls guarding the sacred mountain, and no one can ever get close. Following the direction pointed by the young man, there was a looming mountain shadow deep in the clouds. Rhodes was immediately interested. Half an hour later, after clearing away all the trolls, Rhodes arrived at the foot of the holy mountain. Looking up at this thousands-meter-high mountain, Rhodes couldn't help but clicked his tongue. What kind of sacred mountain is this? It is clearly the corpse of a giant. It has a human-like body, 4 arms, and is covered with dense eyeballs. There is only one huge one eye on its head. The body is as huge as a mountain, filled with the aura of death and divinity. A cyclops of the giant family, a demigod-level existence. However, it looked like he had been seriously injured in a fight with some powerful creature and had been dead for a long time. But, after all, it is a creature at the demigod level, and a descendant of an ancient god like Titan who has the power of creation. Even if the soul dies, the body still maintains vitality. Rhodes looked at the giant's bulging belly, a huge whirlpool that was constantly devouring the surrounding natural forces. Breeding one troll after another. Keeping it is also a problem. Rhodes burned the Cyclops' body with a ball of sun fire. The scattered breath of life created a piece of land and woods. With the troll problem solved, Rhodes returned to the troll castle. I have dealt with all the trolls. You and your tribe can live here in the future. Daoi, do you want to leave? There was a look of panic on the young man's face. Yes. Rhodes nodded. Come to where the vines are. After making sure there was no one else on the vine, he set fire to the entire vine. In the blink of an eye, the vines reaching the sky were burned to ashes. Rhodes jumped directly out of the clouds. The young man stared at the place where Rhodes jumped, in a daze. Not long after, a group of humans dressed similarly to him ran over. Where is the Lord God? The Lord God has left. The boy seemed a little disappointed as he muttered. Lord God is gone. We haven't thanked the gods properly yet. Hearing that the Lord God had left, many people had disappointed expressions on their faces. I made a decision. A look of determination suddenly appeared on the young man's face. Since it was the gods who rescued us, then we will erect a statue to the Lord God and let the entire Sky City worship him. But, we don't know what this Lord God is called. A group of people looked at each other, all a little confused. No one objects to worshipping gods. After all, it was the gods who saved them from the trolls. If they didn't know the reward, they might attract the gods' wrath and punishment. But if you don't know what kind of god saved them, how can you worship them? The name of the god. Think of the fiery and powerful force when the Troll King was destroyed. It's like a sun rising high in the sky. The boy blurted out subconsciously. Sun God. This Lord God is the Sun God. From now on, all of us in Sky City will be believers of the Sun God. Under the leadership of the young man, the entire city in the sky suddenly set off a wave of worship to the Sun God. He believed that as long as these believers were pious enough, God will eventually come again. Hoo ho ho! The body keeps falling in a free fall position. After several minutes, I finally saw the ground. On the ground, a huge hill emerged from the ground and caught the falling body. Boom! His body made a deep hole on the hill. Half a month later, Rhodes stood up leisurely. Do you have to make such a big noise? Yulia looked at him speechlessly. It's not about saving time. Rhodes dusted himself off and looked at a group of stunned villagers in the town without paying any attention. Everything is settled, let's go. Just as he was about to take Yulia away, his eyes suddenly looked at the location of the vine roots. Rhodes raised his eyebrows and walked over. From a pile of ashes, a pea seed shining with emerald green light was pulled out. If you plant this seed, will vines reach the sky? Rhodes collected the pea seeds. This thing can just be planted next to the ancient sun tree in the Forest of Tranquility. Get on the carriage and continue to the next place. It's nearing night. A town appeared before my eyes. Just stay here for one night. Rhodes glanced at the sky. Although you can travel at night, there is no need. Although the time is tight, it is still enough. As long as it doesn't take a long time on the next journey. There's absolutely enough time. I found a hotel in the town and Rhodes rented a larger room. It's not that he wants to do this, but there are actually a lot of people around him who are contaminated by demonic energy. It is too troublesome to perform exorcisms one by one, so it would be better to do them together to save time. Pooh! In the next room, Yulia, who lived in the same room as Brittany, listened to the exorcism and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This BD is really going too far. Exorcism is something holy and focused. At the same time, not to mention whether you can concentrate mentally to exorcise demons, the energy consumed may not be able to keep up. Yulia, who was blushing, suddenly felt that Brittany's body next to her was shaking slightly. Through the moonlight, Leah saw a pair of red earlobes. Brittany, aren't you asleep yet? Master Yulia, aren't you still asleep? There was a muffled sound from under the quilt. Yulia opened her mouth, but was speechless for a moment. I just didn't sleep, why do I feel guilty? Chapter 64. Exorcism is a long and energy-consuming affair. From just after dark until early morning. Rhodes felt like his sun thorns were about to sparkle, and he finally completed the last bit of the exorcism mission. As we all know, people who have been expelled from evil spirits will consume a lot of energy. Looking at the sleeping figures in the room, Rhodes calmly walked out of the room. Lying on the roof, looking at the bright scene Chen. My mind seems to be extremely relaxed. Caught the thief. Hurry up and catch that damn thief. Suddenly, there was a cry of exclamation in the silent night. The dark streets suddenly became brighter as oil lamps were lit. Rhodes looked down at the crowded streets and suddenly felt a figure approaching him quickly. Get away! A figure in a black cloak seemed to be holding something in his arms, and shouted angrily at Rhodes who was blocking the way. Rhodes glanced at him, but didn't move or stop him. It was completely like seeing a ball of air. Seeing that he didn't yell, the man in the black cloak seemed relieved. You're smart. If you dare to yell, I'll kill you. With a threat, the cloaked man hurried past Rhodes. As long as he ran out of the village, these guys would have nowhere to look for him even if they wanted to. When the time comes, he can sell the things he stole to any nobleman, and he won't have to worry about making a living for the rest of his life. With thoughts of a better life. The next second, the wind howled. A terrifying force struck from in front of him, catching his face that was caught off guard. Puff! Rhodes lifted the cloaked man up with one hand and grabbed him back. Boom! He pressed his head and hit it directly on the roof. Threaten me? Am I someone you can threaten? Looking at the cloaked man who was unconscious with his face covered in blood, Rhodes said calmly. Rhodes glanced at the cloaked man. If he guessed correctly, this should be the thief who stole the thing. He was wearing tattered clothes and his arms were bulging, as if he was hiding something. Even when he was unconscious, he was still holding on tightly. As if this is his wealth and life. Rhodes reached out and opened the thief's arm. Because he held him too tightly, he accidentally broke an arm before taking his hand away. Rhodes secretly apologized. Under the thief's cloak, there was a small bamboo tube hidden. Is this thing still hidden? Rhodes looked speechless. Since the bamboo tube is worthless, it only means that the things inside the bamboo tube are valuable. Rhodes pushed aside the thin layer of gauze in the bamboo tube, and his eyes suddenly opened slightly. This is... Inside the bamboo tube, curled up was a little girl as small as a fairy. Thumbelina? Looking at the girl the size of his thumb in his hand, Rhodes was a little surprised. Moreover, it doesn't look like a goblin. And there are fairies that can't fly. Rhodes looked a little strange. If he remembered correctly, fairies seemed to have wings. I'm afraid this is not a fake fairy. Good Samaritan, did you save me? Thumbelina woke up slowly and rubbed her eyes. Looking at Rhodes with a grateful look on his face. What the hell are you? Rhodes reached out his hand with a curious look on his face and poked Thumbelina's vulnerable face. I am a forest fairy who can make flowers, plants, and trees grow. Thumbelina reached out and pushed away Rhodes' fingers. Sir, please don't do this. Forest fairy. He had heard of goblins. Forest fairies and ordinary fairies should be closely related. It's just that ordinary fairies only have the ability to curse and bless. The forest elf's abilities are more geared toward tidying up the forest. Why don't you have wings? The wings of a forest fairy can only grow when it reaches adulthood. Thumbelina whispered. Since you are a forest elf, you should like forest BA very much. Rhodes rubbed his chin, the elf that can speed up plant growth. This is quite suitable for the forest of silence. Just follow me from now on. His ancient sun tree just needed a caretaker. Rhodes grabbed the thief on the ground and jumped off the roof with the forest elf. People are there. Found it. Come and catch the thief. Before long, Rhodes was surrounded by a group of town residents. Holding a torch, he looked menacing. He stole the things. As for me, I'm just an ordinary passerby who did something brave for justice. Rhodes put the thief on the ground and explained calmly. Looking at his gorgeous dress, a group of angry residents suddenly calmed down. Dressed like this, it seems that he is either rich or noble. How could such a person do such a thing as stealing? Thank you, kind sir, for saving my child. Among the crowd, an old woman with an excited face walked out. Mother-in-law. Thumbelina stood in her pocket and looked at the old woman walking over. I'm very interested in this little guy. How about selling her to me for 100 gold coins? The old woman who had already walked up to Rhodes was slightly startled. His expression suddenly became angry. Sir, don't be joking. This is a child I raised with my own hands. I will never sell it to you. Looking at the angry old woman, Thumbelina's face was filled with emotion. I deeply felt the love and care from my old mother. Please wait for me. Rhodes walked back into the hotel and came back shortly after. When I came back, I still had 2 full bags in my hands. 1,000 gold coins. He threw the 2 bags on the ground. The moment the bag was opened, the golden light instantly caused everyone to lose focus. As long as you agree to sell her to me, these 2 bags of gold coins will be yours. With these 2 bags of gold coins, not only can you spend your old age peacefully, but you can also adopt another child. You should think carefully about whether you agree or not. The old woman froze on the spot for a long time. Taking a deep breath, he immediately walked towards Thumbelina. Mother-in-law. Thumbelina was moved to tears. She didn't expect her mother-in-law to have such deep feelings for her. Thumbelina, you are the child I raised with my own hands, so. In the future, Please follow this master carefully and don't worry about me. My mother-in-law will remember you." The old woman patted Thumbelina on the head, turned around and carried 2 bags of gold coins. Her flexible legs and feet were lighter than the young man. In a few breaths, he disappeared around the corner. Thumbelina was left with a confused look on her face. "Don't be too sad. This is reality. You will get used to it gradually." Looking at Thumbelina, who looked sad, Rhodes looked unconcerned. When he said 100 gold coins, the old woman's eyes were already shaken. "0, please give me flowers. How many people cannot accumulate this huge amount of wealth in their lifetime? With this money, one can adopt a normal child and live happily for the rest of his life. Only a fool would say no. As for her feelings? What kind of undying relationship would you have with a pet you've had for only a few months? How many people can buy and sell even their own flesh and blood for a few gold coins? What's more, he is a recently adopted forest elf. There is nothing in the world that cannot be bought. It's just that the price you offered is not high enough." After helping Thumbelina feel the cruelty of reality, Rhodes returned to the hotel. Not long after he lay down, Rhodes heard a wail coming from the corridor. And Yulia snorted coldly. "Isn't it good to be alive?" Rhodes muttered under his breath. He had just leaked money in front of others, so it was not surprising that he would attract a few thieves. Just a little brainless. "I don't even think about it. Do ordinary people carry so many gold coins with them?" Rhodes turned around and continued to sleep on his bed. "Exorcism wastes a lot of energy, so what if we don't take a break? As for these little thieves, with Yulia here, they probably can't even get close to the door." The dark night gradually faded away, a ray of sunlight broke through the darkness, and powerful power spread within the body. Rhodes opened his eyes, full of energy. Since receiving the magic power of the sun, his need for rest has dropped dramatically. Just bask in the sun and be full of energy for the day. Even if I want to sleep in, I can't. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Reward, the magic of the 10 commandments, full counterattack. Full counterattack, physical, return all physical attacks received with multiple times the power. Let's live together. Rhodes' eyes lit up. Counting this full counterattack magic power, he has already gathered 2, full counterattack power. One is able to return all magic damage received multiple times. And now this one can return all physical attacks several times. The fusion of the 2 magic effects does not mean that any attack can be returned. The powerful abilities of the 7 deadly sins world have almost been signed in. I don't know what kind of world it will be in the next refresh. Thinking about it, I feel a little excited. Most of the powerful abilities of the 7 deadly sins world are concentrated on the 7 deadly sins and the 10 commandments. Among them, the effects of abilities such as loving kindness, sun, full counterattack, infinity, and immortal body are the most heaven-defying. He now combines the powers of several sins and commandments. His strength has almost reached the pinnacle of the 7 deadly sins world. It would be nice if we could change to a more powerful check-in point. Pack your luggage and continue on your way. How long is the distance to the kingdom of Itel now? If there are no delays, we can arrive in about a week. Yulia said calmly. Their eyes met, Yulia turned her head away uncomfortably, and her earlobes seemed to be slightly red. Is this woman in estrus? Looking at Yulia, who showed a shy posture for no reason, Rhodes felt a little interesting. This woman is getting as grumpy as a pepper day by day. I didn't expect to be shy. But will it really be smooth sailing along the way? Rhodes looked at the end of the road, feeling like he had been buffed. Generally speaking, when you make this kind of flay, you will either die or be injured. Chapter 65. In a remote town, pedestrians come and go in a hurry on the streets. It seemed like he didn't want to stay outside for a second. The carriage drove into the town. Looking at the deserted streets, Rhodes got off the carriage. Why is there no one on the streets in this town? Eccentric. Maybe he's going home for dinner. Yulia said casually. Although she felt that the atmosphere in this town was a bit wrong, she didn't take it to heart. It's just a small town with 1,000 people. Let alone being quiet, it's not a big deal even if they all die. She even saw a town with tens of thousands of people being sucked to death by a legendary demon. In the end, it didn't end. Standing at the level of legend and empire, you can look at the overall situation. Thousands of people have lived and died within acceptable sacrifices. Sister Yulia is so smart. Unlike me, she can't think of such simple things. In the carriage, Cinderella looked at Yulia with admiration. Ah! This is actually just experience. Yulia scratched her head, although she didn't know why she was associated with the word smart. However, it was quite satisfying to be looked at with such adoring eyes by a little fangirl. After all, this is a genuine demigod-level demon king. If a demigod brags about you, who wouldn't be the one to take the lead? 173 looked at Cinderella, who looked like green tea, and Yulia, who looked like a fool and was ridiculed. Rhodes couldn't help but sigh. This is probably a high-ranking scumbag girl beating a low-ranking straight girl. The combat effectiveness is not on the same level at all. Why isn't there even a hotel? After walking around the village, Rhodes discovered that there was more than just a weird atmosphere in this town. Every shop is closed. Only one tavern was open. Don't these people want to work for money? Thinking to himself, Rhodes opened the door of the tavern and walked in. In the tavern, the faint whispers suddenly disappeared. A pair of wary eyes looked towards Rhodes. Under the dim light, a dozen guests were drinking, each with a numb expression on their face. However, Rhodes saw a familiar face in the crowd. Van Helsing. Demon hunter of the Holy Church. How could this guy appear here? Could it be that there are still demons around here? Rhodes shook his head. Regardless of whether he was evil or not, it had nothing to do with him anyway. He is just an ordinary passerby. The important task of saving the world is just a group of magicians like the Holy Church. Have a drink. Outsiders, you are not welcome here. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave quickly. The owner of the tavern is not doing business, he persuaded in a deep voice. You're such an interesting boss. If you don't do the business that comes to your door, there's no point in driving the customers away. Rhodes found a seat and sat down. Die? If someone could kill him, he really wanted to try. Throw a gold coin casually. Hurry up to the bar. The boss put away the gold coins on the table and shook his head helplessly. I advise you to leave immediately after drinking. Don't stay in the town. Otherwise, you may not have the chance to leave even if you want to. He has seen too many such careless passers-by during this time. Those who are lucky can survive, but those who are unlucky may die somewhere along the way. That's quite dangerous. Rhodes shook his head, and there was a sound of footsteps behind him. Your Majesty Rhodes. Rhodes, who was holding the wine glass, turned slightly to look at Van Helsing, who looked in awe, with an expression of interest on his face. Van Helsing, I remember you. Why are the demon hunters of the Holy Church here? The words Your Majesty are not something ordinary people can bear. In addition to the Emperor and Pope of the Holy Empire, only the powerful existence of the demigod Koji and the leaders of 10 large ethnic groups such as the Elf Queen can write honorific titles. It was not out of character for Van Helsing to call him His Majesty. Van Helsing was a little flattered when Rhodes called out his name. After all, he didn't expect that a powerful demigod could remember the name of a nobody like him. Stop standing around, sit down and talk. Van Helsing sat down a little nervously, fidgeting as if there were insects crawling all over his body. I was sent here by the church. There are reports from the bishops of the surrounding churches that a large number of people have disappeared mysteriously around Springfield town. It is suspected that someone is performing some kind of blood sacrifice ceremony and wants to summon the devil. The cardinal sent me to solve this matter. Van Helsing whispered. Although he is not a legend, he can still be regarded as a senior-level demon hunter. It is one of the few cards that can be used in the team of demon hunters. Most of the dangerous demon hunting missions in the church are left to him. Demon? Why can't I meet them everywhere? Rhodes was speechless. These demons are just like troublemakers, causing trouble everywhere. Even if it can't kill people, it will disgust them to death. No wonder he and the devil are called the 2 major cancers of the material plane. You try hard. After patting Van Helsing on the shoulder, Rhodes stood up and left. He has no interest in helping the Holy Church. Even if he does well, it will only increase the reputation of the Holy Church. He himself? Not a penny of benefit. Rhodes left the bar, and Van Helsing's tense heart suddenly relaxed. It's only been a few days since I last saw you, and my Majesty's strength seems to have become even more terrifying. Van Helsing's face was filled with disbelief. When one's strength reaches the level of a demigod, even a slight increase is a luxury. But this person's strength seems to have no limits and bottlenecks, and the rate of increase is simply terrifying. Van Helsing suddenly remembered that he was too nervous just now, so he didn't pay attention, but he thought about it carefully. There seems to be a special mark on this person's head. It feels so familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. After sitting in his seat and thinking for a long time, Van Helsing suddenly showed a horrified expression on his face. Why does that mark look so much like the mark of the God's lair? A few days ago, a demigod-level evil god was killed. In just a few days, another real god was killed? Doesn't this person have a grudge against the gods? Can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. Van Helsing trembled all over and picked up the wine glass tremblingly. This kind of ruthless person who treats God like a lamb and kills him at will is not something that a little guy like him can offend. If it were the Pope himself, it would probably be a bit embarrassing. After leaving the tavern, the sky outside was gradually darkening. The carriage arrived at an open space outside the town. Let's sleep here tonight. Rhodes jumped off the carriage, clasped his hands together, and stone pillars suddenly appeared on the ground. A 3-story villa took shape in an instant. Although the combat effectiveness of the magic power of creation is not as powerful as the magic power of the sun. But in terms of practicality, it is still quite good. 0. My brother is so awesome. I like him the most. Cinderella, the green tea girl, has heart-shaped eyes and an expression like I am my brother's little crush. It is estimated that when any man sees this scene, his heart of machismo will burst into flames. Rhodes clicked his tongue. Cinderella was really becoming more and more proficient in this tea art. As expected of you. I'll help you exorcise the devil tonight. A faint look immediately made Cinderella's expression stiffen. Looking at this expression, she knew that tonight's exorcism would definitely be different from Hutang's. I don't know if she can bear it. A group of people walked into the villa. Although it was only formed using magic power, the internal structure of the villa was still quite exquisite. At least it's pretty good as a temporary residence. Seeing several people walking into a room to exorcise demons, Yulia curled her lips. This BD is getting more and more unscrupulous. Rhodes paused and suddenly looked back at Yulia. Yulia, I think you also have a little devilish energy in you. Do you want me to help you get rid of it? I'm a legendary mage, how could I need you to help me exorcise demons? Yulia's face suddenly turned red to her earlobes. His tone became stammering. Don't be delusional. Even if I really become a demon, I will never let you help me exorcise it. Looking at this woman who didn't mean what she said, Rhodes shrugged helplessly. It's up to you. If you change your mind anytime, you can come to me. Roll. Yulia snorted coldly, took Brittany's hand and walked towards the next room. In the middle of the night, the noise coming from next door suddenly disappeared. After a long silence, a figure quietly climbed up from the bed. Lady Yulia, what do you want to do? Brittany's confused voice came from behind. The sneaky Yulia turned slightly red, coughed twice, and turned around with a serious expression. I'm going to practice some magic, you continue to sleep. Really? Brittany's eyes were full of suspicion. She looked so sneaky. Why did it feel like she was stealing something? Of course it's true. How could I still lie to you? Watching Brittany fall asleep, Yulia quietly left the room. Rhodes, who had just finished exorcising 1.3 demons and was about to take a rest, looked at Yulia sneaking in and raised his eyebrows. How did you come? I invited you just now but you didn't come, and now you take the initiative to deliver it to your door? Are you so arrogant? Yulia didn't say anything and just went straight up. How could she, Yulia, the legendary mage, make a man shout around? Even if it's an exorcism, it's only if she wants to. In the next room, Brittany heard the exorcism and quietly opened her eyes. He pouted his mouth slightly, his face full of unhappiness. They are all liars. With a moment of courage, he was no match for an experienced exorcist after all. It only took half an hour for the demonic energy that filled Yulia's body to be defeated. 2 courses of holy water treatment, coupled with the deep purification of the thorn of the sun, can drive out all the evil spirits in about half a month. However, the outbreak of evil energy is cyclical, and it will take a long time to completely eliminate it. Rhodes looked at Yulia seriously. After half a month, the demonic energy will transform into crimson demonic energy, and it will become very chaotic and violent, and the scene will be very bloody. Not suitable for exorcism. However, the frequency of exorcisms within half a month can be accelerated. Chapter 66. Although I know Yulia has a fiery personality. But I didn't expect that even exorcism would be so wild. Sure enough, this woman's character cannot be understood using common sense. After completely solving the last one, Rhodes could take a break. Van Helsing. Didn't I just kill a few civilians, and I don't have any blood to sacrifice to the demons? Why do you need to fight me so hard? You are a demon hunter, this is not the king of legend. Outside the suburbs, Van Helsing, with curly grey hair, was holding a demon hunting crossbow. Bathed in the holy water, the crossbow arrow blessed by the holy light instantly penetrated the body of the man in black robe. The black-robed man who was penetrated by the demon hunting crossbow made a hissing sound, and a dark aura of death filled the air. Believers of the Church of the Dead, those who play with corpses and souls. Van Helsing looked at the fleeing man in black robe with cold eyes. These bastards treat corpses and souls as toys and wantonly transform and defile corpses. They are 2 completely different forces from the Church of Death, which believes in death. The God of Death believed in by the Death Church is a powerful orthodox God whose power is comparable to that of the God of Glory. Although believers in the God of Death can also manipulate the corpses of the deceased, according to the canons of the Holy Church, this is a reasonable use. The liches of the Church of the Dead, these guys who desecrate corpses and souls, and even transform themselves into humans and ghosts, are the mortal enemies of the Holy Church. Although, in Van Helsing's view, neither church is a good bird. But, who made the boss of the Death Church a god with powerful divine power? 30. The Lord of the Dead believed in by the Church of the Dead is nothing more than a powerful demigod. Even the gods know what it means to pick the weakest persimmon. The man in black robe, who was forced into a desperate situation by the demon-hunting crossbows, turned around and forgot to take a look at Van Helsing, who was following closely behind him like a hunting dog. He gritted his teeth and showed a ferocious expression in his eyes. Van Helsing, don't blame me if you seek death yourself. Although it is still a semi-finished product, it should be enough to deal with a guy like you who is not even a legend. Van Helsing, who was chasing the man in black robe, suddenly felt a creepy feeling welling up in his heart. On the ground, a dark magic circle emerged. A painful wailing sound came from the magic circle. Summoning of the dead. Van Helsing's eyes were alert. The summoning of the dead was the same as the ritual of summoning demons. The contracted undead creatures can be summoned through magic power. After this period of investigation, he has determined that this guy has robbed thousands of ordinary people in dozens of villages and towns around here. With the methods of the Church of the Dead, the undead creatures that require the flesh, blood, and souls of thousands of ordinary people to be transformed will probably be very powerful. At least, based on his strength alone, it might be a bit difficult to solve it. Wow! The sound of cold chains scraped against the ground. A figure walked out of the magic circle, with dark green skin and traces of steel nails and stitches all over his body. Each limb comes from a different monster. The sharp claws of wolves and tigers, the legs of cows, and the arms of several different humans on their backs, each arm holding a weapon. The chest is wide open, with circles of sharp fangs surrounding the gap in the chest. In the squirming body of flesh and blood, the internal organs pieced together are functioning normally. The ugly figure had pain and hatred in his eyes. An arm behind him suddenly threw out a cold chain hook. Van Helsing dodges quickly, and a big tree behind him is directly shattered by the chain. The Stitch monster roared and rushed in the direction of Van Helsing. Van Helsing dodged quickly and discovered that although this monster was fast, its power was also quite terrifying. However, the reaction speed is no different from ordinary people. Puff! The silver sword bathed in holy water struck the Stitch monster's belly. In an instant, blood flowed and flesh and blood flew. But the next second, dense black lines emerged from the scars cut by the knight's sword, like silk threads stitching together the broken internal organs and skin. Van Helsing, stop struggling, it's useless. This is the stitched monster that I pieced together using thousands of tortured souls and corpses of monsters. His body is filled with thousands of souls. Even if he is seriously injured, he will be healed instantly. You are here today. Dead. The man in black robe laughed maniacally. Although his suture monster is a semi-finished product, its vitality is quite terrifying. It can be said to be the best masterpiece of his life. He had spent the past few years running around and wasted so much energy to create such a suture monster. According to the bishop, the combined monster protects legendary vitality. Even ordinary legendary strong men cannot be killed easily. Although Van Helsing is powerful, he obviously has not yet reached the legendary level of combat power. The battle lasted for half an hour, and Van Helsing's body was covered with scars and his clothes were soaked with blood. The eyes looking at the Stitch monster were full of solemnity. If we don't think of a way, we might really die here today. Although the movements and reactions of this suture monster are slow, its vitality is simply exaggerated. No matter what kind of injury he causes, it will heal instantly. But he is made of flesh and blood. As long as one of the 10 attacks of the Stitch monster can hit him, it will be more effective than 100 of his attacks. Van Helsing, you have this day too. Seeing Van Helsing, whose defeat was gradually becoming apparent and whose death was only a matter of time, the man in black robe couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. The eyes were cruel, with a hint of ridicule. It seems that he can't wait to see the scene where Van Helsing is killed by the Stitch monster. What a joke, I'm not letting anyone sleep so early in the morning. Just when Van Helsing was feeling desperate, a golden battle axe with shining golden light shot out from the playing area. The tough body of the Stitch monster was directly cut in half by the brilliance of the axe blade. Immediately afterwards, a sun formed by a ball of blazing flames fell from the sky and fell on the suture monster's body that was about to heal. Boom! The blazing flame ignited, like the nascent sun, and burned the Stitch monster to ashes in an instant. The first ray of morning light that tore through the darkness shone on that body with perfect golden proportions. 2 pairs of dull eyes looked sideways at the same time. Under the sun, Rhodes's naked upper body exuded golden brilliance, and the rising sun hung in the sky behind him, like a coronation crown, bright and dazzling. He was like the king in charge of the sun, walking slowly with stern steps. A flashing flame in his hand filled the surrounding air with a burning aura. Van Helsing, I'm very disappointed that you can't even solve this kind of garbage. Rhodes looked at Van Helsing with some disappointment and shook his head. The corner of Van Helsing's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. This gentleman was probably looking down too high on him. This is a terrifying monster with a vitality close to the legendary level. Even if the cardinal of the church comes in person, he may not be able to solve the problem in a short time. Not to mention an ordinary demon hunter like him. Did he risk his life? Unless the legend takes action, it is possible to solve this suture monster. However, legends are not a big deal, and there are only a dozen legendary powerhouses on the surface of the Holy Church. But thinking that the other party was a demigod, Van Helsing was speechless and choked. For such a powerful existence that can rival the gods, let alone a monster under the legend, it is a real legendary monster. I'm afraid they are just ants that can be easily crushed to death. Weakness in strength is not an irreparable weakness, but strength in mind is the quality that is truly hard to find. Van Helsing, I have high hopes for your future. If you desire more powerful power, you can take a trip to the Forest of Silence with my instructions. You will gain power that is beyond your reach in this life, but getting this power does not come without any price. And the price is your soul and faith. Rhodes said calmly. He is very optimistic about Van Helsing. Any senior demon hunter has perseverance and 470 courage that cannot be destroyed. And Van Helsing is one of the best. The life and death tests and battles he has experienced are even richer than those of most saint-level beings. If he could give up his belief in the God of Glory and fall into the arms of the High Elf, the Sun God, he did not hesitate to give Van Helsing great power. The Sunwell contains the same power as his bloodline. If Van Helsing can soak in it, he can be baptized by the power of the Sunwell and transform into a true High Elf. At the same time, at least one of his magic powers and commandments can be inherited. With Van Helsing's qualifications and strength, coupled with the High Elf's bloodline talent, and his magic inheritance, stepping into the realm of legend is just a matter of time. If you are lucky enough to inherit more than 2 magic powers and disciplines, then even stepping into the Holy Realm level is not a luxury. Once you have the power of the Holy Realm, it means you have the key to open the door of demigods. But the premise of all this is that Van Helsing needs to give up his faith and soul and throw himself into his arms. Faced with Rhodes' solicitation, Van Helsing's face showed hesitation. Reason told him that it was quite stupid to abandon a powerful god and fall into the arms of another demigod. However, deep down in his heart is the desire for strength and the hatred for the demon clan. It made his silent heart beat uncontrollably. Rhodes would stop talking briefly, but with his current strength and identity, his attitude had already been made clear by saying this once. His arrogance and character made it impossible for him to lick his face to win over a mortal who was not even a legend. Even if it is a legend, it will not work. Being able to say these words to Van Helsing is already an unprecedented exception. Faced with his solicitation, as a believer of Van Helsing's glorious God, he can refuse. But if you continue to manipulate your identity to get more benefits, it would be too ungrateful. After all, this is goodwill from a demigod. Chapter 67. The Importance of Strength. No one knows this better than a demon hunter like Van Helsing, who walks on the edge of life and death every day. Faced with Rhodes' invitation, to be honest, Van Helsing was moved. However, he still had some taboos in his heart. The God of Glory he believed in was a true God with powerful divine power. If a member of a special institution like him in the church turns his back on God, it means that he will be marked as a believer. After death and entering the kingdom of the God of Death, one will be nailed to the wall of blasphemy by the God of Death, and will never be reincarnated. The cost is simply too high. Unless he can believe in a new God. In the starry sky, except for the evil God, no God would accept a pagan who abandoned his faith in the God of Glory. Unless Rhodes becomes a true God. But it's so difficult. If a demigod wants to become a true God, in addition to mastering the rules, he also needs enough faith and believers. In today's Shinra Empire, almost all faiths have been divided up by the gods. Even for empires on other continents, the situation is almost the same. Even in some remote areas where few people visit, the followers of the Jiao team are not enough to allow a demigod to ascend to the throne of God. How many demigods are stuck at this step, unable to make any progress throughout their lives? Only by becoming the subordinate of other gods unwillingly can we get the hope of reaching the sky. Although Rhodes is powerful, there is little hope of taking that step. Perhaps you can go and have a look at the Forest of Tranquility. Looking at Rhodes' retreating figure, Van Helsing murmured in a low voice. Time passes to the 3rd day. 3 days have passed since I met Van Helsing. It was smooth sailing along the way and nothing strange happened. I don't know if I have used up all my luck, but the abilities obtained from these 2 sign-ins can only be regarded as average. Commandment belief: if you deny or abandon something you believe in, your eyes will be burned. Commandment of patience: those who cannot bear the pain will suffer more intense pain. The 2 mediocre commandments do not have much use except for the blessing of magic power. I hope I can sign something good today. Rhodes muttered under his breath. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Reward: 7 deadly sins of wrath, blood of the demon god. Blood of the demon god, the powerful bloodline from the demon god king contains the powerful power of the demon god. The demon king. Feeling the infinitely expanding powerful dark magic in his body, Rhodes let out a long sigh of relief. In the 7 deadly sins world, apart from humans, there are 4 major races. They are the fairies living in the mountains and forests. A race of giants who are warlike by nature, powerful, and capable of controlling the power of the earth. And, the goddess clan has wings on its back and controls the sacred magic power. The more wings on the back of the goddess clan, the more powerful they are. The magical property is to use light particles to decompose enemies. At the same time, the upper-level goddess clan usually has extremely powerful recovery power, which is equivalent to a weakened immortal body and is almost immune to death. The ruler of the goddess clan, the goddess with the title of the highest god. And the 4 most powerful angels. The demon god clan is the complete opposite. It possesses evil and powerful magic and has multiple hearts, and it will not die unless all of them are destroyed. The low-level red devil is fat and has the appearance of a monster. The high-level silver demon is tall and looks closer to a human. The highest-level demon god looks the same as a human, but his face will have a black coat of arms representing that race. The coat of arms varies from person to person, and his body is also covered in many black markings. The demon god king is the highest authority, and has a knighthood similar to the 7 deadly sins. It is the 10 commandments directly under the demon god king. Whether they are the demon king or the supreme god, they are all gods with powerful divine power. The power of their bloodline naturally possesses powerful power. After inheriting the power of the demon king's bloodline, it should be normal to have several hearts. Although it feels useless. In a fight like his, being able to kill once means that you can kill countless times. However, the magical blessing of the demon's blood is still very fragrant. Boom! The dark magic power surged in his blood and gradually formed a pattern on his forehead. It's like the actual power of the dark demon god is gathering around the body. The vitality that was originally terrifying has now reached a qualitative leap. What a terrifying magic wave! In the carriage, Yulia tensed up and looked at Rhodes, whose demeanor had changed drastically with a horrified look on her face. The whole body is entangled with the power of the Black Devil, and a dark aura of destruction and disaster flows like liquid. In the dark eyes, there is a desire for destruction and killing. Is this guy also a witch? No, a wizard. Anne, who was huddled in the corner, had a drastic change in her temperament. The thin body became plump at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a destructive witch's power spread around the body. Anna's personality looked at Rhodes, whose temperament had changed drastically, with a look of surprise. Rhodes now feels quite dangerous to her. It seemed like a casual blow could make her cease to exist. Has this guy always been hiding such a terrifying power? This kind of thinking is simply terrifying. At this moment, Rhodes had no time to think about anything else. The power of the demon's blood was more terrifying than he imagined. He felt as if his body contained the full power of a god. If all this power breaks out, even his strength will not be able to fully control it. He will go berserk in minutes. Now, the power of the demon god's blood has been activated and is still being revived. The aggressive demon power is like a violent beast, charging wantonly in the body. The dark magic lines seemed to be alive, climbing towards the body. Black markings suddenly appeared on one side of the body. The already terrifying magic power has a vague feeling of breaking through the critical point. Rhodes grabbed it casually, and a large amount of demonic power gathered in his hand, compressing and condensing infinitely. Eventually it turned into a pitch-black spear. Call! The power of the demon god turned into a pair of jet-black wings, unfolding in the wind. Whoosh! Rhodes' figure was like a shooting star, flashing thousands of stars in an instant. The terrifying speed caused the surrounding air waves to roll, leaving a clear sound barrier behind him. Rhodes stands tens of thousands of meters above the ground, looking down at the earth like a god. The demon god's spear in his hand was thrown towards a majestic mountain peak. There was no loud noise. The power of the devil exploded instantly, spreading unbridled around like a black tide. Wherever it passed, all life was swallowed up and annihilated. Mountains thousands of meters high were destroyed by the violent demonic power, leaving only ruins. Even the ground was eroded by the terrifying power to create a deep pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer. At this moment, the demon god's bloodline has completely revived and entered the final annihilation mode. The rich power of the devil turned into a black windbreaker and attached to the body. Pure black eyes exuded extreme rationality without the slightest emotion. The devil pattern between the eyebrows shows a sun-like mark. Behind him is a pair of dark golden wide wings of light. The power of the devil and the power of the sun merged with each other, filling the air with the aura of destroying everything. Is this the power of the demon god king? Rhodes spoke calmly, with no emotion in his cold voice. Just pure arrogance and contempt. It seems that all living things in the whole world are just ants that can be destroyed at will. God? He's just a slightly more powerful ant. Rhodes condensed a ball of sun fire exuding the power of the devil in his hand. The moment the flames condensed and took shape, the surrounding space and rules were instantly burned and dispersed. Now he is not so much a demigod as he truly has a godlike personality. A special ancient god similar to the Titan clan. Without faith or believers, the boundary between mortals and gods can be broken with pure power and magic. Seek a different kind of eternal life. Wow! At the moment when the flames had just condensed, silver chains suddenly appeared in the void and wrapped around his body. Thousands of chains tightened tightly, pulling him towards the starry sky with irresistible pulling force. Has the power exceeded the limit of what this world can bear? Rhodes frowned. His current situation is very special, although his status has not yet reached the level of a god. However, the power has exceeded the upper limit of the capacity of this world, and his existence is like a disaster to the entire world. The power released casually will cause irreparable damage to the world. Even the world is subconsciously rejecting his existence. We can't leave this world now. The boiling blood of the devil is suppressed by a strong will. The power of the demon god, filled with the aura of destruction and killing, faded away, and the demon god marks on his body gradually disappeared. Rhodes exited directly from the demonized state. In the state of being transformed into a demon, your strength will increase explosively, but the change in mentality is really a bit dangerous. Rhodes frowned. The blood of the devil can be summarized into 3 states according to the degree of recovery. In the primary state, the devil's blood is partially revived, and the devil's pattern is condensed on his forehead. The power of the devil in this state can strengthen his magic and healing power, and his strength can be increased by about 20%. In the advanced state, the demon's blood is deeply revived, and the demon's power condenses into stripes, covering half of the body. In the demonic state, reason will suppress emotions. At the same time, magic and healing power increase dramatically, and the strength increases by 100%. You can rely on the power of the devil to condense wings or weapons and armor, which can be used for attack and defense, and to assist flight. The combat power sword. In the ultimate state, the pure power of the demon will be condensed into black clothes and attached to the body. All emotions disappear, leaving only pure reason and divinity. Combat power soared by 200%, possessing power beyond the gods. In this state, he will annihilate any creature deemed hostile. With his strength, if it is 1 minute at the peak of noon, plus the power blessing of annihilation mode, the incarnation of ordinary gods can be killed easily. Chapter 68. In annihilation mode, the power of the devil and the power of the sun are perfectly integrated. His power will even surpass that of gods. In this state, if you kill and destroy unscrupulously, even a kingdom with a population of 1 million will evaporate out of thin air in an instant. However, fortunately, this world cannot bear such a powerful force and will spontaneously cool him down. Forcefully suppress his overpowering power. I lost control of my power a little bit, but I'm fine now. Returning to the carriage, I looked at those slightly horrified eyes. Rhodes said calmly. The first time I activated the demon's blood, my carelessness caused the demon's blood to run wild and get out of control. However, this problem will not occur the second time. As long as the recovery level of the demon's blood does not reach the annihilation mode, he can control this powerful force while maintaining certain thoughts and emotions. Now he can truly be regarded as a person who despises the gods. Be it day or night. His power is enough to scare the gods. Why are there suddenly so many people in front of us? The carriage continued to move forward for dozens of miles. It was not until noon that Rhodes suddenly saw sparse figures appearing on the muddy road. As the carriage approached, it was discovered that it was a group of refugees dragging their families with them. Young man, don't go forward. There's a plague ahead and a bunch of people died. Go forward now, be careful of catching the plague. A few passers-by dragging their baggage whispered advice. Plague? Rhodes raised a brow. How could a plague appear in such a good place? No, I heard that there was a group of blood-sucking demons that sucked everyone's blood dry. It must be a plague. So many people died in just a few days, and there were no wounds on their bodies. How could it be a demon? Seeing the two arguing refugees, Rhodes decided to go and see for himself. No matter what weird 410 he has, just kill him casually. As the carriage approached the town, more and more refugees fled on the road. By the time we reached the town, the streets were deserted. Dead villages and towns, corpses everywhere on the road. Rhodes looked at the houses next to the street. A pair of voyeuristic eyes looked at him furtively. Most of the young people have fled the villages and towns, and only the old people with inconvenient legs and feet who cannot leave are left here to die. Rhodes jumped off the carriage and walked towards the center of the village. Not long after, an adventurer riding a horse passed by with a solemn face. Nian, it seems that you are also a passing adventurer, so you should leave quickly. This is an unknown village. Unknown village or town? Can you elaborate? Rhodes raised his eyebrows and threw out a gold coin. He just likes weird things like this. He hasn't gone to a normal village yet. Seeing the gold coins, the adventurer's eyes lit up as he was about to leave in a hurry. After pondering for a moment, he told everything he knew. I don't know exactly what the reason is, I just know. Overnight, half of the adventurers in the entire village were killed or injured. They all died mysteriously where they lived. There were no injuries on their bodies, but all their blood was extracted. It must be an evil curse from the devil to be so cruel. The adventurer said with a palpitating look on his face. He has never seen such a bizarre thing in his life. Blood was drawn. Rhodes rubbed his chin. This scene seemed familiar. This place is cursed by the devil. You'd better leave quickly. The adventurer gave a kind words of persuasion, ignored Rhodes, and rode away directly. Devil's curse, day. Rhodes found it interesting, but didn't take it to heart. What kind of devil dares to jump in front of him? I really admire the other party's courage. Get on the carriage and move on. Along the way, Rhodes encountered scattered refugees. A person is panic-stricken, as if he is afraid of being overtaken by something. Seeing that it was getting dark, Rhodes decided to find a place to rest for the night. Although he is not afraid of the night, the magic of the sun still has some impact on his character. For example, I hate the dark. Every time he walked in the dark night, he would feel like there was something scary in the night, peering at him. This feeling is of course an illusion. Just some trivial side effects of the sun's magic. With his strength, he can follow him quietly without being discovered. Not even gods have this ability. Therefore, Rhodes has always disliked traveling in the dark. Instead of rushing in the dark, he would rather waste some time improving his exorcism skills. There seems to be a church in front, why don't we go there and stay overnight? Yulia pointed to a building in front and said. Hopefully it's not an abandoned church. Rhodes drove the carriage to the church door. The churches of the Dark Church are really rare. Rhodes was a little surprised when he saw the divine symbol hanging on the church. The Shinra Empire is the headquarters of the God of Glory. As the enemies of the God of Glory, the Holy Church and the Dark Church are not mortal enemies. However, the relationship is not good either. After all, the God worshipped by the Dark Church is the God of darkness and eternal night, and the priesthood of the God of Glory is inherently incompatible, so that believers on both sides dislike each other. Therefore, within the Shinra Empire, the number of dark churches is even rarer than that of pandas. I didn't expect there was another one here. Moreover, it looks like someone is cleaning it frequently. Pushing open the church door, an empty church appeared in front of you. On the high platform at the front of the church, a priest in black sacrificial robes, with his hands clasped together in a praying posture, was no longer alive. Died. Rhodes looked at the mummy half kneeling on the ground. The blood all over his body seemed to have been drained away by something, leaving only shriveled skin and flesh. It looked like he had been dead for several days. There were no wounds on the mummy's body, and there were no traces of blood on the ground, as if all the blood had evaporated out of thin air. However, Rhodes searched carefully and found 2 imperceptible pinhole-like holes in the priest's neck. It looked like something sharp had been pierced into the body and sucked out all the blood. Not an ordinary person. Rhodes frowned. Although it was just a corpse, the power of the law remained in his body. It proves that this person was at least a legendary bishop before his death. A legendary bishop of the Dark Church was stationed in the Shinra Empire openly, but the Holy Church ignored him. This in itself is a bit strange. Now, the bishop died here quietly. No matter how you look at it, it's outrageous. His mother opened the door for outrageousness. It's outrageous. What are you looking at? Yulia looked at Rhodes, who was rummaging through the body with confusion. This guy doesn't have any quirks. The devil's curse, there may be some clues here. Rhodes had an interested look on his face. After rummaging around for a while, I finally found an underground passage under the table on the high platform. Follow the secret passage all the way down and gradually arrive at a sealed basement. In the closed basement, weak air circulates, and the floor is very clean. It looks like someone should be cleaning it frequently. In the center of the basement, there is a pitch-black coffin, with the emblem of the God of Darkness engraved on the coffin, and 3 coffin nails hammered into the 4 corners. A long sword inlaid with countless precious magic gems pierced the entire coffin from the very center. Above the head of the coffin, there is a statue as tall as a man. She is wearing a long black dress, with a graceful figure, a black veil covering her face, a black top hat on her head, and a black scarf tied around her neck. The statue is completely dominated by black, and its skin looks extremely pale. It is said to be a statue, but it looks exactly like a real person. The goddess of darkness and night. Rhodes whispered the god's name. It looks like the people being suppressed here are not ordinary people. The coffin is a powerful sealed object, and the 12 coffin nails nailed on it are also magical props impregnated with divinity, especially the gemstone sword, which even exudes the aura of blessing from the gods. It can be regarded as a semi-divine instrument. But now it has been destroyed by corrosion. And this statue is not an ordinary statue, but a divine statue that contains the power of gods. To make such a statue requires a lot of faith. The person who can be sealed here by such a big move must at least be a saint. No, the Holy Land is not qualified to let a powerful god take it so seriously. I'm afraid it must be at least a very powerful demigod to let the god of darkness seal it here. However, now it seems that the seal was obviously damaged for some unknown reason. The powerful monster sealed inside successfully escaped and killed the bishop guarding here. If I guess correctly, that devil's curse should be the handiwork of this guy. Rhodes thought to himself. This monster had just escaped, and something big happened outside. Only a fool would believe it if there was no connection between the two. However, this has nothing to do with him. After all, it is a monster sealed by the Dark Church. If you want revenge, you will also seek revenge from the followers of the Dark Church and other gods. As for now, that guy must be hiding in some remote corner to lick his wounds and secretly regain his strength. The vitality and personality of demigods are too powerful. Even if the gods want to kill a powerful demigod, they still have to pay a high price. The original god of darkness probably sealed it here just because he didn't want to spend too much power on a demigod. Now, the demigod monster broke the seal by some means. But after all, it has been sealed for who knows how many years. Even if it is a demigod, it is probably worn out. Even, to put it seriously, it is not impossible to be close to death. Before its power recovers, a weak demigod may not easily show up in front of others when he is vulnerable. Even if he wanted to look for it, he probably wouldn't be able to find it. But if it regains its full strength, it will definitely take crazy revenge. Of course, it doesn't matter whether he takes revenge or not. It is best for everyone to live in peace and harmony without any grievances or grudges. If you accidentally encounter a conflict, the worst thing you can do is just press him to death. He has some experience in killing gods and is very familiar with it. Chapter 69. Demigods are not gods. Although some powerful demigods can rival gods in terms of personality and combat power, they are still not gods in essence. The biggest flaw of demigods is that their lives have an end and they will come to an end sooner or later. Become a revenant in the kingdom of death. As for the gods, even if they die countless times, as long as the believers and the kingdom of God still exist, he is still the immortal God. Immortality is the spirit. The only difference between demigods and gods is the trace of immortal divinity. Gods can be defeated countless times, and the result is just a loss of a trivial amount of faith. However, demigods only have one life. To die is to really die. Throughout the history of this world, there are not a few powerful creatures that can rival or even kill gods. However, without exception, all existences are against the gods. They are either sealed or enslaved, or they go to death in the process of aging, and are eventually nailed to the kingdom of the god of death, wailing for thousands of years, and finally turning into dust. There are many unyielding people, but in the end it is difficult for them to end well. Except for those few lucky ones who are lucky enough to find a chance to become a weak true god. But in the star realm where gods are like a sea, you can only live with your tail between your legs. After all, this is a world of gods, and classes have long been solidified. To break the hierarchy means to become enemies of the gods. Being an enemy of the gods means being on the opposite side of more than 80% of the creatures in this world. Who can have the courage to laugh despite being spurned by all living beings? A statue of a god. Rhodes looked at the statue of the dark goddess. This statue contained the power and divinity of the dark goddess. It is equivalent to a weakened version of the incarnation. I couldn't help but stretched out my hand and gently touched the face of the dark goddess. Even Rhodes didn't expect this erratic behavior. It was completely a subconscious act. The blood of the demon god contains evil and destructive power, which will greatly amplify the malice and evil thoughts in people's hearts. At the same time, the power of the demon gods itself is biased towards darkness, and has a natural affinity with the dark aura of the dark goddess. He touched it casually, but Rhodes didn't take it seriously. If you just touched the statue, what about the statue of the god? Could it be that the real owner could still come out and beat him? Besides, he just touched his face, not doing anything shameful. Rhodes thought, suddenly feeling that the surrounding atmosphere became oppressive and solemn. At the same time, a divine aura so powerful that it made people tremble permeated the secret room, and a will unique to the gods revived in the statue. How dare a humble mortal dare to defile my idol? Terrifying divine power rippled, and Rhodes saw the shadow of a god appear behind him. The god of darkness in a black dress is shrouded in a dark country. There is no light or hope in this country, only endless darkness and eternal night. There seem to be countless powerful dark monsters lurking in the darkness. Only this god of darkness shines with a brilliance as deep as the moonlight. Became the only light in this world. This is the kingdom of the god of darkness, the kingdom of eternal night. It's a bit troublesome. Rhodes murmured in a low voice. He didn't expect that just by touching the statue's face, he actually directly attracted the real owner. How stingy and narrow-minded is this god? A humble mortal who has defiled my idol still dares to slander the gods in his heart. The cold voice of the god of darkness was mixed with endless destruction. This damn human being had tarnished the statue of her divinity and dared to slander her in his heart that she was stingy and narrow-minded. Doesn't he know that the divine statue is connected with the will of the god? To tarnish the idol is to tarnish her divine body. This guy can actually read his mind? Rhodes raised his brows, and countless images of night battles and exorcisms suddenly appeared in his mind, except that the heroine was replaced by the god in front of him. Rhodes immediately saw that this cold and arrogant god was slightly stunned for a moment. It seems that he never thought that there are such bold and reckless human beings in this world. How dare you use such filthy thoughts to tarnish a god? You deserve to die. A voice full of rage, accompanied by terrifying divine punishment, fell from the sky. Since she became a god, no one has ever dared to blaspheme her like this. Boom! The sky tore and thunder roared. A jet-black lightning, carrying the power of destruction, shattered the surrounding void. Countless silver-white chains emerged, wrapping around the roots of the black lightning and the cause of the kingdom of the god of darkness. The god of darkness groaned, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Separated by the world barrier and forcibly turning divine power into divine punishment, even a powerful god like her would have to pay a huge price. But in her extreme anger, her reason has gradually lost control. Even if she consumes a lot of faith and divine power, she will completely kill this shameless human being. Damn! The last god who dared to talk to me like this hasn't even passed his first 7 years. Rhodes looked up at the thunder of divine punishment falling from the sky, with a look of unruliness in his eyes. The blood of the devil revives. The power of the devil is released. Disaster. Robbery. Critical breakthrough. The ultimate power of the dark demon and all kinds of powerful magic instantly enveloped Rhodes's body. The terrifying power brought by his pure body shattered the surrounding space inch by inch like a mirror. Boom! The dark thunder crashed down. The terrifying power is controlled within a radius of 10 meters under the constraints of the world's will. Secret. Revenge. Counterattack. The full counterattack magic power was activated, directly swallowing up this terrifying thunder of divine punishment. The effect of the full counter magic power inherited from the sin of wrath is that all magic attacks received can be returned several times. However, there is an advanced way to use full counterattack magic. That is to accumulate all the magic attacks received in the body, and when the storage reaches the limit of the body's endurance, it can fight back at any time. Puff! The power of divine punishment collided crazily within the body. Because the body could not withstand the violent divine power in the body, it continued to crack and produce scars. But the blood hasn't flowed out yet, and it was instantly restored by the terrifying healing power of the immortal body and the demonic state. Although the process of destruction and repair was painful, the body was adapting to this power of divine punishment very quickly. Rhodes quickly contained this powerful force. With the resurrection of the demon's blood, the terrifying demonic power within his body was gradually released. Devil pattern, devil pattern. After a few breaths, the strength of the devil's power has reached its ultimate saturation state. The dark magic power condensed into a black windbreaker and attached to the body, with sun-like patterns appearing on the forehead. Even the bones and blood seemed to be flowing with the terrifying, dark and profound power of the devil. Bloodthirsty. Destruction. Darkness. All the blood of the devil is released, annihilation mode. Rhodes looked up at the sky, and all the emotions deep in his eyes became indifferent, leaving only pure reason that overwhelmingly swallowed up all desires. The dead should lie in coffins, and the enemy should lie with the dead. Therefore, enemy equals death. Holding his right hand in the void, the rich demonic power instantly condensed into a dark and deep spear. All magic effects. And the power of God's thunder of punishment, which was returned several times by the full counter-attack magic. All the power is superimposed on the dark demon spear like a buff. Zero, please give me flowers. It's just the terrifying coercion and power that is exuded inadvertently. Let the surrounding space collapse and be annihilated. The thunder of divine punishment, which combines the power of the demon god and the god of darkness, the power of this gun has obviously exceeded the limit of what the world can bear. The will of the world was instantly awakened by this frightening breath. Such terrifying magic power is enough to cause irreparable damage to the entire material world. Whoosh! The self-defense mechanism of the world will is activated. A passage connecting to the starry sky appeared behind Rhodes, and thousands of silver regular chains poured out from the starry sky passage, tightly binding Rhodes' body. The powerful pulling force seemed to want to pull his body into the vast starry sky. Around Rhodes' body, the dark demonic power turned into countless black tentacles, which penetrated deep into the ground, resisting the pull from the power of the world. No matter how much the chain of rules was pulled, it didn't budge at all. Demigod. In the kingdom of eternal night, the dark goddess stared at the figure who was safe and sound after receiving her divine punishment, with slight surprise in her eyes. This level of power is rare even among demigods. Why didn't she know when such a powerful demigod appeared in the material world? There is no doubt about the power of demigods, even gods cannot underestimate them. 82. How can a mere demigod know how powerful the Lord God is? The eyes of the god of darkness are shining with gleaming light, and the terrifying divine power spreads to the main material plane like a substance. His cold eyes looked at the figure standing tall and tall through the layers of obstacles. It was like seeing an ant about to be crushed to death. Among the gods, there are not only those weak true gods. Even a god as powerful as her can be destroyed as long as he is willing to pay a certain price. The power of the gods cannot be insulted. Rumble. In the sky, streaks of dark lightning emerged, converging into a sky-reaching thunder pillar, and fell suddenly. Rhodes slowly raised the demon spear in his hand. Directly engulfed the dark lightning and integrate it into his own magic power. That's almost enough. Rhodes whispered softly in an almost cold voice. Confronting the will of the world would be a big pressure for him, if it weren't for the constant flow of his demonic power in annihilation mode. I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer. However, as the world's will gradually recovers, he will face the power of the entire world. If you don't want to be pulled into the star realm, I'm afraid this state won't last long. The star realm is where the gods are, and he will go there sooner or later, but unfortunately not now. This shot will only destroy one of your incarnations. It is a punishment for your rudeness and arrogance. Rhodes's right arm tensed and he suddenly pointed the demon spear in his hand toward the starry sky. At the same time, the god of darkness, who is far away in the endless star realm, is about to mock this ignorant human being about the dimensions and distance between the material plane and the kingdom of God. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a dark meteor coming towards him like lightning. It's just a demigod, how is that possible? A look of disbelief and panic flashed in his eyes, and the god of darkness instantly condensed layers of dark and lightless curtains of eternal night, trying to prevent the blow from falling, so as not to cause harm to the kingdom of God. Boom! The demon god's spear tore through the layers of curtains condensed by the god of darkness with great force, and penetrated the body of the god of darkness like a torrent. Nail the body of the god of darkness on the majestic throne. Everything around him was destroyed by the power of the devil. Everything fell into dead silence. In the kingdom of God, kill the gods. Chapter 70. My God! On the earth, countless believers of the god of darkness looked up at the star that suddenly dimmed as if a piece was missing, and their sense of the gods also disappeared in an instant. My heart felt empty, as if something was broken. The gods they believed in were actually killed in their own divine kingdom. How is it possible? How could my God be killed in the kingdom of God? There are believers whose faith has collapsed, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Although this kind of thing is not unprecedented, it usually happens when the battle between gods and gods reaches the final decisive battle. If it is a war between gods, believers like them will definitely feel it and get the oracles from the gods. But now, the god of darkness was obviously killed instantly by some powerful force. Who can possess such great power? I want to kill a god with powerful divine power in a kingdom of gods. Among the known powerful gods, no god has such terrifying power. God! It doesn't seem to be as strong as imagined. Killing the god of darkness with one shot, the blood of the demon god in his body gradually became silent. The countless chains of rules wrapped around his body gradually disappeared. The world's instinctive defense mechanism will only repel and exile into the star realm individual 293 creatures that exceed the endurance limit of this world. The demon's blood fell silent, and his power dropped below the critical point. Naturally, there is no need for the world's will to target him. If it were at noon, this shot should be able to destroy half of the kingdom of darkness. Rhodes muttered under his breath. With the power of the sun and the demon god, he already has the power to make powerful gods fall. Of course, if you want to completely destroy the kingdom of God and let the gods truly fall, the difficulty must be increased at least 10 times. Faith is the most mysterious power in the world. The gods live forever because of this, and they are immortal because of it. What was that thing just now? After leaving the secret room, Rhodes came to the church. There was a look of horror on Yulia's face that could not be concealed. The terrifying fluctuation of divine power just now was like the legendary divine punishment. Being able to separate the barriers of the world and impose divine punishment on the material world requires a huge price to be paid even for gods with powerful divine power. Don't worry, it's just a blind god. I've already solved it. Rhodes waved his hand, not taking it to heart at all. Solved? What does it mean? Yulia's face was a little dull, and suddenly she saw the god-killing mark on Rhodes' forehead, which became even deeper. The terrifying and murderous aura emanating from those eyes made people's souls tremble. Did this guy kill another real god? Yulia looked horrified. Did this BD see gods as prey? Why do you want to kill a god every once in a while? Which god was destroyed this time? Yulia silently mourned for this poor god for 3 seconds. At the same time, in villages and towns not far away, Van Helsing, who had just dealt with the believers of the Church of the Dead, breathed a long sigh of relief. Before Rhodes left, he killed the man in black robe with a casual blow. But the followers of the Church of the Dead are all liches. The lich masters powerful necromancy and soul-flesh transformation techniques. Even the vast majority of liches will cut their souls into soul boxes. Each phylactery contains a portion of the soul. As long as one soul box still exists, the lich will never die in the true sense. However, the Holy Church and the Church of the Dead have been hostile for so many years, so they naturally have a way to deal with the lich. It took him half a day to rely on the connection between the soul boxes to destroy the other soul boxes of the lich with divine magic. As a result, I found that the stars in the sky had changed. Each of the stars in the astral realm represents a powerful kingdom of gods. Changes in the stars mean that there is turmoil in the kingdom of God. He looked up at the suddenly dim stars in the sky. Van Helsing suddenly discovered that this extinguished star turned out to be the kingdom of the god of darkness. The kingdom of the god of darkness was shattered. Van Helsing's face was filled with disbelief. The god of darkness was a powerful god that could rival the god of light. Even in the star realm, it is one of the most dazzling stars. What kind of existence can penetrate her divine kingdom? Van Helsing thought of the powerful force that fell from the sky just now. The direction you are looking at should be from the north. Isn't this the direction the demigod is leaving? Is this a coincidence? Perhaps we should really go to the Forest of Tranquility to see it. Van Helsing muttered in a low voice and looked at Nanbao. Let's rest here for the night today. There are people living in the church, so it is fairly clean. Rhodes and others found a clean room to stay for the night. An everyday one-night exorcism. As more and more people are infected by the evil spirit, his exorcism tasks become even busier. If his son Thorn were not powerful enough, he could easily defeat the demonic energy in their bodies. It might be a bit difficult to purify these women infected by demonic energy. Early the next morning, we continued on the road. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Reward, Grace of the Four Angels, C. Grace of the Sea, a gift from the highest god of the goddess clan to the four angels. It has powerful physical strength and self-healing ability. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed instantly. The four most powerful angels of the goddess clan. Each one has received the favor bestowed upon him by the supreme god. The most powerful among them is the angel Genii, who has been given the grace of the sun. Next are the flash, the tornado, and the sea, the three great powers of grace. Due to various reasons, Genii, one of the four angels, became a member of the 10 Commandments. And the grace of the sun was also lost. The goddess clan completely lost this powerful power, but created Escanor, the sin of wrath. The power of the grace of the sea is not as powerful as the gift of the sun. But it has a self-healing ability that is even more terrifying than the immortal body. If the immortal body is severely injured, it will take time to recover. But the power of the sea's grace can heal all injuries instantly. Immortality plus the power of the grace of the sea. If you release the blood of the devil again, you will be blessed by the power of the devil. His resilience will reach a rather terrifying level. Why is it so dark? In the carriage, the silent Fleur looked at the sky outside the window and suddenly said, "It's dark?" Rhodes followed Fleur's gaze and saw a huge cloud in the sky that unconsciously blocked all the sunlight. "What a big cloud!" Annie said in surprise. "It's not clouds, it's bats, Zero." Yulia shook her head. With her legendary mage strength, she could easily see the strange phenomena in the sky. "What kind of cloud is this?" "It's clearly countless bats gathering together." "Bat? Cinderella felt a little surprised. There was such a big cloud. If it were bats, how many bats would there be? Does this bring together all the bats in the Shinra Empire? They seem to be coming towards us. Brittany exclaimed. The army of bats in the sky scattered in all directions, as if they had received an order. Sweeping towards the mountains, forests, villages, and towns. One of the bat armies, numbering in the thousands, came towards the direction of the carriage. What a big bat! There are thousands of bats, the smallest one is as big as a fist, and the largest one is about the same size as a human being. It has even evolved hands, feet, and limbs. Although it looks ugly and ferocious, it is at least 90% similar to humans in appearance, with a pair of huge bat wings growing on its back. The sharp fangs and bloodthirsty eyes reveal a thirst for blood. Firestorm. Yulia snorted coldly, and a large number of fire elements gathered, turning into a terrifying firestorm and sweeping towards the direction of the bat chamber. A sharp wail sounded, and a large number of bats fell to the ground. The flames continued to spread, and the entire sky was directly burned into fiery red. Tens of thousands of bat armies were burned into coke and fell from the sky. Yulia snorted coldly. Why is the legendary mage called a legend? It's because they hold the power to destroy a kingdom. A random spell can have the power to destroy the world, and it is not something that these low-level monsters can resist. However, there are too many bats in the sky. Even if hundreds of thousands of bats were burned to death, the size of the bat army was not even the slightest bit sparse. Instead, he was angered by Yulia's attack. The bats all over the sky were like a dark tornado, sweeping over. One of the most powerful bats even faintly showed legendary pressure. Yulia's scalp was a little numb, and she didn't expect that there were legendary bats in this group of bats. Moreover, it seems that the number is more than 3.4. Solar Cross. Seeing all the bats approaching, Rhodes quietly snapped his fingers. The next second, countless bright and fiery cross stars exploded in the sky, forming a continuous piece. Nearly half of the bats were directly turned into ashes by the terrifying power of the sun. The violent bat army seemed to be frightened, floating in midair and not daring to approach. Gradually, all the bats seemed to have been ordered to stay away from the area and chose to retreat. The person behind the scenes didn't seem to want to have any conflict with them. Continue to go. Rhodes said calmly. The carriage continued to move forward, but before it went far, a figure suddenly appeared in front of it. He had a pale face, a shriveled body, and was wearing tattered clothes. His blood seemed to have been sucked dry, and his eyes were already dim. There was a bat crawling on the man's neck, and the bat's sharp fangs had penetrated into his neck. The mummified middle-aged man slowly approached. Powerful human being, please introduce yourself, Blood Demon Lord Bogula. Of course, according to your human habits, you can also call me Duke Bogula. The man put his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Every body movement carries an indescribable elegance and nobility. Chapter 71. I am sorry for the offense my family has caused to your majesty. Pegula looked piously apologetic. Blood Demon, Bogula? To put it bluntly, isn't he just a vampire? Rhodes looked at the man in tattered clothes. The one in front of me is just a puppet that the devil is trying to control. The true form of this blood demon must be hidden somewhere. How dare a demigod who has not recovered from a serious injury dare to appear in front of another powerful demigod unless there is something wrong with his brain? Is something wrong? Rhodes was sitting outside the carriage, holding the side of his face with his hands, looking at this guy with interest. He didn't expect that this guy would suddenly come to him. As for the reason, I'm afraid it was because of something in him. Godslayer, maybe I can do you a favor. I feel the curse of the dark goddess in you. You should have killed one of her incarnations. I can help you deal with her. Bogula said unhurriedly, without mentioning the relationship between himself and the god of darkness. Then what? Rhodes had a playful smile on his face. From the first moment he saw this guy, he felt the aura of power that came from the same source as the demigod monster sealed in the secret room. I have a deep hatred for the god of darkness, and I just want to help him in the name of helping him. I not only want to get benefits, but also want to use him as cannon fodder. These demons are really stubborn. Of course, helping you deal with a god will cost you a lot. I need your blood or her as payment for helping you deal with the gods. Bokula looked at Anne. A pure virgin with strong blood flowing in her body. If he could absorb her blood, he might be able to recover most of his injuries. Of course, what he wanted more was the blood of this demigod. His intuition told him that if he swallowed the blood of this demigod, his power would not only return to its peak, but even become stronger. However, the blood of a demigod is very precious, so I'm afraid this guy won't agree easily. He could only settle for the next best thing. Don't you just want blood? I'll give it to you as much as you want. Rhodes paused slightly, his tone seemed a little careless. But what should you do if you kill these humans? They are my kind. Bokula chuckled lightly, his eyes casual, seemingly indifferent. They are just a group of domestic animals. How can a demigod as powerful as you care about the life and death of a group of mortals? Makes sense. When Rhodes heard this, a bright smile appeared on his face. However, if you only use one incarnation to negotiate with me on such an important matter, are you looking down on me? Or do you think you can boss me around with just one incarnation? Rhodes' eyes were cold and his body was filled with a fiery aura. Let your body come over and talk to me in person. Bokula's expression changed and he was about to explain. Boom! A random burst of solar fire burned the incarnation to ashes. Are you really going to cooperate with this demon? Seeing Rhodes easily deal with this demigod incarnation, Yulia couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Cooperation? Even this kind of rubbish deserves to discuss cooperation with me. Rhodes twitched the corners of his mouth, his smile a bit contemptuous and disdainful. He slaughters gods like dogs, let alone a mere demigod, who is worthy of negotiating terms with him. If he didn't know where this guy's body was, he would have been burnt to ashes by now. Even if I don't mention my strength, I will not cooperate with a demon. They are all dishonest guys and not worthy of trust. Before he finished speaking, Rhodes saw Cinderella and Fleur looking over with expressionless expressions. Look at what I do, you can only be considered half a devil at best. Snort. Cinderella snorted coldly. Fleur continued to bow her head and shut herself up. In her non-demon state, she has always been taciturn except when dealing with Rhodes. Even when facing Rhodes, he would only show some other expressions when exorcising demons. This is a girl who hides all her thoughts in her heart. Rhodes rubbed his chin. He never had a good impression of demons. Real demons are not like half-demons like Cinderella and Fleur. The latter at least has its own thinking and reason, while the former is just a puppet controlled by destruction and killing. The instinct for survival is to kill and destroy. If that guy really dared to appear in front of him, he wouldn't mind pressing the dead bat to death for the god of darkness. The carriage continued to move forward. This time, an ordinary passerby blocked the way. Wearing a black robe, his face was covered with a veil, and his eyes were ordinary, but inexplicably deep. Rhodes was stunned for a moment, feeling that the aura of this man seemed familiar. It seemed like I had seen it somewhere not long ago. God of Darkness! Rhodes whispered uncertainly. Powerful human being, I have to admit that your strength really surprises me. The incarnation of the God of Darkness looked at Rhodes calmly. But my heart was turbulent, and I was very uneasy. She never thought that a humble human being could break her divine kingdom and divine body into pieces. The power of this human being is simply astonishing to the gods. In order to restore her divine body, she spent nearly 100 years of faith. After all, the divine body is not an incarnation. The incarnation is just a carrier of power condensed by the power of faith and divinity, which can exert at most 60 to 70% of the combat power of a god. Even if they are killed, they will only lose a little power of faith. But the divine body of each god is condensed after being baptized by the power of faith in the kingdom of God for thousands of years. With the blessing of the divine body, the gods can exert power beyond their own peak. But this kind of powerful blessing also comes at a price. If the divine body is destroyed, the power of faith required to reunite it is simply huge. The more powerful a god is, the greater the price he has to pay to reunite his divine body. This time she regrouped her divine body and devoted 100 years of faith. Fortunately, she has accumulated enough power of faith. If she were a god with relatively poor faith, it would take at least several decades to recondensate her divine body. Such a powerful divine body was destroyed by a single blow from the mortal in front of him. Even her throne and kingdom suffered considerable damage and were shattered into pieces. This shows how terrifying this human power is. Even the storm god, who is famous for his killing power, may be slightly inferior. You probably didn't come to me just to compliment me. A powerful god, he was also the god who was killed by him in the kingdom of God not long ago. There should not be so much free time to talk nonsense with him. Rhodes was very sober and not at all content with the praise of a god. Moreover, there is nothing to be happy about the praise of a defeated general who was killed by him with one shot. In the castle in front, there is a demon lord who was once suppressed by me. I want to entrust you to destroy him before he recovers. The god of darkness placed his hands in front of his lower abdomen, his tone more like discussing a deal. There is no longer any condescension like before. The power of the gods is as majestic as the vast sea, while mortals are just a grain of sand in the vast sea. As powerful as the legendary sanctuary, they are just a small boat in this vast sea. As long as there is a little wind and waves, it will be destroyed at any time. An ancient and powerful god like her who has been on the throne for tens of millions of years has long been accustomed to treating hundreds of millions of sentient beings like a god. Looking at mortals from the perspective of gods, all living beings are just ants. However, facing a powerful demigod who can separate the world barrier and the divine kingdom barrier and kill her divine body with one strike, naturally she cannot talk to her in the manner of a god. The god of darkness consciously placed both parties on an equal footing, even the weaker one. Facts have proved that no matter where you are, strength is always the only truth. As a price, your guilt for killing my divine body and destroying the kingdom of eternal night will be wiped off. At the same time, the Dark Church will use the power of faith to uphold you as a god, but price 643 is that I need to become the god of darkness, your god, right? Rhodes lightly interrupted the dark god's words. That's right, you will become my god, and you will also be the chosen one of God in the kingdom of eternal night. The god of darkness looked at Rhodes quietly. She believed that no demigod could refuse this temptation. She, the powerful deity, invited it personally. As long as Rhodes agrees, the Dark Church will immediately prepare a ceremony to confer a god, and in the shortest possible time, he will hold the throne high and become the true god. O God's chosen people! Rhodes sounded emotional. This temptation is really irresistible. Believers of gods also have levels, but this level is not divided by strength. But it is divided based on the piety of faith. Light believers, true believers, deep believers, devout believers, fanatic believers, the Holy Spirit. The purer the believer's faith, the purer the power of faith provided, and the closer the perception between the soul and the gods will be. The more devout believers, the purer their thoughts, and the rarer their number. Among the 100,000 believers, there may not be even one fanatic believer. Once the belief reaches the level of fanaticism, it means that the person has the will to die for the gods. No matter how painful the suffering is, he cannot change his belief in the gods. This kind of strong belief is enough to resonate with the gods, and can even accommodate the power of the gods, and instantly become a strong man above the legend. Therefore, every fanatical believer and the Holy Spirit are the most precious treasures of the gods. The chosen people of God are the highest believers selected by God, and their status should not exceed that of the Holy Spirit. Because becoming God's chosen one means truly stepping into the level of God and being able to share faith with God. Every powerful God has his own chosen people, who are gods. For example, among the chosen ones of the god of darkness, the most famous ones are the god of moon and the god of silence. Chosen god of death, god of sleep and dreams. And now, the god of darkness wants to make him the next chosen one. Use this to expand your own divine power. Chapter 72. The gods will select the chosen ones and help them become gods. Of course it's not because I have nothing to do. For gods of this level, simple faith can no longer increase their power. If you want to improve your divine power, you can only continuously expand the areas occupied by the priesthood, that is, the scale of the divine system. Just like the god of darkness, the original priesthood only had eternal night and darkness. But with the emergence of the gods of God's chosen ones, the priesthood of the god of darkness also expanded to include the priesthood of moonlight, silence, etc. The power of the main god is enhanced, and the subordinate gods also get the opportunity to become gods. It's a win-win situation. Therefore, many powerful gods are happy to cultivate new gods. Especially the kind of demigod who has awakened the power of powerful rules, if the corresponding priesthood is vacant. Then, once you become a god, there is a high chance that you can directly control this powerful priesthood and power. However, different clergy are also mutually exclusive. For example, darkness and radiance are two completely different clergy with mutually exclusive attributes. If they are gathered in one god, division and conflict will inevitably occur. On the contrary, the divine power will be weakened. As for why the god of darkness came to him, Rhodes probably thought it was because of the demonic power he revealed when he killed the god of darkness. Darkness, evil, destruction. To a certain extent, these forces that favor darkness are highly consistent with the priesthood of the god of darkness. If he becomes the chosen one of the god of darkness, he can hold up the throne with faith and gain the functions of God. The clerical domain of the god of darkness will expand on a large scale, and the divine power and divinity will skyrocket. No god can reject a demigod who perfectly fits his duties. Just like no demigod can resist the temptation to become a god. This win-win choice seems to require no thought at all. The god of darkness couldn't think of any reason for the other party's rejection. Rhodes himself could not think of any reason to refuse such a beneficial and harmless thing. But I reject. Rhodes looked at the god of darkness' eyes that suddenly widened in disbelief. Put your hands in your pockets and stand proudly back. I prefer to create my own rules rather than conform to other people's rules. What seems like a win-win situation is actually a kind of surrender, surrendering to others for the sake of strength. Unfortunately, his self-esteem and arrogance in his heart did not allow him to bow to anyone. Even if one party surrenders, the dominated party will definitely not be him. Even if the other party is a god. Instead of becoming your god's chosen one, it's better to follow me. Rhodes slowly extended a hand towards the god of darkness. I still need a queen who can convince the crowd. With your status, you can barely convince the crowd. What do you think? Do you want to think about it? Maybe after following me, you can go further. It might be interesting to marry a god as your wife. The god of darkness was not angry, but shook his head slightly. The life of a demigod is limited after all. No matter how powerful you are, your life will eventually perish one day. She wasn't angry because the person in front of her had the right to talk to her on an equal footing. For a demigod who can kill powerful gods, saying this is not considered a transgression. With his strength, he is fully qualified. However, this does not mean that she will agree. The gap between gods and demigods cannot be bridged by strength. This is the personal gap between man and God. No matter how weak a god is, he is inherently higher than a powerful person. You have to become a god to be qualified. Rhodes rubbed his chin, wondering why he didn't believe this. When the day I step into your kingdom of God, I hope you can change your mind. Rhodes looked down at the god of darkness. The jet-black light wings transformed from the violent demonic power cast a large shadow like a sky-blocking sun. The terrifying pressure made the surrounding space tremble. When you step into the kingdom of God, you naturally don't just go in and have a look. Looking at that arrogant and unruly figure, the god of darkness' eyes were calm. I'm waiting for you. Standing in the kingdom of God, the power of the entire kingdom of God will bless her. As long as she has enough faith, she will not die in the true sense even if she is wiped out thousands of times. Who can kill her 10,000 times? In hundreds of millions of years, she has never seen any powerful existence. It's not like monsters that can destroy her divine body have never appeared before. But so far, she is still the god of darkness who is at the top of the star world and possesses powerful divine power. If you want to completely defeat her in her divine kingdom, you must have power beyond the main god. Seeing Rhodes reject her invitation, the figure of the god of darkness slowly stepped into the shadows. It merges with the shadow and gradually disappears. The main purpose of her coming here is to win over this powerful human being and become her God's chosen one. Since she was rejected, there was no need for her to force it. The goddess who masters darkness and eternal night, shadow and darkness are her domain. As long as she wants, she can appear in any dark corner of the world. The power of the gods. Rhodes looked a little jealous. The power of the gods was apart from the power and immortality brought by the kingdom of God. The most important thing is the divine authority evolved from the power of rules. The gods in charge of the dark priesthood can control all the darkness in the world and are blessed by the power of darkness. It is a powerful force that is almost as powerful as words. With the blessing of the priesthood, divine power can explode into extraordinary power. However, the power of divine authority is the exclusive domain of gods. No matter how powerful a demigod is, he cannot master the power of authority. Because this is the privilege given by the world to the gods. Think about it, there will always be a way. Rhodes didn't panic at all. Gods have priesthood and power, and those ancient gods who did not rely on faith to become gods naturally also have correspondingly powerful powers. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fight against the gods. Although I still don't know what kind of power it is. However, sooner or later he will have the opportunity to touch it. However, the most important thing now is not thinking about these things. Rhodes looked towards an old castle in front of him. Just before leaving, the god of darkness told him where Bogula was hiding. You're obviously using me as a gun. Although he was unhappy, Rhodes still planned to kill the bat first. After all, he himself was very unhappy looking at this dead bat. Living always feels a bit intrusive. A demigod who has been sealed for who knows how long dares to covet his things. I really don't know what it means to live and die without mercy. As for why the god of darkness didn't take action himself? Gods also have enemies, and the kingdom of God is not truly immortal. How many evil gods and evil gods were secretly spying on her power and priesthood? Once the god of darkness falls, the material world will inevitably fall into turmoil. Countless demigods who have no hope of becoming gods will have the opportunity to rise up, plunder the faith of the god of darkness, and become new gods. This is a huge amount of faith that can create at least 3 or 5 gods. Even those gods with powerful divine power are greedy. Once the competition reaches the end, the gods will also compete for faith, and the order of the material world will be completely chaotic. By then, how many gods will fall, and how many will rise up? The former god of darkness was powerful and had countless followers. She is a powerful main god. She sits on a divine throne and looks down at all living beings. Naturally, no one dares to pry into her power. But now, the gods have fallen from the throne, the gods' bodies have been killed, and the kingdom of gods has also been damaged. Such an obvious loophole is simply the best bait for those who are spying in secret. She probably wasn't in the mood to deal with a mere demigod right now. Rhodes silently mourned in his heart. Even if the god of darkness could hold on, he probably wouldn't be safe. The wolves that smelled the smell of meat would not be able to leave without tearing off a piece of meat. And all of this happened because of him. It's better to be messy, but it's better to be a little messy. Rhodes whispered in a low voice that although he did not want the god of darkness to fall, he did hope that the world would become chaotic. The class and order of this world have long been solidified. The upper class has its own circles and preferences, making it difficult for outsiders to get in. If the common people at the bottom want to rise up and stand up, they have to face the suppression of the aristocracy and the Church of Gods. Facing the two most powerful forces in the world at the same time, even if civilians want to resist, how can they resist? Only a huge chaos completely overturned the original class, and those ambitious lower-class civilians had hope of turning over. The world is in chaos, which is of no benefit to him. It is purely to give the lower-class civilians in this world a hope of progress. By the way, try to figure out the mentality of the gods. The world is in chaos, and those believers have no intention of believing in God. His purpose of weakening the power of the gods has been achieved. After all, his camp is naturally not very good at dealing with gods. As a successor to socialism, how can he still have a group of gods sitting above his head? No, it cannot be said that there is no benefit at all. After all, he is now the heir to the Francis kingdom. Once the empire is in chaos, the kingdom of Francis can quickly expand and annex surrounding noble territories. His position as the heir to the earl might be even higher. It would be nice to sit in the position of a marquis or even a duke. Of course, the identity of the aristocratic heir, Qian Liao Zhao, is just a joke to him. Apart from occasionally using it to bluff people, it has no real meaning. With his strength, even if he went to the imperial capital of the Shinra Empire and stepped on the head of the emperor of the Shinra Empire to make him abdicate in favor of someone more powerful, it shouldn't be a big problem. However, it may attract the hostility of the god of glory and other gods. Nothing too necessary. The carriage gradually arrived at the outskirts of the castle. Rhodes looked up at the towering castle. It looked very luxurious from the outside, more than one level higher than the ordinary count's castle. Do you know where this is? I have an impression that it was the castle of a duke named Dracula a long time ago, but it has been abandoned for a long time. Dracula? Pecula? Rhodes raised his eyebrows. Why do these two names seem so similar? Is it a coincidence? Why is such a beautiful castle abandoned? Rhodes felt unusual. After all, the cost of building a large castle was quite high. Who would give up wearing a robe casually? Even if you give up, other nobles will definitely take over, so it shouldn't be abandoned anyway. Because this is a castle cursed by evil spirits. Yulia said solemnly. These words are not like those spoken by a legendary mage. Rhodes glanced at her. What evil spirits curse? If you find a few legendary mages to clean it up, you can be sure that all evil spirits will be dead. Chapter 73. The curse here is no ordinary curse. Yulia looked at the castle with solemn eyes. The Shinra Empire once sent a saint-level knight commander to clear the curse here, but in the end, he became a member of the curse. A lifetime lost in the curse. Even the strong men in the sanctuary are helplessly cursed, so what's the use of a few legendary mages? As for demigods? There are only a few demigods in the entire Shinra Empire. The Holy Pope, the most powerful person in the northern kingdoms, has not stepped out of the Glory Cathedral for hundreds of years. The demigods of the Shinra Empire need to stay in the imperial capital and cannot go out easily. The most important thing is that the curse in this castle only spreads within the castle and does not spread outwards. Naturally, the Shinra Empire does not want to pay a high price to solve a curse that poses no threat for the time being. How did the curse appear here? Rhodes was a little curious. What happened in this castle to create the curse that even the strong men in the sanctuary fell under? The specific thing is too long ago, but I heard an annoying guy mention it. Yulia's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. It seems that the owner of the castle, Duke Dracula, accidentally killed his wife and son due to a magical accident. In order to resurrect his wife and son, he was seduced and corrupted by a powerful demon. Sacrifice all the hundreds of thousands of civilians and nobles in the entire castle, and finally degenerate into demons. The souls of the dead in the castle were unable to enter the kingdom of death due to demonic rituals, and could only wander in this castle, eventually turning into the curse of evil spirits. Hundreds of thousands of painful and wailing souls issued vicious curses. Any creature that steps into this castle will be like them, wandering on the edge of life and death endlessly. 573. Yulia shook her head, feeling completely unable to understand the Duke's thoughts. It is so naive for a great nobleman of Duke level to believe the devil's lies. Instead of sacrificing to the devil, it is better to go to the Church of Death to find a way, maybe he can be reunited with his wife and children after death. This Duke Dracula is really a ruthless man. Rhodes pinched his teeth. Sacrificing hundreds of thousands of civilians and nobles in the castle, and maybe even sacrificing their own souls and bodies as sacrifices. Just to resurrect his wife and children. Call him affectionate, it was he who killed his wife and children. However, he was willing to sacrifice to the devil and resurrect his wife and children. But, do you believe what the devil says? Rhodes shook his head. Demons, the two major cancers of the material plane. Making a deal with the devil is like making a deal with the devil. Do you really think that giving them what they want will achieve their goal? The devil with endless greed will only drain all the use value of the sacrificer, and then eat up the sacrificer himself. All that's left is a pile of useless bones. However, there is one thing to say. How powerful must the demon summoned by this method be? At the very least, he has to be a demigod, right? The souls and bodies of hundreds of thousands of civilians were used as sacrifices, and summoning a sanctuary-level demon felt like a low level. Moreover, sanctuary-level demons don't have such a good appetite. If the scale of the sacrifice is too large, it will attract the prying eyes of more powerful demons. There is no moral fairness to the demon clan. Without that strength, he would just be a wedding dress for other demons. You guys wait outside, I'll go in by myself. There is Cinderella, a being who is comparable to a demigod and a demon, and there are Yulia and Anne, two witches who are equally strong. Even if you encounter the incarnation of a god, you can persist for a while. In comparison, this cursed castle is even more dangerous. Rhodes gave instructions in a low voice and slowly walked into the dim castle. Dead silence. Quiet. The entire castle was covered with a thick layer of dust, and everything on the streets became decayed over time. Click. A crisp sound. Rhodes looked down at the broken bones, torn clothes, and pale skeleton beneath his feet. An ordinary person who has been dead for who knows how many hundreds of years, his bones are already somewhat weathered. As we go deeper into the castle, the sound of whimpering wind gradually echoes in our ears. Click, click, click. The ground trembled, and a piece of weathered armor slowly stood up. Inside the armor was a pale and fragile skeleton, as well as a painful and ferocious transparent ghost. The dark eyes were filled with the aura of death, with strong malice and hatred. It is hatred and disgust for all living things. Gradually, more and more evil spirits resurrected in the castle, and the entire street was filled with tens of thousands of ghosts. There are weathered bones and rusty armor, all turned into deadly weapons under the control of evil spirits. Dead people should lie in coffins. Looking at the continuous ghosts, Rhodes sighed slightly. Boom! The sun without mercy. The sun is falling. The ruthless flames instantly wiped away all the ghosts in the entire street. But the next second, the ghost swallowed by the sun slowly emerged again. These ghosts are now part of the curse. Before the curse is lifted, no matter how many times it is killed, it will come back to life. Unless he has the ability to cut off fate and cause and effect. Knowing the true nature of these ghosts, Rhodes didn't bother with them. The blood of the devil is revived and the power of the devil is released. The profound power of the demon condensed a pair of black wings behind him. Call! As if a black lightning flashed across, all the ghosts on the street were directly shattered by the violent power of the demon. Since it is a curse, there must be a way and source to break it. He didn't know how to break the curse. However, if the source of the curse is solved, the curse will naturally be broken. Rhodes' figure flew past the obstacles and flew towards the huge palace in the center of the castle. Dop! The palace door was closed tightly, and a powerful demonic aura enveloped the entire palace. He is indeed a devil. Feeling this familiar atmosphere, Rhodes was not surprised. Just like what Yulia said. The original Duke Dracula had his soul and flesh devoured by demons, and became the current blood demon Lord Dracula. The curses in this castle all originate from this demigod-level demon. Hoo ho ho! While Rhodes was thinking, the palace door slowly opened. Countless bats flew from all over the castle, covering the entire sky like dark clouds. The whole world seemed to go dark for a moment. Tap tap tap! Cold and heavy footsteps slowly sounded in the palace, and a headless knight covered in black armor and riding a skeletal horse slowly walked out of the palace. Sacred Knight! Rhodes felt the Holy Realm aura. If he guessed correctly, this should be the Shinra Empire Knight Commander who did not come out after entering the castle. This castle holds the curse of a demigod and hundreds of thousands of evil spirits. Once you step into it, you will lose your way out. Regardless of flying or magic, as long as you are in the castle, you will be trapped here forever. Unless you have the power of a demigod, you can forcefully break the curse barrier. It's a pity that he is just a saint. No matter how powerful the Holy Realm is, in the final analysis, it is just a mortal. Even if you are attacked by a group of immortal evil spirits, you will die. The headless knight holding a knight's spear exuded a soul-shaking roar. The warhorse bucked and charged in the direction of Rhodes. A blow that gathered all the power seemed to be able to pierce the darkness. Although the large-scale destructive power of a saint-level knight is not comparable to that of a saint-level mage at the same level. However, in terms of single-target killing ability, he is definitely better than any mage. The power of this blow is such that even a demigod must deal with it seriously. Puff! The spear stabbed his chest, and Rhodes stood still. A finger gently touched the headless knight's chest, and the power of the sun and the power of the devil burst out at the same time. Call! The headless horseman was reduced to ashes. Ashes return to ashes, dust returns to dust. Things that should not exist, just perish. Rhodes lowered his eyes and looked calm. A dead person should lie in a coffin. Everyone is dead, what else is there to do? Rhodes continued walking towards the palace. As soon as he stepped into the palace, the light in front of his eyes suddenly dimmed. On both sides of the long corridor, there was a black and red coffin. Bang! There was a loud rumbling sound, and the 3 coffins were opened by violent force. 3 figures stood up from the coffin. Inside the first coffin was a woman who was elegant but with a coquettish face. She was wearing a bright red dress with the skirt slit to her thighs. She had red pupils and sharp teeth. She exuded the pungent smell of blood and her eyes were filled with tears, revealing a thirst for blood. Inside the second coffin was a thin, aristocratic prince who looked like a sickly man. He wore a red tuxedo and a white lining. He had brilliant golden curly hair, red pupils, and his face was as pale as snow, exuding an evil spirit. Charming breath. And, in the last coffin, there was an old man wearing palace clothes and holding a staff. His blood-red beard seemed to be soaked in blood. On his kind face, a pair of malicious eyes were staring at Rhodes. The Duchess, the Duke's son, the court wizard. They are not so much human beings as they are 3 demon dependents wearing human skins, with the aura of demons in their bones. However, the strength is quite good, with all the strength of the Holy Realm. No wonder he could have another sanctuary-level headless horseman as his guard. But, what's the difference? The wings of light that manifested the power of the demon flickered, and Rhodes' figure disappeared like a phantom. Appears in the center of 3 coffin panels. Boom! The violent demon power merged with the blazing power of the sun, condensing a dark golden arm behind him. An exaggerated fist struck down like a giant. The 3 saint-level demons didn't even react, and were directly blasted into blood mist by pure power. The gap in strength is too big, and the number is just a number. Rhodes flapped his wings of light and floated in mid-air. The condescending look is like that of a scornful and arrogant tyrant. He looked into the depths of the palace. Chapter 74. On the tall throne, the blood demon Bogula, dressed in a noble dress, sat quietly. Tap tap tap. As the footsteps approached, a figure as dazzling as the sun walked slowly. It bloomed with radiance as hot as the sun, but also exuded a darkness that was more deadly and silent than the abyss. Dark light wings, devil stripes on half-body. The golden battle axe was filled with hot and dazzling light. Light and dark. Hot and dead. Completely different atmospheres, yet so perfectly accommodated in one person. Being an enemy of a demigod is not a good choice. The blood demon has deep eyes. Wearing a blood-red aristocratic dress, there is elegance and stability on his majestic face. But if I can kill you, I will be very happy. Rhodes smiled brightly. Demigod? Is it difficult to kill? He doesn't think so. If there is no other means, then I will take your life. With a terrifying aura like the dying sun, the magic power gathered behind him into a pair of dark golden arms. Boom! Put your arms together and shoot towards the middle. The terrifying power directly annihilated the throne and the demon. Boom! Demonic power mixed with the pungent smell of blood erupted in the palm of his hand. The dark golden arms were pushed away by a powerful force. Rhodes looked at the blood demon whose appearance changed drastically. It has no skin, exposed bleeding red muscles, a face as ferocious as a demon, and a pair of huge bat wings stretched out from behind. His whole body was filled with explosive muscles, and a pungent smell of blood hit his face. The demonic aura full of destruction and bloodthirsty dyed the surrounding air with a layer of blood. If you destroy my skin, replace it with yours. The blood demon looked fierce and tore off the incomplete skin on his body. He stretched his wings and flew directly towards Rhodes. Are all the demon clans so brave? Or is this guy simply unable to see clearly the gap in combat power between the two sides? The spear of the obliterating sun. On the side of Rhodes' mouth, dark golden spears instantly condensed behind him. The dark power of the devil is mixed with the power of the blazing sun. Each spear exudes an aura that can make demigods tremble with fear. Whoosh! Seeing that the blood demon was about to pounce, the sun-destroying spear behind Rhodes was ready to go. At this moment, the blood demon suddenly changed direction and flew towards the outside of the palace. Desperately? Only a fool would fight with you. The blood demon taunted in his heart. This human's strength is so terrifying that it makes the devil's scalp numb. Someone who can even kill gods. Even at its peak, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a match for this guy. Especially now. After being suppressed by the seal for so many years, his divine power has long been weakened to the extreme. If you really want to fight to the death with this guy, it must be dead. Run! Rhodes looked playful. I have long known that these demons have a treacherous character. But, in front of him, is a mere demigod qualified to run? God's realm. Rhodes held a virtual hand with one hand, making a pinching gesture. The blood demon, who was running away like crazy, suddenly heard the sound of tidal collision in his ears. Immediately afterwards, the castle in front of him slowly disappeared, replaced by an endless ocean. Blue sky, vast ocean. There comes the ocean. A trace of shock and disbelief flashed in the blood demon's eyes. He didn't even know how he suddenly appeared here. He spread his wings and kept flying forward, but no matter how he flew, he seemed to be spinning in the ocean. Don't waste your efforts, fool. Rhodes' figure appeared in the ocean space, slowly approaching the blood demon. This is the realm I created. Unless you defeat me or have magic power beyond me, you will never be able to leave here in your life. Rhodes had his hands behind his back. No matter how the blood demon fled, the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. You guy! The blood demon's eyes widened and he flew toward Rhodes. The bloody claws engulfed the chest. This guy doesn't seem to be as powerful as he imagined. This thought just flashed through my mind. Wow! Rhodes, who was stabbed in the chest, turned into a pool of sea water. Is this your strength? A slightly emotional voice came from behind. It's really, so pitifully weak. The realm of God is a special power exclusive to those who have received God's favor. It can condense a rule space that is beneficial to the favorer. In this space, the strength of the favorer will be magnified to the extreme. And the strength of others will be suppressed. And now, he has a total of two kinds of grace power. The grace of the ocean. And, the grace of the sun. If you are so weak, I will take your life. Rhodes points one hand to the sky. Buzz! Above the sky, a huge scorching sun appeared. The entire ocean world was suddenly illuminated golden by the sun. Rhodes holds the blazing sun above his head, like a king in charge of the sun. Lord of the sun. God of the sun. The body expanded rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, directly entering a state that could only be entered at the peak of noon. In heaven and on earth, I am the only one who is supreme. This is the power he only realized after receiving the grace of the ocean. The blazing sun of the heart. When the heart thinks something, the will is the sun. Even in the dark night, the brilliance of the sun can bloom. This is the true power of the grace of the sun. My strongest moment of power can destroy even gods. If you can catch a blow without dying, I will spare your life. Rhodes said in a low voice and slowly. The huge body, holding a blazing sun in its hand, looked down at the trembling little figure of the blood demon. Under the shadow, cold eyes were lowered. His eyes were full of contemptuous arrogance. Boom! The huge sun slowly fell, and the ocean was evaporated with great water vapor under the scorching sun. The figure of the blood demon was like a tiny ant, turning into ashes under the falling sun. Rhodes clapped his hands. Demigods are hard to kill? There is no such feeling at all. The realm of God slowly dissipated. As the blood demon was killed, the demonic curse that enveloped the castle also dissipated. Vaguely, Rhodes seemed to see illusory souls showing relief, entering a country full of dead souls. In the kingdom of death, a tall figure shrouded in fog holds a scale in his hand, measuring the weight of every soul. At the other end of the scale, there is a feather. Souls weighing more than a feather will be sent to the kingdom of God or reincarnated. Souls weighing less than a feather will be nailed to the wall of blasphemy and unbelief, or sent to purgatory to endure suffering and wash away their sins. As if noticing his gaze, the black-robed figure, shrouded in darkness and fog, turned sideways and looked in the direction of Rhodes. After looking at each other for a moment, the black-robed figure nodded hesitantly at Rhodes. It seems to be expressing his goodwill. After accepting all the dead souls, the portal to the country of dead souls slowly disappeared. At the last moment, a jet-black light flew out and merged into Rhodes' body. "Zero, please give me flowers." Looking at the slowly fading mark on his hand, Rhodes raised his eyebrows. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. The god of death. The black light just now was a gift from the god of death to him. The effect is equivalent to a good guy card. All believers of the god of death will show enough kindness when they see this mark. Because this is a person who has been blessed by their gods. It was the god of death's gratitude to him for saving so many dead souls. That is to say, his strength is enough to attract the attention of the gods. If it were another person, he might not be so lucky. Of course, in addition to its symbolic meaning, this mark has many other additional effects. For example, you can see the date of death of a dying person. Of course, we can only see the lifespan of those who are seriously ill, terminal, or about to die. As for accidental death, it is something that can only be known by the prophetic power controlled by the god of destiny. Once you are marked by the power of the god of death, it means that you are about to die and your soul will be taken away. And now, he can see the mark left by the god of death. Interesting, but useless. So what if I see someone else's death date? There is no way to interfere. 0. The mark of the god of death is the power of power. This is a power that transcends rules. Only the power of gods at the same level can compete with the power of the god of death. Rhodes doesn't care. What does it have to do with him whether others die or not? If it is someone around him who is targeted by the god of death, his soul will be taken away. Not to mention the power of the gods, he had to get his soul back even if he killed the god of death himself. Even hiding in the kingdom of God cannot stop him. Is the matter resolved? Outside the castle, looking at Rhodes walking out slowly, Yulia asked casually. Although he was asking, he already had an answer. If there's a problem that he can't solve, even the gods probably can't solve it. It's just a demigod, how much more trouble can there be? Rhodes lazily got into the carriage. Yulia was speechless. This is a demigod. Do you think it is some cabbage on the roadside? However, think about it carefully. She encountered almost more gods and demigods along the way than she had in her entire life. Compared with Rhodes' previous achievements, defeating a demonic demigod who was not in his prime is really not a record to be proud of. There are less than 3 days to go, I hope nothing unexpected happens. Rhodes muttered under his breath. Time passed and it was already 2 days later. Ding! Sign in successfully. Reward, 10 commandments, purity. The commandment of purity, inflicting disease on those whose behavior is impure. Another rubbish commandment. Rhodes glanced at the commandment he just signed and couldn't help but complain. Is this targeting him? If his behavior is impure, it seems that he himself is not a good person. I just signed a commandment silence yesterday. The effect is to impose a curse on those who tell the secrets in their hearts. Today, another purity commandment came, and no one was so lucky. Seeing that there was only 1 day left before arriving at the destination, Rhodes became more relaxed. Snowing. Looking up at the falling snowflakes in the sky, I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. Winter seems to be coming very early this year. Besides, it's a bit unusual to be cold. Yulia shrank back and looked at the snowflakes outside the carriage, a trace of indescribable disgust flashing in her eyes. She is a fire mage and naturally doesn't like this cold weather. Moreover, when she saw the snowflakes, she thought of a very disgusting person. Chapter 75. This snow is indeed a bit unusual. Rhodes rubbed his fingers, his eyes slightly strange. These snowflakes seem to contain some powerful power, as if they can freeze people's souls. With his strength, he could actually feel a chill. This is quite incredible, after all, he is a demigod. The snow that can make him feel the chill is a bit intriguing. If there wasn't something behind this, he wouldn't believe it. It snowed all day. The roads are blocked by the hard-to-melt snow. This snow seems to contain some kind of powerful magic power, which cannot be dispelled by ordinary spells. Yulia breathed in the heat, and when she raised her hand, a burst of flame magic swept out. With the magical power of her legendary mage, a single spell can melt at least all the snow within a kilometer radius. However, in the end, only a layer of snow melted. With such a big movement, it's probably some demigod demon who is causing trouble. A heavy snowfall sweeping across the entire Shinra Empire would be such a grand event even if it wasn't a demigod making a fuss. Rhodes didn't care either. It's just a little snow, so there won't be any big problems. The group of magicians in the Church of God are not vegetarians either. How could 147 possibly watch its followers being wiped out by a heavy snowfall? Sun. Rhodes used magic power to condense into a sun, and used the power of the sun to disperse the snow along the way. The journey was smooth until night fell. There doesn't seem to be any place to live around here. Rhodes glanced ahead and was about to use magic to create a temporary place to live. Suddenly, I saw a group of fire dancing in the distance. When he got closer, Rhodes discovered that they were a group of noble servants and a young man dressed as a doctor. Without any unnecessary nonsense, he directly revealed his identity as a legendary mage and noble heir. For the upper-class aristocracy, these two identities are more useful than any bells and whistles. Just reveal your identity. No matter who he was an earl, marquis, an aristocrat. His attitude suddenly turned 180 degrees. As for sanctuaries, demigods, etc., from the perspective of such a small rural aristocrat, I have probably never even heard of them. Sure enough, after verifying Rhodes' identity, the aristocratic butler's face showed a look of awe and fawning, and his voice dropped a notch. He looked cautious, fearing to anger the legendary mage. When had he, a steward of a rural nobleman, seen such a big shot? What's more, he is the heir of an earl nobleman. Even his master is just an ordinary viscount noble. Although the earl and the viscount seem to be only one class apart, they are actually very different. Earls and nobles had their own territories and fiefs, and could build their own castles and collect taxes. To a certain extent, it is the king of an independent kingdom. As for the viscount nobles, except for the manor, their territory is less than 1/10 of that of the earl nobles. Castles and states could neither be built nor taxes collected. Even the number of troops in the territory is strictly controlled. This is also the reason why nobles above count are called great nobles. Because they have independent autonomy. The viscount, on the other hand, is just a dog raised by the empire. You are looking for a doctor in the middle of the night. Are you viscount sick? During the conversation, Rhodes also learned the origin of this group of people. They were servants of an aristocrat from a viscounty a few kilometers away. He came out at night just to kidnap the doctor back and treat their viscount. My master has always been in good health, but for some reason, he has become seriously ill since the snow fell. The servant sighed with a sad look on his face. Mr. Friend is the most famous doctor around here. Rhodes turned and looked at the young man in gorgeous clothes. His hands were covered with calluses. It was obvious that he was from a civilian background and had done a lot of farm work since he was a child. A farmer with a commoner background became a famous doctor within dozens of miles around at a young age. This is more of a story than a fairy tale. Flanders lowered his head to minimize his presence. If it was an ordinary noble, he could still figure out his identity. But now he was facing a legendary mage who could easily wipe him out. The carriage followed the crowd and gradually arrived at a manor. The heir to the viscount had already received the news from his servant. Wearing an elegant aristocratic dress, she stood outside the manor in the cold air and waited. Seeing the carriage approaching, the viscount heir, who had turned pale from the cold, walked over with excitement on his face. Lord Legendary Mage. Looking at the aristocratic young man who was trying to please and greet others, Rhodes looked as usual. My father is almost dead, but I still have the mood to be friends with him, a legendary mage. These nobles are really interesting. However, it seems that this guy is not young, at least he seems to be in his 30s or 40s. The son is almost an adult, and until now he is still just an heir. Is it possible to say that I don't have any thoughts in my heart? It is estimated that this rebellious son is only happy now that he is the father of his son. However, there is nothing wrong with thinking so. The living standards of human beings in this world are not too high. Except for the immortal species with special bloodline. The lower class coolies such as commoners and serfs can have enough to eat every day, which is more than 90% of the people. In this environment, those who can live to be 60 or 70 years old are considered very old. The life of aristocrats is relatively superior, but managing the territory is also a laborious matter. They can live more than 10 years longer than ordinary people. Of course, powerful professionals such as mages and swordsmen can live a few more years. If you are lucky enough to step into the legendary level, your lifespan will instantly increase by hundreds or even thousands of years. As for sanctuaries and demigods, when the strength reaches this level, the life level has gradually separated from the mortals and begun to transform towards the gods. Lifespan is calculated in thousands or tens of thousands of years. Quite long and lengthy. If they were immortal races like demons and elves, their lifespan would be several times or even 10 times longer. However, these are still a bit far away from ordinary people. Do you really think that the legendary mage is just a cabbage? If ordinary people don't have enough talent and perseverance, even becoming a mage is impossible. Not to mention becoming a legend. The entire Shinra Empire has a population of hundreds of millions, and the probability of a legend appearing is less than 1 in a million. Sometimes even one legendary mage will appear among tens of millions of people. The noble heir in front of him was obviously just an ordinary person. I had calculated that I only had a lifespan of 70 or 80 years, but it turned out that half of it had already passed before I could inherit the noble title and enjoy myself. 0. But his father was still alive and kicking. There is a strong sense of wanting people with white hair to give to people with black hair. It's normal to not be able to bear it. Go and see your father first. Rhodes said calmly. The viscount heir, who seemed to have just come to his senses, reluctantly led the doctor into the manor. His original intention was to delay it for a while. It would be best to wait until his viscount father has run out of energy, then go directly in to announce his last words and inherit the noble title. Now it seems that the idea is in vain. No matter how courageous he was, he would not dare to offend the majesty of a legendary mage. He could only let his father, who had died long ago, live a few more days. The worst case scenario is waiting until the legendary mage leaves before secretly attacking him. He has waited too long to inherit this position. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. If it weren't for this legendary mage who suddenly appeared, he wouldn't even want to wait for a second longer. He lowered his head and led the way, and soon he entered the manor. In a luxurious master bedroom in the manor. In the room filled with the smell of herbs, stood a figure wearing a black crow mask. Dr. Birdsbeak, a believer in the god of disease. Rhodes whispered in a low voice that the goddess of disease is a deity in charge of diseases and plagues. While mastering the disease, he also knows the prescriptions and medical skills to save the disease. However, most of the believers in the Church of Disease are quite crude and direct in their methods. For example, if you have a broken leg, they will cut it off directly to prevent the leg from affecting your daily life. If you accidentally get a serious illness, hammers, axes and the like are the most basic tools. All in all, Dr. Birdsbeak's treatment methods are very rough. There is no such thing as bacteria and infection in my mind. Wherever it hurts, cure it. If you feel pain all over your body, it is recommended to go directly outside the city and bury it on the spot. But with this crude method, basically all kinds of illnesses can be cured in one course of treatment. Don't ask why in 5.2. Asking is a gift from God. After all, the person standing behind their church of disease is a real god. The number of believers in the church of sickness is not that large. After all, disease and plague are two things that normal people probably don't want to get close to. So much so that within the HRE Empire, the number of diseased churches is even more miserable than the number of targeted dark churches. On the contrary, in the distant barbaric empire, this god still has a considerable number of believers. Otherwise, you are not qualified to hold the throne high and become immortal. However, no matter how weak the gods are, they still possess the power of power and divine power. It cannot be treated with common sense. However, it is obvious that this bird-beaked doctor has no good solution for the old man who is dying in the hospital bed. For an old man whose lifespan is about to come to an end, no matter how much treatment is given, it will be a waste of time. Hopeless. Rhodes glanced at it and made a conclusion immediately. Save? How to save? Didn't you see that the mark of the god of death has appeared on his body? An illusory incarnation of death walked out of the void. Holding a sickle, he waited for the old man's death and then took away his soul. There are not hundreds of thousands but thousands of this kind of wage-earner-like incarnation of the god of death. Chapter 76. Once targeted by the incarnation of the god of death, it is almost equivalent to being sentenced to death. The viscount is extremely ill, and even I can't do anything. The young doctor just glanced at the old man and shook his head sadly. The middle-aged man's eyes were ecstatic, and when he thought that there was a legendary mage present next to him, he immediately put on a sad and lamentable expression. Is there really no way to save my father? As long as you can save him, I will agree even if you want to win my daughter. Although I wanted to let him die immediately, the acting was indeed realistic enough. The young doctor, who had never seen much of the world, sighed in his heart about the relationship between the viscount and his son. But when he heard that he could marry his daughter, the doctor's eyes lit up slightly. As we all know, the viscount has only one son, and the descendants of the viscount's heir only have one daughter. Doesn't marrying the granddaughter of a viscount mean that he can inherit the title of viscount in the future? This is an opportunity to reach the sky in one step. Actually, it's not like there's nothing we can do. The young doctor hesitated and whispered. The smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly stiffened. Do you know what you are talking about? BD. Shut up. With an elegant yet polite smile on his face, if it weren't for the presence of a legendary mage next to him, he would just want the guards to fork this BD to death. Help me. Just as the atmosphere fell into embarrassment, the Viscount heir's face was covered in cold sweat and he didn't know how to respond, and Rhodes' eyes gradually became amused. A faint voice suddenly sounded in my ears. I saw the dying old man on the bedside, using his last strength to say a sentence 30. Save me, and you will be my heir from now on. The young doctor who got the promise was so excited that his body was shaking. I called 2 guards directly and turned the head and end of the bed in the same direction. Rhodes was confused by the inexplicable operation, but soon he was surprised to find that the incarnation of death standing beside the bed slowly dissipated. Before leaving, the incarnation of death glanced at the young doctor inexplicably. Is this okay? Rhodes raised his eyebrows, and he could save someone from death by changing the bed position. This is somewhat outrageous. Cough cough cough. The old man lying on the bed suddenly coughed violently. The vitality that should have been like a candle in the wind gradually became more alive. The old man held the edge of the bed and slowly sat up. There seemed to be some confusion in his eyes. What follows is a show of false love between father and son, and Rhodes is quick to watch it. The hypocrisy among the nobles is really disgusting. Just left the room. The night passed by in a hurry, and knowing that Rhodes was coming with his female family members, the Viscount naturally did not bother to arrange for his family members to attend him. Although Rhodes felt that having a female family member would not affect his exorcism with others. However, of course, this kind of thing cannot be brought up voluntarily. He couldn't just go to the Viscount and tell him that he wanted his granddaughter to come over and sleep with him. He is a thin-skinned person, so he still needs to show off his face. It's just a pity. After all, he has seen the Viscount's granddaughter and she looks pretty good. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Reward, the 10 Commandments, abstain from killing. The commandment against killing, those who kill will have their time and lifespan taken away. This commandment is quite good. Rhodes rubbed his chin, but it was of no use to him now. The commandment against killing means that as long as someone kills, the remaining life and time will be taken away. But who are his enemies? The immortal God. There is no concept of life and time at all. This commandment can only restrict those creatures with limited life, and is invalid for gods. However, it's not bad. It's time to go. The destination was only about a day away, and Rhodes couldn't help but feel a little hopeful. How beautiful is the legendary Snow White! Not long after he stepped out of the room, Rhodes felt the temperature in the corridor drop suddenly. Tap tap tap. Deep in the dark corridor, a figure shrouded in mist, wearing a black robe, holding a sickle, walked slowly. God of Death. Rhodes looked at the approaching God of Death with a strange expression on his face. No one wants to die here, so why did the God of Death appear again just after he left? How about playing the God's Lair? When the God of Death came closer, he suddenly stopped. He stared at Rhodes with deep eyes as if he were used to seeing life and death. Just when Rhodes thought that this incarnation of death was coming for him, Death suddenly continued. I'm not here because of you this time, but I do want to thank you for your help in saving those groupless souls. He is the God of Death, in charge of the kingdom of the dead, and every dead person is the source of his power. If all the creatures on the main material plane died, theoretically he would have power beyond that of powerful gods. But he has no right to interfere with the world of the living. This is the restraint imposed on him by the gods. Lest he create chaos and killing and increase his divine power. Therefore, even for the group of souls cursed by the blood demon, he was powerless. Then what are you doing? Rhodes was a little curious. Death didn't come for him, so he didn't feel strange. After all, an incarnation just wanted to harvest his soul, probably not to add 10 more brilliance to his god-killing resume. Even if the God of Death comes by himself, he can send him away clearly. I'm here to harvest this child's soul. Death glances towards the doctor's room. His mother is my most devout believer, so this child had an extraordinary soul when he was born. I adopted him as my godson, gave him the ability to save lives, and gave him a prosperous life. However, I also made an agreement with him that I could not save the souls of dying people. Unfortunately, he broke it for his own selfish desires. The promise made with the gods. He saved the dying soul at the cost of his own soul. Rhodes raised an eyebrow. This is really the ultimate one-for-one exchange. Trade your young life for the life of a dying old man. Does this guy really think that the agreement with the gods can be broken casually? The godson of the God of Death will surely enter the kingdom of death after death and enjoy eternal peace and happiness. But now? I'm afraid I will suffer in purgatory. This was his punishment for offending the gods. The incarnation of death walked into the room, and not long after, an illusory soul hanging on a scythe disappeared at the end of the corridor. The doctor's body was discovered when the servant was cleaning the room. The heir to the viscount, who had planned to do something secretly, looked confused. Why did the person die immediately before he took action? Looking at those suspicious eyes, the viscount heir looked helpless. If he said he didn't kill the person, would anyone believe him? Leaving the viscount's manor, the carriage moved forward and was finally blocked by a huge forest. Through this forest, the end of the forest is the territory of Count Itel. Looking at the endless forest, Rhodes had to doubt that this was where the 7 dwarfs lived. The area of this forest is about the same as the previous Forest of Tranquility. If the carriage travels across it, it will take less than 2 days at most to reach the Kingdom Castle. If we take a detour, the time will probably be extended by about 3 days. Yulia explained calmly. Rhodes immediately gave up his plan to take a detour. As the carriage entered the forest, the demon's power condensed into a sharp blade, crushing all obstacles in front of it. Suddenly, a red-eyed rabbit wearing a top hat and a white dress jumped in front of the carriage. Their eyes met. Looking at those scarlet and curious eyes, Rhodes felt a powerful aura of time and space. Interesting. A rabbit actually has such a powerful calendar area. Curious, Rhodes instantly formed a demonic hand and grabbed the rabbit. Feeling the crisis, the red-eyed rabbit's eyes glowed with a faint blue light. Illusory magic circles suddenly appeared in the void, isolating Rhodes' demonic power. "Can you stop what I want?" 857. Rhodes twitched the corner of his mouth, and in an instant, several large dark golden hands pressed towards the center from all directions. The solid magic arrays were instantly crushed by huge force. The red-eyed rabbit narrowed its eyes, and the figure disappeared instantly with a pop, appearing several hundred meters away. He drilled directly into a tree hole and disappeared. "This is Moon Rabbit, the legendary elf in charge of Fairyland." Yulia's eyes widened and she suddenly remembered a legend. The Moon Rabbit is the spirit in charge of the secret realm and can open the door to the Fairyland. The legendary Fairyland is an independent world, with its own rules and power similar to the kingdom of gods. Even the speed at which time passes is different from the outside world. Not only can it block the prying eyes of gods, but even the god of death cannot extend his power to the Fairyland. In other words, entering Fairyland means that you can obtain eternal life like a god. It is a place that countless people dream of entering. Wonderland. Rhodes raised his eyelids and suddenly became interested. Not only for the rabbit, but also for the Wonderland. What kind of world can actually isolate the power of gods? "You go to the castle of the kingdom of Etel first and find a place to wait for me." The power of the devil turned into wings of light, and with a flick of the fan, Rhodes instantly appeared in front of the tree hole. In a blur, he saw a space-time channel that was slowly disappearing. Behind this passage, it should be connected to the legendary Fairyland, right? With that in mind, Rhodes jumped right in. There was a sense of confusion as time and space were reversed, and the whole world seemed to become distorted and weird. Vaguely, Rhodes saw an endless starry sky, with countless divine kingdoms anchored in the starry sky like stars. He saw the wandering giant beasts among the stars, peering at the evil gods of the kingdom of God in the darkness. At the same time, he saw a big tree. A tree that is unimaginably huge. Countless strange scenes flashed before his eyes instantly. Before I had time to think about it, a down-to-earth feeling came over me. Chapter 77. Rhodes looked at the scene around him. Big trees blooming with flowers fill the air with fragrance. Pigs flying in the sky, fish walking on land, the whole world is filled with a weird and bizarre feeling. Is this paradise? Rhodes looked confused. Compared to Fairyland, it feels more like an absurd and bizarre dream. Puff! Suddenly, a small spike flew from behind. Rhodes squinted his eyes, and a dark black energy instantly blasted in the direction of the attack. Several palm-sized little people ran out of the bushes quickly, running and shouting. "The white piece is angry. Goblin?" Rhodes looked at the several escaping little humans, a look of confusion flashing across his face. "It's not a fairy, it doesn't have wings." "Little humans." Rhodes flapped his wings and quietly followed a group of small humans. A small village gradually appeared in front of me, with a small fence and wooden houses not much bigger than a palm, some even built on trees. A group of small humans who weave clothes from leaves and vines are living in the village. An atmosphere of living and working in peace and contentment. "The white chess piece is coming. The white chess piece is coming." Following the shouts of several small humans, the villains in the village immediately hid in panic. Boom! Rhodes fell from the sky, and the demon's power turned into ropes, hanging each of the small humans in the air. "You are the lackey of Queen White, let us go." The little human being who was caught screamed with annoyance. "Queen of White?" Rhodes tilted his head, but didn't bother to explain. The power of the devil turned into a whip and whipped the little human who was shouting the loudest. Beat him to the point of dying. "Now, can you answer my question?" Rhodes had a gentle smile on his face, but the little human who had been beaten for a long time felt cold in his heart. "Look around." The spears condensed with the power of the devil were pressed against the bodies of all the little humans. As long as he said a word, all the clansmen would be buried with him. "What on earth do you want to know?" The little human named Baha compromised, lowered his head feebly, and gave up all resistance. "The gap in strength is too big, and they are not qualified to negotiate with this guy at all." "Who is the White Queen? Aren't you a soldier of Queen White?" Baha looked up at him strangely. He reacted immediately in the next second. Are you an outsider? Now I'm asking you something. Rhodes looked at him expressionlessly. Bach hesitated and explained in a low voice. In this world, there are two largest races, one is the White Chess tribe, and the other is the Red Chess tribe. The leader of the White Chess tribe is the White Chess Queen, and the leader of the Red Chess tribe is the Red Chess Queen. Both races regard each other as heretics, attack each other every day, start wars, and want to devour each other. Even our weak races have been affected by the war and live in dire straits. In order to avoid the war between the two races, we are constantly migrating. Red chess and white chess? Rhodes looked down at his white aristocratic dress. No wonder he thought he was from the White Chess clan. According to this little human tribe, both the White Chess tribe and the Red Chess tribe are pure color lovers. The White Chess tribe believes that the purest color in the world is white, and all colors other than white are heretics. The Red Chess tribe is the complete opposite. They believe that red is the most passionate color in the world, and they can't stand eye to eye with the cold white chess pieces. The war was caused by disputes between two races over different colors. The people from the Red Chess clan are here. Suddenly, several small humans came running from a distance and shouted anxiously. Rhodes looked in the direction and saw a group of soldiers wearing red armors, pursuing them menacingly. Wherever the Red Chess soldiers passed, the ground was dyed red. He's from the Baki tribe. A Red Chess soldier who saw Rhodes suddenly showed a ferocious look in his eyes. Several Red Chess soldiers turned around and rushed towards Rhodes. He planned to kill him, the enemy of the White Chess Kingdom, and then slowly hunt down those small humans. Call! The long sword fell, and a fiery red light struck towards Rhodes. Wherever the red light passes, all colors are replaced by red. This power is very weird. Looking at the dye-like power, Rhodes felt a little curious. What would happen if it were dyed red? In an experimental mood, the demon's power turned into tentacles and tied up several strange beasts from the side. Immediately afterwards, Rhodes saw the bodies of several beasts shrouded in red light changing. The bodies of the two beasts turned red, and their eyes became violent and ferocious, looking at him with hostility. The remaining beasts were directly assimilated into the red dye and returned to the Red Chess soldiers. After swallowing these dyes, the Red Chess soldiers' armor became stronger and the sword in their hands became sharper and heavier. Do you become stronger by killing? Rhodes thinks these creatures are quite interesting. It's like a group of moving dyes that can assimilate other creatures into their own kind. If they cannot be assimilated, they become dyes and strengthen their own strength. Theoretically, if it can continue to devour and evolve, these Red Chess soldiers might be able to evolve to legendary levels of combat power. I don't know, what will happen if I kill you? Black spears appeared behind Rhodes. The spear formed by the power of the demon god instantly pierced the bodies of several Red Chess soldiers. The bright red body was instantly stained by a layer of black ink. Several pools of black ink flowed into his body along the spear formed by the power of God. Rhodes instantly felt that in addition to his demonic power, he had a special power. Is this the exclusive power of this world? Rhodes flicked his hand, and a ball of dark demonic power fell to the ground. The power of the demon separated from the body, as if it had its own will, slowly condensed into a dark soldier wearing armor and holding a long sword. Rhodes can feel that the dark soldier has his own intelligence, but at the same time he is also controlled by him. It's as if this is a chess piece created by him. This world has its own unique rules. No matter what kind of power it is, it will be transformed into different colors once it enters this world. The stronger the power, the higher the quality of the color converted. Colors contain different powers and correspond to different camps. Strong colors will devour weak colors. Moreover, color can be used to create life, just like the soldier he created. And the color of his demonic power is black. Pure darkness can swallow everything. The color transformed by the power of the devil is black, but what about the power of the sun? Rhodes shrouded the little people in Lilliput with the power of his sun. In an instant, the green little people who were still struggling were dyed dazzling golden yellow. The golden yellow of the power of the sun, the deep blue of the ocean's grace, the forest green of the immortal body. Each of his magic powers corresponds to a different color. After some experiments, Rhodes discovered that among all the colors transformed by magic, the most powerful ones are black and gold. The black chess piece soldiers transformed by the power of the devil can devour all other colors and are full of destruction. The golden yellow transformed by the power of the sun can dispel and assimilate any impure color. Even if you stand there, you can solidify creatures of other colors into your own color. Both of these colors are extremely powerful colors. Rhodes released all the power of the red soldiers he had just devoured. Create 3 dark soldiers and 3 gold soldiers. In a short period of time, he has completely understood the nature of this world. If the world is compared to a huge chessboard, different colors represent the chess pieces of different camps. The collision and devouring of colors leaves only one color behind in the end. Just like playing chess, it is destined that only the winning side can survive. Quite cruel and cold rules. The world of chess pieces. Since we are playing chess, we have to see whose chess piece is more powerful. Rhodes looked at the 2 colored soldiers he had created and felt a long-lost desire to win. Playing chess is meaningless if you can't win. However, although he is very confident in his chess soldiers, the 2 camps of white chess queen and red chess queen have been developing in this world for too long. Behind each camp is a large number of soldiers. It is obviously unrealistic to try to swallow up the entire chessboard with just these few chess pieces. He must continue to expand, swallow more colors, and create more and more powerful chess pieces before he can completely engulf the entire chessboard world. Then let's start here. Rhodes looked at the little humans who looked at him with hatred. No-nos, on this huge chessboard, everything is a chess piece. The war of colors is the main theme that has existed since the birth of this world. Even ants will fight each other because of different colors. If he is an outsider, he can naturally mix well in this world. However, from the moment he joins the chessboard, it means that he is on the opposite side of all the chess pieces. These little humans are naturally no exception. The 6 soldiers created by Rhodes were like tigers entering the flock of sheep, killing everything in sight. Rhodes looked at all this with cold eyes, without any pity or sympathy in his eyes. From the time these little humans secretly attacked him from behind, he knew that there was no distinction between good and evil in this world. The difference in color is the biggest sin. If he were an ordinary person, he would probably be dead by now. In the constant killing, all the little humans were devoured. Some of the small humans were transformed into black and gold chess pieces, but more were assimilated into dye and swallowed. After devouring a large amount of colors, a black soldier's body undergoes drastic changes. The body was wrapped and swallowed by a large amount of sludge like black dye. After a while, a dark knight riding a war horse rode out. The dark armor, the dark and deep eyes, the sitting horse trampling violently on the grass, the sharp knight's spear, flashing with a deadly edge. Chapter 78. The constant killing among the chess soldiers can indeed evolve. Rhodes looked at the dark knight riding a war horse. Wearing black armor, he stood upright with his spear drawn. Compared with ordinary black soldiers, this aura has more than doubled. The combat power of this dark knight can probably sweep all the soldiers present. Start now and clean up this forest completely. Rhodes gave an order, and the black-armored knight led 2 black chess soldiers to clean up from the left side. The 3 golden chess soldiers started cleaning up directly to the right. The green forest was swallowed up by deep darkness and bright golden light at a speed visible to the naked eye. The numbers of the 2 armies continued to increase, and the speed of expansion was getting faster and faster like a snowball. I don't know how much time has passed. The greenery in the forest has been gone. Puff! The pitch-black lance pierced into the body of a green Tyrannosaurus, and terrifying power erupted in an instant. Darkness swallows everything. A large amount of dark matter enveloped the Dark Knight's body. When the darkness faded, the knight's horse had disappeared. Instead, there was a pair of jet-black wings and a long sword burning with jet-black flames. Winged fallen angel! Rhodes couldn't help but clicked his tongue as he looked at the black soldiers that had evolved again. At the same time, a burst of dazzling golden light erupted from the other side. A knight in bright silver armor, riding a white unicorn, followed a burst of dazzling golden light, and all the surrounding creatures were disintegrated and melted by the hot holy light. After devouring a large amount of color, a fiery radiance emerged from the holy knight's body, a pair of snow-white wings emerged from behind, and the sword in his hand exuded a warm aura. A fallen angel and a holy angel. The power of the devil and the power of the sun are really two completely different powers. 070. Rhodes looked at the two angels and thought to himself. The two evolved chess soldiers are close to legendary level in strength. However, the entire forest has been cleared. If you look at it from above the forest, you will find a golden-black brilliance extending to both sides with the center of the forest as the dividing line. It has engulfed the entire forest area. Glancing at the system, Rhodes suddenly found that the number of check-ins had been refreshed. Has it been a day already? I don't know if it's dark or day now. Rhodes glanced up at the sky. Even if a day has passed, this wonderland is still as bright as day. It seems that there is no distinction between day and night at all. He himself didn't know how long he had been here. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Get sign in reward, the 7 deadly sins of gluttony, unlimited. Infinite magic power. With infinite magic power, the spells released will exist forever, the flames released will burn forever, and the condensed ice will never melt. Finally I got it. Rhodes looked at the magic power he had just extracted and couldn't help but sigh. There are many magic powers in the world of 7 deadly sins, but only a few have truly heaven-defying effects. Infinite magic is one of them. Infinite magic power, never have to worry about the magic power running out. Likewise, any spell released will be appended to an infinite time, permanent duration. If you can draw the artifact Star Aldan of the Sin of Gluttony, it will be even more complete. The Sin of Gluttony Malin's artifact Star Aldan is shaped like a ball, with thousands of magic spells engraved on it. Dad. It even includes time magic that maintains life with magical power. The infinite magic power coupled with the effect of time magic means that he will be like a god and have eternal life. However, that's enough for now. With infinite magic power, his combat power has reached a new level. The chess pieces have almost been raised, it's time to test their combat effectiveness. Rhodes muttered quietly. With an order, all the chess soldiers in the forest began to attack other areas. There is a desert and an ocean on both sides of the forest. As the chess soldiers attack, a large number of creatures emerge in the sea and desert. But under the attack of the black soldiers and the gold soldiers, the seawater and desert in Yinping were all dyed black and red. More and more chess world creatures are rendered in black and gold. Swallowing the seawater and desert, the number of the 2 legions has expanded to more than 10,000 people. 10 fallen angels and 10 holy angels each led an army of 1,000 people to clean up the chess creatures around them. The scale of this fairyland world is not too big. After cleaning up these areas, only the Red Queen and the White Queen, the 2 largest camps in the chess world, were left. Although the quantity is still a bit lacking, it should be enough. Rhodes muttered under his breath, although the red and white pieces were larger than his chess soldiers. However, the gap in individual combat power is there. One black soldier can easily defeat 2 or 3 red and white soldiers. Even if faced with a numerical difference of 2 or 3 times, his 2 chess legions still have a high chance of winning. Even prepare for the worst. His chess soldiers were wiped out. Isn't there him? In the pale palace, Queen Beiki, dressed in a snow-white palace dress, stood on the top of the castle, looking at the golden-black forest in the distance. It's such a dirty and filthy color. A trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Compared to the annoying red flag queen, she now hated this dark and dirty guy even more. How could such a dirty color be born in this world? Deploy the first Pale Legion, go to the forest, and wipe out all these damn guys for me. Queen White looked at the expanding scar and felt that she could no longer let these guys go. Otherwise, these dirty colors will threaten her country sooner or later. At the same time, in a flaming red palace, the Red Chess Queen, wearing exposed red armor, sitting on the throne, listened to the guard's report, with an expression of interest on her face. I didn't expect that in this world, apart from that cold guy, there are people who can compete with this queen. Send out the first Legion of Hearts to test the strength of these guys. If it doesn't work, then just destroy it. She believed that with that extreme woman's character, she would definitely make the same decision as her. There are enough two colors in this world. There is no need for other colors to appear. The soldiers left in silence. They were just soldiers and had no right to question their master's orders. It came so quickly. At the same time, Rhodes, who had just cleaned up his surroundings, looked at the red chess army and the white chess army that appeared almost at the same time. The expression on his face was quite playful. Although the number of the two legions is equal to the number of his dark and golden legions. But the gap in strength is not of the same level. Eat them. The dark army and the golden army surrounded him from both sides, one on the left and the other on the right. With a simple contact, part of the red chess legion and the white chess legion were instantly eaten. In hand-to-hand combat, more and more red chess soldiers and white chess soldiers were eliminated. The increasing number of black and gold legions directly surrounded the two legions and swallowed them up. Roar! On the battlefield, a burst of dragon roar resounded. In the Dark Legion, the body of a fallen angel was wrapped in a large amount of black material. A few minutes later, a ferocious dragon emerged from the black material. That terrifying aura unscrupulously demonstrated legendary combat power. On the other side, the holy angel, who was also wrapped in golden light, also transformed into a huge golden dragon in the golden light. After a battle, the leaders of the two legions all evolved into legendary creatures. The number of fallen angels and holy angels also expanded to dozens. Chess has become backgammon. Rhodes whispered, and all the legions gathered together to attack the White Kingdom. Between red and white, he still prefers red. Therefore, we can only destroy the White Kingdom first. When the two magic dragons waved their wings and stepped into the territory of the White Chess Kingdom, the black and golden wave, like a spear, pierced into the pure White Kingdom restricted area. Call! The spitting black flames and golden flames spread in the White Kingdom. Deep in the castle, there was a cold snort. A pure white mirror emerged from the sky above the castle, and the light of the mirror swept over the black-gold soldiers. The soldiers swept by the white mirror light were immediately dyed with a layer of white. Suddenly, a huge sun hung in the sky, falling towards the White Kingdom. The sun without mercy. In the burst of light, a large number of white soldiers were instantly assimilated into gold. The endless burning flame, like an eternal flame, cannot fade away, constantly devouring the surrounding white soldiers. Rhodes slowly walked to the center of the battlefield, dark magic brewing around his body. The next second, the terrifying magic power turned into slender needles, extending in all directions. Rhodes' body was like a hedgehog, everything he passed turned into darkness. The body is purgatory. Looking up at the angry White Queen on the castle, Rhodes smiled and said hello. He just likes to watch others being forced into desperate situations little by little. What's more, he is still a demigod. A hole. The White Queen's chest rose and fell, and her face was full of anger. This guy is simply disgusting to the extreme. How dare you provoke her? White Queen! I'm here to help you. In the sky, there was a loud and sharp scream. Along with a fiery red phoenix descending from the sky, a large number of red chess soldiers came from behind. I didn't expect you to ask me to save you. Looking at the embarrassed White Queen who was held back on the castle, the red chess queen showed a proud smile on her face. After scoffing, his eyes turned to Rhodes who looked calm. Although I don't like this woman very much, but, compared to you, I still prefer to be my neighbor with her. Chapter 79. Then I'll have to beat you to death. Rhodes had a look of helplessness on his face. No one really thinks that they can defeat him with more people, right? The Red Queen snorted coldly, and the fiery red phoenix at her feet sprayed a stream of flames directly towards Rhodes. The fierce flames invaded in the direction of Rhodes. At the same time, the White Queen, standing at the top of the castle, also shined pale mirror light on Rhodes. As the strongest people in this fairyland, their strength has reached the semigod level. How can the light of fireflies compete with the sun and moon? The bloodline of the devil is awakened, and the power of the devil is released. Behind Rhodes, the dark demon power gathered into 4 huge arms, one arm blasted towards the White Queen, and the other arm captured the fiery red phoenix in the sky. The remaining 2 arms were held in empty hands, and a black sun exuding the aura of destruction slowly took shape. With the blessing of infinite magic power, the aura exuded by the black sun becomes more and more terrifying. Even from a distance, there is a feeling that frightens the soul. Sunfall. When the dark sun sets like the sun, the figures of the Red Queen and the White Queen were directly swallowed by the darkness. A large group of dark golden substance fell to the ground, and during the constant struggle, it condensed into the shape of a human being. Gradually, the 2 figures slowly merged together. During the long wait, all the red and white soldiers had been completely annihilated by the 2 legions. At a glance, the entire world is equally divided into 2 areas, light and dark. At this moment, 2 women with bare feet on the ground, like twins, slowly walked out of the dark golden substance. A blonde man with a shawl, wearing a gorgeous dress with gold patterns on a white background, with 3 pairs of snow-white wings on his back, with a cold expression, showing an indifference that would repel people thousands of miles away. A girl with loose black hair, wearing a long dark purple dress, with 3 pairs of jet black wings on her back, her brows and eyes full of charm and enchantment, passionate and charming. The 2 women held hands and walked slowly. He bowed slightly and looked at Rhodes with a meek expression. Looking at the 2 faces carved out of the same mold as the White Queen and the Red Queen, Rhodes was slightly surprised. Once other chess piece creatures are devoured, they will become chess pieces that only know how to obey orders. But these 2 twin goddesses of light and darkness seem to still retain independent wisdom and thinking ability. It's just that the subjective subconscious has been shaped into his shape. Will obey his orders absolutely. You will be the twin goddesses of light and darkness from now on. You are the elder sister, Catherine, the goddess of light, and you are the younger sister, Catherine, the goddess of darkness. Rhodes looked at the 2 angels with wings, thought for a while, and said, "The twins of light and darkness are both at the pinnacle of semigod level combat power, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are goddesses. Among them, the goddess of light is transformed from the queen of white chess, while the goddess of darkness is transformed from the queen of red chess. After the transformation, the nature of power has completely changed. Do you 2 have any special abilities?" Rhodes rubbed his chin and asked curiously. These 2 women were successfully transformed together, so they couldn't be any different from ordinary chess pieces. We both have the same roots and can merge together and share all the power. Catherine, the goddess of light, reached out and held the hand of Catherine, the goddess of darkness. A burst of dark light burst out, and the figures of the 2 goddesses gradually merged together. The light faded, and a tall, sexy, and plump goddess appeared in front of her eyes. Half of the long hair on the shawl is black and half is golden, and the 3 pairs of wings behind him are also black and white. One face seems to combine all the advantages of light and dark. You can not only see the arrogance and coldness of the White Queen, but also feel the passionate charm of the Red Queen. The twins of light and darkness in the combined state completely inherit the advantages of both. And it elevated his temperament to another level. Feeling the amazing magic power, Rhodes raised his eyebrows. In this state, the strength of the light and dark twins has at least doubled. I'm afraid some weak gods are probably no match for her. And he has a bold idea. I don't know whether to talk about it or not. Feeling deep in his heart, Rhodes looked at the black and gold army beside him. The endless dark army and golden army stand on the earth. His eyes were cold and silent, and his body was filled with the aura of killing that had not yet dissipated. Each of them looked like a pure weapon of war. In just a few days, the Black Gold Legion has devoured all living creatures in the entire fairy world. If you look down at the entire fairyland world from the sky, you will find that this world is only pure black and gold. But how to leave this world? Rhodes looked at the sky, slightly confused. He followed the rabbit into the fairyland world. But the fairy world is not the only one. Now the rabbit has probably gone to other fairy worlds. Or maybe he returned to the main material plane. Therefore, if he wants to leave, he can only rely on his own means. For example, the world's barriers are forcibly broken, or the power exceeds the limits of the world and is excluded. The former would do harm to the world. The latter will only be exiled to the depths of the star realm. The star realm is the residence of the gods, and any brick can hit 2 or 3 gods. However, with his strength, even if he is exiled to the depths of the star realm, he can still thrive. But, if you are exiled to the star realm, if you want to enter the material world from the star realm, it is not that simple. If the gods want to descend into incarnation, they need to consume a lot of faith power. He has no power of faith, so the only way to enter the material world is to forcibly break the world's barriers. It will inevitably be counterattacked by the world will of the material world. The main material world is different from small worlds like fairyland. It contains complete rules and can even breed existences of the level of gods. The power of the worlds will can easily suppress a powerful god. Even he probably wouldn't be able to get it. So he didn't want to be exiled to the star realm unless he had to. After all, once you enter the star realm, you probably don't know when it will be before you return to the material world. If the whole world becomes mine, can I escape from this world? Looking at the bright sky, a bold idea suddenly flashed in Rhodes' mind. Try it, you won't lose money anyway. Thinking of this, the endless power of the devil and the power of the sun spread unscrupulously towards the entire world, invading every inch of land and space in this world. Assimilating into a world was something that in the past would have been something that would never even be thought of, let alone done. After all, the fairyland world also has its own world will. If they sense the invasion of an outsider like him, they will definitely resist crazily. Trying to compete with the world with his magic power is simply a fool's errand. After all, no matter how small the world is, it is essentially the same world. Even the gods cannot easily possess it. 0 Please give me flowers, 0. If a god wants to become a true god, creating his own kingdom is the most critical step. Only by creating your own divine world can you achieve immortality by relying on the power of world rules. Theoretically, if we can use a complete small world as the cornerstone, hold the throne high in faith, and create a kingdom of God on earth, the power of the gods will be amplified to the extreme. But, no one has ever done this. Even gods with powerful divine power such as the god of death must rely on the faith of believers to condense an illusory kingdom of God. In the past, he couldn't do this kind of thing. But it's different now. He is blessed with the effect of infinite magic power and possesses endless magic power. As long as the world is assimilated by him, it will always be under his control. Boom! In the sky, terrifying thunder and lightning appeared. Even the gods would be frightened by the permeating aura of destruction. Threaten me? If you have the ability, come directly. Rhodes looked up at the sky covered with dark clouds. If he wanted to assimilate the world, it would naturally cause the world's will to fight back. He can't handle the world will of the main material world, but he can't handle the world will of this small world? Boom! As if angered by this arrogant guy, a blazing lightning fell from the mist. The power that comes from the rules of the world is not immune to the effects of the precepts of loving kindness. Of course, it is also possible that there is an orderly existence like the world will, and there are no emotions and evil thoughts at all. Naturally, the effect of the loving kindness precept will not be triggered. The dark demon power gathered into a black eggshell, tightly wrapping his body inside. Rhodes casually laid out hundreds of dark barriers, and his unlimited magic power made him arrogant. Boom boom boom! Thunder struck down one after another, and the dark barrier was shattered layer by layer, but more barriers immediately condensed and formed. In the confrontation with the will of the world, the power of the devil and the power of the sun have deeply assimilated more than half of the land in the fairy world. Rhodes suddenly felt that the power of the world's will was weakening. Even the flickering thunder clouds in the sky showed signs of dissipating. It's time to accept your fate. Rhodes flapped his light wings and looked at the rolling thunder clouds with calm eyes. The furious thunder flashed with a violent aura, as if the aura of destruction that could tear everything apart was brewing. But no thunder fell for a long time. The power of the world's will comes from the world. And now the entire fairyland world has been deeply assimilated by him. In other words, the power of the world he now controls has exceeded the will of the world. Now, his will is the will of this world. No matter how hard the world's will struggles, it is impossible to exceed his authority and control the power of the fairyland world. He has now become the true ruler of this world. As the last inch of the fairyland world was swallowed up by darkness, the struggling world will completely changed into his shape. Standing in the middle of the fairy world, Rhodes seemed to feel that the whole world was conveying a friendly atmosphere to him. Whoosh! Vision suddenly changed. Everything in front of him became small, and his thoughts seemed to be lifted up by an invisible force. The texture of the earth becomes clear to the eyes. Looking at the shrinking world, the familiar shapes made Rhodes couldn't help but have a strange thought in his mind. Why does this continent look like a leaf? Chapter 80. The shape of this world is actually a leaf? Rhodes looked down at the fairy world, and an incredible thought flashed through his mind. From his perspective, the entire world is shaped like a half gold and half black leaf. The lines and structures on the leaves represent mountains and rivers. Just when Rhodes thought this was a coincidence, he found that his eyes were still zooming away. Gradually, a branch with no end in sight appeared in front of me. On the branches, there are leaves of different sizes growing. The leaf under his feet was just one of the larger leaves. At the top of the branch, there is a budding flower, with the center of the flower shining like billions of stars. It seems to contain a galaxy. The main material plane. Rhodes felt as if he had seen the true nature of the world. A tree as huge as the universe, the world in their eyes is just a branch and leaf on the tree. The one floating on this tree probably has god-level combat power. Rhodes murmured in a low voice, feeling an indescribable shock in his heart. Suddenly, a huge attraction came from the flower at the top of the pea. Rhodes felt his body and soul fly in that direction uncontrollably. Along the way, Rhodes saw the evil god with a twisted and ferocious body, and also saw a powerful race that looked like humans but exuded terrifying power. Occasionally, he encountered several hot-tempered demigod-level creatures who attacked him. For this kind of fool who actively provokes him, Rhodes directly strikes the demon's spear, killing his soul as well. After killing several demigods and a god-level evil god, Rhodes, who was filled with blood, finally felt clean for a while. The distance to the main material world is getting closer and closer. That strong attraction also became stronger. Suddenly, he saw a white rabbit in a white suit jumping back and forth on different leaves. Isn't this the moon rabbit that brought him into the fairyland? Looking at the moon rabbit flashing back and forth on different leaves as if without restraint, a question flashed in Rhodes' mind. How on earth does this guy travel through the world? Each blade is an independent world. With the strength of the world barrier, it is difficult for even gods to break it. But the rabbit seemed to turn a deaf ear. You can cross the world barrier casually. Is it more powerful than gods? Rhodes shook his head. He had fought against Moon Rabbit before, and this guy was no more powerful than a demigod. Not even a god. It is simply impossible to forcibly break down the barriers of the world. Unless it is some kind of special talent, or with the help of some powerful props. Rhodes squinted his eyes and suddenly saw the rabbit raising his right hand, and the ring on his finger glowed faintly. The next second, ripples appeared in the space, forming a dark passage. Is this what you rely on to travel around the world? Rhodes' eyes lit up. Seeing rabbit jump up, he was about to enter the space passage. Subconsciously he stretched out a hand. Magic. Take by force. Whoosh! Rhodes felt a cold object appear in his hand. Before I had time to check, I saw that the biomass plane was already close at hand. Puff! His body seemed to have crashed into a curtain of water. When he came back to his senses, Rhodes had already appeared in the familiar forest. The towering ancient sun tree exudes fiery and intense magic waves. The Sun Elf Queen is sitting next to the sun well, soaking her feet. Seeing the sudden appearance of Rhodes, the Sun Elf Queen was slightly startled, with a look of surprise on her face. Lord Ancestor! Why did you come here suddenly? Rhodes looked confused and subconsciously glanced at the huge ancient sun tree. Was it the ancient sun tree that brought him back from the world of chess pieces? He didn't expect that the ancient sun tree could have such a function. However, he didn't want to come back so soon. Rhodes suddenly felt a bit confused. He had not yet finished arranging things in the chess world. Why did he wear it back inexplicably? Suddenly, an inexplicable fluctuation came. Rhodes looked at the palm of his hand. In the palm of his hand, a black gold leaf shone with a faint light. This is the key. Rhodes raised a brow. The mark of this leaf is the key and coordinates to open the world of chess pieces. As long as he wants, he can use magic power to open the passage to the world of chess pieces at any time. Is it because I have assimilated the entire world of chess pieces? Rhodes couldn't help but think. Assimilating the entire world is equivalent to becoming the master of this world. 0. His current relationship with the world of chess pieces is more like that between gods and the kingdom of God. The gods can open the kingdom of God in the main material world and guide the souls of believers. Naturally, he can also open the world of chess pieces at any time and lead others. Confirming that he could travel to and from the world of chess pieces at any time, Rhodes breathed a sigh of relief. A world completely under his control, even if we take 10,000 steps back, can be regarded as the kingdom of God on the ground and embark on the path of true God. If you want to become a true God, you must have the strength of a demigod, have enough faith, and create your own divine kingdom. All three are indispensable. When a demigod, ignite the divine fire with faith and raise his own kingdom of God. It means that half of the foot has stepped into the world of gods. As long as you master your own divine power, you can become a god naturally. He has fulfilled the conditions for being a demigod, and now the kingdom of God on the ground has also been found. With the many powers he has at his disposal, as long as he lifts up the kingdom of God, it can be said that it is inevitable to master the power of the gods. There will even be countless divine powers for him to choose from. Now, all it takes is enough faith to become a god. However, this last step is also one of the most difficult steps. The beliefs of this world have long been divided up by various gods. The Sun Elf clan he created has only just developed, and it will take at least thousands of years to develop and grow. This is still a smooth situation. In 1,000 years, 0.4 is only a small part of life for a demigod with a long life. He was not in a hurry. Anyway, even if he is not a god, he can still make the gods tremble. Chess soldier, I wonder if I can become a believer. Rhodes thought about it and felt that it might not work. Faith comes from the soul, and it is hard to say whether the chess soldiers have souls. After all, the chess soldiers he created were no better than ordinary chess soldiers in terms of stupidity. Although I am obedient, I always feel like my brain is missing a string. Not a shred of autonomy. Even if it can provide faith, it shouldn't be much. By the way, I almost forgot. Rhodes took out the ring he had taken from Moon Rabbit. He muttered quietly. Is it because of this ring that I can travel freely around the world? Chapter 81. Looking at the ring in his hand, Rhodes' eyes flashed with curiosity. That rabbit's strength is at the semigod level at best. The ability to travel through different worlds is probably due to this ring. Try it and see what effect it has. Rhodes put the ring on his finger. Whoosh! The small ring instantly became as big as his finger. Rhodes pointed the ring into the air, and with the infusion of magic power, the world's barrier was silently melted into a black hole. Through the black hole, it seems that you can see another world. At the same time, two coordinates emerged in my mind. They correspond to the two places of the ancient sun tree and the chess piece world in the main material world. This ring can break through the barriers between worlds. Rhodes rubbed his chin. If there are world coordinates, you can directly open the channel to the coordinate world. If there are no world coordinates, a passage to the world will be opened randomly. It is estimated that there should be some kind of coordinate object in the main material world on that rabbit. That's why they frequently appear in the main material world. Rhodes interrupted the output of magic power, and the world channel slowly disappeared. Although the other world is interesting, he doesn't have time to explore it now. Julia and the others should still be waiting in the kingdom of Ital. Rhodes thought to himself as a dark light appeared behind him. Whoosh! A black lightning flashed across, and a moment later, Rhodes appeared in the forest where he found the moon rabbit. Just as I was about to walk straight through the forest, I suddenly saw a tall tower out of the corner of my eye. Tower? Why is there a tower in this forest? Rhodes landed on the ground and looked at the tower curiously. The tower is 9 stories high, over 100 meters high. It is said to be a tall tower, but its scale is even comparable to a small palace. Around the tower, various magical protections were released. If you don't have legendary strength, you will have to shed a layer of skin if you get close. Mage Tower. Rhodes muttered under his breath. The Mage Tower is a special kind of building that can usually only be owned by powerful mages who are legendary or even above the sanctuary level. The tower body is engraved with magic lines, which can enhance the power of magic. The more layers of the Mage Tower, the more terrifying the increase in magic. This 9-story Mage Tower can at least double the magic power of a holy mage. However, the cost of building a Mage Tower is quite high. The fiscal revenue of an ordinary kingdom in 10 years can only build a foundation at most. Even a legendary mage like Yulia does not have a Mage Tower of her own, which shows how precious the Mage Tower is. He didn't expect that he could see it here. Speaking of which, this was the first time he saw a real Mage Tower. Rhodes walked over curiously. Whoosh! From the top of the Mage Tower, a violent burst of magic suddenly crashed down. Puff! The power of the devil turned into a shield, easily resisting the attack of the Mage Tower. Not bad power. Rhodes raised a brow. The power of this blow is almost comparable to the full blow of the legendary mage. The self-defense mechanism on the outside of the Mage Tower is actually so powerful. The owner of this Mage Tower is at least a powerful mage from the Holy Realm or even the demigod level. Don't let me get close. I want to know what's hidden inside. Boom! The power of the devil turned into tentacles, instantly defeating the defense outside the Mage Tower. Rhodes walked into the Mage Tower. Hoo ho ho! Inside the dark tower, streaks of fire suddenly lit up. The space inside the Mage Tower is very large, and there are all kinds of books inside. At the end of each bookshelf, there is a ladder suspended. Next to the ladder is a small giant more than 10 meters tall tied to an iron chain. Cyclops. Rhodes was slightly surprised. Cyclops was a relatively powerful species among the giants. After adulthood, he will have at least half god-level combat power. Why is there a Cyclops guarding the door here? But why does this Cyclops look so small? The Cyclops clan is born with legendary combat power and is at least over 100 meters tall. Although the height of more than 10 meters is exaggerated, it is not even comparable to a baby in the Cyclops clan. It's not a pure-blooded giant, it should be a mixed blood. Rhodes muttered under his breath. Although he is a mixed race, he at least inherits part of the blood of the giant family. That legendary pressure is not fake. Seeing the intruder Rhodes, the sleeping Cyclops with his eyes squinted suddenly woke up and let out a shocking roar. SHH! Quiet! If you make any noise, I'll kill you. Rhodes put a finger to his lips. The violent demonic power manifested into a huge figure behind him. The huge body looked down at the Cyclops like a demon. The terrifying pressure instantly made the Cyclops tremble, and a hint of fear flashed in his violent eyes. Rhodes walked slowly to the stairs, his figure flashed, and he appeared directly on the stairs. The 9-story Mage Tower has powerful monsters guarding each floor. Books, treasures, magic equipment. Each floor contains valuable treasures, like a huge treasure house. But with each level, the monsters guarding become more powerful. Rhodes glanced at the splendid treasures in the Mage Tower and walked over without noticing. Not to mention that he has 3 treasure houses of wealth, and he doesn't pay attention to these things at all. Even if he had nothing, it would be impossible for him to take these things to heart. A demigod who is more powerful than a god would lack such a thing? Above the 5th floor of the Mage Tower, the monsters guarded have changed from legendary level to sacred level. Rhodes' demonic power was fully activated, and he went directly to the road and pushed across. On the 8th floor, Rhodes encountered a 2-headed ogre magician whose strength was close to that of a demigod. Where did this guy find these weird things? Looking at the magician lying at his feet, Rhodes couldn't help but clicked his tongue. The 2-headed ogre magician is a rare thing among the ogres in 100 years. Ordinary ogres have low intelligence, but 2-headed ogres have a higher IQ than ordinary ogres and are proficient in magic. But, after all, he is an ogre, and the racial restrictions are there. Being able to reach the legendary level is already considered the ultimate. The two-headed ogre magician who is close to the demigod level has never been heard of, let alone seen. Double casting, what if this allows you to break through? Rhodes gave it away with an expressionless sun. The talent of the two-headed ogre magician can be said to be unparalleled. Each of the two heads controls a part of the body and casts spells at the same time. It is equivalent to two mages sharing one body. The power of the same spell is doubled, and even the upper limit of magic power is twice that of an ordinary holy mage. Just like this two-headed ogre magician, he masters the magic of wind and fire at the same time. The power of the combined magic is comparable to that of a demigod. If it really breaks through to the demigod level and masters two rules at the same time, ordinary gods may not be able to match it. It's a pity that the future is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. He is reality. Step up the long stairs and into the last level of the Mage Tower. The top of the Mage Tower was strangely unguarded by any monsters. At the end of the dark corridor, there was only a small room. It is estimated that the owner of the Mage Tower did not expect that a guard comparable to a demigod would be killed. After all, there are no gods on the main material plane, and demigods are the apex of the world. Pushing open the small door, a warm room suddenly appeared in front of you. In the room, a blonde girl was lying in front of the window looking longingly at the world outside the window. His eyes were filled with yearning for freedom. When she heard the door open, the girl didn't even look back. If you want hair, cut it yourself. Rhodes frowned. Hair? What the hell? With a quick glance, he saw the girl's dazzling golden hair extending all the way from the window to the door of the room. Tisk. This hair is at least 10 meters long, right? The long golden hair has obviously been taken care of many times, making it smooth and smooth without a trace of frizz. There seems to be something wrong with this hair. Rhodes looked at the long blonde hair and suddenly frowned. 930. He felt a strong and vigorous vitality from these hairs. The exaggeration of this vitality is simply terrifying. Who are you? The blonde girl, who didn't hear a reply for a long time, turned her head slightly impatiently. Looking at that unfamiliar face, his eyes suddenly became blank. I'm just an ordinary passerby. Rhodes said casually. Speaking of which, who are you? Why are you in this Mage Tower? What does the owner of the Mage Tower have to do with you? Although this girl has a strong breath of life in her body. But, not even one. It is definitely impossible to be the owner of the Mage Tower. I am Wendy, the daughter of Earl Copperfield. I have been kidnapped here by an evil wizard for several years. Mighty warrior, can you please rescue me? The girl Wendy looked at Rhodes with excitement. She didn't expect that someone could defeat those powerful monsters and enter the top floor of the tower. Get you out. Rhodes shrugged. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. I have already dealt with all the monsters outside. The girl Wendy opened the door with hesitation and came to the stairs. Immediately she saw that the evil ogre who had been blocking her from leaving, Yuan Ran, had fallen into a pool of blood. Lift up your skirt, stand on tiptoes, and hold all your hair in your arms. The girl ran downstairs with brisk steps and was about to leave the Mage Tower. A slender figure suddenly walked in from outside the Mage Tower. Their eyes met, and the expression on the girl's face gradually became stiff. How did you get down here? The woman in a black robe looked at the girl with gloomy eyes. Of course I put it in. On the stairs, there was a careless voice. The God's Lair. The first time she saw Rhodes, the angry look on the woman's face suddenly turned into surprise. There was even a hint of surprise. Chapter 82. The God's Lair. Rhodes subconsciously touched the top of his head. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Forget. The female mage's face froze slightly. God killer, this is a mark that can only be possessed by those who kill gods. How could such a glorious thing be forgotten? If not. Rhodes glanced at her strangely, he just killed a few gods. Nothing to be surprised about. Only those who have seen the scenery outside the world will know. The gods are just slightly larger ants. In this world, gods are unattainable and immortal. However, if you look at the entire star realm, the gods are just a group of slightly larger ants. No, it's not even a float, it's just dust at best. Now, I want to take her away, do you have any objection? Rhodes had a gentle smile on his face, and the power of the demon behind him surged, completely swallowing up the entire mage tower. The demigod mage had cold sweat on his forehead and did not dare to move at all. Looking at the dark demon power, it was like staring into the entire abyss. This power is simply more terrifying than the abyss. You can't take her away. The demigod mage gritted his teeth and forced himself to look directly at Rhodes. A pair of eyes full of evasion. Hey, what's wrong with living? Rhodes sighed, as if lamenting the passing of a life. The power of the demon behind him flew forward without mercy. The overwhelming gun of destruction directly blocked all the demigod mage's escape routes. Rhodes' eyes were cold. I'm giving you shameless things. Do you really think I'm negotiating with you? He kills gods like dogs, how dare a mere demigod dare to jump around here? Are you afraid that you won't die? Forbidden curse! The sigh of the gods. The demigod mage burst out with terrifying magic power, and an invisible barrier instantly condensed into shape. Next second. Click, click, click. The solid barrier appeared with dense cracks like broken glass. An expression of disbelief flashed in the female mage's eyes. This forbidden spell is a forbidden spell that she condensed with most of her magic power. Even if it encounters a powerful god, it can hinder it for a moment. Otherwise, the name of this forbidden curse would not be called the sigh of the gods. It can make the gods sigh helplessly. How come it was defeated in an instant? How could this guy's strength be so terrifying? There was no time to think about it, and a teleportation magic instantly came to the top of the mage tower. Boom boom boom. The earth shook and the mountains shook, and the entire mage tower was crumbling. A huge deep pit was sunken on the ground. You can run pretty fast, but can you run? Rhodes twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, and his figure disappeared instantly, appearing in front of the female mage in the blink of an eye. Killing people kills the heart, and eradicates the roots. I like nothing more than to leave no consequences. Since you have already made a grudge, then you can die here peacefully. The overwhelming power of the demon spread out like tails and fell downwards. God's lair, we are the same kind. Kill me and dusk will let you go. The female mage screamed in horror. Twilight meeting. Rhodes paused and looked at the female mage with a faint look. It turns out that you still have an organization and background. Looking at those faint eyes, the female mage felt a bad feeling in her heart. It seemed that she had just said something that would cause big trouble. I just got an ability and I've never used it before. It's time for you to test it out. Rhodes slowly stretched out a hand, and saw the jumping spiritual energy instantly invade the female mage's body. Peeping light. In an instant, all the memories and thoughts of the female mage flashed in front of her eyes like a movie. This is the world of the 7 deadly sins, the magic of the sin of lust. Invasion. Able to invade other people's memories and thoughts, and even manipulate other people's cognition and memory. After a while, Rhodes raised his eyebrows slightly. A strange organization was found from the memory of the female mage. No, it's not so much a strange organization as it is a group of people who are enemies of the gods. The name of this organization is the Twilight Hermits. A group of ambitious people who wanted to overthrow the dominance of gods and change the world gathered together and established this organization. The doctrine is to overthrow the gods and bring dusk to the gods. Secretly and behind the scenes, he often caused trouble for the Church of God. It is the enemy of all spiritual churches. It is impossible to examine exactly when the Twilight Hermits began to appear. But, it has a history of at least hundreds of thousands of years. Since the Age of Gods kicked off and the gods began to dominate the world, the Twilight Hermits Society has emerged in response to the time. In the early days of the Age of Gods, some demigods who were not willing to be ruled by gods, or who were unable to become gods because their beliefs were monopolized, created this organization with hatred for the gods. According to the memory of the female mage, if you want to join the Twilight Hermits, there is a threshold to enter the legend. The entire organization was once subjected to a powerful curse by a group of powerful demigods. Any creature below the legendary level, if aware of the existence of the Twilight Hermits, will be plagued by misfortune and will not end well. Without legendary strength, there is no way to even know the existence of the Twilight Hermits. However, legend can only obtain the qualification to join the Twilight Hermits. Only by becoming a strong man in the Holy Realm can one truly join the Twilight Hermits. The pinnacle of the Twilight Hermits is a group of powerful demigods. A dozen or even dozens of demigods and saintly warriors from all eras are really a powerful force. Rhodes looked calm. No matter how many ants there are, they are still a group of ants in the final analysis. At his level of strength, the so-called demigods and saints are really just a group of ants that can be easily crushed to death. As for why this female mage imprisoned this girl named Wendy in the Mage Tower, the process was a bit too coincidental. When the female mage was young, she discovered a magical flower that could slow down the passage of life and maintain youth. But these magical flowers were secretly picked by a thief while she was out and sold to a count at a high price. The furious female mage followed the clues and searched for 10 years, and finally found the thief and the count, but found that the flower had been eaten by the countess. It happened that during this 10 years, the countess became pregnant and gave birth to a girl. The female mage also discovered that a girl's hair can slow down her lifespan and the passage of youth just like flowers. But only the hair growing on a girl's body has this effect. Therefore, he took the princess to his mage tower and imprisoned her. Are all the plots in the fairy tale world so bloody? Rhodes felt speechless and choked. Logically speaking, Nan is a simple victim. Things have been stolen, and they are just trying to make up for their losses. Moreover, during the years of imprisoning the princess, she treated the princess more kindly than she treated her own daughter. However, after all, she was kidnapped, and the girl always wanted to escape from this tower. This is the yearning for freedom in the human heart. What to do now? Rhodes rubbed his chin, looking at the female mage restrained by the power of the devil, and suddenly felt a little headache. In terms of emotion and reason, no one did anything wrong. He suddenly broke into other people's homes, killed the monsters guarding their doors, and took away their legal property. Now they want to kill people again. No matter how I think about it, it feels a bit unreasonable. You caught this girl just to extend your life. Rhodes rubbed his chin and suddenly thought of an idea. I know a place that can extend your life several times, and even your strength may increase by leaps and bounds. If you agree, I can let you go. The female mage who thought she was about to be killed suddenly felt like she had narrowly escaped death. Not caring about why this guy changed his mind, he nodded frantically. You two, please stay here for a while. Rhodes sent the female mage and the girl Wendy to the world of chess pieces. The power of the demon turned into wings of light and flew quickly towards the forest of silence. His method was naturally to use the sun well to transform the female mage into a sun elf. The lifespan of the elves is long, 10 times longer than that of ordinary people. The lifespan of a sun elf inherits his immortality and is longer than that of an ordinary elf. If this woman could be transformed into a sun elf, her lifespan would be at least several times longer. Moreover, I left in such a hurry last time that I almost forgot to water the ancient sun tree. This time I just took the opportunity to upgrade the ancient sun tree to an upgraded version. He has signed so many abilities during this period, which is enough to make the strength of the Sun Elf clan evolve by leaps and bounds. At least, the strength of the Sun Elf Queen must be reached to the point where she can confront the god, no Mojao, spirit. Rhodes flew at full speed and soon saw the golden ancient tree that was as dazzling as the sun. Ancient trees thousands of meters high, with lush branches and leaves, look like a giant spreading his arms to protect his people. Rhodes landed around the roots of the ancient tree and released the 2 female mages from the world of chess pieces. The female mage who was released had an expression of doubt on life. What she experienced in the world of chess pieces simply changed her outlook on life. The black and golden soldiers that covered the mountains and plains looked like war weapons. 2 demigod-level experts whose strength is not inferior to hers, or even stronger than hers. There are hundreds of legendary demon dragons and holy dragons, as well as a dozen 3-headed dragons that have reached the sanctuary level. This level of combat power can simply push the entire Northern Territory continent. It even allowed the Shinra Empire to change dynasties. The female mage who was released from the world of chess pieces was blocked by a huge shadow before she could recover. She followed the stripes on the tree's body and slowly looked up until her neck felt sore. The female mage didn't see how tall the tree was. This tree. Why does it look so familiar? The downed brain worked slowly and thought silently for a moment. The female mage's eyes widened. Although the color and pattern don't quite match. But why does this tree look a bit similar to the elf tribe's tree of life?